Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 4 Mo. Chapter 162 Crush All. Cage stood up suddenly. Jinchuriki is definitely a ninja village's weapon of war. It is the trump card of a ninja village. Unless there is a war, I will never take it out. But now Konoha village actually puts Jinchuriki in the Chunin exam, and it is also a joint Chunin exam. What does this mean? It means that Konoha village may have known about Sand Country's actions, and took out Jinchuriki as a warning. For a moment, Cage was in agony. Why attack the Leaf Village during Chunin's exam? But now it's too late. All tasks have been arranged. Even if you want to stop it now, it's not that easy. Hokage, I want to go to the toilet. Cage said and wanted to leave. To stop Konoha's collapse plan. Cage-sama, don't be so anxious. The exam will be over soon. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. Cage's heart skipped a beat. It felt like I had fallen into an abyss. Why did Sarutobi Hiruzen stop him? It shows that Konoha village is fully prepared. Be ready to wipe out the Kingdom of Sand at any time. Hokage, what do you want to do? Cage said unhappily, but for the Kingdom of Wind. He had to swallow his anger. Begging Sarutobi Hiruzen to let the Wind Country go. What are you doing? You're watching the game. Look how exciting this game is. Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled. Cage's face turned completely dark. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen's smiling face, he suddenly understood. This time the Kingdom of Wind was defeated. If there was a direct showdown, neither himself nor the infiltrated Sand Shinobi village ninjas would be able to escape. But if you don't stop it, then all the ninjas who come in later will be killed as a result. Hokage, we Ming people don't tell secrets. This time we in the Kingdom of Wind are in trouble. How are you going to let us go? Cage said unwillingly. Failed. It hasn't really started yet. Your ninjas haven't even taken action yet. Why did it happen? Cage's face turned even darker for a moment. This time Cage finally understood that Konoha village was determined to swallow up the Wind Country's operation. I didn't expect that Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was always smiling, could be so vicious. At this time, 3 tails had grown out of Naruto Uzumaki's back. A pair of beast-like eyes stared at Liu Mu. It was obvious that Liu Mu had been regarded as prey. A mere vixen dares to bare his teeth at me. His crime is unforgivable. Kui Mulan snorted coldly. Then he gently tapped towards Uzumaki Naruto. Suddenly Uzumaki Naruto was completely frozen in place, unable to even blink. Kui Mulan then walked up to Uzumaki Naruto. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. A 9-tails demon fox, still in this state, dares to scream. Suppress it. With Kui Mulan roaring, Uzumaki Naruto felt as if a huge mountain was being pressed against him. Lie straight on the ground. No matter how hard I struggled, I couldn't move. Then with a gentle pat, Uzumaki Naruto stopped struggling. Then a phantom was dragged out from Naruto Uzumaki, and upon closer inspection, it was 9 tails. What do you want Hinata to do? She wants to hunt 9 tails. How dare she? Finally, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't sit still anymore and glanced at Anbu beside him. For a moment, several ninjas jumped down, trying to intercept Kui Mulan. Stop it! Anbu shouted angrily. Kui Mulan remained unmoved, while Kong Jinlong beside him turned his head. There was a majestic expression on his face. Stop! Although Kong Jinlong's voice was not loud, it was like a shock wave, pushing towards the outside. Several Anbu have not even reached the ground. He was directly ejected by the shock wave and hit the wall heavily without making any sound. Damn it! Stop her quickly! Suddenly more Anbu rushed forward. Kong Jinlong shook his head coldly. Don't you understand yet? In the face of absolute strength, the number of people is not an advantage. It will only increase the number of deaths. As Kong Jinlong spoke, his body became filled with immortal light, and his whole body floated. On his body is a golden dragon dancing constantly. After leaving the body, it turned into a 100-foot giant dragon. A dragon roar made the earth tremble. Anbu who rushed forward was hit head-on by the dragon's roar and fell down one after another. Sarutobi Hiruzen clenched his fist tightly. I didn't expect this man to be so strong. He defeated dozens of ninjas at will. For such a strong man, even the god of ninja, Senju Hashirama, could only retreat. Going up there yourself is just sending yourself to death. There are 28 such strong men in total. Such a force is enough to destroy any ninja village. Even if all the ninjas in the entire ninja world were put together, they might not be enough to kill them. And summoning such a strong person, it turned out to be the usually ordinary Hyuga Hinata. For a moment, a feeling of powerlessness swept through my body. This is the birth of a true phoenix in the Hyuga family. A character who was enough to make the entire ninja world tremble. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up weakly, with a defeated expression on his face. For the sake of Konoha, at least you can't hunt 9 tails directly in front of so many people. Hyuga Hinata, what do you want to do before you stop? When Liu Mu heard Sarutobi Hiruzen's shouting, he had an incomprehensible expression on his face. The winner of the game has not been announced yet, how can I stop? Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned for a moment, and then almost spit out a mouthful of blood. Defeated Gamabunta and defeated dozens of Anbu people just to win the competition. Just say what you want. How can I know what you want if you don't tell me? I should have known this. Let alone becoming a Chunin after winning the competition. What if I was directly assigned to Jonin? For a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen had an embarrassed expression on his face. He glared directly at the referee, Shiranui Genma, who was hiding behind the tree. I announce, the winner of this competition is Hyuga Hinata. Shiranui Genma announced the result of the competition hesitantly. At the moment of the announcement, 28 figures on the scene suddenly disappeared, as if they had never appeared before. The 9 tails that was pulled out also returned to Uzumaki Naruto's body. Suddenly Uzumaki Naruto's whole body was wrapped in red chakra. There was an angry expression in his eyes. Not even my father beat me like this. 9 tails roared angrily, but when he met Liu Mu's eyes, 9 tails was completely cowed, like a puppy, whining for mercy. It's not as majestic as before. Liu Mu showed a hint of joy on his face and turned to look at the other contestants on the platform. I'm looking forward to my next opponent. For a moment, everyone's face turned pale, and they regretted very much why they came to take this Chunin exam. Otherwise, let's just abstain. Chapter 163 Konoha's collapse plan officially begins. There was an awkward moment in the stands, especially Uchiha Sasuke and Gaara in the next game. Gaara had a fearful look in his eyes at this time, controlling the sand to protect his weaknesses. After the second exam, Gaara went home and just lifted the blanket when he found countless Hyuga Hinata rushing out with tiger seals on them. That kind of heartbreaking pain. No matter how hard Gaara tried to forget, he couldn't forget it. At first Gaara was still calculating. After attacking Konoha this time, be sure to catch Hyuga Hinata and use the tiger seal 800 times. Let her feel the pain. But after watching the previous games, Gaara was scared. I never want to see Hyuga Hinata again in my life, nor do I want to hear the name Hyuga Hinata. Just then, Uchiha Sasuke and Hitaki Kakashi appeared in front of several people. After a month of training, Uchiha Sasuke had a confident smile on his face, and he wanted to say directly that everyone here is rubbish. And after seeing the fearful looks in everyone's eyes, the corners of his mouth were raised proudly on his face. Who is my opponent? I will win this round. The champion this time is destined to be me. For a moment, everyone looked at Uchiha Sasuke like fools. In front of that person, how dare you say you will win? This is probably due to the lack of social beatings. Ding dong. Since Uchiha Sasuke arrived early, Konoha's collapse plan will start early. Since Orochimaru did not arrive at the designated location, please host to help promote the plot. Kill the 4th generation Kazekage. Kill the 3rd Hokage. Due to the sudden incident, we are temporarily providing full ninjutsu usage rights. Special effects physical experience card for 10 minutes. Special mission reward. System awakening level is 20%, and a mysterious reward. The reward content is distributed according to the completion level. Liu Mu was stunned for a moment, but he didn't expect that special tasks would be punished. He wanted to kill 2 shadow level masters in full view of everyone. This is extremely difficult, but fortunately, I have obtained the right to use full ninjutsu for the time being. In other words, you can use wood-style senju, wind-release shuriken, amaterasu, etc. Ninjutsu. It's a pity that my chakra is probably not enough to be used several times. As for wood-style, it is estimated that at most it will be a 3-bedroom and 2 living room. Fortunately, there is also a physical experience card for special effects, otherwise Liu Mu would have turned around and left. The most important reward is also pretty good. 20% arousal, plus the rewards from this onlooker's mission, plus the previous accumulation. Then the arousal level can reach 100%. That is to say, the system that has been sleeping for more than 160 chapters is finally waking up. Thinking of this, Liu Mu couldn't help but get excited. The system is so powerful before it wakes up. When the system wakes up completely, wouldn't it be possible to walk sideways in the ninja world? Uchiha Sasuke confidently jumped into the competition field. Then he curled his fingers towards Gaara. Come on, let me see your strength. Gaara couldn't see his true expression at all because of his sand armor. By this time Gaara was completely mad. Although I am afraid of Hyuga Hinata, not just any cat or dog can step on her. Then he jumped down quickly. A pair of eyes stared at Uchiha Sasuke. At worst, the next time he fights against that woman, he will just surrender. The game officially begins. Uchiha Sasuke and Gaara fought back and forth. After special training, Uchiha Sasuke's speed has reached an incredible level. There is even a vague intention of catching up with Xiao Li. Gaara's sand armor had no time to defend himself. At this time, Uchiha Sasuke forms a seal with his hands, preparing to cast the Great Fireball technique. But when the tiger seal lights up, Gaara shuddered. Who are you mirroring? I'll fight you. Gaara roared. The sand completely exploded. Liu Mu had no desire to continue reading at this time. When Uchiha Sasuke really gains the upper hand, that's when the plan for Konoha's collapse will be officially implemented. So the first thing to do now is to return to your own body. The art of turning around is lifted. Liu Mu's mind instantly returned to his original body. But I just woke up. The pressure in my chest has not disappeared, but is even worse than before. Ninjutsu release failed. Liu Mu opened his eyes suddenly. Suddenly, he found Akatsuki Sage lying on his chest, with a happy smile on his face. Liu Mu's mouth twitched. No wonder when I possessed Hyuga Hinata, I always felt like my chest was being pressed. At first, I thought Hyuga Hinata was bearing a weight that she shouldn't bear at her age. Only now did I realize that it was Akatsuki Sage. And during this month, my body always feels strange. At first I thought all girls were like this. Now it seems that this is completely a self-inflicted theft by Akatsuki Senin. Then Liu Mu directly grabbed Katsuyu Sennin's ears. Tell me, what exactly have you done to me this month? We didn't do much, we just studied the contents of the book. People, and which book did you study the contents of? Of course it is the masterpiece of Mr. Jiraiya, the most famous writer in the ninja world. We have practiced a lot of the content in the book this month, and the results are very good. Liu Mu's mouth twitched. I felt like my innocence was completely ruined. I haven't really felt it yet. But now there is one crucial thing to confirm. If this happened, it would be better to just commit suicide. Katsuyu, let me confirm now that when you talk about you, Bai is not included. For a moment, Liu Mu's heart beat rapidly. His hand secretly picked up the kunai. It's time to reach this chapter today. Bai went to change clothes and will be back soon. Liu Mu felt like a big stone in his heart had fallen to the ground. Fortunately it hasn't happened yet. Otherwise, I really have to become a monk. As for Bai go changing clothes, Liu Mu shook his head disapprovingly. Bai, no matter how much he changes his clothes, men will always be men. No matter how beautifully she dresses, she will never be looked down upon. Just then a few footsteps came over. Also heard were the sounds of Konan and Kuretsuchi bickering. Liu Mu couldn't help but turn around and look. I saw 3 figures slowly walking out. When Konan, Kuretsuchi and another figure appeared, Liu Mu was stunned. Beauty, who are you? At this time, Bai was wearing women's clothes, his face was full of grievances, and his eyes also showed a little despair and compromise. That good looks and pitiful look. It was like a sharp arrow hitting Liu Mu's heart directly. Just when Liu Mu was about to speak, the earth suddenly trembled violently. Then the alarm bell of Konoha village rang again. Liu Mu suddenly became serious. The Konoha collapse plan has officially begun. Chapter 164 Frozen Konoha Village. Now that Konoha's collapse plan has completely begun, then Liu Mu naturally cannot fall behind. The first thing to do is to let everyone in Konoha village feel the chill. Bai-zan, this is my ice escape, you have to learn it hard. After Liu Mu finished speaking, he activated ice escape. In an instant, the ground froze at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just 2 breaths, the entire room solidified into ice. It's amazing, Bai Mian said in surprise. But there was not much excitement in my heart. Because of this kind of effect, as long as you give yourself some time, you can definitely achieve it. Liu Mu saw through Bai's thoughts, and then opened the window with a smile. But the moment the window opened, a strong wind blew in. Along with the strong wind, there are also the white snowflakes. Suddenly, the temperature in the igloo dropped several degrees, and it continued to drop. Looking out the window, the entire Konoha village was covered with white snow. In just over 10 seconds from the time the spell was performed, Konoha village has completely transformed into a land of snow. This is the power of ice escape. I can become this strong in the future. The idiot looked out the window in a daze. There was a look of yearning in his eyes. He secretly decided in his heart that he must become an amazing person like Liu Mu. Inside the Chunin exam venue, the Konoha ninjas and the Sunagaku ninjas were fighting non-stop. Every second you can hear someone screaming, and every second a ninja falls. The blood has completely dyed the earth red. Kazekage and Hokage, the 2 most powerful people in the village, stood on the roof. They looked at each other fearfully. When a ninja reaches the shadow level, he will not only fight with passion. What matters is strategy and timing. Often, defeating a shadow level warrior is a mistake on his part. So neither of them dared to move, afraid of exposing flaws. At this moment, a chill came over. In this hot summer, such a sudden cold wind made everyone tremble. And the next second, there was heavy snow floating in the sky. And as time went by, the snow became heavier and heavier. In just a few breaths, the snow had already reached my ankles. It doesn't have much impact on those who are still fighting. But those who were injured and fell to the ground turned blue and were trembling all over. After all, it is still summer in Konoha village, and no one has prepared clothes to keep out the cold. Now it has cooled down so much all at once. I'm afraid that if I stop moving, I will instantly turn into an ice sculpture. It suddenly snowed so much in the hot summer. It can't be a natural phenomenon, someone must have arranged a huge formation. Only then can such an effect be achieved. When did you arrange it? When did you arrange it? Kazekage and Hokage both said in unison. But after they finished speaking, both of them suddenly felt cold. Because both parties asked this question, it means that neither of them knows who cast this ice and snow technique. And to display such large-scale ice and snow, at least dozens of people must form a formation at the same time. This shows that there is another army waiting in the dark to give everyone a fatal blow. And this ice and snow are his fangs. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen trembled, recalling a secret report from half a year ago. The kingdom of water is blocked by ice and snow. Then Mizukage Yagura disappeared, taking the 3 tails with him. At the same time, the kingdom of water changed its political power. Terumi Mei is at the helm of water country. Now snowflakes are falling on the land of fire country, indicating that the mysterious force has come to Konoha village. Their goal is not only the tailed beasts, but also control of the fire country. Master Kazekage, I think we have to stop, Sarutobi Hiruzen said solemnly, because what is at stake at this time is not only the kingdom of fire, but also the kingdom of wind. Kazekage also understood what Sarutobi Hiruzen meant. Although stopping the fighting will make all the recent efforts in vain, and even such a good opportunity will never be found again. But Kazekage had to agree. Because if he doesn't agree, he will die, and all the ninjas in the Kingdom of Wind will be in danger. Then Cage nodded feebly. Everyone in the Leaf Village stops. Everyone in Sunagaku Village stops. The two shadows shouted at the same time, and everyone showed confused expressions. They have all been killed to this point. The two villages have completely become enemies, and now they want to stop. This is not a joke. But as a ninja, your first priority is to obey orders. Everyone could only stop attacking in dissatisfaction, and the ninjas from Konoha Village and ninjas from Sunagaku Village immediately separated. Keep each other on guard. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the air, standing out of thin air like a god. But when they saw the people below who stopped, they frowned. You guys are beating yourselves, please leave me alone. Everyone in Cage frowned when they saw this figure. They were too young, but there was a chill in him. Cage couldn't help but feel jealous. This snowstorm is your masterpiece. Cage snorted coldly, with waves of murderous aura coming out of his body. Yes, I just want to give everyone a little bit of coolness in the hot summer. Are you happy? Liu Mu said with a slight smile. Cage's mouth twitched, but he reacted quickly. If this ninjutsu is performed in the land of wind, then the desertification of the kingdom of wind will be completely curbed. The land suitable for living may be greatly increased. Isn't this better than conquering the land of fire? Then the murderous aura on his body disappeared. Let me make a deal with you. We from the kingdom of sand will help you capture the kingdom of fire. You only need to agree to one condition. Cage said expectantly. Liu Mu shook his head slightly. I'm sorry I can't promise you, you have to die today. Liu Mu smiled. I have no intention of conquering the land of fire. I just need to complete the system's tasks and kill Cage and Hokage. As for whether the next two parties will fight or draw, then it's none of your business. So why did you agree to the Cage alliance? Liu Mu then moved his gaze to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The weird thing is, Sarutobi Hiruzen's rickety body was actually trembling at this time. His eyes were fixed on Liu Mu. He didn't even want to blink, as if he was afraid of letting Liu Mu run away. And in the eyes of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Liu Mu couldn't see any hostility, not even a trace of anger. On the contrary, there was a hint of joy. Tears flowed directly from the corners of his eyes. It was as if he was seeing his own relatives. Hokage, this BD wants to swallow up both our villages. Hurry up and kill him together. Cage said angrily. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head. His face was full of impatience. You want me to kill my dad? Ah, this little guy is your father. Chapter 165 1-on-2. The corners of Cage's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Hokage, you are so old, yet you call a teenager daddy. This typical face is gone. But when he saw Hokage's serious expression, he suddenly became shaken. Could it be that this is really Sarutobi Hiruzen's father, and then he becomes the biggest clown? Master Hokage, may I ask who your father is? Cage asked carefully. She must be 16. Hiruzen Sarutobi said proudly. Cage's mouth twitched again, feeling that Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of him was going crazy. He is going to destroy the fire country now. Even if it is your old father, are you going to let him go? Hearing Cage's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen trembled. His eyes suddenly became sharp. You're right, let's defeat him together. Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated for a moment, and then said solemnly, my dad is very strong, and we need everyone to work together. Okay, everyone in Sand Hidden Village, prepare to attack him. Everyone in Konoha Village, attack Liu Mu together. After receiving the orders from the two hidden men, all the ninjas showed off their ninja tools and prepared for a fight to the death. Liu Mu breathed a sigh of relief. If Sarutobi Hiruzen continues to call him daddy, I really may not be able to do it. Who makes his ears soft? But now that Sarutobi Hiruzen has taken action, he will never be merciful. As long as special effects materialization continues, Liu Mu will not be afraid of anyone. Then Liu Mu clapped his hands hard and shouted, multiple shadow clone techniques. Suddenly a thick smoke rose. Not long after it was raised, it was blown away by the icy wind and snow. But what puzzled Liu Mu was, why did the sky suddenly become dark? Then he raised his head and looked towards the sky. But when he saw the scene in the sky, Liu Mu couldn't help but tremble. Before, she leaned against Hyuga Hinata's body. Using multiple shadow clone techniques, 28 stars were summoned. But this time Liu Mu summoned. The top of the head is densely packed with human figures, and each one has a dazzling fairy light. The first person to bear the brunt was a golden armored war god. He held an exquisite pagoda in his hand. Who is Uranus if not Totally? Next to him is a child with 3 heads and 6 arms. Each hand holds a different weapon, and there is a fire top on the bottom of his feet. It's Neja. Behind the two people are the 28 stars. Behind the 28 constellations, there are densely packed hundreds of thousands of heavenly soldiers and generals. Liu Mu's mouth twitched. I didn't expect that there would be such a big difference between ninjutsu and ninjutsu. At this time, all the ninjas stared blankly at the sky. It feels like a dream. Everything seems so unreal. There are more than 100,000 immortals. Are immortals already so worthless? If this army was here, would Senju Hashirama still dare to call himself the god of ninja? The entire ninja world may have been unified long ago. For a moment everyone lost their fighting spirit. In front of such a team, any efforts are in vain. Maybe standing there and waiting to die is the best option. But who wants to die? Everyone's faces showed unwilling expressions. But no one dared to take up arms to resist. In the ninja army, everyone stayed away from the ninjas of the Hyuga clan. After all, Hyuga Hinata also used the 28 constellations just now. This means that the Hyuga family may be an insider. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals in the sky, and felt a sense of powerlessness in his heart. But a smile appeared on his face. As expected of my dad, he is indeed the strongest. If you are still in the mood to praise your dad, think of a solution quickly. And he is not your dad. Please beg for mercy, Kazekage said anxiously. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled bitterly. I knew very well in my heart that Liu Mu would become his father, but it was just a scene in Genjutsu. It's just that 3 lives 3 worlds is too unforgettable. I can't change my words, that's all. It is obviously impossible to make Liu Mu retreat based on his own reputation. After thinking for a few seconds, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes suddenly became firm. Then he took a step towards Liu Mu. Dad, I don't know what your purpose is this time, but as a Hokage, I will never let you do whatever you want. So let's have a fair 2-on-1 fight. As long as you win, we won't stop you from doing anything. But if we win by chance, I hope you can let the Leaf Village go. Liu Mu coughed twice. 2 against 1 is fair, but I have to say that Hiruzen Sarutobi is really shameless. But it just so happens that the mission is to kill Kazekage and Hokage. Now both of them were delivered to my door, so there was no reason not to accept them. Okay, I promise you. Liu Mu nodded and agreed. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded gratefully, and then looked at Kazekage beside him. Let's go together. Kazekage roared in his heart. He was about to run away, but he didn't expect to be called out by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Thank you from the whole village. But since his name was called, he had to go up. Come on, being able to fight against such a master is definitely the highlight of my life. Kazekage said and threw away Kazekage's clothes, revealing his slim figure under the cloak. Sarutobi Hiruzen also lost his clothes. Okay dad, take off your robe and fight us with all your strength. Liu Mu's mouth twitched. I am now wearing a red cloud and black coat, and with my own passive, I have a narrow escape from death. Take off your jacket and fight. There is a 90% chance of dying in battle. Now let yourself take off your coat. Isn't it just to let yourself die? Rather than focusing on my clothes, it's better to think of a strategy to fight me. But now that the game has started, it's too late to reflect. I have to give it a try, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a bitter smile. After saying that, he turned his head and leaned into Kazekage's ear. Master Kazekage, I now have a special ninjutsu. There is a chance that I can completely seal my father, but I need you to buy some time. Kazekage frowned. Although I have never seen how strong Liu Mu is. But if you can channel so many immortals at once, how can you be worse than yourself? Going up now to attract attacks is almost the same as sending someone to death. What ninjutsu are you going to use? If you don't tell me, I won't act as a bait. Kazekage asked seriously. Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated for a moment, and then said seriously. What I'm going to use is Ghoul Seal. This technique can summon Shinigami. I think Shinigami should be enough to completely seal my dad. Kazekage was stunned for a moment. The corpse seal was originally the existence of 9 tails. It can also summon Shinigami. Maybe there really is a chance to seal Liu Mu. But the premise is to contribute your own soul. After performing this ninjutsu, the soul will become Shinigami's food. Unexpectedly, Hiruzen Sarutobi was willing to perform this ninjutsu. This surprised Kazekage. Okay, I'll be the bait. Chapter 166 Sage Mode. After Kazekage finished speaking, he rushed towards Liu Mu. While doing this, he kept making seals with his hands. Suddenly, countless sand appeared on the roof and flew towards Liu Mu. Do you know what is the best way to prevent sandstorms? Liu Mu said calmly. Kazekage was stunned for a moment. I don't understand why Liu Mu suddenly asked this. But the next second, Kazekage understood. Liu Mu clapped his hands together, then pressed the ground hard, shouting, wood style. Deep forest creation. The words just fell. I just felt that the ground was shaking. Directly intercepted Kazekage's offensive line. Then a thick branch came out from the roof, and then the branch came out from the ground. And not just on the roof. There are countless branches sprouting out of the competition venue and throughout Konoha village. The originally snow-white Konoha village was instantly put on a green hat. It's like returning to the virgin forest. Wood style. It's Shodai's technique. Who is this person and why does he know this technique? Could it be that Shodai has been resurrected? Or is he a descendant of Shodai? Everyone looked at what they saw in surprise. When I reached out and touched it, I immediately felt the chakra in my body being sucked out. Then he quickly stopped. Kazekage didn't promise to stop him. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted impatiently. Kazekage's mouth twitched. Who can stop this? Moreover, wood style is not Senju Hashirama's exclusive ninjutsu, so how could it appear in the hands of this person in front of him? The most important thing is that the scope is really too big. Hokage, isn't this your ancestor? Why can he even know wood style? Do you want to sit down and have a good talk? By the way, let him go to our country of wind to plant some trees. Stop being annoying. Stop my dad, my skills will be cured soon. Kazekage smiled bitterly. This is simply a large-scale patricide scene. And it's still a 1-for-1 exchange at the limit. But having said that, no matter who the opponent is, even if it is Senju Hashirama, he still has to fight hard. Then Kazekage clapped his hands. The sand scattered on the ground gathered together. Gradually a human form was formed. Then he circled around the trees and quickly approached Liu Mu. Liu Mu smiled disapprovingly. If it weren't for the fact that wood style consumes too much chakra, I would just use the top Buddha form now to let Kazekage feel the depth of Buddhist culture. Now what Liu Mu wants to use most is Sage Mode. Although he had reached a friendly contract with Katsuyu Sage before. But Katsuyu Sage has been focusing on studying human culture and has no time to teach Sage Mode. Now I finally get to experience it once. Maybe after the experience card is over and I understand Sage Mode, wouldn't that be a huge profit? And just turn on Sage Mode. It absorbs natural energy and converts it into Sage Jutsu chakra. It completely makes up for its own shortcomings of insufficient chakra. Then Liu Mu clapped his hands. Suddenly the energy around him became active. Gradually, I felt that my whole body was full of strength, and my body was wrapped in this energy. Finally, Sage Mode was turned on successfully. A strong force exploded out, instantly breaking all Cage's sand clones and raising a gust of sand. When the sandstorm ended, Cage looked up. For a moment Cage was stunned. I saw Liu Mu's whole body glowing with colorful rays of light at this moment, and his movements of hands and feet seemed to be filled with supreme principles. Although Liu Mu did nothing. But just standing there, Cage felt terrified. It feels like Liu Mu is the protagonist of this world. It seems like everyone is afraid of him. And Cage was surprised to find that he only had a hint of ill will towards Liu Mu in his heart. This world will reject you. It seems that it will be wiped out at any time. But as long as he withdraws the hostility in his heart, the feeling of oppression will disappear. Cage was about to cry. This is too overbearing. It can't even generate a trace of hostility, so how can you fight? How to win? Li Jing and others in the air felt Liu Mu's aura. Suddenly his whole body trembled. They all knelt down on one knee, with expressions of admiration on their faces. Welcome to the saint. Liu Mu's mouth twitched. Unexpectedly, when I cast Sage Mode, I actually became a saint through special effects. If I hadn't only had a 10-minute experience card, I wish I could never turn off Sage Mode. Now that half of the experience time has passed, the first thing to do is to complete the mission and kill Cage and Hokage. Otherwise, the experience time will be over. Then you will be the one who dies. Do you want to become my enemy? Liu Mu said slowly while looking at Cage. Liu Mu's figure is not big. But in Cage's ears, it was like thunder. Along with this voice, there's endless pressure. It felt like I was being pressed down by hundreds of thousands of strong men, and even breathing was a luxury. Cage understood at this moment. How strong is the man in front of me? It completely transcended the category of ninja and truly entered the realm of gods. The so-called god of ninja was nothing but a joke in front of Liu Mu. For a moment Cage regretted it. Why should I come to the country of fire? It obviously has nothing to do with me, so why should I come to this muddy water? Why did he dare to wave his weapon at the man in front of him? But Cage still has one last glimmer of hope in his heart. The corpses are sealed away. You can sacrifice your own soul, summon Shinigami, and completely seal the opponent's soul. The opponent of a god can only be an opponent. Maybe Shinigami can suppress the man in front of her. Hokage, you're not okay yet. Your dad is going to kill me. Cage shouted with the last bit of his strength. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly opened his eyes. At this time, her eyes were full of confidence. Now, there is still one last step left before casting the corpse seal. No matter what the outcome is, he will definitely die. So Sarutobi Hiruzen tried to struggle. Dad, stop it. As long as this ninjutsu trick starts, you and I will definitely die. Now I give you one last chance to leave Konoha village. Sarutobi Hiruzen said solemnly. The difference between the hands is now only 1 centimeter. As long as you put your hands together, Shinigami will appear, and there will be no chance of turning things around. The corpses are sealed away, you can give it a try. Liu Mu smiled bitterly, but he didn't expect that the plot was back on track. But Liu Mu was not afraid at all. I'm just very curious as to what expression Shinigami will use when facing 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals, and how he will face a saint like himself. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw that Liu Mu had no intention of backing down. A wry smile appeared on his face, he hesitated for a moment, and then clapped his hands hard. Dad, thank you for taking care of me for 3 lifetimes. Now it's time for me to be stubborn. The corpses are sealed away. Chapter 167 Shinigami arrives. As Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted loudly, countless curse seals appeared around him. Then infinite chakra flowed out from the curse seal. What flows out is not only chakra, but also endless death energy. It's like it's connected to a burial ground. Then a transparent figure slowly emerged, appeared directly behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. The last hand inserted into Sarutobi Hiruzen's body and captured his soul. Then he grabbed it, pulled it out, put it in his mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. After doing all this, the transparent figure gradually materialized. Delicious, Shinigami said while eating, and even closed his eyes happily. Wait until it is swallowed completely. Shinigami slowly opened his eyes. There seemed to be countless dead souls wailing and crying in his eyes. Want to get rid of Shinigami's torture. But under the pressure of Shinigami, no matter how hard he struggled, it was in vain. Even if a soul escapes, Shinigami grabbed it casually and stuffed it into his mouth. Wait until you finish chewing. Shinigami just remembered this mission, and kept looking around for enemies. Who is the target this time? Shinigami asked slowly. The man in the front with the colorful glow, and the man lying on the ground. Cage was not happy for long. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, his face suddenly darkened. I didn't expect that after persisting for so long, I would be tricked by Sarutobi Hiruzen. I have long heard that the Hokage castle in Konoha is very deep. This time I finally saw it. Hokage UBD. Shinigami slowly raised his head, looked at Cage on the ground, and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. Even the strongest person in this world is just an ant in front of him. With a casual scythe, you can easily deprive the opponent of his life. This is the greatest gap between gods and humans. However, the stronger the human being, the more delicious the soul tastes. Especially ninjas with chakra, the taste is even more attractive. Just like Cage lying on the ground, there is an alluring smell that keeps attracting Shinigami. But in Cage, there is a more delicious taste, which keeps attracting Shinigami. Shinigami's mouth watered for a moment. Never has a scent attracted me so much. This time it was worth it. Shinigami licked his lips, then he looked over eagerly. But when his eyes moved to Liu Mu, his body couldn't help but tremble. Are you sure this is not a superior world? Why are there such strong people in the ninja world? Just looking at it made my heart tremble. If any of the 7 colored rays of light hit him, his soul would fly away. Not on the same scale at all. Shinigami swallowed a mouthful of saliva and hesitated for a long time before asking. Use your finger to point at the target this time. I'm a little short-sighted and can't see clearly. Sarutobi Hiruzen's head was full of questions. When did Shinigami become so unreliable and even suffer from myopia? But Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't dare to talk nonsense. After all, his soul has been sacrificed, and when this technique ends, he will also end his life. Don't want to add any extraneous ramifications. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly raised his hand and pointed at Cage. Sarutobi Hiruzen, UBD, don't hold me back until you die. Cage cursed loudly. Hearing Cage's curse, Shinigami breathed a sigh of relief. Cage obviously had a conflict with Hiruzen Sarutobi, and it was the strong man who held Cage down. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. The relationship in front of us is clear at a glance. Cage is the enemy, then Liu Mu is the friend. Shinigami felt much better for a while. As long as Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't let himself swallow that strong man's soul, anything can be said. What about the next one? Shinigami asked happily. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly raised his hand, and then pointed his finger at Liu Mu. It's him. Shinigami's smile stopped abruptly. The whole person froze in place. Did you refer to the wrong person? Judging from your age, it's normal to have presbyopia. Why don't you confirm it carefully so as not to hurt a good person by mistake? No, it's him, Hiruzen Sarutobi said firmly. Shinigami was stunned for a moment. After hesitating for a moment, he slowly flew to Liu Mu. For a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen became proud. This can finally be over. Liu Mu frowned, not expecting Shinigami to actually float over. Looking at Shinigami from a close distance still makes my heart tingle. But the strange thing is that Shinigami's expression seems a bit humble. At this time Shinigami came to Liu Mu. He hesitated for a moment and then said, "My lord, you should be blocking the target of my spellcaster, can you give way?" "No, he's referring to me." Shinigami's body trembled, his face suddenly darkened, and he hesitated for a long time not knowing what to say. "Sir, you really love to joke. How dare he, a human, attack you? He must have made a mistake." Shinigami said carefully, "I'm right, it's him. For the safety of the entire Konoha, please swallow his soul." Sarutobi Hiruzen saw that Shinigami had not confirmed the target for a long time. Then he shouted loudly. For a moment, Shinigami had the urge to die. "If you make a mistake, please let God punish you instead of facing this torture. Let yourself take action against Liu Mu. Are you sure you don't want to kill yourself?" "Sir, I seem to have a conflict with the caster." "Don't worry, I can definitely resolve it perfectly," Shinigami said anxiously. After saying that, he floated directly back to Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Why are you back? Kill him quickly and seal him." Hiruzen Sarutobi shouted anxiously. "Seal your head. If you want me to die, just say so. Don't torture me in this way." Shinigami was furious. "Let yourself swallow that adult's soul. I wouldn't even dare to do this in my dreams. How dare the mortal in front of me think so? But my soul has been sacrificed, you can't just eat and do nothing." Hiruzen Sarutobi said with a grimace. "You were waiting for me here, right? Okay, just wait for me," Shinigami said, raised his fist and punched his stomach a few times, and then put his right hand directly into his mouth. After about a few seconds, Shinigami pulled out. Coming out together was a transparent little man. This little man looks exactly the same as Sarutobi Hiruzen except that he is a little smaller. "This is your soul, now I will return it to you as if I have never been here and you have never called me." "We are both clear," Shinigami said, throwing the transparent villain directly to the ground. "I wish I could just step on it. You have been blacklisted by me, and I will never see you again," Shinigami said angrily. After saying that, Shinigami was about to leave. Suddenly a voice came slowly. "You're already here, why don't you help him complete his mission before leaving?" Hearing this voice, Shinigami shed tears of regret. Chapter 168 Shinigami Double Kill. Shinigami stayed where he was for a long time, not knowing what to do. Finally, Shinigami's eyes lit up and he hurriedly walked to Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Can you give me your soul again?" Shinigami did not give Sarutobi Hiruzen the right to choose, but directly grabbed his heart. Not long after, the soul that had just been swallowed by Sarutobi Hiruzen was pulled out. "I have accepted your soul, and now I will help you solve your goal." Sarutobi Hiruzen had a suspicious expression on his face. After all, I still clearly remember how cowardly Shinigami was just now. "Okay, then help me solve it." You don't need to say anything. I understand your request very well. Leave everything to me. Shinigami interrupted Sarutobi Hiruzen and said hurriedly. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face became even more confused. I feel like this Shinigami is crazy and looks very unreliable. But now that he has accepted the mission, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't want to say anything more. Give it to you. Shinigami nodded, and then walked to Casecage step by step. Just walked around. Casecage floated directly without any external force. Floating directly in front of Shinigami. Casecage had a look of horror on his face. I wanted to scream, but my mouth seemed to be hit by a ninjutsu. No matter how I spoke, no sound came out. He could only reluctantly move his limbs and struggle. At this moment, Shinigami took a deep breath. Casecage suddenly trembled, and a transparent figure ran out of Casecage's mouth. After struggling for a few times, it was sucked directly into Shinigami's mouth. Casecage's limbs hung down weakly. There was no breath of life left in his body. Seeing this scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. As long as Casecage dies, then these sand shinobi who sneaked into Konoha village have completely become headless flies. It is much easier to deal with them. As long as you win, you will be able to get a huge compensation when the time comes. But there is one thing that makes third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen very unhappy. That's why you have to dig out your heart every time when you want to grab your own soul. To deal with Casecage, you only need to suck it. This is completely discrimination and different treatment. But it doesn't matter. If Casecage is killed now, and Liu Mu is killed next, Konoha village will be completely safe. Quickly, kill Liu Mu. Dear Liu Mu, the task you gave me is just to kill this Casecage. Didn't you just agree to kill Casecage and then Liu Mu? Didn't you just promise well? Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to cry. Casecage is at best a giveaway, Liu Mu is the main one. Now that Shinigami kills the gift, but the protagonist doesn't, how can Sarutobi Hiruzen accept it? Hey, how can you accuse someone of innocence out of thin air? I tell you that you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say anything random. The first time you really wanted to murder the respected Lord Liu Mu, but didn't I spit it out at that time? The second time you only pointed at the Casecage. Shinigami said anxiously. I was afraid that Liu Mu would misunderstand. Sarutobi Hiruzen spat out blood, dyeing the area in front of him red. Never thought about it. As a god, Shinigami can act like a common man, playing rogue and scheming ways. If he hadn't been able to defeat him, he would have wanted to let Shinigami taste the souvenirs of the land of fire. At this time Shinigami floated in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. A smirk appeared on his face. Since your target has been killed, then follow me down, Shinigami said, picking up a huge scythe. The sickle fell, and the last connection between Sarutobi Hiruzen and his soul was severed. His eyes gradually became cloudy. Finally, his hands dropped directly and there was no more sound. After doing all this, Shinigami ran to Liu Mu's side. Sir, do you think I'm doing my job quite neatly? You can go. Liu Mu waved his hand and said. Shinigami's face lit up with joy, and he suddenly felt relieved. Okay, sir, I'm going to get out. If there's anything you need me for, come to me anytime. The number you called me is those few seals. Liu Mu's mouth twitched. Unexpectedly, the seal sealed by the zombies became contact information. It can still be used like this. Shinigami left. The time has passed for special effects to become physical. Although the physical form has disappeared, the special effects remain. And there are still 50 minutes left to master all ninjutsu. Let's not talk about other ninjutsu for now. In these 50 minutes, Liu Mu must become familiar with Sage Mode. In case you get it, you will be able to avoid many detours in the future. Thinking of this, Liu Mu immediately sat down cross-legged. What's going on inside? Mao Yuxian frowned and looked at the dense jungle. Relative to the respect other people in Konoha village have for Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mao Yuxian still has an inexplicable affection for her. Master Xian, Master Hokage has been inside for more than 10 minutes. Although the sound of fighting has disappeared, we don't dare to go in. You don't dare to go in, I'll go in. Mao Yuxian snorted coldly and strode in directly. The moment you step in, a sacred and solemn atmosphere filled the air. Mao Yuxian couldn't help but kneel down. However, for the sake of her son Sarutobi Hiruzen, Azuki Yugon suppressed this impulse. Continue walking inside. As it gets closer to the center, the aura is getting stronger and stronger, and the traces of the battle are becoming more and more obvious. At this time, Mao Yuxian saw a white-haired old man lying on the ground not far away. Mao Yuxian ran over desperately. When I saw the wrinkled face clearly, I couldn't hold back the tears anymore. Xiaofei, why are you leaving alone? You asked me, the white-haired person, to send the black-haired person away. How will you live in the future? For a while, Mao Yuxian's tears kept falling. His hands were constantly using healing ninjutsu, hoping to awaken Sarutobi Hiruzen. It lasted about 3 minutes. Mao Yuxian gave up. What Azuki Xian wants to do now is to avenge his son Sarutobi Hiruzen. Pulling out the kunai, he locked his sight on the light not far away. Although there is great terror in that colorful light, but as a mother, Mao Yuxian still mustered up the courage and walked through step by step. When the Mao moon sets into the colorful glow, after seeing the other person's facial features clearly, the kunai in his hand fell directly to the ground. There was a clanking sound. There was an expression of disbelief on his face. It seems impossible to accept this. Husband. Chapter 169 Continuous Rewards. Liu Mu is experiencing the wonder of Sage Mode. A series of system sounds suddenly came to my ears. Ding dong. Congratulations to host for completing the emergency mission. Reward. 20% arousal. Now the arousal is 80%. Get a mysterious reward. Congratulations to host for getting the mobile ninjutsu gift pack. Do you want to open it? Open. Congratulations to the host for opening the mobile ninjutsu gift pack and obtaining the taijutsu technique of teleportation. Obtaining the technique of mayfly. Obtaining the technique of flying thunder god. Liu Mu's pupils suddenly shrank when he saw the reward. First, the arousal level has reached 80%, and there is still one step left to officially wake up the system. Next is the mobile ninjutsu. The physical skill of teleportation simply increases your speed to the extreme, making it difficult for the enemy to catch you, which is very useful in battle. Mayfly's technique is the ultimate ninjutsu. It can fit together with Mother Earth and can walk freely anywhere. It is definitely a very practical ninjutsu. Finally, that is the flying thunder god technique. This is no longer a mobile type ninjutsu, but a space type ninjutsu. As long as the opponent holds the coordinates of the shuriken, he can reach him instantly no matter how far away he is. And you can change positions at will during the battle. Attack the enemy unexpectedly. Whether it's combat or practicality, it's definitely the most useful ninjutsu. Liu Mu is happy. The sound of the system sounded in my ears again. Ding dong. Congratulations to host for successfully participating in the Konoha collapse plan. Congratulations to host for achieving 20% arousal. Ding dong. Since the arousal level has successfully reached 100%, the system is recovering. The estimated time is 72 hours. Congratulations to host for receiving the reward, special effects switch control. Congratulations to the host for receiving the mysterious gift, and whether the random blood inheritance limit is open. Turn on. Ding dong. Congratulations to host for obtaining the bloodline, macabre bone pulse. Seeing this series of rewards, Liu Mu became ecstatic. First, the arousal level finally reached 100%. The system that has been sleeping for 169 chapters is finally waking up. Although it still takes 72 hours. But after waiting for several years, I still care about these 3 days. The second is the special effects switch control. With this thing, you can freely control the switch of special effects. This will save you a lot of trouble. After all, if you cast a white eye, the whole world will turn into black and white, which is not conducive to your own material collection. Practice chakra just once. It was like reviving spiritual energy, which made me not practice chakra properly in the past few years. Next, just need to close. You can practice chakra like an ordinary ninja and enjoy the convenience brought by ninjutsu. When fighting, just open it again. The last one is also a nice reward. Make your bones as hard as steel. Bones can perfectly protect the organs in the body. As long as the organs are not harmed, it is just a skin injury. And macabre bone pulse can also be used for combat. You know, Kimimaro was the one who almost killed Gaara with one move. The answer is macabre bone pulse. Husband. Liu Mu was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that he was too involved in checking the rewards. He didn't even notice someone walking up to him. Just when Liu Mu was about to open his eyes and take a look, the fusion of rewards made Liu Mu feel strange. First is the infusion of ninjutsu. Liu Mu's mind was like a blank, and information about ninjutsu was constantly written into his mind. Next is the generation of macabre bone pulse. Liu Mu felt as if his bones were alive. It kept squirming, and this peristaltic process is like breaking a bone and then healing it. This process happens almost once a second. Liu Mu suddenly fainted from the pain. Husband, what's wrong with you, husband? After an unknown amount of time, Liu Mu slowly opened his eyes. But when he opened his eyes, he found that he was tied up. And the binding technique is very skillful. Just a struggle. The rope on your body will be tighter than before. Liu Mu was so strangled that he couldn't breathe. You finally woke up. Liu Mu was startled. Konoha's uniform. Konoha's forehead protector. No need to ask anymore. This woman in front of me is Konoha's ninja. If it were before, Liu Mu could only surrender. Let this woman be tortured. But now with macabre bone pulse, every bone is a weapon and every bone is a sharp edge. It's easy to untie the rope. But Liu Mu was very curious as to why she didn't hand herself over to Anbu, but continued to leave herself in the forest. What do you want to do? As soon as Liu Mu finished speaking, he felt a chill on his neck. A cold kunai was pressed directly against his neck. Others say that a tiger's poison cannot eat its seeds. Why did you kill Xiaofei today? Why did you deprive me of my rights as a mother? Liu Mu's mouth twitched. Mao Yuxian's words immediately put Liu Mu out of control. Xiaofei, are you talking about Hiruzen Sarutobi? Very good, at least you still remember your son's name. Ui Yuxian sneered. For a moment, the corners of Liu Mu's mouth twitched even more fiercely. When did he become the father of Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the person in front of him was his wife? Have you slept for a century? And he was only 16 years old, how could he have a son as old as Sarutobi Hiruzen? Are you sure Sarutobi Hiruzen was born to you in 10 months of pregnancy? Or was he adopted by you? Mao Yuxian was stunned for a moment. She became Liu Mu's wife for 3 lives and gave birth to Lu Fei 3 times. But only the ninja world is not this time. Because in the ninja world, he is still perfect. I didn't know how to answer for a while. Don't worry about this, I just want to ask you if you killed Xiaofei. No, Liu Mu smiled. In a sense, Hiruzen Sarutobi died due to his own ninjutsu. Died by Shinigami's backlash. This must not be blamed on yourself. Third Hokage, he used ninjutsu that he couldn't control, and he died from the backlash. Mao Yuxian sneered. Hiruzen Sarutobi is known as the encyclopedia of ninjutsu, how could he die from the backlash? But the lie detector stone in his hand never responded. It proved that Liu Mu did not lie at all. An expression of disbelief suddenly appeared on his face. You didn't lie. Do I need to lie? Knowing Mao Yuxian's purpose, Liu Mu immediately lost interest, and then the bones came out and cut all the ropes. The kunai holding Liu Mu's neck was also clamped between two bones. No matter how hard Mao Yuxian tried, she couldn't pull it out. Okay, the farce is over, it's time for me to leave. A defeated expression suddenly appeared on Mao Yuxian's face. It turns out that I have never caught the man in front of me. And this man is still so strong, and he still makes me so fascinated. Although he knew that what he was holding on to in his heart was just a genjutsu performed by the man in front of him, he didn't seem to have any memory. But Mao Yuxian didn't want to come out of it. As long as Sarutobi Hiruzen was not killed by Liu Mu, then Mao Yuxian is willing to continue that love and family relationship for 3 lifetimes. Even if I pursue it myself this time. Then he quickly grabbed Liu Mu, his eyes showing pleading. Can you take me away? Chapter 170 Konoha's collapse plan completed. Leave Konoha village. The team, which was originally filled with laughter, has been experiencing a strong smell of gunpowder. Kuretsuchi and Konan, who had been fighting against each other, were now on the same side, looking at Uazuki Shion carefully. Sister Konan, what should we do? The enemy is very strong, we must join forces to fight against it. Seeing Liu Mu walking away, Konan took a deep breath and walked directly to Mao Yuxian. Azuki Yugao, as a ninja of Konoha village, why have you been following us without your master's consent? Mao Yuxian was not angry. Instead, she showed a virtuous smile, as if she regarded herself as the hostess. Sister Konan, I don't know how you take care of my husband. Look how thin he has become. I heard the word husband. Kuretsuchi immediately became furious, rolled up his sleeves and walked up. Liu Mu and I have a marriage contract, and he and I are the real husband and wife. Haidu said angrily. Oh, you and Liu Mu are husband and wife. So have you ever had any marital affairs? Do you know Liu Mu's intensity? You know. Mao Yuxian's continuous questions, asked. Kuretsuchi's face turned red. I don't know how to answer the call at all. Seeing this, a proud smile appeared on Mao Yuxian's face. My husband and I have experienced these things countless times, and we have even given birth to children several times. Ui Yuxian said with a proud expression on her face. Children, there are quite a few of them. Kuretsuchi had a frightened expression on his face. He gritted his teeth and looked at Mao Yuxian. Then he shouted at him. I want it too, and I will have more babies than you. After Haidu said that, he ran in the direction Liu Mu left. Mao Yuxian smirked. Then he turned his attention to Konan. Sister Konan, you have been with my husband the longest. Thank you for taking care of me. Now that I am back, you don't have to worry. Konan frowned. What Mao Yuxian said was obviously to drive people away. Konan was very angry after hearing this. But he is the last line of defense. If he runs away like Kuretsuchi again, the chances of getting close to Liu Mu in the future will be greatly reduced. So I had to fight to the end. Has your wife's identity been acknowledged by the owner? And you said you have given birth to many children, are you the only one? You, Mao Yuxian frowned. I didn't expect that Konan would be stumped by the existence of Zhen Huan Chuan. The woman in front of me is not simple. Liu Mu finished using the toilet and prepared to return to the team. But I didn't make any progress just after I left. Then he saw Kuretsuchi running over with red eyes. What's wrong with you, Kuretsuchi? Is there something urgent you're so worried about? Husband, you like children. Let's have a few. Liu Mu almost spit out a mouthful of blood. The emotional black soil rushed over in a hurry, just for this. Although he and Kuretsuchi signed a marriage contract inexplicably. But the black soil is really too small. Stop, we'll talk about this later. But that Uoyuki Shion said that you and she have had many children. Kuretsuchi said aggrievedly. Liu Mu's mouth twitched. There was a bitter expression on his face. At this moment, a figure suddenly jumped out and heard the conversation between Liu Mu and Haidu. Then he quickly covered his ears and tried to escape. Orochimaru, come back. Liu Mu was furious when he saw Orochimaru. This Konoha collapse plan was planned by Orochimaru, and the arrangements were also arranged by Orochimaru. Even the Kingdom of Wind was bewitched by Orochimaru. The purpose was to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen. Let Sarutobi Hiruzen die like a hero. But just when the mission was about to begin, Orochimaru disappeared. It's a complete scam. Orochimaru, you still dare to appear in front of me, where have you been in the Konoha collapse plan? Liu Mu said angrily. Hearing this question, Orochimaru had a bitter look on his face. A few days after the third match of Chunin, Metkai drove 8 gates Dunjia and kicked me at 8 gates. Although I was not injured, I was completely exposed. Then Jiraiya and Tsunade kept pestering me, and it was only now that they had the chance to escape. After Orochimaru finished speaking, Liu Mu suddenly broke into a cold sweat. This is what he is doing to himself. Because of what he had somehow taught, Metkai now used 8 gates dungeon whenever he saw someone, and accidentally kicked down Orochimaru's door, leaving Orochimaru exposed. As for Tsunade, she definitely followed Jiraiya back. Otherwise, Jiraiya alone would never be able to stop Orochimaru. To put it bluntly, it is just lifting a rock and hitting yourself in the foot. Senior Liu, why are you sweating all over your body? Is there something wrong with your body? Are you sweating? This is my newly researched ninjutsu. Because the weather is too hot, it speeds up sweating to cool yourself down. Don't worry, Sarutobi Hiruzen died like a hero. Hearing Liu Mu's words, Orochimaru was in awe. His eyes were full of gratitude. Fortunately, you, Senior Liu, didn't use the surprise ninjutsu I planned to use. Oh, by the way, I have to quickly notify Itachi to show his face in Konoha village. After Orochimaru finished speaking, he hurried away. Liu Mu shook his head helplessly. All in all, the Konoha collapse plan is completely over. The story of Hokage ninja can continue. Liu Mu and his party headed straight back to the Kingdom of Rain. With Yuo Yushian joining them, the whole team became strange. It felt like I had joined a harem drama. The plot of Concubine Nan plus Concubine Black confronts Concubine Shi. In fact, Liu Mu was not willing to follow Mao Yushian at first. Because Mao Yushian always claimed to be his wife, Liu Mu was very embarrassed. And I can't drive it away no matter how hard I try. But after Mao Yushian appeared, the war between Kuretsuchi and Konan for several years ended and they even united. In this way, the value of Mao Yushian is reflected. After returning to the Land of Rain, I no longer have to experience the hectic life. Just when Liu Mu was anxiously waiting for the system to wake up, an anxious knock on the door broke Liu Mu's tranquility. Scorpion, why are you here? There is a little girl with supercilious eyes who wants to see you. Senior Liu, are you going to see her or not? Little girl with white eyes. Chapter 171 The Hyuga family joins the Akatsuki Organization. Liu Mu was led by Xie. Arrive at the reception room of the Kingdom of Rain. At this time, there were several ninjas waiting outside the reception room. After all, the Byakugan is a specialty of the Hyuga family of Konoha village. People from the Leaf village must be very careful when coming to the country of rain. Especially the Hyuga family, which has Byakugan, can rely on its Byakugan to observe the entire Kingdom of Rain. You must be careful and careful. The major secrets of the Rain Country Akatsuki Organization must not be revealed. Senior Liu, you're here. When the guarding ninja saw Liu Mu arriving, he immediately stood up straight. There was an expression of excitement on his face, expressing his inner excitement. After all, Liu Mu is the spiritual leader of the Akatsuki Organization. Well, let me see why this little girl wants to see me by name. Liu Mu strode into the room. Seeing that familiar figure, a puzzled expression appeared on his face. The little girl with white eyes is none other than Hyuga Hinata. At this time, Hyuga Hinata's body was covered with wounds. Small wounds have scabbed over, but large wounds are still bleeding from time to time, and some places are even inflamed. Obviously the wound was not freshly caused. This made Liu Mu even more confused. You must know that Hyuga Hinata is the eldest lady of the Hyuga family. Especially after her appearance, Hyuga Hinata's status in the Hyuga family has reached its peak, even surpassing Hyuga Hiyashi. But now he appears in the country of rain with wounds all over his body. Hyuga Hinata saw Liu Mu appear. The tears that had been stubbornly held back burst out in an instant. Finally see you. Don't do this yet, let me help you treat it. Liu Mu has been using Hyuga Hinata's body for almost a month and has experienced basically everything. I have some feelings for this body. Now seeing Hyuga Hinata covered with wounds, Liu Mu felt a trace of unbearable feeling in his heart. He then hurriedly used his Palm Sage Jutsu. Palm Sage Jutsu is turned on, this time the special effects are not turned on, and Palm Sage Jutsu looks very simple. However, the healing ability is not bad at all. The small wounds healed instantly, and the larger wounds gradually healed and finally disappeared. Just a few minutes, Hyuga Hinata has once again returned to her original porcelain doll, looking exquisite and lovely. Okay, the wound is healed, now you can tell me what you want to do with me. Hearing Liu Mu's question, Hyuga Hinata started to burst into tears again. The body is pumping and pumping in accordance with the rhythm. Our Hyuga family has been exterminated. Hearing Hyuga Hinata's words, Liu Mu stood up suddenly. The Hyuga family is one of the largest families in Konoha village, and the 12 little ones have taken over 2 of them. How can you say that the clan is wiped out? Hinata, please tell me carefully. Liu Mu said as he moved the chair next to Hyuga Hinata, picked up a piece of watermelon and ate it. After the finals of the Chunin exam, the 3rd Hokage died, and Shimura Danzo temporarily took over as Hokage. Since he took over, our Hyuga family's nightmare has completely come. Before anyone could react, our home was surrounded, or it should be said that the entire Hyuga family was surrounded. They said our Hyuga family were spies and then launched an attack. Countless people were sacrificed, but thanks to Teacher Kai's help, we rushed out. But there are no more members of the Hyuga family left. I now hope you can accept the Hyuga family. No matter what the conditions, I will agree. After Hyuga Hinata finished speaking, she started crying again. After all, no one could imagine that the Hyuga family would fall in an instant. For the downfall of the Hyuga family, Liu Mu fell into deep self-blame. If he hadn't used the heart-turning technique to control Hyuga Hinata, the current situation will not occur. Okay, wherever the Hyuga family members are, please join us in the Akatsuki Organization. They will also become members of the Akatsuki Organization in the future and continue to work hard. That's great, thank you very much. Hyuga Hinata kowtowed gratefully. Seeing this scene, Liu Mu felt sad. The eldest lady of a big family actually learned to kneel down and beg for help. Obviously this setback had a great impact on Hyuga Hinata. Under the leadership of Hyuga Hinata, Liu Mu came to a woods outside the Akatsuki Organization. In order to reduce the number of frightened birds, Liu Mu did not bring anyone with him and followed Hyuga Hinata out alone. After all, he learned the art of flying thunder god. If a problem is discovered, you can return to the Akatsuki Organization in the blink of an eye. Just stepped into the woods. In an instant, a dozen ninjas jumped out, each of them had white eyes and wore pure white martial arts uniforms. In this team, there are two green figures. None other than Metki and Rock Lee. Liu Mu seemed a little surprised. He didn't expect that these two people had also defected from Konoha village and came to join the Akatsuki Organization. At this time Hyuga Hiyashi came out. When he saw Liu Mu, he couldn't help but frown. So young. Hinata, are you sure this person can make a decision? The Hyuga family has reached a moment of life and death, and Hyuga Hiyashi has to be careful. We must find a place willing to accept him before the Hyuga family's wanted order is released. Otherwise, he will be hunted endlessly by the entire ninja world. Don't worry, what I said in the Akatsuki Organization still has some use. Liu Mu said. With a wave of one hand, the transformation spell is immediately released. Liu Mu's original face was revealed. After seeing Liu Mu's face clearly, Hyuga Hiyashi trembled all over. This face is so familiar. Almost every ninja in Konoha village has a photo of Liu Mu in his ninja tool bag. This is not a wanted subject. It was an order issued by Konoha's top brass. When they saw this person, they immediately turned around and ran away. I didn't expect to meet you here. But this time there is no need to run away, and we will become a family soon without any accident. Mr. Liu Mu, although you are famous, I still have to discuss it with the rest of the family. Please. Hyuga Hiyashi returned to the group of a dozen people. After saying a few words, several people took out a photo from their ninja bag. After confirming that it was correct, everyone had excited expressions on their faces. After all, Liu Mu's reputation is too great. Being able to join or even fight side by side now is definitely a very wise choice. At least the family's safety can be guaranteed. Moreover, after Hyuga Hinata has completely mastered 8 trigrams, it will not be too late to return to Konoha village. Then Hyuga Hiyashi came back with a smile on his face. Thank you for accepting us. From this moment on, our Hyuga family officially joins the Akatsuki Organization. Liu Mu nodded with satisfaction. The Hyuga family has Byakugan and is definitely the strongest in strategic reconnaissance. It allows the ninjas of the Hyuga family to quickly locate the target person, which can greatly improve the efficiency of the mission. At this moment, Metkai came out and looked Liu Mu up and down. They also took out a photo to compare with each other. Although Liu Mu's reputation is very big in Konoha village. But this was the first time for Metkai to meet Liu Mu. If it were just me, I might not hesitate to agree. But this time with Rock Lee, Metkai had to be careful no matter what. As expected, it's Liu Mu. Your reputation is really great, so I'm very curious. How many gates can you hold on to before entering the 8 gates Dunjia? Metkai said with a smile. Chapter 172 Suppressing Metkai. After Metkai finished speaking, he did not give Liu Mu a chance to speak. The chakra on the body gradually increases, and the first gate of 8 gates Dunjia is officially opened. Gate of opening. As Metkai roared, the chakra on his body rose geometrically. Hyuga Hiyashi on the side frowned. At that time, the Hyuga family was besieged, and they relied on Metkai's 8 gates armor to find a way out. It can be said that Metkai is the savior of the Hyuga family. And, Hyuga Hiyashi also wants to see how strong Liu Mu is. First is the first gate of opening, let me see if you can hold it. Metkai said that his whole body was like a spring, bouncing towards Liu Mu. Liu Mu frowned. Then he clapped his hands, and a wall with the producer's wife engraved on it rose up. Earth flow wall. Break it for me. Metkai kicked the wall firmly. The wall and the paper man's wife instantly fell apart. But at this moment, Liu Mu took advantage of the time that Metkai was in the air and kicked Metkai directly in the waist. Metkai's pupils shrank sharply. He actually changed direction in the air, his 2 feet collided with each other, and the 2 forces cancelled each other out. This seems like an ordinary kick. Metkai couldn't help but frown. This kick is a kick with the blessing of 8 gates Dunjia. If an ordinary person dared to kick directly, the bones would break instantly. But Liu Mu seemed to be fine. Then Liu Mu's physical strength has definitely reached an incredible level. I underestimated you, but can you stop me next time? As Metkai spoke, the chakra on his body increased sharply again. 8 gates Dunjia. Gate of healing opens. With a roar, the chakra on Metkai's body increased geometrically. The strength is several times greater than before. Do you still dare to spar with me now? Metkai shouted, and then directly waved his fist. For a moment, there were bursts of crackling sounds around the fist, crackling like firecrackers. Fighting. Why be afraid? Liu Mu smiled proudly, and then punched Metkai without hesitation. Seeing this, Hyuga Hiyashi couldn't help but shake his head. This Liu Mu is too young to dare to punch Kai. Hyuga Hiyashi said in disappointment. Metkai is now an adult and his bones are fully developed. And coupled with accumulated exercise over time, the bones have already reached an incredible strength. And Liu Mu looked only 16 years old. It is still the age when the body grows. The bones are not fully developed yet. The most important thing is that there is no systematic training. If 2 people fight each other, there is only one result, that is, the entire arm will be broken. The moment the 2 fists collided, Hyuga Hiyashi closed his eyes, and then he heard the sound of bones breaking in his ears. Young people are too reckless. Hyuga Hiyashi shook his head again. But when he opened his eyes, he was completely dumbfounded. I saw Liu Mu standing there calmly at this time, his face filled with calmness. And Metkai covered his right hand with his left hand. There was a pained expression on his face. In the fist fight, Metkai lost. Hyuga Hiyashi couldn't believe the scene in front of him. In other respects, Hyuga Hiyashi could accept Metkai's loss, but he couldn't accept his loss in boxing. Metkai held his injured right hand. There was a scared expression on his face. Since realizing the vitality, these injuries can be healed quickly. But Metkai didn't believe it. He actually lost to Liu Mu in his most advantageous physical skill. What the hell did you cast ninjutsu? Ninjutsu, I'm just a little tougher. Liu Mu smirked. After obtaining the macabre bone pulse, the strength of his bones has far exceeded that of ordinary people. Not to mention Metkai, who just opened 2 doors, even if he opens a few more doors, Metkai will not be his opponent. After all, opening 8 gates increases chakra, thereby stimulating physical strength. But bones alone are difficult to strengthen, so as long as Metkai dares to fight, he will definitely be injured. For a moment, Metkai's eyes turned cold. Like a green beast, it stared at Liu Mu. You are very good, but don't die next. 8 gates Dunji, a gate of life. Metkai roared angrily. All the blood vessels and meridians on the body swelled. Chakra has also reached a terrifying point. Like a strong wind, it kept blowing in all directions. The next second, Metkai disappeared directly from the spot. When he saw the shadow, Metkai's position had already changed. The eyes of ordinary people simply cannot catch up with Metkai's speed at this time. Liu Mu sneered and immediately activated his pupil technique. Liu Mu's pupils turned into blood red, with 3 white magatama in the middle. Sharingan. Liu Mu is probably one of the last Sharingan owners in the world. It is no secret that Liu Mu owns Sharingan. When he first harassed Konoha village, Liu Mu's Sharingan was revealed. But Metkai didn't panic at all. Even if my eyes can keep up, my body can't. Sharingan is different from Byakugan. Sharingan's perspective is only the area in front of him. As long as he goes behind him, he will enter Sharingan's blind spot. The turning speed cannot keep up with his own movement speed. Metkai knew his advantage, and after flashing several times, he went directly behind Liu Mu. At your own speed. When Liu Mu turned around and realized that his fist had already landed on the opponent's body. This is the biggest advantage of speed. In the blink of an eye, Metkai arrived behind Liu Mu, his left hand turned into a knife and slashed straight towards the back of Liu Mu's neck. No matter how good Liu Mu's physique is, as long as the knife hits him, he will lose consciousness completely. But Metkai always felt like something was wrong. There was a sense of crisis in my heart. Suddenly Metkai shuddered. Why is it so cold? Metkai reacted immediately, and then found that his body had solidified into ice. And there are more and more ice cubes. The whole person can only maintain a knife hand posture, but he can't cut it in any way. How did you find me? Your eyes shouldn't be able to keep up. Metkai said unwillingly. At this time, Hyuga Hiyashi, who had been silent not far away, trembled violently. His eyes showed an expression of disbelief. Byakugan. It's Byakugan. His eye technique has the way of Byakugan. This guy fused Byakugan with Sharingan. Hyuga Hiyashi kept shaking his head. The experiment of fusion between Sharingan and Byakugan is not untried. If you combine Sharingan and Byakugan, they complement each other. It will definitely become the strongest eye technique in the ninja world. But both of them are in the realm of pupil-type blood inheritance, and are very repellent. No matter how many times I tried, they all failed. I didn't expect to meet him in the Kingdom of Rain. Moreover, Hyuga Hiyashi discovered that Liu Mu's abnormal bone strength was a bit like the macabre bone pulse of the Yoruichi clan of Water Country Teru. And now the ability to freeze Metkai. Another ice escaped from the Shui Wuyu clan in the Kingdom of Water. There are 4 kinds of blood inheritance boundaries in a person, and this is only shown by Liu Mu. For a moment Hyuga Hiyashi broke into a cold sweat. How far does this kid have the limit of blood inheritance? Chapter 173 8 Gates fully open. I have to admit that you are very strong. It seems that I have to take action. Metkai sneered, and then the chakra on his body increased sharply. I saw countless spider web-like cracks appearing in the ice on Metkai's body. The 4th gate of pain is open. As Metkai shouted, the ice on his body completely shattered. Like ice cubes, they all fell to the ground. And Metkai's chakra has reached an incredible point. Even without any eye surgery. You can also see the flow of chakra outside Metkai's body. Liu Mu smiled bitterly. At this time, Metkai has reached the shadow level. Each punch can easily change the terrain. Liu Mu didn't dare to be too boastful and immediately turned on the special effects. Although relying on his own strength, he can continue to fight Metkai. But it's not necessary. If he was accidentally kicked to death by Metkai, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. And when Liu Mu turned on the special effects, his face was suddenly filled with confidence. Kai, why don't you open a few more doors, it will be easier. Liu Mu said with a wicked smile. Metkai couldn't help but frown. I have never been ridiculed so much. Are you actually asking yourself to open a few more doors? This is not how you seek death. But since Liu Mu made the request, Metkai would naturally not refuse. Well, that's what you said. 8 gates Dunji, a gate of limit is open. 8 gates gate of view opens. Metkai opened 2 doors at once, and the chakra increased tenfold. At this time, Metkai has completely transformed into a walking chakra. His body was gradually wrapped in green energy. Don't blame me if you die. Towards the peacock. For a moment, Metkai's fists waved rapidly. Because the swing was too fast, countless flames appeared, heading towards Liu Mu's attack. Is this the peacock? Liu Mu smiled and then clapped his hands. The chakra on the body gradually gathers. Water-style water dragon bomb. Hearing Liu Mu's shout, Metkai couldn't help but shook his head. Although the sky is full of fire, the essence of Chao Peacock is not the fire style, but the rapid punches. Water style can extinguish flames though, but he couldn't stop the countless fists. You lost. Metkai shook his head in disappointment, and then increased his speed again. The next second the water dragon bomb was successfully launched. A huge dragon head rushed out from behind Liu Mu. Then he rushed straight towards Metkai. And this water dragon is different from the water dragon bullets we usually see. Ordinary water dragon bombs just have a faucet, and there is nothing more than a water column behind it. But the water dragon bomb used by Liu Mu, its size is several times that of ordinary water dragon bullets. And every scale on the body can be seen clearly. Especially the 4 dragon claws, which look shocking. The entire water dragon opened its bloody mouth and bit into Metkai. Seeing this, Metkai could only evade immediately. The water dragon seemed to have come to life and had its own ideas. It flicked its tail hard and hit Metkai directly. The whole person was hit like a baseball. Metkai shook his head to wake himself up. This is not a water dragon bullet. It is obviously a psychic technique that channeled the water dragon. Isn't it ridiculous to let yourself face a mythical beast? However, Metkai was not depressed because of this, but instead ignited unlimited fighting spirit. Is it a mythical beast? Today I will kick you to death. As Metkai spoke, the chakra on his body increased sharply again. 8 Gates Gate of Wonder. For a moment, blue steam appeared on Metkai's body. As the touch reaches its highest point, the breeze blows up like a knife. Metkai couldn't help but frown. However, Metkai's fighting spirit increased again, and you could even see blazing fire coming out of Metkai's eyes. So what about the mythical beast? Open it for me. Metkai shouted, and then his body seemed to be launched by a cannonball. Attack directly towards the water dragon 7 inches. The water dragon felt the threat of Metkai, took a deep breath, and then spit it out violently. An astonishing water column spat out from the mouth of the water dragon. It was like a hole was cut in the sky and it fell directly from the sky. But Metkai didn't back down at all. Instead, it increased his speed. Break it for me. Metkai's feet collided with the water column, and he rushed straight up against the huge current. Then he kicked Shalong directly in the head. Suddenly the water dragon burst completely. Liu Mu couldn't help but clapped his hands. Unexpectedly, Metkai opened 7 doors and was able to blast the special effects. Have to say, Metkai, who has opened 7 doors, has reached the level of Chaoying. You can vaguely touch the realm of immortals. But when 8 Gates Dunjia Kimen kicked a water dragon bullet, Liu Mu couldn't help but laugh. Liu Mu, why are you laughing? Are you desperate? Metkai looked at Liu Mu dissatisfied. Seeing Liu Mu snickering, the anger in his heart burned directly. I was just thinking that if your father could see you like this, he would definitely be proud of you. After Liu Mu finished speaking, he couldn't help laughing again. Metkai couldn't help but frown. Didn't understand. Is Liu Mu praising himself or hurting himself? But when faced with something he couldn't figure out, Metkai's choice was simple, just kick him. Metkai thought that the chakra on his body increased again. The blue steam gradually turned into red steam. At this moment, Metkai's strength has completely reached the realm of Sage of 6 Paths. Even if Sage of 6 Paths is present, Metkai also dared to go up and kick him. This is the last gate of the 8 Gates Dunjia, the gate of death. I can't control this gate either. If you're afraid, just surrender. Metkai said proudly. With this kick, even Uchiha Madara himself has the confidence to kill him with one kick. Not to mention the child Liu Mu in front of him. Don't be afraid, let me see your full strength. Liu Mu said calmly. Anyway, there is the art of flying thunder god. If you feel something is wrong, you can run away immediately. Very good, then don't regret it. Yi Kai. Seeing Metkai running towards him quickly, Liu Mu made the gentle fist starting move. Suddenly, 2 momentums, 1 yin and 1 yang, quickly gathered behind Liu Mu. Seeing this scene, Metkai and Hyuga Hiyashi shuddered. They shouted in unison. This is Tai Chi. Chapter 174 The God of Creation. I saw 2 momentums, 1 yin and 1 yang, constantly converging. Then they kept gathering behind Liu Mu. Form a pattern of 8 trigrams. This is also the special effect that Liu Mu showed when he was in Hyuga Hinata's body. But it didn't stop there this time. Everything around seems to be attracted by this. The world directly turned into a black and white picture. Every time Tai Chi turns 1 minute, the 2 chi of yin and yang come together. And Metkai, who was closest to Liu Mu, was attracted the most. At this time, the yin and yang chi in Metkai's body maintain a balance, and the Tai Chi diagram rotates through an angle. Metkai's yin and yang second round was 1 point less, although the balance is still maintained. But with every loss of yin and yang, Metkai's face becomes older. Just a breath of time, Metkai went directly from a green boy to a middle-aged greasy uncle. If we continue at this pace, not even a few breaths, the yin and yang chi in the body will completely disappear. The arrival of that moment also meant the death of Metkai. For a moment, Metkai's whole body felt cold. I never thought that death would be so close to me. It's just a matter of a few breaths. In Metkai's mind, he kept thinking about who the young man in front of him was. His master Hyuga Hinata. It can control yin and yang and use it in battle. You can even rejuvenate yourself through the yin and yang chi. Metkai believes that as long as there is chi in the heart, then there will be eternal life. But in the final analysis, controlling this power is still the domain of humans. But Liu Mu was in front of him. It is no longer just a simple use of one's own yin and yang energy. But the yin and yang that can control others and even the entire world. Can easily control the life and death of others. Once the two chi are released, it will be difficult for the gods to save them. This is definitely far beyond Hyuga Hinata's control. And what's scary when you think about it is, if Liu Mu absorbs all the yin and yang in the world, the whole world will die. The world will be destroyed in an instant. This power can only be possessed by gods. In other words, the gods are also under Liu Mu's control. The only explanation is the creator god. This can also explain the several blood inheritance boundaries in Liu Mu. Thinking of this, Metkai's heart skipped a beat. My Kai is still running, and it only takes a blink of an eye to kick Liu Mu in the head. But at this moment, Metkai, who was once fearless, don't dare to continue. Creation is infinitely more difficult than destruction. Since the world can be created, it can also be easily destroyed. If the whole world could be restarted because of myself, Metkai will fall into endless self-blame. Then Metkai stopped kicking and knelt down on one knee with countless red steam. I have offended you, sir. Please forgive me, world. Metkai lowered his head, his body already covered with sweat, and quietly waited for Liu Mu's answer. By this time, Metkai had turned into a gray-haired old man. Liu Mu was also shocked by this scene. Fortunately, this scene is just a special effect. If Gentle Fist is used during the experience card, the entire ninja world will instantly enter the world of old age. Sure enough, it involves the special effects of yin and yang of the 5 elements. It must not be touched lightly. Then Liu Mu hurriedly stopped Gentle Fist. The Tai Chi pattern paused for a moment, and then began to rotate in the opposite direction. The black and white energy spurts out from Tai Chi continuously. When the two chi of yin and yang entered Metkai's body, Metkei regained his youth at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just 2 breaths, the world returned to its original appearance. It was as if nothing had happened. But everyone present could not ignore the scene just now. That is a miracle. As soon as Tai Chi is activated, the age begins to increase rapidly, the flowers, plants and trees begin to wither, the earth begins to crack, and even a hole opens in the sky. If Metkai hadn't knelt down and begged for mercy in time, this world is probably destroyed. The person who caused all this was the boy in front of him who was only 16 years old. Immediately, Hyuga Hiyashi fell to his knees. Seeing this, the rest of the Hyuga family immediately knelt down. The ignorant Hyuga Hanabi was also pressed down by Hyuga Hiyashi. Lord God, the Hyuga family is willing to serve you from generation to generation. May you accept us as the Hyuga family. After Hyuga Hiyashi said this, his heart started beating rapidly. On the surface it seems that the Hyuga family is inferior to others. But they must also be divided into subordinates of water. As long as you become Liu Mu's subordinate, you will definitely make a comeback. From now on, you can completely walk sideways in the ninja world. In other words, you can walk sideways in thousands of worlds. And he was just offering a trace of loyalty. It's definitely a huge profit. At this moment, Metkai emerged from the coke and knelt down on the ground piously. Please, Lord God, accept us. Liu Mu saw the scene in front of him and shook his head helplessly. Scorpion, bring them into the Akatsuki Organization, starting from interns. Xie immediately came back to his senses, his face even more respectful than before. Don't worry, I promise to complete the task. Liu Mu nodded with satisfaction, and then hurriedly ran away. As soon as Liu Mu left, Xie immediately became arrogant. After all, being able to become such a god's follower is something to be proud of wherever you go. Hyuga Hiyashi, right, you have a pretty good idea. Anyone can be Liu Mu-sama's slave. But don't worry, when you get to our Akatsuki organization, Konohagakure will not be able to do anything to you. Now follow me to register. Register. Hyuga Hiyashi suddenly showed a disappointed expression on his face. The opportunity for the carp to leap over the dragon's gate was right in front of him, but he failed to grasp it. Otherwise, how could you be crushed by a scorpion? At this moment, Hyuga Hiyashi suddenly remembered Hyuga Hinata's Tai Chi, and immediately grabbed Hyuga Hinata's shoulders. Tell me honestly, what's going on with your Tai Chi, and why you brought us to the country of rain? Hyuga Hinata hesitated for a long time. I originally wanted to lie and get through. After all, I am a girl, and my body has been controlled by a boy for nearly a month. It's definitely not a glorious thing. But seeing Hyuga Hiyashi's serious expression, he finally decided to confess. After some confession, Hyuga Hiyashi is getting more and more excited. All the previous doubts disappeared. No wonder, it turns out that the gods were controlling your body that month. Hyuga Hinata blushed and nodded. Hyuga Hiyashi was about to speak when Hyuga Hanabi suddenly covered his mouth and shouted. No wonder my sister was so active in taking baths in those days and insisted on dragging me along. The corners of Hyuga Hiyashi's mouth raised slightly. His eyes looked sharply at his 2 daughters. At first, I thought the 2 of them were not men, but now I realize that my daughter is the most fragrant. Hinata Hanabi, my father has assigned you a mission. Chapter 175 Breaking in through the window. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ding dong. Congratulations to host, your system has been fully activated, please check the rights you have obtained. Liu Mu was immediately overjoyed. After many years, the system finally recovered. However, when Liu Mu thought about it carefully, it seemed that the difference between whether the system recovered or not was not very big. But since we have it, why not use it? Then Liu Mu quickly clicked on the system interface. Ding dong. Host enters the system interface for the first time and gets the reward, Ninjutsu Rasengan. Liu Mu was stunned for a moment. I didn't expect that I would get rewards directly just by entering the system interface. And it's still Rasengan. Want to know what Uzumaki Naruto's biggest killing move is? That's the meatball. If one shot of meatballs can't solve the problem, then use 2 shots of meatballs. If 2 balls can't solve the problem, then a group of balls will do the trick. There's nothing that Wanzi can't solve. Then Liu Mu hurriedly tried to use Rasengan, and a small aqua blue chakra ball appeared in his hand. Although it doesn't look very big, but it is extremely destructive. If used in conjunction with Millennium Killer, it can be smashed into pieces in an instant. Liu Mu quickly put away Rasengan and continued to look at the system interface. By completing tasks, you can obtain task rewards and improve the system level. The higher the level, the better the rewards you get. System level 1, you can get ordinary items. System level 2, you can get ninjutsu and a small amount of strength improvement. System level 3, you have a chance to obtain blood inheritance boundaries and special items. System level 4, you have the opportunity to obtain items and special abilities from other worlds. System level 5, temporarily invisible. At first, level 3 Liu Mu couldn't arouse even the slightest interest. After all, he was already strong enough now. As long as you stick around, there won't be any problems. But after seeing the 4th level, Liu Mu's heart beat rapidly. Items and rewards from another world. Wouldn't that mean you can get the devil fruit ability from the pirate world? If you get the thunder fruit, wouldn't it be possible to crush everything? Or get the Zanpakuto from the Shinigami world, and it will be so handsome after all the solutions. And all kinds of things capabilities. Moreover, there are various unknown rewards after the 5th level of the system. Maybe you can get rewards from the world of cultivating immortals. Let yourself step into the path of immortality, become a true god, and live in this world forever. Thinking of this, Liu Mu became excited again. However, the system does not explain much, and you need to explore everything by yourself. For a moment, Liu Mu became powerless again. At this moment, Liu Mu suddenly heard the sound of the window opening. It's evening, who would go to the window instead of the door? Conan's name immediately jumped out of my mind. Then the sound of the system came to my ears. Ding dong, an intrusion into the host residence has been detected, please repel the invading enemy immediately. Task reward, a set of high-quality ninja tools. Liu Mu's eyes lit up. I didn't expect the mission to be triggered so easily, but the system level is too low now, and the rewards are too common. But I want to increase the system level. Low-level tasks must be completed. Moreover, in Liu Mu's memory, the only person who could enter through the window was Conan. When Conan was in Konoha village, he did many excessive things. So far Liu Mu has not been punished properly. Now that it was delivered to his door, Liu Mu would not miss it. What's more, traps have been installed on the windows. As long as you come in through the window, you will never be able to escape the trap. Sure enough, a wailing sound came from the direction of the window. When Liu Mu was feeling proud, there was suddenly another wailing sound. Liu Mu frowned. Does Conan have accomplices now? Liu Mu was about to get up and take a look when he suddenly found the door opened and Conan slowly and mysteriously walked in with a midnight snack. Master, look at how beautiful the moonlight is, isn't it perfect for a candlelight dinner? How did you walk in through the gate? Liu Mu stared at Conan with wide eyes. If Conan is here, then who is the person who climbed through the window? No, it's 2 people. Can't I come in through the door, or do you prefer me to come in through the window? After Conan finished speaking, he seemed to have found the password to wealth. He immediately put down the food and ran outside. Liu Mu had no time to stop him. Not long after, there was a noise from upstairs. Who are you? I'll go. Liu Mu's heart skipped a beat. Unexpectedly, Conan also fell into the trap. Then he hurriedly ran up, but when he saw the scene in front of him, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. I saw 3 people hanging by the window, tied with ropes, and they were spinning and hitting each other due to the shaking. Every time it hit, there was a wail. The largest among them is naturally Conan. The remaining 2 people were wearing JK uniforms, with 2 white pupils showing pitiful expressions. Hinata, Hanabi, why are you 2 here? Liu Mu couldn't help but laugh bitterly. They seem to be sisters from the Hyuga family, but they don't seem to have much contact with Conan. Why did he even learn the special skills? And he entered through the window wearing a JK uniform in the middle of the night. This is simply a crime. Not even Conan dared to play like this. This definitely started in 3 years. My father asked us to deliver a letter. These clothes were also arranged by my father. We must deliver them to you personally. Liu Mu's mouth twitched. In the evening, I asked my 2 daughters to wear JK uniforms to deliver letters. Hyuga Hiyashi still knows how to play, and I have to admit that only men really know what men want. But is it as simple as just sending a letter? What about the letter? The letter is in my clothes. Hyuga Hinata said, her face immediately turned red. Didn't find it just now. Now take a closer look, the position of the rope binding is really abominable. And he was wearing a JK uniform and kept spinning. Isn't it true that everything has been seen? Ah, close your eyes, don't look. Hyuga Hinata shouted loudly. Conan's ears were buzzing. Liu Mu smiled bitterly. During the month I spent in Konoha village, I saw everything from the first-person perspective. And there's that damn touch. But with the blessing of JK uniform, Liu Mu still felt like his heart was beating wildly. Okay, I'll close my eyes and help you untie the rope. Immediately, Liu Mu closed his eyes, and then opened his eyes. Then he walked over quietly, prepared to help the three people untie the rope. When Liu Mu walked up to the three of them and prepared to untie the rope with both hands, the door was suddenly kicked open. Pain rushed in directly and shouted anxiously, "Senior Liu, you didn't. I'm sorry to bother you." Chapter 176 Steal the crystal directly. Seeing Pain leaving, Liu Mu hurriedly chased after him. "Pen, please listen to my explanation, it's not what you think." Liu Mu said hurriedly. Pain stopped. He put his hands on Liu Mu's shoulders with a serious look on his face. As a man, it's normal to have some fetishes, but it's a bit bad to be by the window. After all, there are so many Anbu outside, and the little one is too young. That was just my trap. I just wanted to untie the rope. You don't need to explain anything to me, I understand. Besides, you are too tired for the Akatsuki Organization, so it's time to relax. Liu Mu couldn't help but rolled his eyes. I feel like this matter is getting darker and darker. And Pain's appearance clearly wasn't the kind of person who would listen to what he said. Rather than keep explaining, it is better to minimize the situation. If word of this gets out, you know the consequences. When Pain saw Liu Mu's murderous eyes, his head suddenly started to click like a chicken pecking at rice. Don't worry, you know this and I know it. Seeing Pain's confident expression, Liu Mu let go of his hand doubtfully. Pain took this opportunity. He ran away in an instant. Liu Mu's mouth twitched. He didn't expect Pain to be so fast. Directly use Shenluo Tianzheng and Wanxiang Tianyan to escape. If Uchiha Madara knew that Pain was using the Samsara Eye like this, he would probably crawl out of the ground. Liu Mu returned to the window again. Seeing the three people colliding fiercely, Conan even used his teeth as weapons to fight with Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Hanabi. Seeing this, Liu Mu went back to his room directly. Cover yourself with a quilt and start sleeping directly. Early morning, Liu Mu got up from the bed and walked out of his room while stretching. The three girls are still hanging by the window. But after one night, the three women no longer had the same energy as before. Moreover, the three of them had wounds of varying sizes. Obviously, the war did not end after Liu Mu left yesterday. Especially the pieces of clothes on the floor made Liu Mu swallow his saliva. But at this time, the three of them didn't feel so comfortable. The more you struggle with the knots used in traps, the tighter the knots will become. Through a night of fighting, the ropes on the three of them had cut into their flesh, making it difficult to even breathe. But Conan still opened his mouth, ready to bite Hyuga Hinata. And Hyuga Hinata didn't forget to kick him. I didn't expect that such a gentle woman like Hyuga Hinata would take action. It seemed that she was really pushed into a hurry. Liu Mu shook his head helplessly. Is this a woman? In the legend, 3 women acted in a drama, but now it is not a drama, it is clearly a battlefield. Since the 3 of them still had the strength to continue fighting, Liu Mu ignored the 3 of them. When I lowered my head, I suddenly saw a piece of crumpled letter paper. It was written respectfully that Liu Mu personally initiated it. Thinking back to yesterday, Hyuga Hinata said that the reason for coming to her place was to deliver a letter. If Hyuga Hinata is true to her words, he just sent a message, but he hung her and Hyuga Hanabi up all night. I will definitely feel sorry for myself. Then Liu Mu hurriedly picked up the envelope. The envelope was heavy when I picked it up, and it seemed that there was something else besides the letter paper. Liu Mu carefully took out the envelope. The first thing that fell out were 3 small pills the size of Bing Liang pills. But the strange thing is that these 3 pills are all pink. And I smelled it with my nose, and there was a strange fragrance. As the fragrance enters the body, the heart beats rapidly and the whole body begins to feel hot. Liu Mu quickly closed the box. These 3 soldiers' grain pills don't look like serious things at first glance. Then opened the letter paper. The letter paper is large, but there are only 3 words on the entire letter paper. Enjoy your meal. Liu Mu's mouth twitched. I have seen some unreliable ones, but I have never seen such unreliable ones. How could any father deceive his daughter like this? Actually playing like this. Liu Mu helplessly picked up the pink soldier food pill and placed it in front of Hyuga Hinata, with a serious expression on his face. Hinata, what is this? Hyuga Hinata had a puzzled expression on her face, and then she put her head over and smelled it. Suddenly Hyuga Hinata blushed. His head shook slightly. Hyuga Hinata was about to speak when suddenly the sound of a duck quacking came from behind. Liu Mu quickly turned his head. Pain was found holding a duck in one hand and leeks and a bunch of oysters in the other. Well, I saw that the door was open, so I came in directly. Pain said. First, I saw pieces of clothes on the ground. Then I saw 3 people being strangled with ropes. Finally seeing Liu Mu holding the pink Bingliang pill, Hyuga blushed and shook her head. Liu Mu twitched the corners of his mouth, and the pink soldier's grain pills fell down, bouncing around like glass marbles. Pain couldn't help but swallow. After hesitating for a long time, he slowly said, Senior Liu, please take care of your health. Don't become like me and regret it later. After speaking, Pain placed the duck, leeks and oysters on the ground. I didn't see anything. You continue. By the way, these things are good for your health. Pain said and ran directly towards the door. Only then did Liu Mu realize it and hurriedly chased him out. But Pain has the attraction and repulsion of Shinra Tenjing and Wanxiang Tianyan. The whole person disappeared in an instant. Liu Mu sneered, used the flying thunder god technique, and instantly arrived in a huge room underground. I saw a skinny red-haired man sitting on a huge machine. There are several tubes inserted into the body. He looks very naughty. It is Six Paths Reincarnation, the true controller of pain, the leader of the Akatsuki Organization. Nagato has the Samsara Eye. But at this time, Nagato's face was full of fear. Senior Liu, why are you here? Oh, it's very simple. I asked Conan to put the kunai with the charm in your room, and then I came over. Nagato's mouth twitched. Unexpectedly, it was Conan who betrayed him. However, Nagato does not hold grudge against Conan. After all, with Liu Mu's strength, it is too easy to find his place. Then why did Senior Liu come to see me? Nagato swallowed and said in fear. The time you paid for pain that day was very accurate. Every time you come, it's such a coincidence. Liu Mu said fiercely. Even if pain comes a second earlier or a second later, there will be no such misunderstanding. Liu Mu began to wonder if pain was a paparazzi. Never miss a scandal-making shot. Senior Liu, I don't understand what you are saying. Besides, it was pain who did it. What does it have to do with me, Nagato? Oh, really? I recently developed a ninjutsu called Spiral Millennium Kill. Do you want to try it? Chapter 178 Interception of Konoha Troops. The Akatsuki Organization's troops began to go out and enter combat mode. But Liu Mu knew very well that if the goal of the three major powers was to destroy the Akatsuki Organization this time, it would definitely be a disaster. Akatsuki Organization has gone through several contractions and reorganizations. Although the combat effectiveness has increased a lot, the number of members has not increased but decreased. Moreover, a large number of ninjas are doing missions outside, and there are very few ninjas who can fight in the village. When facing the opponent's huge numerical advantage, the top strength of the Akatsuki Organization will be divided infinitely, and eventually it will become the same scene as the Hokage ninja. That's what it means to be alone. Although Pain has the Shinra celestial sign that can destroy everything, can instantly clear enemies, but the problem is that we are now in the Land of Rain. It is the base of the Akatsuki Organization, the home of the Akatsuki Organization. If the Shinra Heavenly Conquest is used, the Kingdom of Rain will be the first to be destroyed. I believe that the three major countries are also very happy to see this scene. Although we can ask for help from outside, if the Kingdom of Earth and the Kingdom of Water come, even the Daylily will be cold. Pen, take out your trump card. I hope you can survive this level. At this time, Pain also had a solemn expression on his face. I just hope there won't be a shadow-level powerhouse this time. At this moment, Hyuga Hiyashi walked in with a dark face, one hand firmly grasping the scroll in his hand, and his face was full of unwillingness. Has the enemy lineup come out? Liu Mu asked. Hyuga Hiyashi suddenly trembled and slowly opened the paper. The leaders of the fire country are Tsunade and Jiraiya, as well as copy ninjas Kakashi, Asuma, Kurenai, etc. Hyuga Hiyashi's voice became smaller and smaller as he spoke. Because this team from the country of fire is really too luxurious. It has almost brought out all the top combat power of Konoha village at this stage. Such a team alone is enough for the Akatsuki Organization to drink from a bottle. The leader of the Kingdom of Thunder is Kajai from their village, commanding Mabui, and Eight Tails Jinchuriki also participated in the battle. Hyuga Hiyashi said through gritted teeth. Pain's face also darkened. The Kingdom of Thunder can be said to be the strongest ninja village before the 12 Little Leaf village became strong. Konoha was once forced to kill Hyuga Hizashi, and the leader of the team is Raikage from the Kingdom of Thunder, which represents the importance that the Kingdom of Thunder attaches to this war. The joining of the Kingdom of Thunder directly pushed the Akatsuki Organization to the brink of destruction. The leader of the Wind Country is Maji, One-Tail Jinchuriki joins the battle. Although the strength of the Kingdom of Wind is a bit lower than that of Konoha Village and Cloud Hidden Village. But this force, it's enough to push the Akatsuki Organization, which is on the verge of death, into the abyss. What's more, there are many small countries participating. This posture definitely wants to swallow up the Kingdom of Rain in one go. Liu Mu shook his head helplessly. It seemed that he had to take action this time. And what he has to face is Konoha Village. But it was too dangerous to go alone, so he immediately looked at Uchiha Itachi aside. Itachi, I know you hate war, but now that the war has begun, what is your choice? Uchiha Itachi shuddered. His face instantly became serious. Real peace cannot be achieved by simply retreating. Now I feel that the route you have drawn is correct, so even if the opponent is Konoha, I will take action. Very good, Itachi and I will go to Konoha's power, and everyone else will go to the other two countries. After hearing Liu Mu's words, everyone was not worried, but showed expressions of ecstasy. After all, with Liu Mu's strength, let alone facing a country, it's easy to deal with everyone at the same time. At first, I was afraid that Liu Mu would not take action. Now that Liu Mu has taken action, are you still worried that things won't be settled? Tsunade, why did you agree to come to the Land of Rain with Danzo this time? You can just let me do this kind of thing. Jiraiya frowned and said, Liu Mu, is this name enough reason? Tsunade snorted coldly. Jiraiya shut his mouth for a moment. Ever since Liu Mu left last time, the word, Liu Mu, has been on Tsunade's lips. This time I am willing to return to Konoha Village because I also want to rely on the strength of Konoha Village to find Liu Mu. It's a pity that Liu Mu was clearly in Konoha Village, but he still missed him. This time I heard that I am coming to the Land of Rain. Tsunade agreed without saying a word. Jiraiya, you should be the 5th Hokage. You know my ambition is not to be a Hokage. Tsunade hesitated for a long time and said slowly. In terms of seniority, with the relationship of Senju Hashirama's granddaughter, Tsunade is definitely the perfect choice to be the Hokage. Even Jiraiya was a little behind. After all, the shadow of Konoha village has always been obtained through hard work of connections. Hey, don't let Danzo hear this, he is hiding behind, and you know my ambition is not Hokage. Jiraiya said angrily. After all, my ambition is to write novels based on the material. Rather than being a 5th Hokage, I want to be a 5th Hokage man. Please Jiraiya. Jiraiya was speechless for a moment. The normally unruly self was not immune to Tsunade's begging. But there was a sour taste in my heart. Tsunade didn't feel at all why she had been pursuing him so hard for most of her life. But Liu Mu only met once. It would make Tsunade dream about it. Okay, I promise you, but you must also pay attention to the age gap between you and him. Tsunade twitched the corner of her mouth and turned to look at Jiraiya fiercely. Why don't you buy insurance first, or sign up for an annual membership at the hospital? I feel like you'll be able to use it soon. After hearing Tsunade's words, Jiraiya immediately closed his mouth. After all, Tsunade, a crazy woman, doesn't care whether she is on a mission or not. That fist will come down as soon as you say it. And the scariest thing about studying medicine is that it can make you feel 10 times the pain, but every blow can avoid vital points. So Jiraiya consciously closed his mouth. Attention everyone, there are 2 figures intercepting us in front. Be ready to fight at any time. Aburame Jawei said, 2 people, just 2 people want to intercept our entire team in Konoha village. Are you underestimating us? Sarutobi Asuma said, is there an ambush? Yuhi Kurenai said, there is no ambush. My bugs have also checked the surrounding area and found nothing. If I tell who intercepted it, you won't be surprised. Aburame said with a wry smile. Everyone was silent for a while. A name suddenly came to everyone's mind. Liu Mu, the shadow of a famous tree. No one dared to say this name. Because Liu Mu's reputation is too great. Every time he walked into Konoha village in a swaggering manner, but Konoha village had nothing to do with him. In Konoha village, just saying the word, Liu Mu, can make a child stop crying instantly. Even a mad dog would shy away. This time when they came to the Kingdom of Rain, the person they least expected to meet was Liu Mu. If it is exported rashly, I am afraid it will dampen everyone's fighting spirit. This is the deterrent power of Liu Mu in Konoha. Chapter 179 Danzo's Purpose. Finally, the troops from Konoha village met Liu Mu. At this time, all the ninjas of Konoha village put their hands on the ninja tool bag. He looked at Liu Mu cautiously. Why are you panicking? This is the land of rain and Liu Mu cannot use ninjutsu on a large scale. And there are so many people here, what are you afraid of doing alone? Sarutobi Asuma said angrily. After all, Liu Mu killed Sarutobi Hiruzen not long ago. As a son, Asuma Sarutobi would naturally not have a good look on his face. He even wanted to kill Liu Mu immediately. That's right, everyone spread out their positions and attack at the same time. Remember these 2 people are from the Uchiha clan, so don't look into their eyes. Kurenai quickly added. Liu Mu helplessly shrugged his shoulders. He turned to look at Uchiha Itachi. Itachi, go take care of Kurenai and Asuma, and let me take care of the rest. After Liu Mu finished speaking, he laughed secretly in his heart. Except for the couple Sarutobi Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai, everyone else Liu Mu was confident. All you need to do is take out the seduction technique from the seal. Absolutely kill them all instantly. Remember to keep them both away. Uchiha Itachi was stunned for a moment, not understanding what Liu Mu meant by this sentence. But now war is about to break out. Uchiha Itachi also had no time for questions. He walked directly to the team in Konoha village. Yuhi Kurenai Asuma, come with me, you don't belong on this battlefield. Uchiha Itachi said calmly. It seemed that he didn't pay attention to the army in front of him at all. Damn it, what is a traitor so arrogant about? UBD killed the entire Uchiha clan, and now you want to stop our Konoha village. Countless curses suddenly erupted from Konoha's team. But Uchiha Itachi made no excuses. After all, Uchiha Itachi did kill the entire Uchiha clan. The only thing I regret is why Liu Mu didn't come earlier. Except the Uchiha clan just like the Hyuga clan. Asuma Kurenai, follow Itachi. The battlefield here is left to us. Hitaki Kakashi lifted his forehead protector. He said seriously, although Uchiha Itachi is very strong, at least there is hope for survival. But if it is Liu Mu, 2 more of them won't help. After all, no matter how many ants there are, how can they be the opponents of gods? The only hope is Shimura Danzo's trump card hidden in the team. But I also want to kill this BD and avenge my father. Sarutobi Asuma looked at Liu Mu fiercely. Although Sarutobi Asuma is not that strong in his struggle for power. But since Yuan Fei Hiruzen died, the family's instant decline made Sarutobi Asuma feel desperate. But fortunately, there is still a hero's name. Otherwise, the Sarutobi clan may completely decline. Therefore, Liu Mu has long been hated to the core. Asuma, you and Kurenai leave now, this is an order. Tsunade snorted coldly, although I am not a Hokage now. But the power is here, and the 2 of them cannot refuse. Sarutobi Asuma gave Liu Mu a vicious look and left unwillingly in the distance. Okay, he's gone, so it's time to settle the score between us. Tsunade shouted angrily. Then he jumped directly towards Liu Mu. A punch hit the ground, and a huge hole suddenly appeared in the ground. Why haven't you come to me for so long? Liu Mu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. I didn't expect Tsunade to be so wild and hit her directly. Before Liu Mu could react, Tsunade raised her leg high, and then kicked it down like an axe. Boom! The ground cracked, and a crack more than 10 meters long appeared. Fortunately, Liu Mu activated Sharingan and responded in time. Otherwise, if he was hit by this kick, he would probably be dead. Why are you attacking Konoha village? Tsunade said and punched out again, and a strong wind of punch blew out. Liu Mu almost lost his balance. The next second, Tsunade appeared in front of Liu Mu and punched Liu Mu directly in the chest. Why kill the third generation? Snapped. A punch and a palm hit together, making a snapping sound. And Tsunade's strange strength made Liu Mu retreat more than 10 meters with one punch. If it weren't for the existence of macabre bone pulse, with just this punch, the bones in his arm may be shattered. Not only the bones in the arms, but all the bones in the whole body will fall apart. Tsunade looked at Liu Mu in surprise. Unexpectedly, Liu Mu actually received his punch. Liu Mu has Sharingan, and with his speed from the previous times, Liu Mu can definitely avoid it. Why be thankless? Because he deserves to die. Liu Mu sneered. Although Shimura Danzo is responsible for all the blame, Hiruzen Sarutobi is definitely not a good person. Sarutobi Hiruzen deserves to die. That's why Liu Mu didn't hide. At this moment, a white light suddenly flashed in front of his eyes. In the blink of an eye, Hokage Kakashi arrived in front of him, holding the beating Reikiri in his hand. Fortunately, Liu Mu's eyes were always open. Otherwise, Hokage Kakashi's blow would be enough to kill him. Liu Mu didn't dare to continue to support him. After all, you can pretend to be cool countless times, but if you fail to pretend once, you will face death. Then Liu Mu immediately turned on the special effects. Then he clapped his hands hard. Suddenly a thick smoke rose up in the forest, shrouding everyone in it. The team in Konoha village also began to become chaotic. No, this kid used ninjutsu. Everyone, be careful. This guy's ninjutsu is really powerful, so be careful. Everyone, please note, this guy's eyes are Sharingan, be careful of his genjutsu. Under Tsunade's command, the Konoha ninjas gradually settled down and prepared for battle, always paying attention to every corner around them. As soon as an exception occurs, you can definitely make countermeasures immediately and then fight back. And in the team of Konoha village, Shimura Danzo untied the bandage on his hand, and then lifted the seals on his arm one by one. Especially the bandage on the top of his head was also removed. Blood-red pupils were revealed. There was a cold smile on his face. Everyone in Konoha village is afraid of meeting Liu Mu, but Danzo Shimura wants to meet Liu Mu. We can even say, this time, they made every effort to promote the three kingdoms to attack the Kingdom of Rain, in order to give themselves a chance to face Liu Mu. Because of that, ninjutsu cooldown time is up. As long as they meet him, he can completely change Liu Mu's thoughts and then keep them for his own use. At that time, I will not only be the shadow of Konoha village, but to become the shadow of the whole world. Shisui, I want to thank you very much for giving me such practical eyes. Chapter 180 Internal Strife. Finally the fog gradually lifted. Everyone was looking for traces of Liu Mu in the woods. Shimura Danzo is no exception, always ready to unleash one of the strongest genjutsu, distinguished heavenly gods. After looking around a few times, Shimura Danzo finally saw a person not far away who was dressed inconsistently with the ninjas of Konoha village. Then the corners of his mouth rose slightly. As long as the eyes are aligned, distinguished heavenly gods will be activated immediately. Control Liu Mu. Then relying on Liu Mu's powerful strength, he ruled the entire ninja world. Finally, the other party slowly turned his head. Shimura Danzo suddenly became excited, and sweat continued to flow from his forehead. Not even close. Finally the other party turned around. Shimura Danzo is preparing to cast distinguished heavenly gods. But suddenly his whole body trembled, as if his heart had been shot by an arrow. Since graduating from school, Shimura Danzo's ambition has always been to be a Hokage. There is no interest in women at all. If anything, it would be easier to obtain information. But when that face turned around, a feeling that I had never felt before swept through my body. He didn't dare to look directly into the other person's eyes, his ears turned red, and his temperature rose a few degrees. Especially the heart, it was like a little deer that was constantly bumping into each other. Damn, women are just tools, why am I blushing? This is definitely a technique performed by Liu Mu. When I take another look, I will definitely cast distinguished heavenly gods. Shimura Danzo nodded while thinking, and then looked at the other party fiercely. But the next second, the originally vicious eyes gradually narrowed. There was even a crazy smile on his face. His head went blank, and he had long forgotten the purpose of coming to the country of rain. Jiraiya became excited. After many years, the girl in the dream finally appeared. For so many years, I have traveled over mountains and ridges without thinking about tea or food, always hoping to find the girl in my dreams. But there wasn't even a trace at all. Now that I finally saw it, tears flowed down unconsciously. I knew that I came to the country of rain at the right time. At this time Hokage Kakashi also became confused. Ever since his father committed suicide, Uchiha Obito died in front of him, and then he killed Lin with his own hands. Hokage Kakashi thought he would never have feelings again. Especially after entering Anbu and seeing the dark side of the ninja world, Hokage Kakashi became even more convinced of this. Ever since I saw Jiraiya's masterpiece, it brought back a little bit of humanity. It can be said that making out in heaven is the only motivation for Hitaki Kakashi to live. But there is a fly in the ointment. The heroine who makes love to heaven only appears in the form of words. Although I have left endless reverie for myself. But the invisible and intangible girlfriend made Hitaki Kakashi's hands full of calluses. But the girl in front of me, it's like an elf jumping out of a book. Perfectly hits all the cells in the body. The heart that was on the verge of death began to beat rapidly at this moment. I want to protect her, want to care for her, and want to learn all the knowledge in the book from her. At this time, Tsunade was breathing heavily from her nostrils. Appeared finally. The figure that haunted him finally appeared again. Although Tsunade now loves Liu Mu. But seeing the figure in front of her, Tsunade couldn't help but feel excited. Tsunade was about to walk towards Liu Mu. Suddenly I found myself being pulled. Tsunade turned her head to look impatiently, but the scene in front of her immediately startled Tsunade. The shinobi of Konoha village who were in high spirits before. At this time, there was a silly smile on all the faces, and the body was like a zombie, walking forward step by step. Everyone's eyes fell on Liu Mu. At this moment, Shimura Danzo jumped onto the branch and looked at everyone below with his sharp eyes. The majesty of a superior person suppressed him. You guys have disappointed me so much. Look at yourselves, which one of you looks like a ninja? The Leaf Village has been completely embarrassed by you. Shimura Danzo finished. Everyone had guilty expressions on their faces. It is absolutely a shame and a great shame to forget all about one's virtues as a Konoha ninja because of one person. But I still couldn't help but look over. After all, Liu Mu walked out of the dream. If he doesn't seize the opportunity now, he may never have a chance in his life. Okay, all of you, please step back. You can't control her, so you can only let me do it. Shimura Danzo said, the serious expression on his face suddenly disappeared. Even crazier than everyone present. It doesn't have any of the prestige it had before. Everyone was dumbfounded for a moment. Where's your face? Where's your virtue? Why do you say it's so easy when others say it's so easy, but you're the first to go up? Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help it. Especially Tsunade. She rushed to the front. Liu Mu, only the strong deserve to have it. After Tsunade finished speaking, the entire forest fell into a brief silence. When an item is unevenly distributed, only the most primitive methods can lead to the fairest decision. Only the strong deserve to have beauty. Suddenly the forest was boiling again. Everyone took out their ninja tools and attacked their former teammates. After all, if you don't take the first shot, then the person who walks out of the dream in front of you will stand with others. And if you want to get her, the only choice is to become the strongest being here. Liu Mu looked at the scene in front of him in surprise. A group of people who just shared the same hatred were now fighting. Liu Mu suddenly became curious. Just how beautiful is my face now, so that the ninjas who were originally close to each other start fighting among themselves. But Liu Mu quickly shook his head. The last time I took a peek, I almost fell in love with myself. If I look at it again, I'm afraid I'll fall into it completely. After all, looking at the scene in front of him, Liu Mu instantly turned pale and felt cold all over. The number of ninjas in Konoha village is getting smaller and smaller. Although you can't kill someone, there are still many ways to make people lose their combat effectiveness. Such as breaking limbs. Most of the ninjas on the ground today have this kind of injury. But even if he couldn't stand up in a short time, he just pulled the battlefield to the ground. I can't move my legs, but I still have my hands. Tsunade gritted her teeth and looked at the people in front of her. In the end, the gap in strength was narrowed. The strength gap between the few people was extremely small, and even Tsunade was not sure of victory. You have to be careful. At this moment, Tsunade's eyes lit up, and then a smirk appeared on her face. Jiraiya, stop them and wait for me to take him away. We will meet somewhere else. Jiraiya nodded immediately after hearing Tsunade's words. Tsunade, remember, you must wait for me to come back. You can't do anything that would be sorry for me. Tsunade nodded quickly. Don't worry, don't you understand my character? Jiraiya rolled his eyes, he was just afraid after understanding. But I still chose to believe it. He turned around like a hero and stopped in front of everyone. But when Jiraiya was preparing to fight, Tsunade turned her head and rushed towards Liu Mu. Ha ha ha, it's mine. Chapter 181 Asma is green. In the blink of an eye, Tsunade came to Liu Mu's side. Before Liu Mu had time to react, he suddenly felt himself being picked up. And it's a princess hug. Liu Mu's mouth twitched. He was a big man, but he was hugged by Princess Tsunade. If this spreads out, how can I still mess around? She wanted to struggle to escape, but Tsunade's arms seemed to be welded together, and she couldn't even move, let alone break free. Stop struggling. Don't try to escape from my hands. Tsunade said and hugged her arms tighter. When everyone saw this, they immediately became furious, and their eyes were filled with murderous intent. First defeat Jiraiya, then defeat Tsunade. Shimura Danzo said fiercely, the woman who can make his heart beat, no matter what, he can't let her leave his sight. But I really didn't expect that Tsunade turned out to be Lily. Tsunade saw everyone with red eyes, and then looked at Liu Mu being hugged by her princess, and couldn't help but laugh. They say beauties bring disaster. I think you are much more powerful than those beauties. Now, let's elope. Tsunade just finished speaking. He kicked hard with both feet, and his whole body was ejected like a bullet. In just the blink of an eye, it flew dozens of meters away. Hurry up and chase me. At this time, Uchiha Itachi and Yuhi Kurenai stood facing each other. There was no expression on Uchiha Itachi's face. It seemed that he didn't take the two people in front of him seriously at all. Sarutobi Asuma looked at Uchiha Itachi fiercely, his eyes filled with anger. At this moment, a fallen leaf slowly fell, crossed Uchiha Itachi's eyes. Taking this opportunity, Sarutobi Asuma launched a direct attack, and light blue chakra emerged from a fist blade in his hand. In a few breaths, he arrived in front of Uchiha Itachi. As for Yuhi Kurenai at the back, the seal has ended, and his body seems to have been sucked into a whirlpool. Then completely disappeared. Sarutobi Asuma came to Uchiha Itachi and punched Uchiha Itachi's body with his fist blade. Just when Sarutobi Asuma was surprised, Uchiha Itachi's body turned into countless crows, flying in all directions. Too slow. A cold voice came from behind. Asuma Sarutobi's heart skipped a beat. He quickly turned his head and saw a pair of blood-red eyes. A kunai stabbed straight towards his waist. Just as he was about to be stabbed, Uchiha Itachi stopped moving. His whole body was entangled in branches. I don't know when a big tree appeared behind me. Yuhi Kurenai emerged from the tree and wiped Uchiha Itachi's neck with a kunai. But at this moment, Uchiha Itachi's body swelled. It's like a balloon that keeps getting blown up. Pung! Like an inflatable girlfriend that was inflated too much, Uchiha Itachi's whole body exploded. Huge impact. Disperse everything around you. A thick cloud of dust was raised. After a while, the dust fell to the ground, and the vision became clear again. Sarutobi Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai covered their body wounds and looked cautiously at Uchiha Itachi not far away. At this moment Sarutobi Asuma understood the power of Uchiha Itachi. He and Yuhi Kurenai attack at the same time. Just used a genjutsu and a normal attack. But Uchiha Itachi cast several ninjutsu in a short period of time. The speed of this seal formation may have exceeded the limit. Sarutobi Asuma couldn't imagine how Uchiha Itachi achieved such speed. But I'm afraid I won't know. After all, he and Yuhi Kurenai were covered in wounds. But there wasn't even a speck of dust on Uchiha Itachi. You two can die, Uchiha Itachi said expressionlessly. Wait. Sarutobi Asuma quickly stopped, and then looked at Uchiha Itachi with sharp eyes. Why did you want to destroy the Uchiha clan, and what are you doing in Konoha after Konoha was attacked? Sarutobi Asuma looked at Uchiha Itachi expectantly. Want to try to win over Uchiha Itachi if possible. If Uchiha Itachi can return to Konoha village, then Konoha village's strength will reach a higher level. And he was able to save himself and Yuhi Kurenai. You can ask third generation this question below. Uchiha Itachi snorted coldly, and then began to form seals. But at this moment, a woman jumped over. The strange thing is that this person is holding someone in his hands, and he is holding him like a princess. Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but look up. Tsunade, what's in your hand? Uchiha Itachi's face was full of doubts, but when he saw the person in Tsunade's hands, his body couldn't help but tremble. That figure that was so familiar that it couldn't be more familiar. That figure that made me regret and miss him countless nights. It can be said, the person Uchiha Itachi regrets killing the most is her. She is Uchiha Itachi's lover Uchiha Izumi. For a moment, Uchiha Itachi stopped making seals and looked at the girl with his eyes. He even forgot about the enemy in front of him for a moment. Seeing this, Sarutobi Asuma used his last strength to rush towards Uchiha Itachi. But just took a few steps. Several huge nails nailed him. Couldn't even take a step. When did you cast genjutsu? Sarutobi Asuma's back was dripping with cold sweat. I have never seen such a careful ninja, counting every step. Sarutobi Asuma also gave up resistance. He looked up to see what attracted Uchiha Itachi. Tsunade-sama, who is that in your arms? Sarutobi Asuma had a puzzled expression on his face. But after seeing it clearly, the body that could not move at all started to tremble. The genjutsu that chained Asuma Sarutobi was also broken. But at this moment Sarutobi Asuma couldn't care about anything else, his eyes were deeply attracted by the girl in Tsunade's arms. That woman was like a fairy descending to earth. Every expression directly struck Sarutobi Asuma's heart. That kind of impact made Asuma Sarutobi forget about his girlfriend Yuhi Kurenai. Just take one more look at the woman. After a while, Tsunade ran away and Uchiha Itachi disappeared. Sarutobi Asuma had a reluctant expression on his face. Prepared to pursue together, hoping to see the woman again. Then he turned around and tried to pull Yuhi Kurenai up. But when he turned around and saw Yuhi Kurenai's expression, Sarutobi Asuma's eyebrows furrowed. I saw Yuhi Kurenai's eyes filled with fascination. Just like a young girl in school, so at a loss and so dead set. That was an expression I had never seen on Yuhi Kurenai's face. For a moment, Sarutobi Asuma felt that his head was green. A trace of anger actually rose in my heart. Red, what are you looking at? Look, I also want to ask you, what were you looking at just now? I didn't expect you to be interested in Tsunade-sama, no wonder you have been acting weird lately. You still have the nerve to criticize me. You're probably the weirder one. Chapter 182 The Great Dark Day. Tsunade hugged Liu Mu and ran away quickly. But none of the people chasing behind him are easy to mess with. Especially Jiraiya, who was rushing at the front, kept closing the distance between the two sides. Damn traitor, he betrayed me, Tsunade said through gritted teeth. Liu Mu couldn't help but roll his eyes. Who betrayed whom? But now Liu Mu finally understands why there are heroes who feel sad about beauty. A simple seduction technique. The most successful brainwashed Konoha ninja turned against him. This power made Liu Mu unable to help but be afraid. Don't be afraid, little cutie. Your sister is here to protect you. She will be able to get rid of these people behind you very quickly. Tsunade noticed something strange about Liu Mu. He said with a gentle face. Liu Mu couldn't help but tremble all over. If he hadn't been locked up, he would have run away long ago. But at this moment, a sense of crisis came over him, and the next second Liu Mu discovered that black flames were rising from his body. And Tsunade's whole body burst into black flames. Amaterasu. Damn it, Uchiha Itachi is going to kill himself. Uchiha Itachi's name just rang in his mind, and the next second it appeared in front of him. Uchiha Itachi with one eye bleeding. After seeing the black flames on Liu Mu's body, a frightened expression appeared on his face. Then hurriedly activated the chakra again. Extinguish the black flame. Although the black flames on Liu Mu and Tsunade were all extinguished, Uchiha Itachi appeared this time and stopped Tsunade. Just 1 second, Tsunade was surrounded. Seeing this scene, Liu Mu was immediately frightened. Being taken away by Tsunade would at least make her feel comfortable. But if you are stopped by these men, it may be a bit difficult. Tsunade, let go of that girl and let me do it. Shimura Danzo was the first to jump out. For the only girl who can make his heart beat, Shimura Danzo completely let himself go. And in order to make this girl completely fall in love with him, Shimura Danzo directly opened Distinguished Heavenly Gods. Like me, like me, like me. Liu Mu also trembled at this time, and a voice kept ringing in his mind. The man you love most in your life is Shimura Danzo. The man you love most in your life is Shimura Danzo. ... This voice kept echoing in Liu Mu's mind. Liu Mu's mouth twitched. I'm a man. Why should I like Shimura Danzo? Liu Mu tried to resist. But the surround sound didn't mean to stop at all. For a time, Liu Mu looked at Shimura Danzo and became pleased with him. And just then, another voice rang in Liu Mu's head. Ding dong. It was detected that the host was hit by Genjutsu Distinguished Heavenly Gods, and the system is being automatically cleaned. After the system sound sounded, a strong electric sound sounded in Liu Mu's mind the next second. It's like a loudspeaker shouting from the side. This operation made Liu Mu wake up instantly. I was even more scared in my heart. I didn't expect that I would win the Distinguished Heavenly Gods. Moreover, the content of Distinguished Heavenly Gods actually makes you like a man. Thinking of this, Liu Mu suddenly felt a little nauseous. I almost vomited out the last night's meal. Fortunately, there is a system, otherwise I would really have to force others to make things difficult for me. And Liu Mu also understood instantly. The Leaf Village dared to attack the country of rain because it was completely prepared. And this time the target is himself. If he is controlled by the Distinguished Heavenly Gods, he will become Konoha's puppet. Completely giving everything for Konoha village. Not asking for anything in return. This experience made Liu Mu understand. I am not invincible yet. If Lao Coin secretly uses tricks behind his back, he might not even have time to turn on the special effects. And there are a lot of ninjutsu that kill instantly. So definitely be careful in the future. While Liu Mu was thinking, several ninjas attacked Tsunade. Every move is fatal. He didn't regard Tsunade as one of his own at all. If you didn't know better, you would have thought that the two had a deep hatred. But only Liu Mu was not harmed at all. Even when he was about to hit Liu Mu a few times, the opponent withdrew his attack. Because Princess Tsunade is holding Liu Mu, Tsunade instantly gained the upper hand. He was beaten straight away and retreated steadily. Baby sister, let me put you down first. I will pick you up after I finish dealing with these bad guys. Don't run around, Tsunade said and put down Liu Mu directly. Then Tsunade looked around with a murderous look on her face. After putting Liu Mu down, his aura increased several times. Have you figured out how to die? Everyone couldn't help but stop and subconsciously took a step back. Tsunade, what do you want to do? You are the most likely person to become the 5th Hokage. Don't make the mistake, Shimura Danzo shouted anxiously. Yes, we are from the same village. Oh, you still think I belong to the same village? It seems like you were the ones who were chasing me just now. Tsunade snorted coldly. Tsunade, the most important thing now is to capture her. After bringing her back to Konoha village, you will become Hokage. Then the arrangement of prisoners of war will not be up to you. Shimura Danzo said. After saying that, he laughed secretly in his heart. Her Distinguished Heavenly Gods has been cast, and from now on she will only love herself. As for the Hokage's distribution of prisoners, it is not an arbitrary distribution, at least it cannot be forced upon others. As for whether he can become Hokage, it doesn't matter anymore. For her smile, Shimura Danzo is willing to give anything. Tsunade rubbed her chin and thought. Apparently he was moved by Shimura Danzo's words. As long as you can have Liu Mu, anything you do will be worthwhile. Okay, I do. Liu Mu smiled bitterly. I didn't expect Tsunade to be convinced so easily. However, Liu Mu never believed Tsunade from beginning to end. It is better to seek help from others than from yourself. Now that Tsunade has compromised, she has to stand up and resist. Liu Mu thought about it and clapped his hands hard in front of his chest. Then he pressed it hard on the ground. Shadow mimicry. Suddenly, black shadows rushed out and spread outwards. And the sky also followed the black shadow, expanding its territory toward the outside. If you look up, you can see that half of it is bright and bright, but one side is completely dark. It seems to represent two worlds. And this darkness is still spreading. In just a few seconds, the entire sky turned completely dark, without any light. And everyone covered by this darkness. Not to mention vision, even hearing, touch, taste and smell were all disabled. I can't feel my own existence at all. What kind of jutsu is this? Do you want to be alone with me through this jutsu? Shimura Danzo thought and smiled proudly. Chapter 183 The moment of Danzo's death. It was pitch dark all around, not to mention that I couldn't see anything. Can't even touch anything. In this way, the five senses seem to disappear. The concept of time completely disappears. It feels like a few days have passed but in fact only a few seconds have passed. It feels like a few seconds have passed but 100 years may have passed. Everyone panicked for a moment. But the most despairing thing is that he doesn't even have the right to commit suicide. I can only keep doubting whether I really exist. But there are always surprises. At this time, Shimura Danzo's face was full of joy, as if he was expecting something. Seeing this, Liu Mu couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. Then he moved his gaze to Jiraiya next to him. Then he clapped his hands. At this time, Shimura Danzo felt that the darkness of his youth was torn apart, and a figure slowly walked out of the darkness. Judging from her silhouette and appearance, isn't she the one I've always wanted? Immediately, Shimura Danzo quickly adjusted his breathing. He tidied up his appearance, especially pulling up his sleeves to cover the sharingan on his arm. No matter what, I want to leave a good impression in front of her. After everything was sorted out, Shimura Danzo walked towards the other party confidently. With every step he took, Shimura Danzo felt his heart beating violently. I was expecting and fearing at the same time. Finally the two came to a distance of less than 1 meter. Before Shimura Danzo knew what to do, the other party stretched out his hand and intertwined his fingers. Shimura Danzo's face suddenly turned red. He was laughing at himself in his heart. As a girl, the other party is so proactive, but as a man, I am timid. But the strange thing is, small hands that look as white as jade. It feels rough like an old man. But these were all trivial matters, and Shimura Danzo didn't take them to heart at all. It's great to meet you. It makes my dead heart suddenly gain life again, Shimura Danzo said with courage. The other party's face turned slightly red and he lowered his head shyly. It's great for me to meet you too. The woman pursed her lips as she spoke and kept coming closer. Shimura Danzo's heart skipped a beat. As expected, he cast distinguished heavenly gods and was so proactive all of a sudden. But no matter what the means, now that the beauty is sending her a kiss, Shimura Danzo will naturally not miss such a good thing. Beard. Shimura Danzo became confused. Why is a girl's beard so prickly? But think about it, it's not that girls can't grow beards. Girls' beards are just not obvious. When male hormones are strong, girls' beards will grow thicker and may even be thicker than some men's beards. I'm afraid this is the situation now. Shimura Danzo didn't mind. As long as you go back and recuperate, you can recover. A few minutes passed. The two finally separated, wiping each other's mouths and looking at each other breathlessly. I didn't expect your lung capacity to be good. Shimura Danzo gasped. You too, my mouth is swollen. The woman pointed at her mouth and smiled. Then the two looked at each other and laughed. At this moment Shimura Danzo realized that he had done so much and he didn't even know the other person's name. I've been with you for so long, and I still don't know your name. Then can you tell me your name? Shimura Danzo rubbed the back of his head and smiled. The woman blushed again. Then he laughed confidently. I said you don't even know how powerful I am. Listen up. Toad Sage just hides his name from the world. I can do anything easily. In the whole world of the southeast, northwest, and Sanin's white, no one can beat me. The handsome boy who can make a crying child shut up, Jiraiya-sama, is this handsome boy. As the woman spoke, she made an exaggerated pose. Shimura Danzo was stunned for a moment. My brain completely shut down. I told you my name, should you introduce yourself? The woman asked urgently. Shimura Danzo came to his senses. He quickly replied, your name is similar to that of my nephew. He is also called Jiraiya. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Shimura Danzo, but I hope you call me dear. After Shimura Danzo finished speaking, he found that the woman was completely dumbfounded. An expression that doubts life. Don't be like this. Although I am a high-level official in Konoha village and can be said to be inferior to one person and superior to 10,000 people, you are special. Just treat me as an ordinary person. Shimura Danzo said with a smile. No, what did you just say? The woman touched her head with one hand and pushed Shimura Danzo away with the other hand, with a distressed expression on her face. My name is Shimura Danzo. I want you to call me dear. Shimura Danzo replied inexplicably. No, the above sentence. The woman continued. Your name is similar to that of my nephew, also called Jiraiya. Shimura Danzo's face became even more confused. I don't understand why her reaction was so big. Is it possible that you are really frightened by your own status? For a moment Shimura Danzo smiled and shook his head. Then he grabbed the woman's hands and moved her face directly towards her. Don't be afraid, I will be good to you. As soon as Shimura Danzo finished speaking, goosebumps appeared on the woman's body. There was a look of fear on his face. His hands kept trying to pull away. Shimura Danzo frowned. The girl in front of him was so special, she dared to reject him. Immediately I remembered the domineering President Wu Yuxian said. He immediately hugged the other person's waist and prepared to kiss again. But at this moment, Shimura Danzo felt like his eyes were blurred. When he came back to his senses, the scene in front of him had completely changed. The originally dark black hair has turned into snow white. The figure that was originally like a bolt of lightning suddenly became several times thicker. Shimura Danzo quickly wiped his eyes, but the next second made Shimura Danzo feel hairy all over. Why is it you, Jiraiya? Shimura Danzo was startled. I still want to say, why is it you? Jiraiya said angrily. Then he realized that he was holding Jiraiya. Then he thought about the kiss he had lasted with Jiraiya for several minutes. Suddenly Shimura Danzo felt his stomach churn. There is an urge to vomit. At this time, Jiraiya and Shimura Danzo made a gesture, and vomited a whole pile on the ground. Shimura Danzo pointed his finger at Jiraiya. He roared angrily. Jiraiya, I'm warning you, even though you are one of the Sannin, if this news gets out today, I will never let you go. I'm crazy, what good will it do to me if I tell you? As soon as Jiraiya finished speaking, the originally dark surroundings suddenly lit up. There were a dozen ninjas from the Leaf Village standing around. He looked at the two people in front of him with disgust. Chapter 184 The Terrifying Rasengan. Shimura Danzo pretended to be calm. After all, the more panicked you are now, the easier it is for you to expose your flaws. And it was pitch black just now, who could see clearly what happened to me? What are you doing? Our enemies Liu Mu and Uchiha Itachi are over there, and you haven't done anything yet. Danzo Shimura coughed, and then whispered, when did you start watching? It starts with how nice it is to meet you. Tsunade said expressionlessly. Shimura Danzo's mouth twitched. It's great to meet you. I've been watching this since the beginning. Shimura Danzo quickly calmed himself down. Then he said with a smile. I have to say, Jiraiya's transformation technique is really good. No, you two are normal here. Tsunade continued. Shimura Danzo suddenly felt his feet weaken. I feel like my entire life's reputation has been ruined. Compared to the desperate Shimura Danzo, Jiraiya had already rushed towards Liu Mu. It must be you, UBD is definitely the deceiver. I understand you're sanctioning Danzo, but why did you choose me? Jiraiya roared. Because you two are the closest. Liu Mu replied with a smile. Hearing this, Hitaki Kakashi quickly took 2 steps back and distanced himself from Shimura Danzo. Everyone discovered Hitaki Kakashi's little move. They also followed suit. Jiraiya rushed towards Liu Mu with tears in his eyes. UBD, I'm so nice to you, but you stabbed me in the back. I'll fight you. Tsunade prepared to intercept Jiraiya. But when he saw Jiraiya's crazy expression, he was immediately startled and couldn't help but take a small step back. This was the first time Tsunade saw such an expression. If he tried to intercept it by force, Jiraiya would never show mercy. The next second, Shimura Danzo also stood up. He looked at Liu Mu with hatred in his eyes. Although I don't know what methods Liu Mu used, it is obvious that distinguished heavenly gods did not work. Ninjutsu, his only chance to control Liu Mu, failed. Shimura Danzo no longer had any way to suppress Liu Mu. But you can trick the witnesses in front of you to death. Follow Jiraiya-sama and rush forward. Shimura Danzo shouted. Everyone subconsciously rushed towards Liu Mu. Liu Mu snorted coldly, then one of his hands formed a claw shape, and then the light blue chakra quickly gathered towards the center of the palm. Not long after, a water blue sphere appeared in Liu Mu's hand. Liu Mu looked at the Rasengan in his hand in confusion. I obviously have special effects turned on, but why are there no special effects at all? At this time, Rasengan escaped from Liu Mu's hand and slowly flew into the air. At this time a breeze blew. After passing Rasengan suddenly gave off a powerful momentum. Then a strong gust of wind blew. Blow everyone high. Some ninjas even crashed directly into the branches and lost their lives because they failed to avoid in time. Damn, it's Rasengan. Is the Rasengan so powerful? Jiraiya-sama. Isn't Rasengan a ninjutsu without chakra? Why did it become such a powerful wind escape? Just when everyone was overwhelmed by the wind, a leaf floated above Rasengan. Suddenly, countless branches stabbed out from Rasengan and stabbed straight towards everyone. Not long after, the forest was already dense. At this time, there were trees all over the place, and the place where you could move was very small. Damn it, how can this Rasengan know wood style? Rasengan is a non-attribute chakra ninjutsu. Whatever chakra is added to it, it will get a certain attribute reaction. So the wood attribute chakra was added to Rasengan. Damn it, this kid also knows wood style. For a moment everyone was desperate. If wood style continues, the space for everyone to move will be very small. Many people have even been blocked. Jiraiya gritted his teeth and used the psychic technique, and Gamabunta was immediately channeled. But Gamabunta just landed on the ground for a moment. Countless branches seemed to be alive, quickly wrapping around Gamabunta's forelimbs. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before Gamabunta is entangled. Want to control me? Gamabunta sneered. Then he took out the short sword from his waist, synthesized it directly in one breath, and slashed towards Rasengan. Short sword slashed through Rasengan without any hindrance. The branches also stopped at this second. But the next second, countless steel blades shot out. A steel blade is different from a tree branch. The branches only looked for gaps between trees. Even if they hit the ninja, they would not cause fatal injuries. But the steel blade is different. It shot straight out, destroying everything in its path. Many trees were cut off in an instant. Gamabunta also regretted his carelessness. Unexpectedly, after his short sword passed through, Rasengan started spitting steel blades. Moreover, several steel blades almost pierced his body. If Rasengan is allowed to continue, I was afraid that everyone present would die. Thinking of this, Gamabunta quickly formed a seal with his hands, and then spit out a huge water ball. After encountering water in Rasengan, the deadly steel blade stopped. In just a few seconds, a large area of the forest had been destroyed. Everyone looked at the steel forest in front of them with lingering fear. I couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Rasengan paused for a second, then continued to shoot water bombs. Water bombs don't seem very powerful, but after the water projectile is ejected, anything it hits will instantly break. The trees are broken, the stone breaks. Moreover, it shoots much more water bombs than the previous branch steel blade. Faced with such an intensive attack, even a ninja with the fastest reaction speed may not be able to dodge them all. Quick, hurry up and use other attribute chakra attacks. Hurry up. Seeing this, Jiraiya quickly formed a seal with his hands, then took a deep breath and exhaled, hitting the Rasengan in the air. The water bombs suddenly stopped. Jiraiya, why are you using fire style? Tsunade shouted with a corner of her mouth. It's familiar. Jiraiya replied subconsciously. Don't you look at where this is? This is a forest. If we light a fire and everything doesn't burn, where will we escape? Tsunade said through gritted teeth. Only then did Jiraiya react. If you want to use other attribute chakra, you can offset the fire attribute chakra. But ninjutsu hasn't been used yet. Rasengan spit out countless flames at once, igniting the entire forest in an instant. Along with the flames, billowing smoke rose. Block everyone's view. Damn, hurry up and use other attributes chakra. No, I can't find Rasengan's location at all. Let's run. I can't run away, the way back is blocked by flames. Liu Mu raised the corners of his mouth slightly and turned to look at Uchiha Itachi. Itachi, what will happen if you use Tsukuyomi on this Rasengan? Chapter 185, a miniature version of the Eye of the Moon, 2 chapters in 1. Uchiha Itachi frowned. Using Tsukuyomi will cause great damage to your own eyes, and in this situation, you can still deal with the opponent even without using Tsukuyomi. There is really no need to use Sharingan again. But Uchiha Itachi couldn't refuse. Every time he thinks of Uchiha Azumi's face, Uchiha Itachi trembles all over. After looking at Liu Mu for 3 seconds, Uchiha Itachi nodded slightly. Good. I saw Uchiha Itachi staring at Rasengan. Sharingan spun rapidly, and a stream of blood flowed directly from his eye socket. Rasengan suddenly turned fiery red. It suddenly turned blood red. The flames that kept spraying also stopped. I saw Rasengan gradually changing, and finally turned into a Sharingan, flying in the air and watching everyone. Everyone looked up subconsciously. Suddenly everyone trembled, and the scene in front of them changed directly. The next second everyone appeared in Konoha village. Tsunade slowly opened her eyes and was looking around suspiciously when suddenly a man with blue hair walked in. Kato Dan. Tsunade looked at the man in front of her in disbelief. Thinking I've been hit by genjutsu. He quickly slapped himself. It hurts. It hurts so much. But because of the pain, Tsunade became excited. His eyes were filled with tears, and he hesitated for a long time, not knowing what to say. Which song are you singing today? Why are you so nervous? Kato said with a smile. Tsunade burst out laughing. At this moment, Tsunade was no longer the violent woman who punched people when she disagreed. At least in front of Kato Dan. Tsunade is definitely the most gentle and virtuous girlfriend. But Tsunade always felt empty in her heart, as if something was missing. At this time a young man walked in. Tsunade stood up suddenly and exclaimed, Liu Mu. There's no need to be like this. I was shocked when I first came in. I almost thought you were going to eat me. Liu Mu rolled his eyes and said, Okay Liu Mu, Tsunade is probably a relative here today, and her mood is a bit unstable. Please be patient. Kato Suan covered his mouth and laughed. Tsunade's mouth twitched. I can't wait to slap him. But he reacted immediately and stopped quickly. You two know each other? Tsunade said the question she wanted to ask the most. Then he looked at the two of them expectantly. Liu Mu hurried over and pressed his forehead against Tsunade's. You don't even have a fever. Why is your brain burned out? Tsunade was startled by Liu Mu's intimate movements and ran away quickly. But he accidentally fell backwards. But at this moment, Kato Dan ran over quickly and helped Tsunade, who was about to fall. You should be careful, don't be so frizzy. Tsunade blushed again. My mind went completely blank. He said in a strange way, won't you be jealous? Liu Mu and Kato Dan laughed at the same time. Have you forgotten that Kato Dan is my clone? Isn't this what you asked for? Liu Mu said helplessly, and then took out a bouquet of flowers from behind. Tsunade, can you agree to marry me? Liu Mu knelt down on one knee. He took out a diamond ring from his pocket and handed it over. Tsunade's face turned red again and her mind went blank. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Then he punched a wall and punched a hole directly. Tsunade jumped out without saying a word. Feeling the caress of the cold wind, Tsunade came back to her senses a little. But the blood-red moonlight was particularly dazzling. Hatake Kakashi slowly opened his eyes. Seeing the familiar streets around him, his face showed confusion but a look of confusion. It was obvious that he was still fighting in the Kingdom of Rain a second ago. Why did he return to Konoha village the next second? Then Hatake Kakashi quickly raised his forehead protector, trying to use Sharingan to see through the genjutsu in front of him. But when the forehead protector was lifted, Hatake Kakashi was shocked to find that his Sharingan was missing. Even the shocking wound on the eye disappeared. At this moment, two figures ran from a distance. Although they have changed a lot, Hatake Kakashi can be recognized at a glance as the grown-up Uchiha Obito and Nohara Rin. Hatake Kakashi walked forward with heavy steps. After taking a few steps, Nohara Lin suddenly pounced on her. Kakashi, do you miss me? Nohara Lin said affectionately. Hatake Kakashi's face suddenly turned red. Uchiha Obito rolled his eyes and kicked a stone on the side. There was a sour smell of jealousy all over his body. Kakashi, do you miss me? Please, you two met yesterday, could you please stop feeding me dog food? Uchiha Obito said, imitating Nohara Rin's tone. Nohara Lin smiled heartily. Then he directly hooked Uchiha Obito's neck. Okay, we will always be best friends, don't be like this. How about I introduce you to the little girl from the Hyuga family, maybe you can have a child with Sharingan and Byakugan. Thank you very much, I can do this myself. Uchiha Obito snorted and walked to the side angrily. Hatake Kakashi looked at the scene in front of him. A warm feeling filled my whole body. After more than 10 years of walking in the darkest place in the ninja world, that cold heart gradually melted. Hatake Kakashi raised his head happily. See the blood-red moon in the sky. Jiraiya slowly opened his eyes. But the vision was blurry. Then Jiraiya quickly wiped his eyes, but there was still smoke in front of him. I looked down and saw that I was soaking in a bathhouse. Jiraiya simply frowned. He was clearly in the land of rain a second ago, so why did he suddenly arrive at the bathhouse? Moreover, the decoration style of the bathhouse is completely like that of Konoha village. Jiraiya was about to slap himself in the face, trying to get him out of the illusion. Suddenly the door of the big bathhouse was opened. More than a dozen women came out and all entered the hot spring. All go. This is a mixed bath. Jiraiya suddenly became excited. The mixed baths I went to before were either monkeys in the mountains or elderly grandmothers. Not like this time. All are young and beautiful girls. For a moment, blood started to flow from under Jiraiya's nose, and he couldn't stop the blood from flowing even with his hands. At this moment, all the girls around came over worriedly. Master Toad Boy, why do you have a nosebleed? Jiraiya-sama, you lost a lot of blood. Jiraiya-sama, let me hold your nose. For a moment, the blood from Jiraiya's nose spurted out more violently, and the hot springs were dyed red with the nosebleed. You all get out of my way. With a loud shout, all the girls stopped moving and left reluctantly, looking at the woman resentfully from the side. Jiraiya couldn't help but turn his head. I want to see who ruined my good deeds. But when I saw the other person's blush, my heart couldn't help but beat a little. Isn't this the girl I have been dreaming about day and night? Unexpectedly, she also came. Jiraiya became nervous for a moment. I was afraid that my intimate actions with those girls just now made them think wrong. Thereby hating myself. After all, if he could get her, Jiraiya would be willing to give up all the girls in the world. Listen to my explanation, Jiraiya said anxiously. What are you explaining? Why don't you come over here quickly? The girl said arrogantly with her arms folded across her chest. Jiraiya was dumbfounded. It took him a long time to react, and he hurried to the girl's side. His face was already red as an apple, and his heart was beating like an engine. The girl was almost the same as Jiraiya at this time. Blushing, she flipped up her broken hair. A nosebleed can only be stopped by raising your head, the woman said and patted her thigh. For a moment, Jiraiya's heart beat faster, feeling like it would jump out of his throat at any moment. Hurry up, I'll regret it later, the girl urged. Jiraiya quickly lay down on it. Looking at the two snow-white moons and a red moon above, there was a happy expression on my face. No matter if it's an illusion or not, isn't such a life happier than reality? Shimura Danzo slowly opened his eyes. The moment he got up, he immediately reached for his ninja bag. But when he saw the familiar scenes around him, he couldn't help but become confused. Wasn't he still fighting in the Kingdom of Rain a second ago? Why did he return to his office the next second? Then Shimura Danzo hurriedly took off the bandage. Want to use Sharingan to unlock Genjutsu. But no matter how hard he urged Sharingan, the Genjutsu in front of him still couldn't be unlocked. Is it all a dream just now and is it reality now? Shimura Danzo scratched his hair, trying to clear up the doubts in his heart. At this time, the office door was opened. A woman pushed open the door and entered. Shimura Danzo couldn't help but frown. Someone actually dared to come into my office without knocking. But just when Shimura Danzo wanted to reprimand. But when he saw the appearance of the woman in front of him, he was completely stunned. Isn't this the woman who made me fall in love? Immediately, Shimura Danzo stood up, completely forgetting that my Sharingan is still running rapidly. Shimura Danzo stood up, walked up to the girl. He gently touched the other person's face with his hand. But at this moment, the girl's face suddenly jumped like a video frame. After beating, Shimura Danzo found that his hand was actually touching Jiraiya's face. Shimura Danzo was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat. He took several steps back before stopping. Duanzo, what's wrong with you? Am I not beautiful? The woman asked aggrievedly. Shimura Danzo twitched the corner of his mouth and looked at the other person again. At this time, the girl's body is still like a devil, with a perfect S shape. But his head was pressed against Jiraiya's head. Then think of the scene of kissing Jiraiya before. Shimura Danzo felt his stomach churn. Then he vomited it out all at once. You think I'm ugly? When you married me, you said I was so beautiful, but now you think I'm ugly, and you even spit it out. Are you worthy of me? Are you worthy of your two children? The girl's face became even more aggrieved as she spoke. The tears couldn't stop flowing down. Danzo Shimura was immediately dumbfounded. Feelings, he is married to the girl who is holding Jiraiya's head in front of him, and he has two children. For a moment Shimura Danzo doubted his life. What exactly have I experienced? But anyway, now that you have a child, it's really too much to treat a girl like this. Then he hurried up and comforted her. Okay, madam, I vomited just now because I ate the wrong thing, and I ran back because I was afraid of vomiting on you. Shimura Danzo explained. The girl stopped crying. He raised his head and looked at Shimura Danzo with tears in his eyes. Real. Shimura Danzo's mouth twitched. Seeing Jiraiya's face, he really wanted to rush up and slap him. But in the end, reason prevailed over impulse. Really, can I still lie to you? For a moment, the girl burst into laughter, wiping her tears with both hands. Really, be more careful when you eat next time. Otherwise, I will prepare all your meals from now on, so that you won't get a bad stomach. Shimura Danzo's mouth twitched. If you don't hold Jiraiya's head against your head, you will never vomit. Let's talk about this later. Really, the girl put her hands on her hips and pouted. What should have been a very cute scene turned out to be extremely disgusting in the eyes of Shimura Danzo. Vomited again. Shimura Danzo could no longer look directly at the girl, so he quickly took out a fox mask and put it on the girl. Honey, you are so beautiful. I'm afraid I'll get caught up in it, so you'd better wear a mask, otherwise I'm afraid I won't be able to work. Shimura Danzo couldn't help but praise his wit. Seeing Jiraiya's coquettish face again, he was afraid that he would not be able to control himself and would take out a kunai and cut a few cuts on his face for plastic surgery. Okay, I won't disturb your work, but 2 children are here today. Do you want to take a look? Shimura Danzo suddenly became interested. Although I knew this was an illusion, I was still curious about what my child would look like. Then he hurriedly urged, of course I want to meet you. Great, kids, come see daddy quickly. The girl shouted to the door. After a while the door was opened. A little head poked out. Shimura Danzo's excitement was extinguished instantly when he saw the child's face. He is obviously a child, but he bears Jiraiya's old face. How can Shimura Danzo accept this? He kept roaring in his heart. Then the second child came out. It's just that he has been hiding behind little Jiraiya and can't see his face at all. Shimura Danzo smiled again. He whispered softly. Stop playing hide and seek, hurry up and let daddy see if you have gained weight. I haven't gained weight, the child said in a milky voice. Then the head was exposed. But when Shimura Danzo saw the second child's face, his whole face turned green. After hesitating for a long time, I almost passed by without even taking a breath. The child looked at Shimura Danzo with confused eyes. But his face was unusually old, even looking a bit older than Shimura Danzo. And Shimura Danzo is also very familiar with this face. They are just old partners who have been working together for decades. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Chapter 186 Thunder Tribulation 2 in 1. Liu Mu looked at everyone's expressions and couldn't help but become confused. Obviously Genjutsu is supposed to make everyone feel pain, but why is everyone smiling? It always feels crooked. It feels like a dream come true. On the contrary, Shimura Danzo's expression showed fear, anger and helplessness. This is the original intention of Genjutsu. However, Liu Mu was very curious, and Shimura Danzo was a very determined person. What content did you see? That's why he showed such an expression. Liu Mu shook his head, then turned to look at Uchiha Itachi. I'll leave this to you Itachi. Rasengan should still be able to hold on for a while. You can handle it as you see fit. But you can't kill Tsunade, she can cure your disease. Liu Mu said. Among the Hokage ninjas, Uchiha Itachi is deteriorating day by day because of illness. As the best medical ninja, Tsunade might be able to save Uchiha Itachi. Understood Liu Senpai. Uchiha Itachi nodded. Liu Mu smiled slightly, then quickly used the Flying Thunder God technique and flew towards the next venue. After Liu Mu left, Uchiha Itachi's eyes became solemn. Anyone who dares to invade the Rain Country is definitely an enemy of the Akatsuki Organization, and even if they are killed, it is not an exaggeration. Uchiha Itachi thought so too. But when I saw everyone's happy expressions, I couldn't help but look forward to what would happen in Genjutsu. So I closed Sharingan and prepared to enter the fantasy world to find out. As for the matter of killing, we can leave it alone for now. As Uchiha Itachi closed Sharingan, his whole body trembled. After 3 seconds, Uchiha Itachi, who had always had a sullen face, smiled. On the other side of the Rain Country, Conan Scorpion and others are fighting non-stop with the ninjas from the Kingdom of Wind. Gaara obtained the One-Tail Chakra, combined with Sand Release, and had an absolute numerical advantage. Everyone in the Akatsuki Organization was suddenly overwhelmed. Conan was flying in the air, frowning at the battle below. Damn it, we have to find a way to deal with One-Tail Jinchuriki. Do you have a chance to fight back, Scorpion? Do you think I'm fighting back? Every puppet has a ninja facing it, and my biggest advantage is gone. Xie said helplessly with a bitter look on his face. 100 machine drills can operate hundreds of puppets at the same time. In the case of 1 against 1 or more than 1 dozen, it has an absolute advantage. But now it's not 1 against 1, but hundreds per dozen. With the absolute numerical advantage, the shortcomings of the 100 machine drill were revealed. Because Scorpion controls hundreds of puppets at the same time, it is absolutely impossible to operate every machine precisely. Then they were defeated one by Sand Shinobi. Damn, why are there so many Sand Shinobi? It would be great if the master was here. Conan just finished speaking. Suddenly I felt my chest tighten, and then a figure appeared in front of me. It was Liu Mu who used the Flying Thunder God technique. Liu Mu recovered from the dizziness of traveling through space. Suddenly I found that I had caught a big steamed bun. If you squeeze it a little harder, it will let out bursts of squealing. Liu Mu turned around to look, and was so frightened that he immediately retracted his hand, with an embarrassed expression on his face. Conan, why do you put the coordinate binding kunai on your chest? Do you know how embarrassed I am? Liu Mu shouted anxiously. This kunai is used to locate coordinates. Conan showed an expression of surprise on his face, and then an expression of regret. If I had known I would have let him go. Liu Mu rolled his eyes. Then he looked down at the countless sand shinobi below. According to the normal plot, sand shinobi and Konoha ninjas should have lost most of them in the Konoha collapse plan. This resulted in the collapse of both countries. However, due to his appearance, sand shinobi and Konoha ninja stopped fighting in advance. Although both countries have died, but the ninja didn't sacrifice much. This allowed enough ninjas from the Kingdom of Wind to come to the Kingdom of Rain. Seeing Liu Mu appear, the ninjas from the Kingdom of Wind became nervous. After all, that person almost destroyed the existence of Konoha village, and his strength should not be underestimated. If Liu Mu takes action, then the numerical advantage of the Kingdom of Wind will be gone. Quick, fight according to our plan. Marky shouted quickly. Many ninjas from the Kingdom of Wind didn't understand why Marky was so nervous. But the duty of a ninja is to obey. Now that a task has been arranged, it must be executed immediately. The strategy of the Kingdom of Wind is to attack quickly. Before Liu Mu could react, he directly defeated Liu Mu. I saw countless ninja tools thrown towards Liu Mu. Liu Mu, who hadn't figured out the situation yet, could only keep dodging. But at this moment, Maji suddenly appeared in front of Liu Mu. Prepared to give Liu Mu a fatal blow. Liu Mu's heart skipped a beat. With such continuous attacks, ordinary ninjas would have absolutely no room to dodge. Even if he dodged countless ninja tools, he still couldn't dodge Maji's attack. But how could Liu Mu be an ordinary ninja? Immediately, a golden electric current appeared on his body, and Liu Mu disappeared in front of everyone in the next second. Yellow flash. This guy actually knows ninjutsu, and he says he's not a mole in the Leaf Village. Quick, find Liu Mu's location quickly. For a while, Sand Shinobi quickly started looking for it, but the next second, he discovered that Liu Mu was not far away. And one of Liu Mu's hands directly grabbed Shia's butt. Senior Liu, actually I won't refuse you if you want to do these things, but you are fighting now, can you wait a moment? Xie Ban said with a blushing face. Liu Mu's mouth twitched. You're saying no, and you're blushing like crazy. Why do you put the kunai that marks the coordinates there? Liu Mu discovered it recently. As the propaganda director of the Akatsuki Organization, the whole person has begun to be demonized. Pure adoration from the very beginning. Now the motivation is becoming more and more questionable. Liu Mu even doubted whether the scorpion was bent. But now Liu Mu has no time to pay attention to scorpion, because the next round of attack has already begun. A counterattack must be carried out immediately. Then Liu Mu immediately turned on the special effects, and then clapped his hands hard. Water style, shark bullet jutsu. As Liu Mu roared angrily, the chakra in his body began to circulate rapidly. But the imaginary shark did not appear. Liu Mu hurriedly tried to escape. But the next second, a deafening wail cry came out. This sound is so lonely and lonely. All the ninjas couldn't help but stop attacking, and then searched for the source of the sound. At this moment, the light in the sky was completely blocked. Everyone looked up and saw a coon swimming alone in the air. Every time he flaps his fins, a hurricane hits. Everyone couldn't help but retreat. What the hell is this? So ninjutsu, what is Liu Mu planning to do? Quick, everyone, hurry up and prepare to fight back. Gaara frowned. Facing such a huge creature, the only one who can deal with him now is One Tail. Then he formed a seal with his hands. Immediately used the technique of pretending to sleep. For a moment, the amount of sand on Gaara's body increased rapidly, and it kept gathering toward the bottom of his body. Not long after, a huge head appeared in front of everyone. What appeared next was the body, claws and the thick tail. I finally came out again. The huge one-tail Shukaku roared excitedly. I remember the last time I appeared, I met a pervert. This time, I have to say something to let the world know the power of Shukaku. But when Shukaku looked up to the sky and roared, suddenly I spotted the huge figure in the sky. Although he is very big, in front of that guy in the air, his cell phone definitely belongs to his younger brother. To expose yourself to such a creature, it's no different than giving away someone's head. A-hole Gaara, you are trying to trick me again. Shukaku yelled loudly. He wanted to slap Gaara awake with sand. But at this time, Kun in the sky had already moved his gaze to Shukaku. As you adjust your body shape, he rushed directly towards Shukaku. Shukaku's mouth twitched, and he slapped Gaara with sand as hard as he could. But Gaara had no intention of waking up, and instead snored. Shukaku became desperate. 2 tears fell directly from the corners of his eyes. It's easy for me. The next second, Kun opened his bloody mouth and swallowed Shukaku in one gulp. The scene fell silent for a while. As a secret weapon, one-tail Shukaku was swallowed in one glance. So how strong is this Kun? No one dares to go down. Damn it, attack quickly. Defeating Liu Mu will remove this ninjutsu. Otherwise everyone will die. Ma-ji roared. This roar ignited Sand Shinobi's fighting enthusiasm again. All the Sand Shinobi took out their ninja tools and glared at Liu Mu. In the next second, countless ninjutsu tools came to Liu Mu. Liu Mu smiled disapprovingly. With the Flying Thunder God technique in hand, he is absolutely invincible. No matter how intensive the attack, It only takes a blink of an eye to get to a safe location. Then he directly activated the Flying Thunder God technique. The air became dry for a while, and a bolt from the blue fell directly on Liu Mu. Then countless bolts of lightning fell like rain. Countless lightnings are connected to the ground, with no intention of disappearing. It was as if God wanted to punish Liu Mu, thus unleashed catastrophe. The next second a bolt of lightning struck Conan. Before Conan could dodge, lightning hit Conan in the chest. Suddenly Conan felt numb all over. His body started to twitch non-stop. Conan howled in pain, but the next second, he discovered that Liu Mu was grabbing him in a familiar posture. Conan coughed weakly. He looked at Liu Mu in front of him aggrievedly. Master, if you want to arrest him, then just arrest him. There is no need to create such a big battle. I can't bear it, Conan said and coughed. While coughing, he also blew out several smoke rings. Liu Mu also laughed awkwardly. I didn't expect that the special effects of the Flying Thunder God's technique are so powerful. It's like an immortal going through a tribulation. It's just a pain for Conan, who was struck by lightning in vain. Fortunately, the lightning was just a special effect, although Conan had a painful expression on his face and looked seriously injured. But that's just part of the special effects. Otherwise, if struck by lightning just now, let alone a person, even a hard stone would explode instantly. Even if Conan doesn't die, I'm afraid the big white steamed bun will explode. However, this special effect made Liu Mu think of other uses. Liu Mu then took out a kunai with a charm written on it and threw it into the middle of San Shinobi. Then he used the Flying Thunder God technique again. Suddenly black clouds came over the city, and countless lightning flashed in the black clouds. When Liu Mu used the Flying Thunder God technique and came to the middle of San Shinobi, countless lightnings kept falling. No matter how fast you are, you can't be faster than lightning. No matter how strong you are, you can't be stronger than the wrath of God. Liu Mu kept performing the Flying Thunder God technique among the crowd. Suddenly, San Shinobi was like a purgatory on earth. Countless people kept wailing. Those with poor mental endurance were so frightened that they peed directly. Those with strong mental endurance are constantly suffering the wrath of God and being hit again and again. Who is this Liu Mu? He can actually perform such terrifying ninjutsu. Ah, damn, he can control lightning. Is this Liu Mu a god? This lightning feels so good. Hurry up and hit me again. At this time, Shukaku ran out of Kun's mouth. A bright smile appeared on his face. Ha ha ha, I'm finally out. This time I won't play with you. I'm going to find my poetry in distance. Shukaku laughed a few times, watching lightning bolts as thick as tree poles sweep across the ground. And there are lightnings of such thickness, not to mention thousands, 80, 900. It is simply purgatory on earth. Suddenly Shukaku's mouth twitched. How can I care about poetry in the distance now? Life-saving is the most important thing now. Then he ran directly in the direction of Kun. Big brother, hurry up and swallow me, hurry up. Shukaku shouted anxiously, but Kun didn't seem to want to pay attention to Shukaku. Continue swimming leisurely and contentedly. Suddenly Shukaku became anxious and jumped in front of Kun with a strong jump of his legs. Then two arms grabbed Kun's mouth. He used all his strength to forcefully open Kun's mouth. Then he dived in. Huh, it's still safe here. Shukaku let out a long sigh of relief. I secretly decided in my heart, even if you beat yourself to death, you will never go out. After all, it's really scary outside. Where is the safety in Kun's belly? The lightning lasted for nearly several minutes before stopping. It's not that Liu Mu doesn't want to continue, but he had gone too far, and there was not much chakra left in his body. San Shinobi also fainted in the lightning this time. Only a few ninjas were still standing. Even the standing ninja was teetering on the verge of falling down at any moment. Maki looked at San Shinobi, who fell on the ground with a pale face. Seeing such a tragic scene, Maki couldn't help but shed tears. Chunin couldn't help but regret it. I don't understand why I listened to Shimura Danzo's temptation and went to besiege the Land of Rain. So many ninjas were lost all at once. Then the Kingdom of Wind will completely fall out of one of the 5 major countries, and any small country can bully the Kingdom of Wind. The fundamental reason for all this is that he came to the Kingdom of Rain and provoked Liu Mu. Shimura Danzo, I will never let you go even if I become a ghost. Chapter 187, Making a Deal with Shinigami 2 in 1. Now almost all the ninjas in the Kingdom of Wind fell to the ground. But Liu Mu was not happy at all. All the previous injuries were caused by special effects. As long as the special effects disappear, everyone will discover the problem with the injuries. Your secret will be completely exposed. My death will definitely be very ugly when the time comes. At this time, the great shark bullet jutsu previously performed disappeared, and Gaara slowly climbed up from the pile of water. Seeing San Shinobi lying on the ground, although his face was swollen, his eyes showed a sad expression. What exactly happened? Is this Liu Mu really that powerful? For a moment despair filled Gaara's eyes. Wants to avenge the ninjas of the Land of Wind. But he knew very well that he was definitely no match for Liu Mu. Even if you go for revenge, you will only die. Then he sat down directly on the ground. Seeing Gaara's expression, Liu Mu's eyes suddenly lit up, and his mouth slightly raised to reveal a bright smile. Is your country of wind willing to surrender to the Akatsuki Organization? Liu Mu said coldly. Maki smiled bitterly. There was hatred in his eyes. If we surrender, do you dare to use enemies like us? And after this war, will the Kingdom of Wind still exist? Maki said with an unwilling expression on his face. Almost all the ninjas in the Kingdom of Wind were killed. Even if a few of them survive, any small country can destroy the Kingdom of Wind. The Kingdom of Wind has lost. It can no longer be regarded as one of the 5 major countries. At most, the seeds of the Kingdom of Wind are allowed to flee, waiting for the day when the country will be restored. Liu Mu walked up to Ma Ji with a smile. Ma Ji grabbed the kunai in his hand and wanted to kill Liu Mu. However, Liu Mu exuded a strong sense of oppression, which made Ma Ji unable to help but retreat. Even the kunai in his hand fell to the ground. He kept cursing himself in his heart. Why do I not even have the courage to fight when my enemy is in front of me? Don't think about it, the ninjas of the Kingdom of Wind will never give in. Ma Ji said decisively with the last of his strength. What if I bring them back to life? No matter how favorable the conditions are, I will. Marquis suddenly reacted mid-sentence. What did you say? I asked if I could resurrect them all. Would you like to surrender to the Akatsuki Organization? Ma Ji, who had fallen into despair, once again showed his eyes. Resurrection. Letting the dead come out of the kingdom of the dead is beyond the limits of human beings. If you can do this, control the life and death of others. This can already be regarded as the realm of gods. Although ninjutsu can bring the dead back to life, the huge price is far beyond what ordinary people can bear. Although I don't know what Liu Mu is selling. But this is the only hope for the Kingdom of Wind. Although I am not Kazekage, as long as you can resurrect the ninjas of the Wind Country, I am willing to try to make the Wind Country surrender to the Akatsuki Organization. Although Marquis did not agree 100%. But this reaction is the most authentic. Even if Kazekage wants to surrender to the Akatsuki Organization, the top brass of the Country of Wind may not all agree. Not to mention a tiny Marquis. What's more, Liu Mu had no choice but to finish the scene before the special effects disappeared. Otherwise everything will be lost. Your answer is very sincere. I choose to believe you, and I am not afraid of you going back on your word. If you go back on your word, I will let them go back how they came back to life. Ma Ji turned pale for a moment. After thinking for a moment, he nodded heavily. Leave it to Sir Liu Mu's disposal. Liu Mu smiled slightly. Now that the first step has been taken care of, the next step is the most important second step. That's real acting. But this time, Liu Mu needs the cooperation of one person. Then Liu Mu clapped his hands hard, and the chakra all over his body gathered to one point. At this time, the ground kept shaking. Then a gate emerged from the ground. Marquis frowned. Generally, ninjutsu is performed by observing the opponent's seals and observing them. But Liu Mu didn't play according to the routine at all. Clap your hands and ninjutsu comes out. I have no idea what kind of technique Liu Mu was performing at this time. Rashomon, Maki said doubtfully. At this time, the gates had all come out of the ground, and ghosts were seen flying around the gates. The whole gate looks very strange. There is a plaque directly above the door with 3 big characters written in a flying phoenix. Gate of Hell. Marquis just glanced at it, feeling as if his soul would leave his body at any time and be sucked in. On the edge of the gate, there were 2 monsters standing. Although they stood like humans, they had the heads of cows and horses. He was holding an iron chain in his hand, constantly catching the ghosts around him. Marquis couldn't help but swallow. Although he didn't know what kind of technique it was, he knew very well that if he was hit by the iron chain, he would have no chance of surviving. What kind of technique is this? Just then the door slowly opened. A transparent figure slowly floated out. It's Shinigami. For a moment, Marquis' heart beat wildly. It was completely unexpected that Liu Mu would be able to summon Shinigami. But Shinigami is definitely not an easy person to get along with, and the price of being suddenly summoned is definitely very high. Maybe it was Liu Mu's life or lifespan. Is he willing to sacrifice himself for the Kingdom of Wind? Marquis was confused, but judging from the current situation, maybe Liu Mu can really resurrect San Shinobi. At this time Shinigami floated out in confusion. His heart beat faster than Marquis'. After all, the way he appeared this time was so special. According to the usual style, as long as someone calls, it will be revealed at once. But this time, you actually need to walk through a gate. The most important thing is that the pressure of this door is too strong. If there wasn't a strong pulling force pulling me, I might have lost my way on the road. Then he will be the first Shinigami to get lost. If not for the protection of an energy. When he steps through that door, his body will be crushed into powder in an instant. Then he will be the first Shinigami to be crushed to death by the door. The most important thing is, some of the souls flying in the air are stronger than my own Shinigami. Even if he is such a strong person. In front of that bull-headed horse face, he was like a baby, without the ability to resist. If he went up, I might not be able to block the blow at all. As a god, Shinigami felt so humble for the second time. The first time I met that pervert. At this moment, the bull-headed and horse-faced heads turned and stared at Shinigami sharply. Suddenly Shinigami felt goosebumps all over his body. I don't understand at all how I provoked these 2 people. It's just a ghost that wants to escape from hell. Today I will definitely send you to the 18th level of hell and experience endless torture. Shinigami's legs went weak, almost fell to his knees. As soon as he was summoned, he was about to be dragged to the so-called 18 levels of hell for torture. Who am I provoking? Wait, I was summoned, I didn't want to come out. Shinigami followed Ma Mian's words. Niatu frowned. After looking up and down, the serious expression on his face instantly softened. It turns out it's a business trip. The little one doesn't have eyes. The special envoy is going this way. Ninjutsu said enthusiastically. Ma Mian was instantly pleased after hearing this. For a moment, Shinigami burst into tears. She didn't expect that she would be taken so seriously. To be so praised by two god tiers. There's even a hint of flattery. Suddenly, Shinigami felt that his life was worth it. If he could return to his village, he could tell the story of today. He will definitely become the most handsome boy in the village. Directly obtain priority spouse rights. Then Shinigami coughed twice, his eyes showing a proud expression. Get out of the way quickly, you can't afford to delay this official's mission. Shinigami pretended. Young man is guilty, sir, please come here. Although Ninjutsu Mamian was extremely unhappy, he did not dare to show any disrespect on his face. Although Shinigami is really weak, but she has the smell of a saint, not to mention the bull-headed horse-faced ones, not even the 10th Palace Yama. I can only suppress my dissatisfaction in my heart. HMPH. You guys know what you are doing. Shinigami snorted coldly and strode out. Although I still want to keep pretending for a while. But he knew very well in his heart that the bull-headed horse-faced person was afraid of him, and it was entirely the power that summoned him. If the person behind that power is made to wait for a long time, death will definitely be very ugly. When Shinigami walked out of the gate of hell, he saw Liu Mu's figure at first sight. The doubts in my heart suddenly disappeared. Liu Mu saw Shinigami lingering at the door for a long time before coming out, and his heart was already like an ant on a hot pot. As soon as he came out, Liu Mu immediately greeted him. Sir Shinigami, I want to make a deal with you. Liu Mu said with a smile. Hear what Liu Mu said. Shinigami stumbled and almost fell to the ground. If you call yourself, sir, I'm afraid you won't die quickly enough. And what kind of deal are we talking about? Why don't you give me what you want? However, Shinigami does not dare to make his own decisions. After all, those superior adults have many special hobbies. If they are angered, not to mention themselves, the Shinigami village will be massacred, so they can only cooperate with Liu Mu to continue acting. Oh, what's the deal? When Ma-ji saw this scene, his heart beat rapidly. Make a deal with Shinigami. I'm afraid I heard it right. A mere mortal can make a deal with Shinigami. For a moment, Liu Mu's figure grew taller in Ma-ji's eyes. If only San Shinobi could be saved. No matter what the cost, he must fulfill his previous agreement. A smile appeared on Liu Mu's face. Then he turned around and saw the body of San Shinobi on the ground. I hope you can release the souls of these people and let them return to their bodies. Shinigami frowned. Shinigami's job is to harvest the souls of the dead and then swallow them. Come and enjoy the extremely delicious taste. Secondly, you can improve your own strength. Every time you release your soul, your own cultivation will be reduced. But if that were all, Shinigami would have returned these souls. The worst that can happen is losing a little bit of cultivation and gaining the favor of a big boss. No matter how you say it, it is a business that makes sure you make money without losing money. But this time Shinigami didn't receive the soul at all, so how could he release the soul? This, can I say no? As soon as Shinigami finished speaking, the sound of chains hitting the ground suddenly came from behind. Along with the sound, a burst of energy that directly hit the soul flew over. In an instant, Shinigami dimmed a bit. Shinigami is about to cry. If you make a mistake, let Shinigami harvest your life instead of torturing yourself like this. How can I return something I don't have? Then Shinigami forced a smile. Of course I won't refuse your request, but you need to give me some time to look for it. Shinigami said and put his hand into his mouth. Keep searching for the soul. When Marky heard this, he couldn't help but cheered. As a god, Shinigami actually gave Liu Mu face, so that means San Shinobi can be saved. But this made Ma-ji even more curious about who Liu Mu was. Shinigami searched his stomach for a long time with a sad face. Not a single soul of the hundreds of ninjas on the ground was found, and the sound of chains was heard again. Hurry up, hurry up. Shinigami shuddered and quickly grabbed a soul and pulled it out. Look, is it him? Liu Mu's eyes lit up. No matter what, the time for the special effects is almost up, and if we don't continue the performance, we will be ruined. Then an expression of joy appeared on his face. Yes, it's him. Let me put it back now. Liu Mu did not dare to pause at all, and turned to look at the body on the ground. Then he clapped his hands. With the last chakra, Sage Jutsu was cast. Suddenly bursts of life spread between heaven and earth. Just take a gentle breath and you can inhale a lot of life. As the breath of life becomes stronger and stronger, the surrounding air turned into light green, and finally turned into light green mist. Just then, a light rain fell. The sound of raindrops kept coming. But the originally dead ninja began to glow with life. And with the increase in vitality, some ninjas actually opened their eyes and looked around in confusion. Where am I? As time went by, more and more ninjas opened their eyes and looked around in confusion. Just a few seconds. The San Shinobi on the ground has actually been resurrected. Liu Mu breathed a sigh of relief. Anyway, finally caught up. At this time Shinigami looked confused. He still holds souls in his hand. How did these people in front of him come back to life? And since these people are resurrected, so who is the life of the soul in my hand? What should I do? Can I swallow it back? Could you please give me an accurate letter? Shinigami hesitated for a long time, and when no one was paying attention, he hid it behind his back and threw it away gently. And after the soul rolled several times on the ground, his originally chaotic eyes slowly opened, feeling the familiar chakra around him, with a confused look on his face. Didn't I get eaten by Shinigami when I was protecting Konoha? Why did I come back to this world? After thinking for a long time, I still didn't understand. The soul decided not to think too much and just follow the pull of the body to find a body that suits it. Chapter 188 Heading to another battlefield. Thank you, Mr. Liu Mu, for the rescue. Maji knelt on the ground and said sincerely with gratitude. Whatever the reason, at least Liu Mu took action and saved everyone. That's how Shinigami brought back people's souls. Such means, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Marky would never believe it was true. This also proves Liu Mu's strength. Recalling that I was thinking about killing Liu Mu before, now that I think about it, the more I think about it, the more ridiculous it becomes. Seeing that the scene was over, Liu Mu was ready to lift the corpse ghost seal. Shinigami is still waiting for Liu Mu's instructions. Suddenly, I felt that the connection between myself and Liu Mu was cut off. And the gate of hell keeps calling me back. Shinigami subconsciously wanted to walk towards the gate of hell, but it took him 2 steps to react. Why the hell am I going back to Gimmon Pass? If I want to go back, I have to go back to the village. Shinigami thought and slowly began to dive underground. But when the entire Shinigami was about to dive completely, a chain suddenly flew over and tied up the Shinigami directly. On the other side of the chain, there is a simple and honest smiling face. Brother Niu, you are absolutely right, this guy really wants to escape. That's right, I can tell at a glance that this guy is not an honest man. Since he has left the gate of hell, he must definitely come back from the gate of hell. Niatu said with a proud smile. Shinigami was almost crying. He and Minotaur Horse Noodles are not from the same system at all. Why let them take charge of both? As for why he came out of the gate of hell, Shinigami himself doesn't know. Not long after, Shinigami was pulled back by Mamiyan, and then the two looked at each other and smiled. I remember this guy was very aggressive just now. Yes, he should learn how to respect us. Minotaur Horseman said and pulled Shinigami into the gate of hell. The gate of hell gradually closed, and Shinigami's wails kept coming from it. Until the gate of hell completely disappears. Seeing that the gate of hell has disappeared, then this whole drama is completely over. Then he turned to look at Marky. Don't forget our agreement. Liu Mu smiled calmly. Don't worry, sir, I will definitely make the Kingdom of Wind surrender to the Akatsuki Organization. The Sand Shinobi who had just woken up were already very unhappy with Maji kneeling to Liu Mu. Now I hear that I want to make the Wind Country surrender to the Akatsuki Organization. Suddenly the anger in his heart was completely aroused. Maji, why do you represent our Kingdom of Wind? Not even Cage has the right to make us submit to other countries. You traitor. Watching everyone curse impassionedly, Marky was not angry, but had a wry smile on his face. Lord Liu Mu, let me handle these matters. The words just fell. Marky came to the side of the ninja who scolded the most fiercely, and then put one hand on the other's shoulder. The other party hasn't reacted yet. Suddenly a painful expression appeared on his face. Then his whole body was hit by the wind blade, and blood suddenly sputtered out in all directions. Master Liu Mu gave you a second chance to live, not to resist him. After speaking, he looked around. Those who dare to resist Liu Mu will have only one fate, and that is death. Quote. All of a sudden, Sand Shinobi turned pale with fright. I didn't expect that Marky would actually dare to take action. At this time Gaara also walked out. I refused the Kingdom of Wind to surrender to the Akatsuki Organization. I only surrender to Master Liu Mu. It can be said that Liu Mu saved so many ninjas this time. It completely saved the entire Kingdom of Wind. He is fully qualified to receive the respect of all ninjas from the Kingdom of Wind. Liu Mu laughed evilly in his heart. Unexpectedly, 3 ninjutsu special effects completely frightened Maji and Gaara. Even if the Kingdom of Wind will not surrender immediately, but at least with these 2 people here, the Kingdom of Wind will not become enemies in a short time. Conan Scorpion, please take good care of these people. I have to go to the next battlefield. The Kingdom of Wind has been resolved, and now Liu Mu must rush to the next battlefield. The Land of Thunder. After Liu Mu turned off the special effects, he activated the last trace of chakra and performed the Flying Thunder God technique. At this time, the battle with Union Village is not too optimistic. Almost everyone in Union Village was dispatched. 4th Reikage, 8-Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee, Darui known as Reikage's second right arm with Storm Style, and Mabui, the top advisor of Kumogakure Village, who is the real commander of the war. With such a lineup, even if Metkai can keep opening the 8 Gates armor, it still feels like his fist has been punched in the water. All the strength in his body has nowhere to show. Calm down Kai, they are completely overstretching your energy. Hyuga Hiyashi shouted anxiously. Although Metkai opened 8 Gates, Dunjia's Gate of Death has almost invincible strength. However, when the ninjas of Union Village saw the red steam lighting up, they directly avoided the battle, minimizing the losses to Union Village. Metkai has opened 8 Gates 3 times in a row, but the ninja who died under the 8 Gates dungeon didn't even break through single digits. On the contrary, it was Metkai who used 8 Gates Dunjia continuously. Physical fatigue reached its limit. The urge to fall down and sleep comes at any moment. If I don't activate 8 Gates Dunjia, our situation will be even more passive. Metkai gritted his teeth. Our mission from the beginning was to hold them back. We only need to wait for Yagura and others to come back. Victory will be ours, Hyuga Hiyashi shouted anxiously, but the words just fell. A bolt of lightning struck, and then a dark-skinned figure came to him instantly. It is 4th Reikage. You still have the mind to care about others, but it just so happens that the purpose of my coming to the country of rain this time is to give you a blank look. Bring it to you, I sneered. Suddenly Hyuga Hiyashi felt cold all over. I has been pestering him to fight since the beginning of the battle. If Huishin hadn't been there, he would have been defeated by I long ago. But due to frequent Kadian attacks, Hyuga Hiyashi's chakra has bottomed out. If you cast it again, you will be restored to heaven. Then the chakra will be exhausted. I will become a piece of fish on the chopping board and be slaughtered by others. Then Hyuga Hiyashi reached into his ninja bag, took out the last kunai, and threw it towards I. I sneered. He has lightning-style armor. Under the stimulation of lightning, the body's strength has become stronger than steel. No matter how sharp the ninja tool is, it can't do much harm to you. You are already at your wit's end, and the supercilious eyes are mine. I smiled proudly, but when the kunai stabbed I in the chest, suddenly a figure appeared out of thin air. He directly grabbed I's upper body with one hand. Chapter 189. Let me teach you what 8 Gates Dunjia is. Liu Mu felt his hand grasping something like steel, and he suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Compared to the previous 2 social death scenes, this time it finally felt a lot more normal. But when Liu Mu looked up, he saw 4th Raikage's face. When he looked down, he found that he was grabbing I's chest. The most important thing is that 4th Raikage is still shirtless. Liu Mu couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood. Again, after hearing Liu Mu's words, I suddenly felt his scalp numb. I didn't expect that someone could approach me without anyone noticing. And it can touch your heart. At such a speed, he was even a few minutes faster than himself. Then I hurriedly gave up the attack and retreated desperately to create a safe distance. Senior Liu, Master Liu, son-in-law. For a moment, the members of the Akatsuki Organization had expressions of ecstasy on their faces. The tense spirit before has also relaxed a lot. After all, as long as Liu Mu arrives, it means victory in the war. I's face was livid at this time. At first I thought it was some amazing ninja appearing. But when he distanced himself, I realized that the ninja who had just attacked his chest was only 16 or 17 years old. Such a ninja, no matter how talented he is, without the accumulation of time, it was just a delivery of food in front of I. I even felt that he could defeat several ninjas like Liu Mu with one punch. As Mabui, the think tank of the Kingdom of Thunder. At this time, he frowned. After observation, it was found that after Liu Mu appeared, Akatsuki Organization's original decadent expression disappeared instantly. At this time, everyone's faces were full of hope. It looked like this battle was won. For a moment, Mabui couldn't help but become curious, who was this man and how he had such great influence. Raikage-sama, be careful, there is definitely something wrong with this guy. Mabui shouted anxiously. I's face was full of indifference. It's just a kid, no matter how powerful he is, how powerful can he be? Look, I'll kill him with just one punch. After I finished speaking, he disappeared directly. The iron fist hit Liu Mu's face. Just as he was about to hit, a green figure suddenly stood in front of him. It was Metkai who opened the 6 doors. You are not allowed to hurt Master Liu Mu. Liu Mu. When he heard this name, I's heart skipped a beat. The shadow of a famous tree. Although he has never met Liu Mu, I has heard this name no less than 100 times. You must know that Liu Mu is a strong man who killed the 4th generation Kazekage and the 3rd Hokage. Such a ninja, you have to be respected no matter what. But what makes I difficult to accept is that Liu Mu is so young. Not one attack succeeded. I quickly distanced himself again. But this time, after learning Liu Mu's identity, his face instantly became serious. Mabui, this guy is Liu Mu, hurry up and make a plan. I shouted anxiously. Mabui's heart also skipped a beat. Liu Mu's reputation is really great. An existence that can fight 2 shadows at the same time and kill 2 shadows. It must be taken seriously no matter what. But it is a pity that there is too little information about Liu Mu, and only the result of that battle is known. Make bricks without straw, no matter how fast Mabui thinks. But with this bit of information, he couldn't think of any battle plan. There is too little information. Killer Bee and Darui will go to help Master I and wait until enough information is collected before making a plan. By the way, Liu Mu's genjutsu is very powerful, so everyone must be careful. Mabui finished speaking. The ninjas of the Kingdom of Thunder instantly became nervous. Killer Bee and Darui came to I's side instantly. Remember, your goal is to obtain more intelligence, don't blindly attack, don't get hurt. Mabui warned again. Okay, we get it. Killer Bee agreed impatiently. Liu Mu couldn't help but smile bitterly. I never thought that one day I would be taken so seriously by someone. The other party is still the strongest person in a country. But there is no chakra in Liu Mu's body at this time, let alone ninjutsu. Even throwing the ninjutsu is very difficult at this time. But the Kingdom of Thunder treats itself as the final boss. 3 top experts were dispatched at once. If this really happened, I might not be able to withstand it for a second. And Hyuga Hiyashi and Metkai beside him have reached the end of their strength. It's not easy to protect yourself, let alone Liu Mu. Son-in-law, hurry up and use Gentle Fist to repel them all. Hyuga Hiyashi said excitedly. Master, I'm sorry, I can't save the situation even if I activate 8 Gates Dunjia, I've embarrassed you. Metkai said in despair. I heard the words 8 Gates Dunjia. Liu Mu had an expression of ecstasy on his face. 8 Gates Dunjia can stimulate the acupuncture points in the body and stimulate the chakra hidden in the body. Although it will cause some damage to the body. But Liu Mu couldn't care too much at this time. Kai, you disappoint me so much. You learned the infinite version of 8 Gates Dunjia, but you don't have the corresponding combat capabilities. Liu Mu said seriously. Metkai shuddered. There was a disappointed expression on his face. I am ashamed of my master. I did not make good use of the 8 Gates Dunjia, and I have embarrassed my master. Metkai said with his head lowered. Liu Mu shook his head, and then gently patted Metkai's shoulder. I'll only use it once. What do you think is the real 8 Gates armor? After hearing Liu Mu's words, Metkai showed an expression of ecstasy on his face. Although Hyuga Hinata obtained the Way of Life and Death, then the Way of Life and Death was added to the 8 Gates Dunjia. But I have never seen the real 8 Gates Dunjia. Now that Liu Mu said this, his heart suddenly beat violently. I must see every gesture clearly. After hearing Metkai's answer, Liu Mu nodded and walked outside. For a moment, the ninjas from the Land of Thunder became nervous. After all, Liu Mu's name is too big. Don't be nervous, everyone. No matter how strong one person is, how can he deal with so many of us at the same time? Don't forget that he is just a child of 16 or 17 years old, not a god. I turned to comfort the ninja from the Land of Thunder. With Ai's encouragement, the ninjas of Union Village settled down. The fighting spirit appeared in his eyes again. Very good, we will win today. Liu Mu walked out step by step, and stopped after walking about 5 or 6 meters. Then he crossed his hands in front of himself. While turning on the special effects, 8 Gates Dunjia began to work in my mind. At the moment of operation, the ground around Liu Mu cracked open and spread for more than 10 meters before stopping. But these cracked stones did not fly away. Instead, it slowly floated up. Even if it is weightless in space, Liu Mu was surrounded by chakra. But the strange thing is that the color of chakra is not aqua blue, but golden yellow. Liu Mu's hair stood on end at this time. His eyebrows all turned golden. 8 Gates Dunjia Gate of Opening. Chapter 190 Power enough to collapse the ninja world. Metkai looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. There was constant doubt in my heart. Is this still the 8 Gates Dunjia that I am familiar with? Why is it that he is clearly a seller's show, but the buyer's show is so much more gorgeous than his own? And it's not just the gorgeous appearance that has changed. The things wrapped around Liu Mu at this time have completely broken away from the category of chakra. Energy that seems very unfamiliar. But it feels extremely familiar. It seems to be with him all the time. And this breath is more heaven-defying for the body than chakra. Fourth Reikage can stimulate cells through the Thunder Attribute chakra. Let your physical fitness improve to an incredible level. But we are still human. At this time, Liu Mu relied on this breath to nurture his body. The power revealed by raising his hands and feet is enough to tear a ninja into pieces. And Liu Mu is still only in the first gate of opening status. Kai, you have taken a good look, now prepare to open the second gate of healing. After Liu Mu finished speaking, the aura surrounding Liu Mu doubled as before. And this breath is purer than before. The gravel that was originally floating around was instantly crushed into powder under the powerful force. Moreover, the surrounding air kept rubbing, and lightning could be vaguely seen raging. Then Liu Mu looked up to the sky and roared. Suddenly a shock wave rushed around. Where the shock wave passed through, the land directly cracked, flowers and plants were directly broken, and trees were directly uprooted. The ninjas standing around suffered from this shock wave. Suddenly the whole person was knocked away. Although Killer B. Darui was not blown away, he was more seriously injured than the person who was blown away. The body completely withstood the impact of the shock wave. Suddenly, the internal organs in his body were churning, and blood flowed directly from the corner of his mouth. He had obviously suffered internal injuries. After Liu Mu roared, Liu Mu's hair began to change. The originally golden hair gradually grew longer. In just one breath, the original short hair was a little longer than before, and the golden color was much thicker than before. And all the muscles in his body bulged. I couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of blood when he saw this scene. Just one roar was enough to hurt him. He already knew very well in his heart that he was definitely no match for Liu Mu. Even if 3 people attack at the same time, it is absolutely impossible to defeat them. He is still standing now, entirely for his own face and for Union Village. As Reikage of Kumobikar Village, when facing the enemy, he didn't even have the courage to fight. Then the reputation of Union Village will plummet. The client will refuse to grant tasks to Hidden Cloud Village, leaving the ninjas of Hidden Cloud Village with no tasks to do. For a ninja who lives by completing tasks, it's just that the only source of income is missing. So even if you know there is no hope of winning, you will definitely fight. I turned to look at Killer B and Darui. I originally wanted to persuade them to leave, but when he saw that the 2 people had the same look in his eyes, he burst into laughter. Brothers, and Metkai looked at Liu Mu with a shocked expression. I was extremely glad that I was in the same camp as Liu Mu. In Liu Mu's current state, even if I open 8 gates, I have absolutely no hope of winning. And what makes Metkai most happy is, the man in front of me is my master. Although Liu Mu has never admitted it, it is definitely a recognition that he can be mentored. Being able to become his disciple is definitely the most correct choice in this life. Kai is optimistic. Next is the 3rd gate, Gate of Life. Hearing Liu Mu's words, Metkai trembled all over before reacting. Liu Mu now had the power to destroy the world. It turns out that we have only opened the 2nd gate of healing, so what will happen if we open the 8th gates? For a while, Metkai didn't dare to think anymore. After all, this was far beyond Metkai's knowledge. At this time, the aura on Liu Mu's body increased sharply again. The area covered by the aura has more than doubled. Everyone was forced to step back. The area covered by the aura is like a restricted area of life. Anyone who dares to step into it will be crushed instantly. And it wasn't just physical things that were crushed. Even everyone can feel it. The space is wailing, as if it is in danger of being torn apart at any time. Liu Mu's hair also changed at this time. Originally, my hair was just standing on end, but now it keeps getting longer, reaching to my waist in a short period of time. Ding dong. The third form of Super Saiyan is already the maximum endurance limit of the ninja world. If you continue to open the next state, the ninja world is in danger of collapse. Liu Mu was startled when he heard the system sound. As expected, he turned on the Super Saiyan state. But what Liu Mu didn't expect was that the third Super Saiyan state, which was just a special effects state, was about to collapse the ninja world. So what kind of world can bear the 8th gates? But Liu Mu's goal has been achieved. Killer Bee Darui, the eye from the Kingdom of Thunder, was already paralyzed on the ground and trembling. If the three of them in the second state still have the courage to throw a punch to death, then the third state completely crushed the beliefs of the three people. Not to mention punching Liu Mu, he didn't even have the courage to stand. Is Eight Tails capable of fighting? I just wanted to call him out, but the feedback I got was only fear. I was silent. Such a ninja, as long as he is willing. Union Village couldn't resist it at all. Liu Mu's not coming to Union Village was already the greatest gift, yet he actually dared to come to the country of rain to ask for trouble. I can't wait to find Shimura Danzo and let him feel the despair. Liu Mu turned to look at Metkai. How is it, have you learned it? Liu Mu said seriously, but he laughed secretly in his heart. A Super Saiyan must first be a Saiyan. Metkai is a native human being, so no matter how talented he is, it is absolutely impossible to comprehend it. As for this question, it's just a pain in the A. I'll try. Metkai looked at the notebook once, then closed it and nodded. So Metkai began to imitate Liu Mu's movements. Not only are the two people's movements exactly the same, they are completely replicas of Liu Mu's movements. Just when Liu Mu was secretly proud, Metkai looked up to the sky and roared. In an instant, Metkai's chakra turned golden, and even his hair stood up and turned golden. It lasted about 3 seconds, and Metkai collapsed on the ground, breathing heavily. Liu Mu's mouth twitched. He hurriedly ran to Metkai, turned him over, and then kept looking for him behind Metkai. All the ninjas turned their heads. I can't bear to watch the next scene. Master, what are you doing? I am not such a man. Metkai shouted anxiously. Even if you really want to do it, at least don't do it in front of so many people. Oh, it's nothing. I'm just looking for your tail. When the moon is full, will you see if the moon will transform? Chapter 191 Opening Mangekyo Sharingan. Finally, Metkai regained some strength. Then he quickly covered his butt and moved away from Liu Mu. How can a human have a tail, and what the hell is that when you see the moon transforming? Metkai looked at Liu Mu suspiciously. I am very sure, Liu Mu is just greedy for his own body. As a man, you must protect yourself outside. Seeing Metkai's nervous look, Liu Mu smiled awkwardly. Obviously there has been a complete misunderstanding. But it is really unimaginable that Metkai actually activated the Super Saiyan state. Although it is only 3 seconds of real man. But this is definitely a big breakthrough. I'm just surprised how you succeeded all of a sudden. Master, please stop comforting me. I only held on for 3 seconds. What can I do? Metkai became dejected, but even if it's 3 seconds, Metkai also felt the power of that state. Metkai was very confident. As long as he maintains that state, even if Uchiha Madara appears in front of him, he is confident that he can defeat him. He even vaguely felt that he might be able to break the ground beneath his feet. Master, this move has completely broken away from the category of 8 Gates Dunjia. What kind of technique is this? Super Saiyan, Liu Mu replied subconsciously. Super Tooth Slayer, the ninja who created this technique must have very large gaps in his teeth. A younger person wouldn't be able to name him like this. Metkai said with a twitch in his mouth. Liu Mu rolled his eyes. Are you polite? If you still have big gaps in your teeth, your whole family will have big gaps in their teeth. However, this name is indeed difficult for people in the ninja world to accept. So the name had to be changed. Liu Mu thought for a moment, then laughed evilly. Actually, the name of this ninjutsu is Super Ninja. Once this ninjutsu is activated, it is no longer an ordinary ninja, so it is called Super Ninja. For a moment, Metkai's eyes lit up. He kept mumbling the words, Super Ninja, in his mouth. And the more I thought about it, the more excited I became. Great, this is really exciting. I will definitely practice this ninjutsu in the future and become a real Super Ninja. Metkai said with confidence. At this time, Union Village Raikage walked carefully to Liu Mu's side. His eyes were full of anticipation. Senior Liu Mu, please teach me the Super Ninja. Liu Mu was startled by the sudden sound. If I had not spoken out and chosen to attack instead, he might have fallen into a pool of blood. Fortunately, I is just here to study. Do you think I would teach an enemy? Liu Mu sneered. If it weren't for the special effects, I don't even know how to turn on Super Saiyan. Not to mention preachy. Eyes dimmed, and after thinking for a moment, he looked at Liu Mu excitedly. As long as Senior Liu is willing to teach, our Union Village is willing to surrender to Senior Liu. I hesitated for a moment, then blushed. I am also willing to do that. Liu Mu couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. You blush like a bubble teapot. And what kind of aspect is that, and do you want to be a ghost? If you talk like this, all my innocence will be ruined. Liu Mu gasped in anger. I can't wait to open Ai's Tianling cap and see if it's all muscles. Even if you are the Raikage of Union Village, it seems that this decision is not yours to make alone. Let's wait until you can truly represent your Kingdom of Thunder. I was silent. Although the power of Raikage, the Kingdom of Thunder, is much greater than that of other countries. But encounter something about the country as a whole. The famous names of the Land of Thunder will definitely pop out. After all, no one can bear the change from a top leader to a provincial governor. But the good thing is, the powerful Union Village ninja who saw Liu Mu was present. Everyone is looking forward to joining. After all, as long as Liu Mu's thigh is tied up, the ninja world can go sideways. Senior Liu, we, the ninjas of Cloud Hidden Village, are willing to join the Akatsuki Organization. Please accept it. Hyuga Hiyashi looked at Ai's humble appearance. The evil anger in his heart finally came out. It was because of Union Village that he forced his brother to death. Now Raikage from Hidden Cloud Village actually begged to join in a low voice. Hyuga Hiyashi is very disdainful of people who join if they can't join. But I thought if Union Village joined, then he would be Ai's boss, and Shunin couldn't help but look forward to it. Son-in-law, since Xiao Ai has said so, please be accommodating. Hyuga Hiyashi said like an elder teaching a younger one. Liu Mu couldn't help but roll his eyes. I didn't expect Hyuga Hiyashi to be able to do this. But I have to say that judging from the current combat power of the Akatsuki Organization team, they are no match for Kumogakure Village. If the fish is really dead and the net is broken, maybe it will also expose his true combat power. So agreeing to Ai's request is the best choice. I can promise you, but you must obtain the unanimous consent of all the top leaders of the Kingdom of Thunder within a month. If anyone hesitates, I will not accept it. There is another condition, that is, Mabuyi must stay here. After hearing Liu Mu's words, Mabuyi pointed at himself with a bewildered expression on his face. Iz was stunned for a moment, and then began to whisper to himself in a low voice. Don't you like muscular men like me and Kai? What do you mean by leaving Mabuyi? Is it a disguise? Liu Mu couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, although I spoke very quietly. But all those present were ninjas. A compulsory course for ninjas is to collect intelligence. To a ninja, I's soliloquy is nothing more than shouting with a loudspeaker. Liu Mu kept Mabuyi entirely because he saw the shortcomings of the Akatsuki Organization. Metkai opened 8 gates 3 times, but killed less than 10 people. This is definitely inseparable from Mabuyi's amazing command. The Akatsuki Organization does not lack powerful ninjas, but it lacks most intelligent ninjas like Mabuyi. If Mabuyi stayed, then the strength of Akatsuki Organization will be greatly improved. Okay, what's your choice? Liu Mu said and looked at Ai with sharp eyes. Okay, I agree to your request. Mabuyi will stay, and in 1 month I will bring the entire Kumogakure village to join the Akatsuki Organization. I Kaido without hesitation. Liu Mu nodded with satisfaction. In this way, this attack on the Kingdom of Rain was completely collapsed. At this moment, a familiar system voice came to Liu Mu's ears. Ding dong. Congratulations to host for completing the emergency task of intruder. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, improving the quality of Sharingan, and opening Mangekyo Sharingan. Chapter 192 The Strongest Eye Technique. Seeing the system reward, Liu Mu suddenly became happy. The 3 Magatama Sharingan has been around for several years and has only now been officially promoted to Mangekyo Sharingan. When it comes to Mangekyo Sharingan, it also means that there will be an exclusive Sharingan Eye technique. Liu Mu hurriedly found a reason to leave and try Sharingan's pupil technique. After all, there are many types of Sharingan Eye surgery, and most people don't know what the effect is before using it. It can be regarded as an absolute trump card, an existence that can fight back with overwhelming force. Finally, Liu Mu came to an open place, and then began to use his Sharingan. First, Liu Mu closed his right eye and opened his left eye, and then worked desperately to activate Sharingan. For a moment, space seemed to freeze. But nothing changed around me. When Liu Mu was confused, he suddenly saw a fallen leaf falling down. Suddenly Liu Mu trembled all over. Because a second ago, at the same position and the same angle, the same leaf fell in the same posture. Liu Mu became excited. The leaves fall like a chaotic pendulum, seemingly regular, but each swing is different. So there is no such coincidence in the world. Then there are only 2 possibilities. The first is that your left eye can see the future, and the second is that your left eye can turn back time. Either one is a heaven-defying existence. After all, it has something to do with time, so there is absolutely no difference. Now Liu Mu wants to test the specific effect, and only needs the simplest experiment. First, Liu Mu took out a kunai and marked it, then threw it out, and finally opened the Sharingan. The next second the kunai in front of him disappeared. It returned directly to his own hands. Liu Mu quickly looked down and saw that the kunai was still in his hand, and the original mark had disappeared. Turn back time. Liu Mu was ecstatic. And just to reverse time and space with the vision you need, this is heaven-defying. You must know that Sharingan's ultimate magical skill, Izanagi, can restore everything to the state when it was used. It can only be used on yourself, and the Sharingan will be useless after use. But my own pupil technique can reverse the position where needed, and the eyes can still be used. Much more awesome than Izanagi. Liu Mu suppressed the excitement in his heart, and then opened his other eye. The left eye is already so good, it definitely belongs to the SSR in the blind box, so I don't have much hope for the right eye. After all, luck is conserved. People with good luck will not have good luck all their lives, and people with bad luck will turn around sooner or later. The left eye has used up a lifetime of luck. If it's your right eye, then feel free. Then Liu Mu cast Sharingan again. I feel my right eye moving rapidly. Suddenly, Liu Mu felt that the scene in front of him was moving very fast, just like fast forwarding when watching a video. Time speeds up, Liu Mu suddenly exclaimed. Unexpectedly, both eyes are related to time. One moves backwards and the other accelerates. It is absolutely a heaven-defying existence. Liu Mu was very sure. With these two eyes, even without the blessing of special effects, he has reached the level of a shadow. It can be said that in the ninja world, it has reached the top. At this moment, Liu Mu had a bold idea in his mind. The left eye regresses and the right eye speeds up, so what if both eyes are used together? Thinking of this, Liu Mu opened both eyes. Then he started to activate his Sharingan. Suddenly, the time and space in front of him completely solidified, the cries of birds and animals completely disappeared, and the falling leaves stopped in the air. Time stops. Liu Mu became excited again. Liu Mu had only seen this special ability in small movies from a certain country. Now he actually has such ability. Couldn't it be like in a certain country's movie? Thinking of this, Liu Mu couldn't help but blush. Then he shook his head quickly. Mangekyo Sharingan can make you go blind if you use it too much. It would be very irrational to blind yourself for such a thing. Liu Mu found that his eyes were like players. Swipe left to rewind, swipe right to fast forward, and press the middle to pause. It's totally QQ video. In this case, he simply calls his pupil technique the penguin technique. After testing his penguin technique, there is Susanoo. Once you reach Mangekyo Sharingan, Susanoo can be cast with both eyes open. This is also the reason why Liu Mu calls himself a film-level actor. Everyone displays Susanoo differently, and Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo even comes with his own magical weapon. Although Liu Mu wanted to try it, however, there is too little chakra in the body, so he can only give up temporarily. Knowing his eye skills, Liu Mu was already satisfied. Liu Mu returned to the team, and everyone showed expressions of respect. After all, if Liu Mu hadn't taken action this time, it would have been impossible. It is almost impossible to resist the siege of the three major powers. But even so, many people were killed in battle, making everyone's faces look sad. At this time Conan came over with a brochure. Even Conan, who is usually a scumbag, is particularly solemn at this time. This is the death list this time. Liu Mu took a deep breath. When watching anime, I usually only pay attention to Haruno Sakura's battle with the psychic beast, but how many people pay attention to these unknown people? But at this moment, in front of Liu Mu, those unknown people were all living people. Liu Mu showed a sad expression for a moment. Move over the names one by one. Gotachibana Yagura. Liu Mu was stunned for a moment. Gotachibana Yagura has cage-level strength, and she's also a three-tails Jinchuriki. In this war, even if you lose to others, you should have no problem protecting yourself. How did he get on this list? Yakura, we searched for a long time but couldn't find anyone else, not even the body. It should only be considered a missing person. Conan explained. Just when Liu Mu was deep in thought, Mabuyi came over at a trot. Senior Liu, can I borrow your Hyuga guards? Mabuyi said anxiously. What do you want the Hyuga guard for? Conan frowned. Although Mabuyi has joined the Akatsuki Organization, she is still a ninja from Hidden Cloud Village. It was not easy to get Conan to trust her in a short period of time. Moreover, Cloud Hidden Village has always coveted the Hyuga family's eyes. Of course, we should treat it with caution out of caution. When our troops from Kumovikar village just returned, they got lost with Killer Bee. We searched for him for a long time but couldn't find him, so I hope the Akatsuki Organization can help. Mabuyi begged. It's just lost. Maybe he'll be back soon. Conan said disapprovingly. Liu Mu stopped Conan directly. His eyebrows furrowed and he squeezed out the Huxia character Sichuan. I feel like this is not as simple as it seems. Chapter 193 Namikaze Minato. When Liu Mu said this, several people became nervous. Two-tailed beast Jinchuriki disappeared at the same time. If it were not a coincidence, then the matter would be serious. Just then a fan floated in the air. The fan slowly landed in front of several people, and there was a woman lying on the fan. None other than Tamari, Gaara's sister. Please save Gaara, he was taken away. After Tamari said this, he spat out a mouthful of blood and lay on the ground unconscious. Liu Mu's eyebrows furrowed even more for a moment. In front of San Shinobi, he dared to grab Gaara. This is how confident he is in his own strength. Gaara was robbed, and Liu Mu's thinking suddenly became clear. The target must be the tailed beast, and the black hand behind it must be Black Zetsu. Thinking of this, Liu Mu's expression suddenly became serious. He turned to everyone and ordered, go to the major countries immediately and invite the Jinchuriki from each major country to the Akatsuki Organization. No matter what method you use, just say what I say. I will tell you about the Fire Country. Now, 4 of the 5 major countries have extended an olive branch to the Akatsuki Organization. Only the Fire Nation has not expressed anything yet, so this time, Liu Mu must go to the Fire Country by himself. Others may not be able to cover it. Master Liu Mu, I want to know the reason. Mabuyi asked doubtfully, but I regretted it after asking. All the ninjas around looked at Mabuyi like they were idiots. Is this the wise man of the Kingdom of Thunder? You need to understand the master's words yourself. When you realize it yourself, you will find out how powerful the master is. Conan said with a look of disgust. Yes, you woman is so ignorant. The Akatsuki Organization can develop to such an extent because we can instantly analyze the foresight of Senior Liu. Xie said proudly, then glanced at Mabui and shook her head in disappointment. Then pain came out. Okay, let's not talk about Mabui. After all, she has just entered the Akatsuki Organization and has not yet been influenced by Senior Liu. Her mental ability is relatively poor. She will get better in a while. The corners of Mabui's mouth couldn't help but twitch. These few words are not very harmful, but extremely insulting. He is an absolute thinker in the Kingdom of Thunder. Basically, everyone involved in the decision-making of Union Village. But when he arrived at the Akatsuki Organization, his intelligence was questioned and his ability to use his brain was dismissed. But I saw Akatsuki Organization members all looking like this. Mabui couldn't help but wonder, is her understanding really too poor? Don't you understand? The enemy's target is the tailed beast behind Jinchuriki. Conan said, I must want to use the 9-tailed beasts to destroy the entire world. Xie said, the black hands behind this are definitely Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu. Pain said, Mabui couldn't help but doubt her life. Just the disappearance of 3 Jinchuriki has already revealed who is behind it. People in the Akatsuki Organization think so fast. Liu Mu couldn't help but cover his face. I even wonder if these people in front of me have seen Hokage ninja. After Liu Mu waited until chakra was almost recovered, he immediately used the Flying Thunder God technique. When he first obtained the Flying Thunder God technique, he immediately hid the kunai with coordinates around him. What I didn't expect was, after so many days, I can still feel its presence. Just in time to save time on the road. Konoha Village. At this time, most of the ninjas in Konoha Village are in the country of rain. There are only the most basic ninjas who maintain law and order in Konoha Village, and some genin. In this case, Liu Mu started looking for it without any scruples. With the white eyes opened, no one could escape Liu Mu's sight. Even if it is hidden underground, Liu Mu can clearly see it. After searching for a few minutes, Liu Mu found Uzumaki Naruto enjoying himself in Ichiraku Ramen. Liu Mu's face lit up with joy. He quickly ran towards Ichiraku Ramen. But at this moment, Liu Mu suddenly felt a sense of crisis. Liu Mu subconsciously stopped and then quickly took a step back. I saw a handful of kunai passing in front of my eyes. If he hadn't stopped, the kunai would have hit his head directly. The Sword of Ninja Love. Liu Mu saw clearly the kunai flying before his eyes, with the 4 characters, Sword of Tolerance and Love, written on it. Liu Mu's pupils suddenly shrank. The next second a figure appeared in front of Liu Mu. After seeing the other party's appearance, Liu Mu couldn't help but frown. The only one who uses the Sword of Ninja Love as a kunai mark is 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. But the man in front of him was plain looking and his hair was black. He definitely didn't look like Namikaze Minato. Who are you? Liu Mu asked. The man turned around and pointed at his back with his thumb, but when he saw that there was nothing on his back, he turned around in embarrassment. You are so unscrupulous in looking for people in Konoha Village, and you even ask me who I am. I also want to ask you, what do you want to do in Konoha Village? The man looked at Liu Mu with sharp eyes, and took out a handful with one hand. Kunai. Always ready to fight. The man saw Liu Mu's eyes and then followed Liu Mu's line of sight. There is a ramen shop not far away, with the 2 characters, Yila, written above it. I didn't expect it was still open. At this time, the curtain of Ichiraku Ramen was lifted. Uzumaki Naruto patted his stomach with both hands and walked out with a satisfied look on his face. The man trembled when he saw this. His hands couldn't help but tremble, but his face was filled with a happy expression, and he wanted to rush up and hug Uzumaki Naruto. You can't be wrong, this child is definitely my Naruto. I didn't expect him to be so old. The man said excitedly. Are you Yongdai's younger sister Bo Feng Shuiman? Liu Mu asked doubtfully. It stands to reason that Namikaze Minato was swallowed by Shinigami. If he does not get his soul back from Shinigami, he will not be able to be resurrected by using any ninjutsu. But now Minato Namikaze appeared in front of him. Although he has changed his body. What does it mean to have a sister forever, but I am indeed Minato Namikaze. Minato Namikaze said and became gloomy. A pair of eyes stared at Liu Mu. Since just now, your eyes have been on Naruto, so your target is him. If you don't give me a reasonable reason, then, Namikaze Minato said, holding up a water blue ball in his hand, it was Rasengan. Liu Mu smiled bitterly. I originally thought that Konoha was empty and I could look for people without restraint. Unexpectedly, he encountered the obstruction of 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. But Liu Mu was not panicked at all. Although Namikaze Minato is a relatively difficult being among cage-level powerhouses, he is the one Liu Mu is not afraid of the most. After all, if Namikaze Minato knows how to do it, he can do it. And if he can do it, Namikaze Minato may not be able to do it. No matter what the reason is for me to come to Konoha, I can't escape a battle, so we might as well talk after the battle. Liu Mu said and the Rasengan also lit up on his hand. Chapter 194 Battle against Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato was stunned for a moment. Liu Mu looked at the Rasengan in his hand in disbelief. What is the relationship between you and Jiraiya-sensei? Rasengan was invented by Namikaze Minato, and besides himself, only Jiraiya could use it. But the man in front of me actually knows Rasengan. This made Namikaze Minato have to doubt the identity of the person in front of him. Are you talking about Pervy Sage? Liu Mu hesitated and continued. He and I just know each other. Yes, that's it. Liu Mu was unwilling to confess. After all, 90% of the time when he was with Jiraiya, Jiraiya just wanted to see his seduction skills. To put it bluntly, I am greedy for my own body. If he really wanted to go out, Liu Mu couldn't afford to lose face. I feel that you are hiding something, but since Mr. Jiraiya is willing to teach you Rasengan, you are definitely a trustworthy person. Namikaze Minato completely relaxed his vigilance. Liu Mu rolled his eyes. If it weren't for the system, I might never be able to learn Rasengan in this life. But Jiraiya once wanted to teach himself the Rasengan. But Liu Mu couldn't accept Jiraiya's request no matter what. Okay, you can tell me why you were looking for Naruto. Namikaze Minato put down the kunai, and then laughed heartily. But when Liu Mu saw this smile, he felt uncomfortable all over. After all, Namikaze Minato's painting style is very handsome. Smiling gives people a feeling of sunshine. But at this time, Namikaze Minato's appearance was hard to describe. His smile was very vulgar, especially the green hair, which was even more difficult for Liu Mu to accept. Liu Mu hurriedly coughed twice to cover up his embarrassment. Now someone is capturing Jinchuriki, collecting tailed beasts, and then putting the entire ninja world into turmoil, so Uzumaki Naruto must be protected. Liu Mu said seriously. Namikaze Minato frowned. The expression on his face turned cold. Uzumaki Naruto is the son of Namikaze Minato. Now he was told that someone was going to arrest him. How could Minato Namikaze bear this? I'm very grateful that you can tell me this news. As a father, I will protect him personally. No one can harm him. Namikaze Minato said categorically, but as soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly discovered that countless Uzumaki Naruto appeared not far away. No, he's here, Liu Mu said coldly. The appearance of Bo Feng Shui is like frost. Rush directly in the direction of the war. In a few breaths, Namikaze Minato and Liu Mu arrived at the fighting position at the same time. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto and a masked man wearing a red cloud and black coat were fighting each other. It's not that Uzumaki Naruto is that powerful. It's just that there are too many clones, and even the masked man can't deal with them all in a short time. Liu Mu was about to step forward to help. Suddenly I felt a murderous aura coming from around me. The person you said captured Jinchuriki must be you. Namikaze Minato said coldly. Liu Mu's heart skipped a beat. I was also wearing a red cloud and black coat at this time. Doesn't this prove that I and the masked man are in the same group? Liu Mu was about to explain. Suddenly he realized that Rasengan had hit him in the abdomen. A sharp pain spread through every corner of his body. Liu Mu quickly used his left eye. Time started to go backwards in an instant, and then he hurriedly avoided it. This time Liu Mu was not hit by Rasengan and his body was not injured. But the heartbreaking pain spread throughout his body. Liu Mu was angry. After traveling to the world of Hokage, this is the first time I have been so close to death. The most important thing is that I still want to help him. Liu Mu snorted coldly. There are 9 tailed beasts in total, and 3 of them are currently known to be controlled. The Akatsuki Organization only needs to protect one Jinchuriki. This Jinchuriki is not necessarily Uzumaki Naruto. And even if you get the 9 tailed beasts and resurrect Uchiha Madara, so what? I have a system in my hands. If you really can't let Metkai do 8 Gates Dunjia a few times, you won't believe that you can't kick that dance king Uchiha Madara to death. Very good, you were the one who attacked me first. Liu Mu snorted coldly. The Rasengan appears on hand again. Then his 2 eyes stared at Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato, who was forming seals, suddenly stopped in place. The most surprising thing was that at this time, his feet were just off the ground. The Rasengan held in the hand also stopped spinning at this time. Just before Rasengan was about to hit, Liu Mu disappeared in front of him instantly. At this moment, Liu Mu discovered that there was a kunai at his feet, with the 4 characters, Sword of Endless Love, written on it. But Namikaze Minato was 1 minute faster than Liu Mu. He instantly used the Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared from Liu Mu's sight. Liu Mu kept searching. There was a confident smile on his face. This is to cut off the children and grandchildren. But Liu Mu is no ordinary ninja. Just as Liu Mu was about to use time pause again. In his hand, he dragged the Rasengan and pushed it up from bottom to top. As long as Namikaze Minato does not stay within Sharingan's field of vision, time suspension cannot be implemented at all. Liu Mu's pupils shrank sharply. When this hits, it's like using a whisk to stir 2 eggs. Basically, as long as you hit, you will die. Generally speaking, when Rasengan hits an enemy, its powerful penetrating force can instantly rip out the enemy's internal organs. But Minato Namikaze actually received a shot forcefully, but he was still standing there. Then appeared a few meters away. As expected, he is the father of the protagonist. I never thought that such a young ninja could have such strength. It's really hard to understand. Liu Mu also frowned at this time. And at such a close distance, ordinary ninjas had no time to escape. Holding the wound on his abdomen with one hand, he kept breathing heavily, his eyes showing doubts about life. You dare to hit me with Rasengan, even my father has never hit me with Rasengan. Liu Mu shouted angrily, and then pushed him out hard. It only took one contact to find Liu Mu's weakness. Liu Mu couldn't help but swallowed. How did Liu Mu appear in front of him instantly and then hit him with Rasengan? Seeing this opportunity, Liu Mu rushed forward and hit the Rasengan in Namikaze Minato's abdomen. The Flying Thunder God technique is not exclusive to Namikaze Minato. How is it possible? How can you fly the Thunder God's technique? Liu Mu had no time to use time pause. Namikaze Minato is worthy of being a man who can become a Hokage. The next second, Bo Feng Shuiman appeared under Liu Mu's crotch with the green algae head on his head. But at this moment, Namikaze Minato disappeared. At this moment, Namikaze Minato quickly threw out more than a dozen kunai, each of which had the coordinates of the Flying Thunder God. But every time, only the shadow of Namikaze Minato can be seen, and it disappears again the next second. Chapter 195 The Tailed Beast is captured. Namikaze Minato began to doubt life. How come Liu Mu can not only cast Rasengan, but also the Flying Thunder God technique? The most important thing is that Liu Mu looks only 16 or 17 years old. During the time when he died, what happened in the ninja world? Are Rasengan and Flying Thunder God techniques so easy to learn? It took me many years to learn these two ninjutsu. At this moment, the masked man had cleared away all the clones. He directly grabbed Uzumaki Naruto's neck with one hand. Seeing this, Namikaze Minato's pupils shrank sharply, and he quickly threw out a kunai, and then flew over with the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. The masked man avoided subconsciously. Released his hand, Uzumaki Naruto ran out. "Thank you, uncle," Uzumaki Naruto said gratefully, but the next second, the masked man kicked Uzumaki Naruto directly in the stomach, and Uzumaki Naruto curled up on the ground and lost his fighting ability. "Naruto," Namikaze Minato said angrily, and then fiercely attacked the masked man. Liu Mu frowned at this time. When I first saw the familiar mask, I thought it was Uchiha Obito. But if it is Uchiha Obito, the flying kunai will never physically dodge, but will choose Kamui. Then who the person in front of you is needs to be verified. Attack his mask, Liu Mu shouted. Namikaze Minato was stunned for a moment, and then attacked the masked man's face. Liu Mu aimed at the masked man with his left eye. Boom! Namikaze Minato's fist hit the masked man's face firmly, and the mask flew away. Under the mask is a youthful face. He looked only 15 or 16 years old. Namikaze Minato didn't recognize the man in front of him, but Liu Mu did. Unexpectedly, this masked man turned out to be Kabuto Yakushi. When Yakushi Kabuto reacted, he found that the mask on his face had disappeared. But Kabuto Yakushi was not afraid at all. "Long time no see, Senior Liu. I will accept Naruto Uzumaki." Kabuto Yakushi smiled proudly. I saw Ju emerging from the ground. He directly grabbed Uzumaki Naruto and dragged him underground. Namikaze Minato was stunned for a moment, and it was too late to stop him. "Damn it, Naruto," Namikaze Minato shouted desperately. Then he looked at Yakushi Kabuto angrily, and then rushed forward. "Where did you catch Naruto?" Namikaze Minato shouted angrily. Hearing Namikaze Minato's roar, Medicine Master Kabuto smiled even more proudly. "I have to thank Danzo for being convinced by a little bit of whispering." He mobilized the ninjas of the three major countries to attack the Land of Rain. Now that all 9-tailed beasts have gathered, our era is coming soon. Kabuto Yakushi made no secret of it. Excitement on the face. Namikaze Minato frowned. "I feel like I have been dead for too long. Why do I become less and less understandable when I hear these words? Although there is Hanzo who is known as a demigod in the Kingdom of Rain. But the country of Rain is a small country after all. When did the three major countries need to attack together?" Liu Mu simply frowned. It turns out that all of this is Heizetsu's plan. Deceive the three major kingdoms to attack the Rain country, and then take advantage of the emptiness in the rear to hunt down the Jinchuriki. But what I didn't expect was that the action would be so fast. By the time he reacted, all 9-tailed beasts had been captured. "Senior Liu, are you interested in joining us? After all, with a strong man like you joining us, our plan can be implemented better." Medicine Master Kabuto smiled and looked at Liu Mu. It's more of a taunt than an invitation. After all, teasing so many people at once gave me an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. To put it simply, it's about being cool and not pretending to be panicked. "Okay, I'll join," Liu Mu said without hesitation. Yaoshi Kabuto was stunned for a moment, never expecting that Liu Mu would actually agree. There was no reaction at once. "Since you have joined us, it won't be difficult for you to cover my departure first, right?" Kabuto Yakushi said with an evil smile. "Okay, you go first, I will deal with this man." Liu Mu replied without thinking. Then he stopped in front of Namikaze Minato. Kabuto Yakushi was stunned for a moment. "I will tell you everything I can tell you. If I can't tell you, don't ask anymore," Liu Mu said calmly, after discovering that he couldn't stop Uzumaki Naruto from being caught. "Do you know where they went?" Liu Mu said calmly. Finally, the door opened directly, and it was Jiraiya, Tsunade and Shimura Danzo. The three of them argued and got closer. After Yakushi Kabuto and Black Zetsu met, he used the Flying Thunder God technique and arrived in front of them instantly. Liu Mu immediately used time pause. Even Liu Mu felt a chill. Regardless of whether Liu Mu really joined or not, at least he could cover his escape. Then they all took out their ninja tools. Kabuto Yakushi perfectly inherited Orochimaru's way of fighting. As for some paid content, it depends on the sincerity of Minato Namikaze. Need to digest the current situation. Liu Mu, who was well known, naturally did not hesitate to speak out. Then he turned around and ran quickly. "I showed my cards, I put a kunai in his ninja bag, do you understand what I mean? This is enough. Who are you? Why do you know Rasengan and the Flying Thunder God technique? Why do you want to help me? What exactly happened? I hope you can tell me completely. Get out of my way. Although you are strong, if you dare to stop me, I will rush over even if it costs me my life." Namikaze Minato's murderous aura gradually increased. Shut up, you two. The most important thing now is to be prepared. The Kingdom of Rain will counterattack at any time. Damn it, you moved so fast, you arrived directly at our Konoha village. Namikaze Minato's anger subsided a bit, and his eyes began to look at Liu Mu again. Liu Mu smiled and shook his head. I don't know, but as long as I catch him, I will definitely know. Namikaze Minato said angrily. Just when Liu Mu was introducing the situation to Namikaze Minato, there was a sudden sound of footsteps outside. When the three of them saw Liu Mu and Minato Namikaze, their faces showed horror. Danzo, do you think I want to see you kiss me in front of so many people? How can you let me fool around in the future? How can others see me, a toad boy? After all, Namikaze Minato had too many problems. Jiraiya, please stay away from me, I feel like vomiting when I see you now. Then you can catch them all in one go. Even if he is caught, there will definitely be no backup plan, and there will definitely be no information. Then he put a marked kunai into the ninja bag of the pharmacist's pocket. Along with the footsteps, there was also the sound of the two people arguing. Then he said with a cold smile on his face. Liu Mu smiled helplessly. Chapter 196 The Social Death Master Namikaze Minato. The atmosphere in the office instantly solidified. Liu Mu couldn't help but smile bitterly. When he performs the seduction technique, everyone is eager to get him. Now that the seduction spell is gone, I want to kill myself. It is simply the legendary ruthlessness. Then he clapped his hands and looked at the people in front of him provocatively. How about I talk to you in a different way? For a moment, Shimura Danzo had a look of fear on his face and covered his mouth with one hand, as if he was about to vomit. No, if you have something to say, don't attack mentally. When Shimura Danzo was halfway through his words, he was pushed to the side by Tsunade and looked at Liu Mu expectantly. Don't keep your words. Hitaki Kakashi, whose eyes were still closed as if he hadn't woken up, hurriedly closed the book. If you say that, then I won't be sleepy anymore. Just as Jiraiya was about to speak, Namikaze Minato walked up directly. Teacher, long time no see. Namikaze Minato said excitedly, unexpectedly. As soon as he closed his eyes like this, his teacher Jiraiya's face would be full of vicissitudes of life and full of wrinkles. Jiraiya's mouth twitched. No matter how he recalled it, it seemed that he had never taught the green-haired apprentice. What's so close? I've never taught you such a non-mainstream thing. I am Minato. Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato kept explaining. Jiraiya was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. You are Minato. You are joking about the name of a hero. Although you are a foreigner, is it too despicable for you to do so? Namikaze Minato was stunned for a moment. He turned to look at the mirror next to him. I saw a man with dark skin and green hair standing in the mirror. The most important forehead protector is from Union Village. Only then did Namikaze Minato react. I randomly chose a relatively complete corpse at that time, and I really don't blame others for not being recognized. For a while, Namikaze Minato fell into distress. How to prove that you are yourself? Not long after, Namikaze Minato's eyes lit up. The easiest way to prove that he was Namikaze Minato was to tell a secret that only two people knew. Suddenly Namikaze Minato became confident again. Jiraiya-sensei, I remember that in order to express your love to Tsunade-sama, you bought 999 roses, and they were sent to me. Hearing Namikaze Minato's words, Jiraiya's face suddenly turned pale. Not even a single person could know about this matter, but when Namikaze Minato said it, how could he admit it? That's nonsense. I must teach you a lesson today, you faker. Jiraiya shouted excitedly. Tsunade immediately carried Jiraiya back. He looked at Namikaze Minato with interest on his face. That's good, then tell me about me. Tsunade said with a bad smile. Namikaze Minato touched his chin and thought for a moment. Then his eyes lit up. I thought about it. One time you were drunk, pushed little Shizune to the ground, and took away her first kiss. She cried at my place for a long time. Namikaze Minato said with a smile. But not a few laughs. Suddenly a fist stretched out and immediately punched a hole in the wall next to Namikaze Minato. This man is definitely a spy from Union Village, let's bury him. Tsunade said with a murderous look on her face. Namikaze Minato suddenly became anxious. No, I also know Kakashi. Every time Kakashi finishes reading a novel, he will go to the toilet alone, and then I followed him there once. Namikaze Minato was halfway through his conversation. Hitaki Kakashi immediately pulled up his forehead protector, revealing the Sharingan. Countless arcs of electricity lit up directly on his hand. How dare you pretend to be my teacher? Today I will destroy the body and eliminate all traces. No, I must do justice to God today. For a moment, Namikaze Minato became even more anxious, turning to look at Shimura Danzo. But before Namikaze Minato could say anything, Shimura Danzo pulled out a kunai and pressed it against Namikaze Minato's chin. What do you want to say? I advise you to think about it. Shimura Danzo said coldly. Liu Mu couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Namikaze Minato is an absolute genius at ninjutsu. But in some ways, he is absolutely the idiot among idiots. Uzumaki Naruto was literally carved after him. Liu Mu shook his head helplessly, and then lightly knocked on the table. Don't you want to welcome me? Liu Mu said with a smile. Suddenly everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at Liu Mu warily. He ran to Liu Mu and cried. Jinchuriki is definitely the most powerful weapon of war, and the appearance of tailed beasts means destruction. Why do they still deny me even though I have told so many secrets? After Liu Mu finished speaking, he waited for everyone's reaction. Liu Mu couldn't help but frown. Their purpose this time may be to resurrect Uchiha Madara. The first thing to confirm is Liu Mu's purpose. But if you continue talking, you will definitely die again. Liu Mu was not prepared to get involved in the grudges of these people. However, the expected expression did not appear. Instead, they all looked at Liu Mu strangely. After Tsunade finished speaking, she took Liu Mu's hand and prepared to leave. Why are you telling us this news? Jiraiya said solemnly, but I have to admit it. How can such a secret be known to so many people at once? Liu Mu and I will go to the room and chat slowly. You must tell the whole story. This news is really important. Don't you believe what I say? Liu Mu frowned in displeasure. Namikaze Minato took this opportunity to escape from the restraints. Then the gate of opening came to the fore. Hatake Kakashi opened his dead eyes and said weakly, of course we believe you, but don't you think you are much scarier than Uchiha Madara? Naruto Uzumaki has been captured, and all 9 Jinchuriki have been captured. Liu Mu even wondered if the Uchiha clan was to blame for Shimura Danzo tripping over a stone and choking on his drink. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and their faces instantly turned dark. Tsunade, on the other hand, pushed everyone away with a serious look on her face. Uchiha can be involved in anything. When it was just a 9 tails, it almost caused the destruction of Konoha village. Liu Mu's mouth twitched. Don't know what will happen now. This planning really has the shadow of the Uchiha clan. Even though he had always coveted Liu Mu's ninjutsu, he had to give way in the face of this matter. If they recognize you, wouldn't they admit that these things are true? Shimura Danzo is really prejudiced against the Uchiha clan. Then no country will be able to resist this force. If you gather 9-tailed beasts at once, it must be that damn Uchiha again. Shimura Danzo slammed the table angrily. Liu Mu quickly broke away from Tsunade, then his face became serious. Chapter 197 What I want is not alliance but surrender. Liu Mu couldn't help but roll his eyes. In a sense, I am indeed scarier than Uchiha Madara. But it all depends on special effects. The special effects level 1 itself is nothing more than a mediocre film level. And if Uchiha Madara is resurrected, coupled with the power of 10 tails, he will directly advance to 6-path strength. If it weren't for Metkai's presence, Liu Mu would have turned around and ran away. What Uchiha Madara is going to be resurrected? Namikaze Minato shouted out in hindsight. There was a look of horror in his eyes. But what makes Namikaze Minato even more difficult to understand is that Liu Mu was more terrifying than Uchiha Madara. And it was unanimously approved by Konoha's top brass. But we had just fought, and although they were very strong, they were not that strong. Xiaolu is not that scary, right? Namikaze Minato said tentatively. Suddenly, several people looked at Namikaze Minato as if he were a fool. Disbelief was written all over his face. It's not that scary. This BD killed the 3rd generation in one move. He killed the 3rd Hokage and the 4th generation Kazekage at the same time. One ninjutsu almost destroyed the Leaf Village. Are you telling me it's not scary? Shimura Danzo said angrily. If he hadn't been able to defeat Liu Mu, he wouldn't have been able to defeat him. Killed him at first sight. What? Namikaze Minato was startled. And Liu Mu defeated our large army of Konoha village with one person, and then defeated all the troops of the Kingdom of Wind and the Kingdom of Thunder. Jiraiya said with a bitter smile. Namikaze Minato's mouth twitched. He kept looking Liu Mu up and down. I don't understand why Liu Mu is so strong. I also heard that my dear can easily command Shinigami. Even Shinigami is afraid of him. Tsunade said seriously. Dear. Namikaze Minato choked and coughed. After hearing the words of several people, Namikaze Minato began to doubt his life. Emotions. Liu Mu's battle with him just now was just for fun. If it is true as the 3 said, I will definitely be beaten in seconds with just one lighting. Is there any chance for resistance? So it is very easy to understand that Liu Mu did not stop Yaoshido. That is, I want to go back through the pharmacist's pocket and then catch them all in one fell swoop. Great, there are such ninjas in Konoha village, they will definitely become stronger and stronger in the future. Namikaze Minato said with satisfaction. Minato, don't you understand? This guy is from the land of rain, a hostile country. Shimura Danzo said through gritted teeth. A hostile country, isn't Liu Mu Tsunade-sama's lover? Namikaze Minato's face was full of confusion, feeling that the relationship between the people in front of him was so complicated. Needless to say, Shimura Danzo is full of hatred. However, as Shimura Danzo is the root of Konoha, it is easy to understand that everyone is like this. When Tsunade looked at Liu Mu, her eyes were filled with admiration. They are obviously a couple in love. It's just that Minato Namikaze couldn't compliment them on their age. But it's not impossible to like older people. After all, female college students hold gold bricks. And Namikaze Minato couldn't understand the look in Jiraiya's eyes. There is doting and resistance, admiration and discord. It feels like a schizophrenia. Hatake Kakashi's words are completely dead-eye and can be ignored directly. After hearing Namikaze Minato's words, Tsunade walked up with a blushing face. Minato, you have such a sweet mouth. If you can talk, just talk more. Tsunade said with a smile. In a sense, Liu Mu is indeed an enemy, but Liu Mu is an enemy that is difficult to defeat. If we still go against him, it will only plunge Konoha village into disaster. Hatake Kakashi said weakly. That's what I mean too. Establishing a friendly alliance with the country of rain will be beneficial to the development of both parties. Jiraiya said seriously, touching his chin. I disagree. Shimura Danzo slapped the table angrily. He looked at Liu Mu with hatred in his eyes. Originally, according to the plan, he could become Hokage after Hiruzen Sarutobi died. But Jiraiya and Tsunade came back. Then, before the two men succeeded to the throne, they launched a war against the Kingdom of Rain. Want to control Liu Mu. But the casting of distinguished heavenly gods failed. Now he actually wants to make Konoha and the Kingdom of Rain alliance. Shimura Danzo couldn't accept this no matter what. No matter how powerful you are and how many ninjas you can kill, as long as there are leaves flying, the will of fire will not be extinguished. Shimura Danzo said coldly. Then why did you come to Konoha village? Jiraiya said solemnly. For a moment, a bad premonition came over me. Liu Mu sneered. Namikaze Minato was stunned for a moment. Always be ready to attack. Shimura Danzo's reaction made Liu Mu see through it. Will of fire. Please don't use this clumsy brainwashing method against me. And Minato Namikaze, guess how your son will fare after you die. The struggle for power among the top leaders of the Fire Nation has reached an obsessive level. His eyes kept escaping, not daring to look directly at his teacher Minato Namikaze. As long as Shimura Danzo is here, as long as those two advisors are there. The air froze for a moment. The reason for coming, although Konoha village cannot form an alliance with the Rain Country, you can surrender to the Rain Country. His hand was already on the ninja bag. Speak quickly. Namikaze Minato shouted anxiously. Kakashi, tell me how Naruto has been doing after all these years. Minato Namikaze urged. Everyone looked at Liu Mu solemnly, with angry looks in their eyes. I don't know why Liu Mu would ask such a question. As the Hokage's son and the son of a hero, he will definitely be respected by everyone. Namikaze Minato said, wiping his nose, and the smile on his face became wider. Okay, don't ask them, I'll tell you. Liu Mu sneered. Even if Uzumaki Naruto doesn't become a ninja, the money he has left is enough for Uzumaki Naruto to eat and drink. No matter what. After all, Uzumaki Naruto's life has been so miserable for so many years that he can't speak at all. Even if you form an alliance with the Leaf Village, you will be betrayed sooner or later. Therefore, the only choice left for Liu Mu was to completely surrender to the Fire Nation. It's rare that Danzo and I agree with you, and I don't agree with the alliance between the two countries. Liu Mu said coldly. Uzumaki Naruto will definitely receive the best training. Yes, although I don't know the situation very well, as Hokage, I will definitely protect this village. Namikaze Minato said seriously, and this made Namikaze Minato even more anxious. But what surprised Minato Namikaze was, he sacrificed himself to seal the 9 tails in the village, and he was also the 4th Hokage. Hitaki Kakashi shut his mouth tightly. Liu Mu looked at Shimura Danzo indifferently, and smiled disdainfully. Then a confident smile appeared on Namikaze Minato's face. Everyone present fell silent, even consciously avoiding their own sight. Chapter 198. Dogs are not qualified to accept olive branches. Namikaze Minato suddenly became serious. Originally, Namikaze Minato would have been satisfied as long as he saw Uzumaki Naruto thrive. But when Liu Mu mentioned it, he instantly became interested. But seeing the expressions of several people, I always have a bad feeling. Naruto Uzumaki is called a fox demon by the villagers, and everyone ostracizes him. He has been alone for more than 10 years. Liu Mu said with an evil smile. Namikaze Minato frowned for a moment. He never thought that his son, as a hero after Hokage, would be treated like this. If his wife Kushina knew about this, she would probably kick the coffin boards away. Then he looked at Shimura Danzo coldly. Is that so? Namikaze Minato said coldly. Listen to my explanation. Naruto, as 9 Tails Jinchuriki, needs the protection of the village, so we have to do this. Shimura Danzo said anxiously. After hearing this answer, Namikaze Minato sneered. This sentence also means that what Liu Mu said is true. As for the so-called protection, just smile. If you really want to protect him, the best way is to remain anonymous. Now the whole village knows that Uzumaki Naruto is a fox demon, and even the effort of being a spy is unnecessary. But soon Minato Namikaze understood. After all, he was very familiar with the methods of these high-level officials in Konoha. 9 Tails attacked Konoha village, causing unparalleled damage to Konoha village and breaking up countless families. In order to cover up their mistakes, the top management of Konoha must find a point of contradiction for everyone to vent their dissatisfaction. He died a heroic death, so it is absolutely impossible to be attacked. After being attacked by 9 Tails, it is impossible for Konoha village to start another war to shift conflicts. Then everyone's conflicts were directly transferred to the newly born Uzumaki Naruto. Because this is the simplest and least troublesome. Namikaze Minato laughed bitterly. I am really disappointed with the decision of Konoha's top management. If Fan makes an announcement to clarify, his son will not be isolated for more than 10 years. But fortunately, I still have a lot of wealth left. Even if you are hated and isolated by others, you will never have to worry about food and clothing. As long as he lives, well, Namikaze Minato said with a bitter smile. How are you doing? Liu Mu smiled evilly and looked at Namikaze Minato and continued. Uzumaki Naruto lives in a small house every day and eats only instant noodles every day. His greatest pleasure is to save it for several days. For the money, go eat a meal at Ichiraku Ramen. Hearing Liu Mu's words, Namikaze Minato instantly ignited endless murderous intent. Although Ichiraku Ramen is delicious, but the food is not too expensive. With the wealth he left behind, Uzumaki Naruto can more than eat ramen for the rest of his life. But now Uzumaki Naruto can't even afford ramen. So what about the money you left behind? Is it true? Namikaze Minato looked at Shimura Danzo. The endless rage in his eyes seemed to engulf Shimura Danzo. Shimura Danzo couldn't help but take a step back. His back was already soaked with sweat. Minato, listen to me, letting a child have such a large amount of money will make him lose his nature, which will make him lose the path to becoming a ninja. Shimura Danzo hurriedly replied, let him choose his own path, not for you to choose it for him. Namikaze Minato looked at Shimura Danzo coldly. When Namikaze Minato took a step, Shimura Danzo trembled all over. You have to know that after Nine Tails attacked the village, the entire village was almost destroyed. We needed money, a lot of money, so we had to use your inheritance. Shimura Danzo explained. Namikaze Minato looked Shimura Danzo up and down. Seeing Shimura Danzo's luxurious clothes, he couldn't help but sneered again. Very well, there is nothing wrong with spending a little money to rebuild your home. But how much did your Shimura family spend? How much did the Sarutobi family spend? How much did these high-level Konoha families spend? Don't try to lie, you can tell the difference. Namikaze Minato was whispering at first, but later he almost shouted. Shimura Danzo turned pale with fright. He took several steps back before steadying his steps. But his eyes immediately lit up, and his face was full of confidence. You are the Hokage, what's wrong with giving a little to the village? If I were the Hokage, I would definitely give up all my property without any complaints. This is the responsibility of the Hokage, Shimura Danzo said with a trace of his face. Smirk. As long as Namikaze Minato admits that he is Hokage, there will be no solution to this problem. Namikaze Minato laughed at himself and shook his head. Yes, I am indeed a Hokage, but I am also a father. I protect the village so that the villagers can live a better life. But Naruto is also a member of Konoha village. Why should he receive a blank look and why should he be deprived of me? Legacy, Namikaze Minato said coldly. Then he angrily punched the wall next to Shimura Danzo. A hole was suddenly punched in the flat wall. Duanzo, tell me why. Shimura Danzo's face darkened instantly. The initial retreat was just to win over Namikaze Minato. Now that the two of them are about to break up, then there is no need to be afraid. This is a unanimous decision by the top management of Konoha. Do you want to betray Konoha village? Are you sure you are qualified to be a Hokage? Shimura Danzo threatened. Whether you are qualified to be Hokage or not is not your decision, but the decision of everyone in Konoha village. And the method of dealing with Naruto is the same as Hatake Tsukumo's method, and it should be yours. Namikaze Minato said. The murderous aura in his body gradually increased. Shimura Danzo was so pressed that he couldn't breathe at once. Hatake Kakashi next to him also trembled and looked at Namikaze Minato in confusion. Minato-sensei, what happened with my father? Hatake Kakashi's voice was trembling when he spoke. He originally thought his father had committed suicide. Totally out of self-blame. But I didn't expect that a shocking secret would be revealed now. Namikaze Minato was about to explain, but Shimura Danzo immediately yelled. Minato Namikaze, this matter is Konoha's top secret. If you say it, you will betray Konoha village, and you will be a traitor to Konoha village. Danzo Shimura said with panic on his face. Liu Mu smiled slightly and walked out. Danzo, I am not from the Leaf village. Do you think you should treat me as a traitorous ninja? If not, then I will tell you. Shimura Danzo became anxious. He couldn't defeat Liu Mu again and again, and his background was not as strong as Liu Mu's. For a moment, he didn't know how to stop Liu Mu. This matter is doomed to the stability of Konoha village. There is no need to continue talking about this matter. I will find a way to make Konoha village surrender to the Kingdom of Rain. Hearing Shimura Danzo's words, the corners of Liu Mu's mouth raised slightly. Unexpectedly, Shimura Danzo was willing to let Konoha village surrender to the Rain country in order to protect his reputation. But Liu Mu was not willing to believe this old coin Shimura Danzo. Danzo, let me tell you, the olive branch from the land of rain depends on the situation. Dogs are not qualified to accept the olive branch from the land of rain. 5 Mo. Chapter 199 Only I am qualified to be Hokage. After Liu Mu humiliated Shimura Danzo, he turned to look at Hatake Kakashi. Your father's death was completely a conspiracy. In order to ensure that the position of Hokage remains in his own lineage, the third generation has always wanted to get rid of Hatake Tsukumo, the most vocal person. And Shimura Danzo wanted to become a Hokage for himself, so masterminded the rumors in the village. Eventually your father was overwhelmed, and then, hear Liu Mu's words, Hatake Kakashi suddenly felt like he was spinning. He never imagined that his father's death was entirely due to the position of Hokage. Suddenly decades of faith collapsed. The originally beautiful Konoha village became extremely foul-smelling in the eyes of Hatake Kakashi. For a moment, endless anger arose. Are everything you said true? Hatake Kakashi said angrily. Kakashi, don't be fooled by him, he is trying to divide us. Shimura Danzo said anxiously. Liu Mu smiled slightly and turned to look at Jiraiya. Pervy sage, do you remember Yahiko? Jiraiya was stunned for a moment, wondering why Liu Mu suddenly asked this. But Jiraiya had nothing to hide about the fact that Yahiko was his apprentice. Yahiko Konan Nagato is my apprentice. Jiraiya said without hesitation. Liu Mu nodded slightly. The founder of the Akatsuki Organization is Yahiko. The purpose of the Akatsuki Organization is to create a world without war. However, without war, Danzo's interests will be lost, so. Jiraiya shuddered and looked at Liu Mu in disbelief. Yahiko is dead, and it was Danzo who killed him. After Jiraiya finished speaking, he looked at Shimura Danzo angrily. Shimura Danzo looked at Liu Mu in fear. I don't understand why Liu Mu knows so many secrets. If he continues talking, he may be torn apart by the people in front of him. Jiraiya, he is from the land of rain. In order to destroy our relationship, he spreads rumors everywhere. You can't believe him. Liu Mu smiled again. Orochimaru studies biological sciences. Although there are experiments on human subjects, there are not that many. However, because of Danzo's request to study first-generation cells, they will capture a large number of ninjas and civilians for experiments. Liu Mu paused as he spoke and turned to look at Tsunade. By the way, Senju Hashirama's body has been kept and experimented on by Danzo. Hear this. Endless murderous aura suddenly appeared in Tsunade's eyes. A pair of eyes stared at Shimura Danzo. What Liu Mu said is true. You are still studying Grandpa's body. No, this is all fake. Shimura Danzo explained in a panic. Oh, by the way, Kato-dan was also clamoring to become a Hokage at that time. Liu Mu added another sentence abruptly. Shimura Danzo, who was still trying to explain, suddenly felt cold all over. The next second a huge iron fist flew over. It hit Shimura Danzo directly in the face and flew out. But the next second, Shimura Danzo stood up without any injuries. Then take off your top. Sharingan showing one arm. This is what you forced me to do. If that's the case, then let's fight. Take the root of Feng Yi and get rid of all the rebellious ninjas in front of you. Shimura Danzo said angrily. Liu Mu turned on the special effects and was preparing to fight. Suddenly Minato Namikaze stretched out his hand to stop Liu Mu. Thank you for telling us so many secrets, but you'd better not get involved in Konoha's battle. Namikaze Minato said without any emotion. It was obvious that anger had taken over his body. Whether as a Hokage or as a father, I must deal with Shimura Danzo in front of me today. Liu Mu shrugged his shoulders. If you don't let yourself take action, you will naturally be happy and free. Then he moved out the small bench, took out a watermelon and started eating it. The battle is about to break out. Fortunately, Shimura Danzo did not exert 100% of his combat power, and kept scanning Liu Mu from his perspective. Liu Mu, who was eating melon beside him, suddenly trembled. In the face of a full state, the root has been wandering on the edge of death all year round. Not long after, the ninjas at the root fell one by one, leaving only Shimura Danzo standing there in despair. Seeing this, Shimura Danzo raised his hair and sneered. It was obvious that Shimura Danzo was hiding something from the beginning. After a short fight, you can figure out the enemy's capabilities. Nearly all ninjas attack the land of rain. Jiraiya and others also instantly understood how selfish Shimura Danzo was. Jiraiya, Tsunade, Hitaki Kakashi, Namaifung Minato, are all top ninjas. But the next second, a strange scene appeared again. The coldness on his face was stronger than before. He was afraid that Liu Mu would suddenly take action and kill him with one blow. I have paid so much for Konoha village, and I am the man most qualified to become Hokage. Shimura Danzo is so paranoid. Now the four of them have just experienced a battle, and they have a lot of injuries, big and small. Hitaki Tsukumo is too powerful, but he has also made too many enemies. If he becomes Hokage, he will anger several countries. Danzo, have you ever regretted it? Tsunade looked at Shimura Danzo coldly. But there are still troops with such combat effectiveness at the root. Fortunately, Shimura Danzo was not allowed to become Hokage, otherwise Konoha village would not be able to withstand his torture. Regret, do you know how powerful the corpse of the first generation is? As long as you understand the wood style, you can completely subdue all the tailed beasts. If Kato-dan becomes the Hokage, with his gentle personality, he will definitely bring about the destruction of the Leaf Village. Path of. In that case, let's all die together. The intelligence obtained is then organized into a battle format. After hearing what Shimura Danzo said, everyone's faces suddenly darkened. As for the Akatsuki Organization, at that time, it was gradually growing. If it was not dealt with in time, it would definitely become a major hidden danger. What I regret most is that I did not kill all three of them. Under Shimura Danzo's shout, more and more root ninjas jumped out. He was suppressed for a while. After Shimura Danzo finished speaking, black runes gradually lit up on his body, and the runes gradually turned into black ink, which kept dripping down. Shimura Danzo, who had originally exploded, now returned to his original form. As time goes by, the balance of victory gradually tilts. Okay, now that I've said my last words, go to hell. Tsunade snorted, and then punched Shimura Danzo in the head. Joined the fight. Didn't expect that at all. No, everyone, run. Is there anything wrong with sacrificing Naruto Uzumaki in exchange for peace in the village? Besides, after the destruction of the Uchiha clan, didn't I cancel the rumors against Naruto? Chapter 200 Death Curse. The sealing technique of the four symbols inside quickly unfolded. With the speed of Liu Mu and Namikaze Minato, they can definitely avoid it, but it is not so easy for Jiraiya, Tsunade and Hitaki Kakashi to avoid it. After all, the speed of the four elephant sealing techniques is much faster than other sealing techniques. The three of them ran quickly, but the four elephant seal technique had been fully deployed, and all people or items within the seal would be swallowed up in the next second. Also included is Shimura Danzo, the caster. Liu Mu gritted his teeth and stared forward, the two Sharingans moving rapidly. Suddenly the scene in front of him stopped. Liu Mu did not dare to stay, so he quickly grabbed the three of them and left the range of sealing techniques. The time pause ends. Namikaze Minato was about to save Jiraiya in front of him. But suddenly Jiraiya disappeared, along with Tsunade and Hitaki Kakashi. Don't know what happened though. However, Namikaze Minato did not dare to be careless and quickly used the Flying Thunder God technique. At this second, the sealing technique of the four symbols was fully operational. All items within range were completely devoured. The Hokage building is connected to the surrounding houses and disappears in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. The remaining buildings gradually collapsed after the operation ended. Liu Mu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he acted quickly, otherwise Jiraiya and others would definitely die. Liu Mu didn't expect it either. Compared to the anime, the Shimura Danzo he came into contact with actually attacked Jiraiya and others. At this time, Liu Mu felt a huge pain in his eyes, as if someone was stabbing his eyes with needles. Although the pain alone is bearable, but countless needles stabbed him continuously, which made Liu Mu feel unprecedented despair. The pain lasted for several seconds before stopping. Liu Mu hurriedly wiped it with his hands, and then found that his hands were covered with blood. Liu Mu's heart skipped a beat. Then I remembered that if I keep using Mangekyo Sharingan, my eyes will gradually become blind. There was no pain before, which means the eyes are still very healthy. But now that the pain is coming, it means that the eyes have been damaged. If you continue to use it unscrupulously, you will go blind sooner or later. Liu Mu smiled helplessly. If you want to use your pupil skills infinitely, you must obtain another pair of Sharingan. And it must be the eyes between brothers. Where can I find it? But fortunately, it is systematic enough. You may be able to obtain Sharingan by completing the mission and complete the evolution. Are you okay? Jiraiya looked at Liu Mu worriedly. Tsunade grabbed Liu Mu, laid Liu Mu flat on the ground, and inspected him carefully. The pain is gone, but when he saw Tsunade riding a horse, Liu Mu couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Can you get down from above? This position was so hot that Liu Mu was afraid that his charger would be plugged into the socket, so he kept struggling. No, you are in danger now, I have to help you. Tsunade said seriously, without any intention of stopping, she tore off Liu Mu's red cloud and black coat. Ding dong. The Akatsuki's clothes have been taken off, triggering the curse function. In any subsequent battle, there is a 90% chance of death. Ding dong. Because the host wears a cursed necklace, there is an additional 10% chance of dying in battle. Ding dong. The chance of host dying in battle is infinitely close to 100. Please avoid the battle as soon as possible. Ding dong. Found that host and Tsunade are fighting, the curse buff will be triggered in 5 seconds. Liu Mu's pupils suddenly shrank. Ever since he got this buff, Liu Mu never dared to take off his coat. Even when sleeping, he would wear a red cloud and black coat. But unexpectedly, his clothes were torn by Tsunade. Moreover, this battle judgment is really stupid. It is obviously Tsunade who is treating herself. Although the posture is a bit strange. But it's not really a fight anyway. 5, 4. Watching the cold countdown of the system, Liu Mu quickly used the Flying Thunder God technique to escape from Tsunade's suppression. However, the system tone did not stop, but continued reading. 3, 2, 1. Ding dong. The curse buff is officially activated. Since the probability of host dying in battle is infinitely close to 100, any collision will take the host's life. Liu Mu's mouth twitched. Any collision. This is simply killing yourself. At this moment, Tsunade stood up and looked at Liu Mu complainingly. You are very weak now, let me help you heal. Tsunade said and ran over quickly. Liu Mu's pupils suddenly shrank. If Tsunade touches this, she will probably go to the west. Then he quickly used the Flying Thunder God technique to escape. This time it happened to fall next to Namikaze Minato. Seeing Liu Mu appear, Namikaze Minato immediately squeezed out a smile on his face. Thank you so much, Xiao Lu, otherwise I wouldn't know Naruto's current situation, and I wouldn't be able to see Danzo's face clearly. In short, thank you. Namikaze Minato said and bowed. But the next second Liu Mu noticed through his eyes that when Minato Namikaze bowed, a few drops of sweat were thrown out along the green hair. If this was touched, he would probably be killed directly. You people in the Leaf Village are all so grateful, but I helped you but you stabbed others in the back. Liu Mu had no choice but to immediately use the Flying Thunder God technique. Senior Liu, what are you doing? Liu Mu slowly turned his head and found Hitaki Kakashi with a confused look on his face. It's okay, I'm practicing the Flying Thunder God technique. No wonder you have such strength at such a young age. Now I understand a little bit about Kai's so-called burning youth. By the way, Kai is in your country of rain, right? When you see him, say hello to him for me. Hitaki Kakashi said, reaching out and patting Liu Mu's shoulder. Liu Mu's pupils shrank sharply. This is sending me to see the King of Hell. Liu Mu had no choice but to use the Flying Thunder God technique again. If it weren't for the lack of spare clothes, these white-eyed wolves would have suffered a lot. The only choice now is to return to the land of rain. Then Liu Mu hurriedly used the Flying Thunder God technique. Because the distance between the two places was too far, Liu Mu felt the chakra in his body drop rapidly. For a moment, Liu Mu had an unpleasant thought in his mind. I don't know if the Flying Thunder God's technique will drain my chakra, and I will be directly drained to death in the end. Then the art of Flying Thunder God directly becomes the flash of moving the grave. Liu Mu's heart was beating rapidly, and he finally reached the target location before the chakra ran out. And the sound of the system came to my ears again. Ding dong. Host puts on the complete Akatsuki clothes, the curse is cancelled. Liu Mu was stunned for a moment, wondering how he could use the Flying Thunder God technique and put on a red cloud and black coat. But no matter what, the crisis was resolved. Liu Mu turned around and saw countless Akatsuki Organization ninjas looking at him. There were expressions of surprise and excitement on their faces. At this moment, a shy voice came from my ears. Master, there are too many people here. Chapter 201 Counterfeit. Liu Mu turned his head like a machine. He found that his hands were suddenly inserted into Conan's clothes. Why did you put the marked kunai on your chest again? Liu Mu said and immediately took out his hand. Ding dong. Because the host is exposed, the death buff is triggered. 5, 4. Liu Mu's mouth twitched. Expose your sister. Your whole family is exposed. However, in order to save his own life, Liu Mu still captured Conan. Conan immediately blushed. Master, why are you so proactive today, but I don't hate it. Liu Mu was about to cry. There is no other reason for crying. But grabbing the outside of his clothes did not stop the countdown, and then Liu Mu could only grit his teeth and reach in. The countdown also stopped immediately. Conan jumped up immediately. His face was as red as an apple. The master is in a meeting right now, or at night. Liu Mu felt that it was inappropriate for him to catch Conan in front of so many people. When he was worried, another voice came to his ears. Senior Liu, did I disturb you? Pain said embarrassedly. Liu Mu's eyes suddenly lit up. He quickly took his hand out and put it into Pain's clothes. Conan glanced at Liu Mu and Pain stupidly, and then looked at himself again. Tears suddenly welled up in his eyes. There is a feeling of being robbed of love by your best friend. Senior Liu, what are you doing? Let go quickly, there are so many people watching. Pain shouted anxiously, but Liu Mu did not stop. The other hand started to move. Get ready to take off Pain's clothes. Senior Liu, although I respect you very much, but it's not right for you to take off my clothes in front of so many people. Pain said and started to struggle. The two even started a fight. Tear. Due to the robbery between the two, Pain's clothes were also torn to pieces. Ding dong. Because the host is exposed, the death buff is triggered. 5, 4. The corner of Liu Mu's mouth twitched. He really didn't expect that Xiaoji's clothes could be torn so easily. At this moment, Pain took a few steps back. His feet slipped, the back of his head fell to the ground, and his eyes immediately dimmed. Liu Mu's heart skipped a beat. I didn't expect this curse to be so powerful. Pain, the shadow-level strongman, died due to slipping. If that's the case, wouldn't it mean that he would choke to death if he drank water? Now that Pain's clothes have been torn, he can only find another one. Liu Mu kept searching. He found that Scorpion was looking at him with a puzzled face. Liu Mu couldn't care less, so he rushed forward and reached into Xia's clothes at the last second of the countdown. Xia glanced at Pain on the ground, and then at Liu Mu in front of him. Suddenly the hair on the hair stood on end. This man is the fake Senior Liu. He is definitely a spy sent by the enemy. Catch him quickly, Xia shouted anxiously, and countless puppet threads appeared on his body. Liu Mu was tied up instantly. Seeing himself slowly leaving Xia's clothes, his heart suddenly beat violently. Damn it, Xia, please remember this. Liu Mu shouted angrily, threatening me, just because you pretended to be Senior Liu, this is a heinous crime within the Akatsuki Organization, and you will be punished by being despised by everyone in the Akatsuki Organization. Xia said proudly. Liu Mu didn't have time to explain now. Since I can't get clothes here, I have no choice but to go home. Then he quickly used the Flying Thunder God technique and returned to his home. After returning home, Liu Mu quickly ran to his bedroom. But after running a few steps, he suddenly found Kuretsuchi walking outside with the clothes he had just washed. Liu Mu's mouth twitched. Trembling all over, Kuretsuchi pointed at the clothes in his hand. You washed the clothes for me. Hearing Liu Mu's words, Haidu suddenly showed a proud expression on his face. Well, after all, I am engaged to you, so it is normal to help you wash your clothes. Kuretsuchi said. Liu Mu swallowed a mouthful of saliva and hesitated. Wash them all. Don't be so excited, you just realized how good I am now, right? I washed all your clothes for you, including your underwear, and they all smelled and there was no smell. Kuretsuchi said proudly. The expression on his face seemed to be waiting for Liu Mu's praise. Liu Mu's mouth twitched, his face full of despair. At this moment, Liu Mu noticed the red cloud and black coat on Haidu, and immediately tore off his own clothes. Seeing this scene, Kuretsuchi was so frightened that he dropped all his clothes to the ground. His face turned red quickly. Although I have an engagement with you, I'm not ready to have a baby yet. Kuretsuchi said anxiously. Liu Mu can't control that much at this time. Your own death buff has been triggered, and you may die at any time. Bring it to you. Feeling that his coat was being robbed, Kuretsuchi's face turned even redder. But there was no anger on his face, but one full of expectation. Husband, why are you so proactive today? Since you want me to do it, it's not impossible, but can you let me take a shower first? Kuretsuchi said shyly, covering his face with his hands. After speaking, he raised his head and looked at Liu Mu. The next second Kuretsuchi was dumbfounded. Liu Mu actually put on his own clothes. Because the sizes don't match, it looks very weird. But what puzzled Haidu was that Liu Mu had a reassuring expression on his face. Honey, are you so cold? My smell is all on this dress. How about I get you another one? Kuretsuchi asked doubtfully. Only then did Liu Mu react, his face full of embarrassment. Well, It rained a little and was a little cold. No need to go get it, it's just right. Liu Mu explained quickly. After all, snatching a girl's clothes is really unjustifiable. Hearing Liu Mu's answer, Haidu's face turned red again. Although Liu Mu looks bad, Kutu is not annoying at all. At this moment, Liu Mu's house was kicked open. It was Pain who had just fallen to death. At this time, Pain's eyes were full of anger. When he saw Liu Mu's appearance, the anger on his face became even stronger. You're a fake, you humiliated me in public, and now you're here to take advantage of Senior Liu's fiancé. I must kill you today, Pain said angrily. In the next second, countless puppets flew out. Each puppet is equipped with a weapon, and the weapons are covered with poison. Don't worry Faker, I will never let you die easily, Xie said fiercely. At this time, countless pieces of paper flew out. Liu Mu was instantly wrapped up. Then Conan's head stuck out from behind Liu Mu. You were very brave to eat my tofu in front of so many people, Conan said coldly. Haidu looked at Liu Mu in disbelief. What? This person is actually a fake. Chapter 202 Yaosho, we arrested Liu Mu. Kuretsuchi's face darkened. The clothes I was wearing next to my body still had my own scent on them, but now they were worn by another man. If the real Liu Mu knew this, he would faint from anger. Maybe he will divorce himself because of this. Thinking of this, murderous aura gradually emerged from Kuretsuchi's body, and he walked towards Liu Mu like a shinigami. How dare you pretend to be my husband? I will make you a woman today, Kuretsuchi said coldly. Then he took out a kunai and kept making gestures in front of him. Liu Mu couldn't help but swallowed. I never thought that Kuretsuchi would be so brave. He just wanted to send himself to the palace. The next second, the kunai stabbed straight over. When the kunai actually made a sound of metal collision, Kuretsuchi and Conan had strange expressions on their faces, while Pain and Scorpion looked down. He showed a defeated expression. Use my puppet string and see if I can't kill him, Xie said fiercely. Hold Tianxing with my body and let him feel the pain, Pain said expressionlessly. Liu Mu's mouth twitched. Although Macabre Bone Pulse blocked Kunai's attack, Macabre Bone Pulse is not invincible. If the attack continues, sooner or later he will become a father-in-law. How do I prove that I am Liu Mu? Liu Mu said helplessly. Unexpectedly, I was still laughing at how Minato Namikaze could prove himself before, but who knew it would be his turn now? Proof. You, the counterfeit, can't become the master no matter what. Today I will let you feel what despair is, Conan said fiercely. You still want to fool me? My husband is so good, how can someone like you pretend to be someone like you? I will make you a woman today, Kuretsuchi sneered. Lord Liu Mu is a godlike existence. How can a young man like you pretend to be that? Today I will turn you into a beast and fight for the Akatsuki Organization forever. Pain said coldly. Senior Liu Mu, ninjutsu destroys the world, how can a fake like you do it? Xie said disdainfully. Liu Mu felt so angry. He was obviously praising himself, but he couldn't be happy no matter what. But fortunately I know how to prove myself. That is to show your strength. Immediately, Liu Mu quickly turned on the special effects, raised it to the highest level, and then began to operate his chakra. Suddenly the entire space froze. Countless smoke came out of Liu Mu's body, filling the entire room instantly. Several people felt it lightly. Suddenly he was shocked. The surroundings are not pure smoke, but thick energy accumulation, forming a smoke state. If you want to compress chakra into smoke before your eyes, the content of chakra alone has reached an incredible level. It is possible to have surpassed the ninja god Senju Hashirama, and the control that can compress chakra into smoke has surpassed cognition. The most important thing, what is compressed is not chakra, but an energy system of a higher level than chakra. And everyone has only experienced this energy in Liu Mu. Xie gulped, then pulled the three of them to the corner, trembling and said, what should we do? We will arrest Senior Liu. Pain also had a look of fear on his face at this time. His fingers kept trembling, and he couldn't suppress them no matter how hard he tried. I also want to know what to do. Why don't you commit suicide? You were the first person to doubt Senior Liu, Pain said seriously. Scorpion's hair suddenly stood on end. He subconsciously took a step back. Yes, if you hadn't doubted Senior Liu, how could we have been led astray? His touch on me felt exactly the same as before, how could it be fake? Conan shook his hands and forced himself to calm down. I already hate Scorpion in my heart. It was obviously an opportunity to increase the relationship with Liu Mu, but now it was completely messed up. Kuretsuchi lifted up his sleeves. The three people suddenly frowned. He has obviously made it obvious enough, why don't the four of them let go of him? Since we have admitted that Senior Liu was wrong, we will make the mistake right and play it out all the way to the end. Xie said. Liu Mu suddenly panicked, and compared to before, the murderous intent had not receded at all, but Liu Mu always felt something was strange. Okay, I'll do whatever you want with me, but if you think you're torturing me, will Senior Liu understand you and spare you? Xie said with a sneer. Xie looked at the three people in front of him in fear. If he didn't come up with a solution, he might be dealt with by the three people in front of him before Liu Mu could take revenge. Isn't it obvious to me? Why don't I open a super ninja to scare a few people? Suddenly his eyes lit up. Kuretsuchi, what do you want to do? Scorpion chuckled evilly. Seeing that everyone hadn't reacted yet, he quickly waved his hand. Everyone had a gloomy look on their face. My body is made of flesh and blood. If kunai does this, I might really become sisters with Kuretsuchi. You know how gentle my husband is today. If you hadn't come in, we might have had sex today. I will definitely turn you into a girl today, Kuretsuchi said with a dark face. At this moment, the four of them finally lifted the secret call status. Liu Mu looked at the four people not far away in confusion. Then the three heads came together and started whispering. Liu Mu has paid so much for us, but I haven't served him well, how could I do it? Conan said, remembering the metallic collision sound of the black earth kunai, and his face suddenly turned red. I think it's better to let you feel the pain. Pain said angrily, never thought about it. Now that Pain has taken over the topic, he has room to operate. It lasted for about several minutes, and the four people had expressions of realization on their faces. At this moment, four people surrounded Liu Mu in the middle. Fortunately, Pain answered the call. If no one answered, he would have been beaten to death. Just when Scorpio felt like he was about to fall into the abyss. The hatred towards Scorpion has increased a bit more. He pulled out his kunai and walked towards Scorpion. Shaw said seriously, as a person who does ideological work, he could misunderstand Liu Mu. Wrong is wrong. Kuretsuchi frowned, scratched the lower part of Scorpion with a kunai and said angrily, you want me to stay a widow for the rest of my life, what are you thinking about? Hey, you guys are usually so smart, why don't you understand it all of a sudden? We don't really want to do anything, but we want to express our attitude. Then what do you think we should do? Pain grabbed Shia's collar directly and said with a hint of threat. Kuretsuchi walked up with a kunai. Chapter 203 It's time to show off your acting skills. Kuretsuchi's eyes lit up. Once the preconditions for the task are triggered, the next step can be planned. What do you think I'm going to do, make you my sister? Pretend to be my mighty, handsome, charming husband, tell me what do you think? Kuretsuchi said proudly. Liu Mu was stunned for a moment. The original anger receded a bit. I always feel like something is wrong, but I can't put my finger on it. At this time Conan also walked up and looked at Liu Mu with disgust. You are the only one who still wants to pretend to be the master of me who is graceful in the wind, and all living beings fall for him when he turns around. Who do you think we will kill if we don't kill you? Conan snorted coldly. Yes, Senior Liu is the most wise, mighty and majestic man I have ever seen. If it weren't for the different genders, maybe I would fall in love with him. Pain looked at Liu Mu coldly and said. Xie couldn't help but wipe away a cold sweat when he saw the poor acting skills of the three people in front of him. Fortunately, Liu Mu didn't notice it. Then it's time for your own performance. Then Xie took out a kunai, cut the piece of paper on Liu Mu's body, and then stabbed his thigh. The severe pain caused Scorpion's face to twitch. Seeing this scene, the three of them were immediately shocked. They had no idea that Xie could fight so hard. At this time, the corners of Scorpion's mouth rose slightly. Next it's your performance time. Lord God, although your breath scares me and makes me unable to extricate myself. But I believe in Liu Mu, and it can only be Liu Mu. Although you can use force to make most people surrender, I will never surrender in front of my ninja way and my faith. In this life, I am born as Liu Mu's person, and when I die, I am Liu Mu's ghost. This knife is my apology for blasphemy against you, but if you want me to change my faith, then please take my life. Scorpion closed his eyes immediately after speaking. I was very satisfied with my performance just now. Maybe we can get the Oscar trophy Uoyuki Shion talked about. Liu Mu was also stunned at this time. I was originally planning to teach Scorpio a lesson. But after watching this performance, how could I still be able to do it? Then he turned his attention to Kuretsuchi. The corner of Kuretsuchi's mouth twitched. I wish I could give Xie a slap in the face. If you work so hard, you look fake, okay. But it's not too late now, there is still a chance to remedy the situation. Then he put the kunai in his hand against his chin, with a determined expression on his face. Although you are a god and have the ability to destroy heaven and earth. But I am Liu Mu's fiancé. Forgive me for not agreeing to your excessive conditions. If you are still greedy for my body, then in order to ensure my innocence and prevent my dear husband from being cuckolded, I can only commit suicide, and the most you can get is a cold corpse. After Kuretsuchi finished speaking, he gritted his teeth and stabbed a little with his kunai. Immediately blood flowed down his neck. The clothes were dyed red. Liu Mu's mouth twitched. Kuretsuchi turned out to be a chaste and fierce woman who was willing to die in order not to become a cuckold. How could such a person make Liu Mu so angry? Liu Mu shook his head helplessly, and then looked at Conan beside him. Suddenly Conan shuddered. I never thought that even my acting skills would start to improve. As an actor, you just need to learn to stare and count. How can I play with you guys working so hard? Conan took a deep breath, and several detonating charms flew out and stuck to his chest. Then he took a step towards Liu Mu without being humble or arrogant. Don't think that as a god, you can insult us. From the time I served the master, my body and mind have all belonged to the master. But you pretended to be the master and insulted me in front of everyone. In order to ensure my innocence, I don't want the places you touched. Conan said, activating the chakra. Immediately, the talisman on the chest was ignited, making a clicking sound. Liu Mu's mouth twitched. Unexpectedly, Conan was more ruthless and chose to detonate the talisman to explode his chest. With so many detonating symbols exploding at the same time, not to mention my breasts, my whole body would be gone. Then he hurriedly picked up the clothes he had just washed and threw them on the detonating talisman. The detonating talisman also went out. Then Liu Mu shook his head helplessly and looked at Pain again. There was a smirk on Pain's face. although the acting skills of the three people exploded. But the method of self-harm is still very fake. After all, if Liu Mu didn't take action, the three of them would be killed, so they had a backup plan. But I don't have to worry so much. Even if Pain dies in heaven, he can be resurrected through hell. So you can consider more difficult ones. Lord God, people have pride, and their pride will drive humans not to bow to others. Although you are very powerful, it is absolutely impossible to make me surrender. Because I already have faith in my heart, and that is Senior Liu who leads the Akatsuki Organization forward. I'm very sorry for offending you before. In order to eliminate the unhappiness in your heart, let me bear all the pain. Pain said and threw out all the ninja tools on his body. Then he clapped his hands directly. All things are attracted by heaven. As Pain roared, the kunai that had been thrown out instantly floated up and stabbed his body quickly. Just a breath of time. Pain's body is covered with kunai and looks like a hedgehog. Is this enough, Lord God? Pain said but felt proud in his heart. If I were to evaluate my acting skills on a 100-point scale, it would definitely be 101. After Liu Mu sees it, he will definitely be impressed by his loyalty. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Pain didn't see any fluctuations on Liu Mu's face, and he didn't even shift his gaze for a moment. For a moment, Pain felt unsure. Isn't it enough? Then I'll do it again. Shinra Tianjiang, Wanxiang Tianyan. With the casting of two ninjutsu, the ninja tool flew out quickly, and after a brief pause, it flew back again, all stabbed on the body. Why has the popularity of the god disappeared? But even so, I am not willing to give in. Pain closed his eyes with satisfaction, waiting for Liu Mu to let go. But a few seconds passed, and the imaginary words did not appear. Instead, I looked very embarrassed. Lord God, aren't you willing to forgive us for our mistakes? Then I will commit suicide again. Pain said as he prepared to use Shinra Tianjiang and Wanxiang Tianyan again. Liu Mu, who had been silent all this time, finally extended his hand. Etc. After hearing Liu Mu stop, Pain couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. After all, I was impressed by my acting skills. But just when Pain was about to thank him, Liu Mu spoke again. Add the detonating talisman and cast it once on your body, Nagato. Chapter 204 Reincarnation of the Dirty Land. Pain was stunned for a moment. Why is it different from what I expected? I shouldn't be filled with excitement and then shed tears of emotion. How could Kuretsuchi and others be okay, but when it came to him, everything changed. Lord God, I don't understand what you mean. Pain tried to muddle through. Liu Mu smiled slightly. He patted Pain's shoulder lightly, and then directly used the Flying Thunder God technique. The next second, Liu Mu and Pain came directly to Nagato. The corner of Nagato's mouth twitched, with a trace of regret on his face. Until now, I can only refuse to admit it. Senior Liu, why did you and Pain come to my place together? Nagato said with a serious face. It's nothing. It's just that this guy Pain is very bad. He wants to insert all his ninja tools into you. Liu Mu said with a bad smile. Nagato's mouth twitched. There was a look of fear on his face. Senior Liu, I shouldn't have offended you. No, it's just that Pain said I was a spy. Liu Mu said calmly. For a moment, Pain had an angry expression on his face. His weak body slammed the table hard. Pen, you are so hateful. How could you misunderstand Senior Liu? But if Pain misunderstood you, what does it have to do with me, Nagato? Nagato replied cautiously after swallowing a sip of saliva. I'm just kidding, how could I stab you with so many kunai? That's really inhumane. After hearing Liu Mu's words, Nagato breathed a sigh of relief. But the next second, he was shocked to see Liu Mu's hands forming the tiger seal, and a small aqua blue Rasengan appeared on his fingertips. Suddenly Nagato's pupils shrank sharply. The last time Liu Mu used this ninjutsu, his butt still hurts. Now he appeared again, his face suddenly became frightened. Senior Liu has something to say. Hurry up and put down the Spiral Millennium Killer in your hand. Nagato said anxiously, but the next second Liu Mu disappeared. Then a heartbreaking pain swept through Nagato's body. The six paths, who were all separated in the Kingdom of Rain, fell to their knees on the ground, covering their buttocks with one hand, with painful expressions on their faces. Just by looking at his expression, you can tell that he is in terrible pain. Liu Mu returned to his house. Kuretsuchi and others were shocked. At this time, Liu Mu was full of murderous intent, like a god of murder, which made people feel frightened. Although they didn't see what Liu Mu did to Pain, the murderous intent alone made the three of them feel scared. At this time Liu Mu came to Xie. There was a weird smile on his face. Didn't you ask me about my transformation into a puppet before? I think I can take this opportunity to help you transform it. After hearing Liu Mu's words, Xie had a look of fear on his face. The next second there was a sharp pain in my leg. However, Xie didn't dare to cry out and could only endure the pain and look at Liu Mu begging for mercy. Senior Liu, I was wrong, please spare me. Liu Mu nodded and then walked to Conan. Conan suddenly thumped, with a look of fear on his face. Liu Mu, on the other hand, took off all the detonating talismans from Conan's body in a leisurely manner. This move made Conan breathe a sigh of relief. Master, I was wrong. Conan confessed. But the next second Conan discovered that Liu Mu had thrown away all the detonating charms just now, and then took out new ones from the ninja bag. Next time, I will use real detonating symbols to act. You can't escape my eyes with dumb bombs. Of course, the premise is that there must be a next time. Liu Mu said as he put the detonating charm on Conan. Not long after, Conan's body was covered with detonating symbols, looking like a mummy. Liu Mu then activated chakra. Suddenly, all the detonating symbols on Conan's body were ignited, and thick smoke billowed out. Boom! Explode! The violent explosion made the ground tremble. Not only Liu Mu's house, but the entire surrounding area was bombed into rubble. The black soil was also disgraced by the billowing smoke. At this time, Kuretsuchi noticed a figure walking out of the thick smoke, like a ghost, especially his eyes were glowing red. It makes people feel chilling. And this figure is Liu Mu. Step by step, he walked to Kuretsuchi with a sneer. Haidu wanted to escape, but no matter how fast he ran, Liu Mu always kept a distance of 10 meters. It never got closer or farther away. Finally, Haidu was too tired to run anymore. As soon as he stopped, Liu Mu arrived in front of him. He even took out a kunai in his hand. Without hesitation, he stabbed Kuretsuchi. Suddenly, Kuretsuchi felt that the world was spinning before his eyes, and he was stunned for a moment before his eyes returned to where they were at the beginning. At this time, Black Earth Conan Pain Scorpion was surrounding Liu Mu. However, the four of them had expressions of fear on their faces at this time, while Liu Mu's Sharingan was running continuously. Genjutsu. Only then did Kuretsuchi realize that the scene just now was all Genjutsu. But that Genjutsu is so realistic. The pain felt like it was real. If Liu Mu hadn't been willing to let him go, he would have been trapped in it for the rest of his life. Then he hurried over and pulled all the pieces of paper off Liu Mu's body. Husband, everything was ordered by them, it has nothing to do with me. Kuretsuchi said with a sad face. Conan's mouth twitched and he looked at Kuretsuchi fiercely. Then he quickly waved his hand and all the pieces of paper flew out in an instant, and Liu Mu was no longer controlled by the pieces of paper. This is all Scorpio's idea and has nothing to do with me. Yes, it's all Scorpio's idea, it has nothing to do with us. Pain echoed, touching his butt. The corner of Scorpion's mouth twitched. This moment finally felt the heart again. Then he walked towards Liu Mu tremblingly. Just as he was about to speak, he was suddenly stopped by Liu Mu. Okay, let's end this matter. Call Metkai here immediately. I have something urgent. Liu Mu said coldly. It's not that Liu Mu doesn't want to pursue the matter. It's just that Uchiha Madara's matter is imminent and I can't afford to waste time. After this matter is completely over, we can settle the accounts later in the year. Xie ran out gratefully, and Liu Mu also took this opportunity to have a good rest. Not long after, Scorpion arrived with Metkai, and the next second Namikaze Shuito also brought Jiraiya to Liu Mu. Okay, I won't talk nonsense. All the tailed beasts have been collected. In order to prevent their next plan, we must take the initiative. Liu Mu said coldly. For a moment everyone was in awe. After all, this is a major event related to the peace of the entire ninja world. Senior Liu, as long as you give the order, we will go to the battlefield immediately. Pain volunteered. Then everyone stood up one after another. Liu Mu nodded slightly. Very good, I will take Kai there first. Namikaze Minato, you are responsible for transporting everyone here. You must send everyone here. Although Liu Mu felt that Metkai alone was enough. But after learning the reasons for the failure of the Akatsuki Organization, Liu Mu finally decided to choose group fighting. Everyone was stunned for a moment. He kept looking for Namikaze Minato in the crowd, but he couldn't find it after searching for a long time. Where is Namikaze Minato? Have you seen him, Midori? Shaw asked in confusion. Namikaze Minato said with a twitch in his mouth. Hearing Namikaze Minato's answer, Shaw burst out laughing. How is it possible? Minato is called Yellow Flash. If you were Minato, wouldn't you be called Green Flash? For a moment, Namikaze Minato became gloomy. I kept thinking about which crater I should throw the scorpion into. Liu Mu shook his head helplessly. Scorpions are more powerful when it comes to seeking death. But Liu Mu had no time to talk nonsense with him, so he quickly took Metkai to perform the Flying Thunder God technique. Kabuto Yakushi came to the secret stronghold according to his memory. Looking at the 9 Jinchuriki in front of him, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. The mission has been completed perfectly, can we start the next step? Kabuto Yakushi took off his mask and said with a smirk. Not far away, Uchiha Obito looked at Kabuto Yakushi unhappily. Before receiving clear instructions from Liu Mu, he did not dare to expose too much. It's just that Kabuto Yakushi did these things in his own name. If Liu Mu misunderstood him, he would be chopped alive. At this time, Ju slowly emerged from the ground. We still need a pair of reincarnation eyes. Zhu Leng said. After all, the power of 10 tails is really terrifying. Without the Samsara eye, you may not be able to control it perfectly. And without Geto statue, it would be difficult to fuse the 9-tailed beasts together. Do you still have to wait? I feel that Liu Mu will catch up at any time, and then all the efforts will be in vain. Yakushi Kabuto said dissatisfied. He looked at Yakushi Kabuto with great displeasure. If Orochimaru didn't cooperate with him, who would be willing to cooperate with Kabuto Yakushi? But thinking of Liu Mu, Jonin couldn't help but feel fear. After all, it was an existence that pierced the space with one finger. You can find yourself across time and space, let alone now that you are in the ninja continent. Okay, let's use that technique. We must complete it before Liu Mu finds out. Zhu Leng said. Kabuto Yakushi nodded slightly. Then the two came to the open land. Countless Baiju were tied up on the ground, and their bodies were struggling. Yakushi Kabuto's face was solemn, and then he began to form seals with his hands. Immediately, countless coffins rose up from the ground. As the coffin boards were opened, long-gone figures walked out of the coffins. Each of them was a famous person in the ninja world. At this time a huge coffin was raised. Before the coffin board could be opened, the coffin board flew out. A majestic figure slowly walked out. Reincarnation in the dirt. Uchiha Madara looked at her hands with dissatisfaction. Although the reincarnation of the dirty land can be regarded as rebirth. And he has a way to break the reincarnation of dirty land. But there is a big gap between strength and true rebirth. This is Uchiha Madara, Kabuto Yakushi said excitedly. I didn't expect that I could actually summon Uchiha Madara. Although it was not as perfect as Orochimaru's Earth reincarnation, it was definitely enough. With Uchiha Madara, there is no need to be afraid of the so-called Liu Mu. Kabuto Yakushi said. Ju's mouth twitched. I thought so too at the time, but the result was a miserable loss. I have never really seen how powerful Liu Mu is. I will never know the distance between myself and Liu Mu. There is absolutely no need to tell the truth. After all, Kabuto Yakushi's role was just to summon an army of ninjas so that he could have the capital and time to complete his plan. I still need a pair of samsara eyes, I need you to get them. Absolute Uchiha Madara said. Uchiha Madara frowned. I was very dissatisfied with being reincarnated from the dirty soil, but I didn't expect that I didn't even have the key reincarnation eye. If it weren't for Heiju's clone. It was Liu Mu and Metkai. We are already dead. We, the dead, have no control over what happens in this era. Senju Hashirama said slowly, and then his eyes suddenly became sharp. On the contrary, I felt Madara's chakra. Can you explain it to me? Oh, he was the one who conquered the 5 major countries. Then he hurriedly turned around and urged Yasushi Kabuto. I resurrected you out of necessity. A powerful ninja appeared in the Kingdom of Rain. He is very powerful and has conquered all 5 major countries, so I have to summon you. Z hurriedly explained. His eyes kept looking at the young man in front of him. Like a kid being bullied. Uchiha Madara even doubted whether Heizetsu was working exclusively for him. I was just afraid of fighting Uchiha Madara at first. Seeing this scene, Ju suddenly became excited. You were the one who summoned us through the reincarnation of the dirty earth. Senju Tobarama looked around and saw that there were densely packed ninjas who were resurrected through the reincarnation of the dirty earth, and he immediately asked. Senju Tobarama roared angrily, and Senju Hashirama showed an aggrieved expression on his face. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared next to Yakushi Kabuto. Am I reborn? No, this is the feeling of reincarnation from the filthy earth. Senju Tobarama said dissatisfiedly as he looked at his body. Zetsu felt the oppression of the ninja god. Senju Tobarama couldn't help but frown. There is even a possibility of the body being crushed. While Uchiha Madara is away, quickly summon those from the fire country. 2 adults, this is the evil ninja Liu Mu I call. That's why it wasn't used. I never thought that someone could conquer the 5 major countries. First Hokage Senju Hashirama and second Hokage Senju Tobarama are also part of the plan to reincarnate. Now that Uchiha Madara is gone, he can be reincarnated into the earth. Senju Tobarama frowned and came to the magician, Yakushi Kabuto. Shut up. Kabuto Yakushi was about to answer, but was pulled back by Zetsu. One coffin has 1 written on it, and another coffin has 2 written on it. Suddenly I was out of breath. I almost cried. Not long after, the 2 coffins slowly rose. You must know that Senju Hashirama did not achieve this step at the beginning. Okay, I'm going to bring the samsara eye back now. Uchiha Madara said and left dissatisfied. Seeing Uchiha Madara leave, I was relieved. Let me tell you, why are you studying so much ninjutsu? Now you have been summoned yourself. Senju Hashirama complained. As the coffin board fell, first Hokage Senju Hashirama and second Hokage Senju Tobarama re-entered the world. Chapter 205 I didn't hear what you said clearly. You just want to destroy Konoha. Senju Tobarama stared at Liu Mu. A strong chakra pressed towards Liu Mu. It was like a huge mountain, weighing down Liu Mu so much that he couldn't breathe. Tobarama, listen to what he says first. Senju Hashirama said quickly. Brother, shut up. Senju Tobarama glared. Senju Hashirama was so frightened that he shut his mouth obediently and looked at his brother with a look of resentment. I just don't think I can just listen to one side of the story. Senju Hashirama muttered quietly. Liu Mu frowned. As soon as they met, Senju Tobarama suppressed him with his breath, and he immediately felt unhappy. He is not a ninja of Konoha. There is no need to worry about Senju Tobarama at all. It doesn't matter what it is, it doesn't matter. The deceased should stay underground and don't come out to show off his IQ. Liu Mu said angrily. It seems that he didn't run away, so today I want you to know what kind of existence you have offended. Senju Tobarama said, and the aura on his body increased sharply again. Second Hokage times have changed. Kai showed him your 8 gates Dunjia. Liu Mu turned around and said. Metkai nodded slightly. Then the aura on his body increased sharply. Suddenly, the whole body was surrounded by golden aura, and the ground cracked instantly, with countless stones flying. And the hair also turned golden. For a moment, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama's pupils shrank sharply. The aura on Metkai's body has exceeded the two's cognition, and they have never seen such a golden aura. It can even be vaguely felt that this breath has surpassed the existence of chakra. What the hell is this ninjutsu? Senju Tobarama had a look of fear on his face. Senju Hashirama also stopped giggling and looked solemnly at Metkai in front of him. Do it. For a moment, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama started moving at the same time. But as soon as he took a small step, Metkai disappeared in front of him. In the blink of an eye, Fuju appeared in front of him. Boom! Metkai punched Senju Tobarama in the stomach. Suddenly, Senju Tobarama felt like he was hit by a speeding hill. Every inch of his body began to crack, and finally turned into powder in an instant. Senju Hashirama looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. You must know that Senju Tobarama has the Flying Thunder God technique, and he can instantly travel hundreds of miles away with just a thought. But Metkai's speed was too fast. Senju Tobarama didn't even have a chance to react before he was hit. Immediately, Senju Hashirama clapped his hands together. Just as he was about to use ninjutsu, Metkai suddenly appeared in front of him. Good. Before Senju Hashirama could utter the second word, he felt a huge pain in his body. When he looked down, his body was cracking inch by inch. Then the whole body was completely shattered. Kabuto Yakushi had an expression of disbelief on his face. These are first Hokage Senju Hashirama and second Hokage Senju Tobarama. He didn't even have the ability to fight back, so he was killed instantly. Although it is said that the reincarnated strength of the dirty soil will be greatly reduced. But it won't be like being killed instantly with one move. Moreover, what is the golden color wrapped around Metkai's body? It can actually affect the hair. At this moment, the golden aura on Metkai's body gradually disappeared, and the standing hair hung down again. And Metkai also showed a tired expression on his face. Seeing this scene, Kabuto Yakushi's fear turned into ecstasy. It turns out that you can only be strong for a few seconds. It's a pity that you can be resurrected after being reincarnated in the dirt. Yakushi Kabuto said with a smile. Then, countless flying ashes kept gathering at the positions of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama just now. After a while, two figures formed. It is Senju Tobarama and Senju Hashirama. I have to say that your taijutsu is the strongest I have ever seen, but how many waves can you make now? Kabuto Yakushi sneered. Metkai snorted dissatisfied. Then the chakra on the body began to increase explosively. 8 gates Dunjia, gate of opening. 8 gates Dunjia, gate of healing opens. 8 gates Dunjia, gate of life opens. 8 gates Dunjia, gate of pain opens. 8 gates Dunjia, gate of limit open. 8 gates Dunjia, gate of view opens. 8 gates Dunjia, gate of wonder opens. 8 gates Dunjia, gate of death opens. Metkai drove from the first gate to the 8 gates in just a few seconds. A sunny smile appeared on Metkai's face. See, this is the result of my practice. Open 8 gates quickly. Kabuto Yakushi couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood. What's the point of opening 8 gates quickly? If you want to die faster, why can you laugh so easily? Should Metkai be called a genius or a fool? Just then Kabuto Yakushi trembled all over. Because he found that he had been targeted by Metkai, and with the blessing of 8 gates Dunjia, he had absolutely no chance of survival. Stop him! Kabuto Yakushi shouted. Suddenly all the reincarnations of the dirty land ran to Yakushi Kabuto and turned into a thick human wall. Metkai's eyes lit up. It was too frustrating to fight the Kingdom of Thunder before. Once we arrived at the 8 gates, all the ninjas either hid or were too scattered. Don't let yourself know where to start. Now that everyone is gathered together, the next kick will be so exciting that it will fly up. Then Metkai kicked back with his foot. Suddenly, a large piece of the land behind shattered, and Metkai used the recoil to shoot out with red steam. Yi Kai. For a moment, the world became quiet, and only Metkai's roar could be heard. The ninjas looked at the scene in front of them in despair. Although he knew that he was reincarnated from the dirty earth and would not die at all, under such a powerful move, a hint of fear inevitably arose in his heart. Boom! Metkai drove into the crowd like a bulldozer. The thick human wall had no blocking effect at all, but instead made Metkai laugh even more crazily. As Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama shattered, there is no one who can resist Yakushi Kabuto. For a moment, Kabuto Yakushi felt that his life was passing by like a horse. Boom! The huge explosion blew away everything around him, and even the earth trembled violently. Not far away, pharmacist Kabuto covered his mouth, and blood kept pouring out. Fortunately, there was a human wall in front of him, which caused Metkai's aiming direction to deviate. Otherwise, with this kick, he will definitely die. But even if he missed the kick and was hit by the aftermath, he was seriously injured. If Kabuto Yakushi hadn't been a medical ninja and protected his main organs in time, he might have died in the aftermath. This shows how powerful that kick is. However, Kabuto Yakushi saw Metkai lying on the ground, his whole body seemed to be charred, and a sneer appeared on his face. Idiot, he used his 8 gates dungeon to burn his life, but he failed to kick me. I have never seen such a stupid ninja. Just die with regrets and regrets, Metkai. At this moment, Metkai, who was like coke, moved. He stood up slowly, and with skillful shaking, all the coke fell down. I didn't hear what you said just now. Chapter 206 Akatsuki Organization never stands alone. Heiju looked at Metkai's kick and couldn't help but touch his face. If it weren't for my special circumstances, he was kicked to death by Metkai back then. However, Kabuto Yakushi didn't react so quickly and looked at Metkai with blank eyes. Didn't you promise that you will die if you open 8 gates? Why are you resurrected again? Kabuto Yakushi asked suspiciously. With this kind of power, even Uchiha Madara in his heyday wouldn't dare to take it on. The most important thing is that there are no side effects. Even Metkai's skin was a bit more delicate than before. Will you definitely die if you open 8 gates? Where did this rumor come from? Metkai said speechlessly. If I hadn't just turned on the super ninja state, I can still open 8 gates Dunjia several times in a row. Master, I have tried my best, and the next step is up to you. Metkai said unwillingly. After hearing what Metkai said, Yakushi Kabuto finally breathed a sigh of relief. This is if Metkai continues to fight. I was afraid that I would surrender directly. As long as Metkai does not participate in the war, he has a chance to win. For a moment, the ninjas who had just been kicked to pieces recovered again, but there were expressions of fear written on all of their faces. Don't be afraid, everyone, this Metkai can no longer exert that power. Kabuto Yakushi shouted excitedly. Suddenly everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Although Metkai couldn't kill himself, the scene was so terrifying that it was even more terrifying than death. Although so many people are a bit suspicious of bullying you, you should never destroy Konoha. Now I can only let you die. Senju Tobarama snorted coldly, completely forgetting how frightened I was before. Just when all the ninjas were about to take action, a yellow flash appeared next to Liu Mu, along with Jiraiya and Tsunade. Okay, the coordinates are confirmed, I will send all the remaining people here immediately. Namikaze Minato said. Senju Tobarama couldn't help but frown. The forbidden art he invented was actually used as a porter. This is simply the greatest blasphemy against the art of Flying Thunder God. Just when Senju Tobarama was ready to get angry, the yellow flash came on again. This time it was Conan and Scorpion who were brought. As time went by, people stood densely behind Liu Mu, and each of the ninjas behind him has great strength. Namikaze Minato sat down on the ground tiredly. None of the donkeys in the production team can handle you like you want to tire me out. Namikaze Minato said angrily, I never want to use the Flying Thunder God technique again in my life. Kabuto Yakushi looked at the team in front of him and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. It was obviously his own script to gang up on Liu Mu. Why was it suddenly reversed? How do you want to play with yourself? Liu Mu heard that you are the leader of the Akatsuki Organization. How about this? Let's choose a ninja to fight you. If we win, you can no longer stop me from doing anything. If you win, I will hand over any Jinchuriki. After Yaoshi Kabuto finished speaking, he pushed up his glasses and waited for Liu Mu's answer. I refuse, Liu Mu said with a wicked smile. Since you can fight in groups, why choose single combat? And if the opponent is Senju Hashirama, he may not be able to defeat it. Why take this risk? Yaoshi Kabuto looked at Liu Mu suspiciously. This is completely different from what I imagined. Shouldn't I agree to it straight away? Why did you refuse? This way the losses for both parties can be minimized. Kabuto Yakushi asked anxiously. The Akatsuki Organization never stands alone. Liu Mu shouted loudly, and then all the ninjas followed suit. Then he stirred up the chakra all over his body and rushed towards Yakushi Kabuto. Damn it, come on. Yakushi Kabuto shouted through gritted teeth. For a moment, the Akatsuki Organization collided with the filthy reincarnated army. Although the reincarnated army of the Dirty Soil were all famous ninjas in their lifetime, they could not exert 100% of their strength after being reincarnated by the Dirty Soil. Instead, he was suppressed and beaten by the Akatsuki Organization who cooperated tacitly. Liu Mu nodded with satisfaction. The number of Akatsuki Organization members has not increased in recent years, but after several years of training, their cooperation has reached an incredible level. Able to bring out the strength of every ninja to the extreme. Seeing this cooperation, Jiraiya couldn't help but smile bitterly. There is a tacit cooperation between every member of the Akatsuki Organization. Even if such a team does not have Liu Mu, it is definitely a very terrifying existence. Then it would not be a shame for Konohagakure to lose to the Akatsuki Organization. At this time, Senju Tobarama sneaked out of the center of the battle, and then seized the opportunity to directly use the Flying Thunder God technique. The next second, Liu Mu's right rear side appeared. Then he took out the short sword and stabbed Liu Mu. Catch the thief first and capture the king first. I won this time, Senju Tobarama sneered. At this moment Liu Mu suddenly turned his head. The index and middle fingers of his right hand clamped hard, and they directly clamped Senju Tobarama's short sword. Senju Tobarama looked at Liu Mu in confusion. What he used was the Flying Thunder God technique for a sneak attack. Unless there were eyes or white eyes on the back of his head, he would not be able to see his appearance at all. There was absolutely no time to react. But Liu Mu in front of him not only discovered his whereabouts, but also made the right choice immediately and resisted the attack. Just using 2 fingers to catch the killing blow made Senju Tobarama's face a little uncomfortable. Boy, you are very fast, but come and try this trick. Senju Tobarama said and formed 2 seals with his hands. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu. Then a water dragon appeared from behind Senju Tobarama, then circled his body, and then stopped after circling several times. Water Dragon Bomb, I can do this ninjutsu too. Liu Mu gave a bad laugh. Then he clapped his hands. The water vapor around Liu Mu gathered quickly, and in just 3 seconds, a huge head appeared behind Liu Mu. With a dragon roar, a huge water dragon emerged from behind Liu Mu and hovered directly above Liu Mu. I compared the water dragon bombs of both sides with the naked eye. Liu Mu's water dragon bullet is dozens or hundreds of times larger than Senju Tobarama's. And it's not just the size. The water dragon bullet that Liu Mu used was several times more powerful than Senju Tobarama's water dragon bullet. It even has more limbs than Senju Tobarama's water dragon bullet. Second Mizukage Tobarama-sama, do you think my water dragon bullet is okay? Liu Mu said with a smirk. Senju Tobarama's face instantly darkened. I never thought that I would lose to others in terms of water style. A-hole, who are you? Chapter 207. Is this still my zombie seal? Who am I? And your water style is really not that good. Liu Mu smiled disapprovingly. For a moment, Senju Tobirama frowned. In order to deal with the Uchiha clan, a Hokage of his own practiced water style to the level of a Mizukage. But the person in front of me actually said that his water style was nothing. This was a bit difficult for Senju Tobirama to accept. You still don't believe it. For example, Uchiha Itachi's sea release or Mr. Reader's water commenting technique, which one is not better than me or you? Liu Mu said disdainfully. Uchiha, it is indeed the hateful Uchiha, and your eyes are a bit strange. It should be related to the Uchiha clan. Unexpectedly, Uchiha has given up fire style and switched to water style. Sure enough, the Uchiha clan is too insidious and cunning. Senju Tobirama said fiercely. Liu Mu couldn't help but roll his eyes. If you want to say who hates Uchiha the most, it is definitely the old coin Senju Tobirama. Since they are enemies now, there is nothing more to say. Liu Mu waved his hand gently, and the water dragon above his head flew out. Senju Tobirama saw this and quickly activated his water dragon bomb. However, the size difference between the two was too big. Liu Mu's water dragon stretched out its claws and grabbed it gently. The other's water dragon was like a small snake, struggling in its claws. Senju Tobirama's ninjutsu attack was restrained. Then the next step is to send Senju Tobirama back completely. The ninja who was reincarnated in the dirt has an immortal body, and the only way to defeat him is through sealing techniques. Then Liu Mu lifted it up with his left hand. Then, strange flames appeared on each finger. Immediately afterwards, a huge formation appeared with Liu Mu's left hand as the center. The 5 elements seal, the premise is that you can touch me, but can you catch up with my speed? Senju Tobirama smiled proudly, in order to prevent the figure from being captured by Uchiha's Sharingan. The art of Flying Thunder God was specially developed. Even Sharingan couldn't catch up with the speed of the Flying Thunder God technique, let alone being hit by the 5 elements seal. Liu Mu didn't care what Senju Tobirama said. He ran straight towards Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama frowned, and after Liu Mu arrived in front of him, he immediately used the Flying Thunder God technique and moved behind Liu Mu. Liu Mu didn't panic when he saw Senju Tobirama disappear. Instead, he continued to attack the previous position. Senju Tobirama looked at Liu Mu like an idiot. He has already used the Flying Thunder God technique to leave that location, and he has also used the seal towards that location. Is it possible that he will go back? Senju Tobirama half thought. Suddenly, he noticed a blur in front of his eyes. Originally, he should have seen the back of Liu Mu's head. But now I can see the front of Liu Mu. Moreover, the 5 elements seal has already hit his stomach. I'm going. Why am I really back? Senju Tobirama looked at Liu Mu in disbelief. It's like my own time has gone backwards for a second. Returned directly to the position of the previous second. At this time, Senju Tobirama discovered Liu Mu's bleeding left eye and reacted immediately. Mangekyo who can control time, no wonder you can conquer the 5 great countries. Senju Tobirama said and then turned to Senju Hashirama and shouted. Brother, this guy's Mangekyo controls time, you must be careful. Quote. Senju Hashirama turned around and saw Senju Tobirama lying on the ground limply. Suddenly a burst of anger ignited. Just wait for me. Liu Mu shrugged his shoulders disapprovingly. Senju Hashirama is just the reincarnation of dirty soil, and he cannot use his full strength at all. As long as he is besieged, he will be sealed sooner or later. At this moment, Konan anxiously ran to Liu Mu's side. Oops, Uchiha Madara sneaked into our village and Nagato's samsara eye was gouged out. Konan looked at Liu Mu for help. Nagato-san, are you okay? Well, it seems that the samsara eye is gone. The ghetto statue is much better than before, but I can't see anything. Konan said speechlessly. Liu Mu smiled bitterly. Nagato has been receiving chakra from the ghetto statue because of his samsara eye. This made Nagato look particularly thin. Now that the samsara eye is gone, the ghetto statue has also disappeared, and Nagato is naturally better than before when he no longer draws chakra. As long as everything is fine, I'll ask Orochimaru for a pair of eyes that I like. Liu Mu said. Nagato lost his reincarnation eye. Then I must end the battle as soon as possible, otherwise Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama will join forces and their strength will reach an incredible level. Then Liu Mu clapped his hands hard and began to activate the chakra. Senju Tobirama suddenly became anxious when he saw Liu Mu's appearance. Brother, be careful, this is the sealing of corpses and ghosts. It can perfectly seal the reincarnation of the filthy earth. Senju Tobirama shouted loudly, but halfway through the shouting, I saw countless question marks appearing above the slowly rising gate. Is this the sealing of corpses I created? Finally, the gate of hell came completely above the ground. After seeing the gate of hell, all the ninjas reincarnated in the dirty land couldn't help but walk towards the gate. Everyone wake up, Senju Hashirama shouted. All the ninjas suddenly woke up, and then there were expressions of horror on their faces. Although I don't know what this gate is, but there is a feeling that if you go behind the gate, you will be completely finished. And there is the possibility of endless punishment. Quick, stay away from this gate. Senju Hashirama shouted. All the ninjas retreated and looked at the door with fear. Hearing the wailing from behind the door, my heart started to tremble. What on earth did he go through to make such a tragic cry? At this moment, the gate of hell slowly opened. Everyone looked inside curiously. I saw a man with an ox head and a man with a horse head, holding a chain and a cattail leaf fan and beating the people on the ground. Every time he was beaten, the people on the ground let out a wail. And this time the door was opened, and the sound reached everyone's ears without any obstruction. The ninjas reincarnated in the dirty land are all dead people. But when I heard this wailing sound, I couldn't help but feel scared. Even Senju Hashirama frowned. Why did you invent this ninjutsu? Senju Hashirama said angrily. Senju Tobarama's face was full of doubts. Obviously the flow of chakra is the sealing of corpses, but I have never seen the effect of ninjutsu. And the person who fell to the ground and was being beaten repeatedly looked like Shinigami, the main body of the ghouls. Chapter 208 for Shinigami. Shinigami shed tears and was already in despair. Ever since he was forcibly dragged into this hellgate last time, this bull-headed horse-faced man had beaten himself up. Then he was sent to a judge named Kui for judgment. But Judge Kui flipped through the book for a long time but couldn't find his name, and finally scolded him loudly. Then he was completely offended. When I came to the gate of hell, I was originally going to be thrown out and become a lonely ghost. But Minotaur Horse Mian thought about the scene where he was scolded just now. Then he began to take crazy revenge. Shinigami didn't know how long he had been beaten, but the attacks of the chain and the fan directly hit his soul. No matter how many times he was beaten, he still couldn't get used to the pain. Just then, Shinigami's body lit up with golden light. Ma Mian, who originally wanted to pull the chain, immediately stopped, and his original anger turned directly into flattery. My lord, have you received official business again? Ma Mian said ingratiatingly. Only then did Shinigami react, and Minotaur horsemen stopped attacking. Feeling the warmth of the sun on my body, and thinking about the torture I had suffered before, I couldn't help crying. Sir, don't cry, it's something to be happy about because you got the job. Niatu comforted him. Yes, with your expression, don't let that adult think that we are bullying you. Ma Mian said, not forgetting to hit the ground with a chain after he finished speaking. Shinigami jumped up in fright. The expression on her face was as aggrieved as that of an angry little daughter-in-law. Then he ran out quickly and grabbed Liu Mu's hand, looking aggrieved. You know how I got here these days. Shinigami roared desperately. Liu Mu couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. I never thought that Shinigami would be beaten by Minotaur horsemen until now. And if he hadn't used special effects, Shinigami wouldn't have been beaten like this by Minotaur horsemen. Shinigami was about to continue saying something when suddenly a strong sound of chains came over. Shinigami was so frightened that he trembled all over. Liu Mu turned around and saw that the bull-headed horse was whistling and looking at the sky. Namikaze Minato looked at the scene in front of him stupidly. In order to seal 9 tails, I used the ghoul seal. The Shinigami that came out at that time represented death. His whole body exuded the smell of death. Although 9 tails was successfully sealed, the same soul was sacrificed to Shinigami. But the Shinigami in front of me now, although her whole body exudes the aura of death, she doesn't have that kind of majesty. She is just like a frustrated little daughter-in-law. Namikaze Minato couldn't help but become suspicious. Did he cast a fake zombie seal at that time? Senju Tobarama couldn't help but doubt his life. This is still the sealing of corpses created by myself. As a Shinigami, where is your dignity? Liu Mu coughed twice in embarrassment and pushed Shinigami away with force. I summoned you to give you a feast. Liu Mu said, pointing to the people in front of him who were reincarnated from the dirt. Shinigami followed Liu Mu's finger and looked at it. Seeing those people who were reincarnated from the filthy earth, Jonin couldn't help but smile. However, after seeing the number of reincarnations in the dirty soil, he couldn't help but frown. The quantity is really too much. I can't eat that much at once. Shinigami said apologetically. It's not that Shinigami can't eat that much. It's just that I've been beaten for too long, and now my stomach is churning, and I can't eat my soul at all. Can't you eat it? Liu Mu frowned. Although there are many sealing moves, they must be sealed before Uchiha Madara arrives, which is much more difficult. The ninjas finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Shinigami's words. He has enough confidence in his own strength. Since he won't eat them all, why shouldn't he be the one who survives? Although I can't eat any more, I know many Shinigami. I will tell you the contact information and you can contact them yourself. Shinigami said. Liu Mu was stunned for a moment. What contact information? Liu Mu was also confused at this time. I've never thought about what Shinigami's contact information is. Hey, what are you laughing at? Shinigami saw this and took a few steps back. Sir, these friends of mine are from the countryside and don't know the rules here. I suggest that Brother Niu and Brother Ma teach them so that they can understand them in no time. Shinigami said with a smirk. Okay, you go try it. Liu Mu said doubtfully. While demonstrating, I laughed in my heart. The Shinigami leader shook his head. Is this the friend you are talking about? Liu Mu said dissatisfied. Liu Mu then dialed all the remaining contact information. You are just immortal, and you summon 4 of a Shinigami at the same time. How should you distribute your soul? Aren't you just playing tricks on us? The Shinigami leader snorted. These 2 were the ones who had been bullying me in the village. If they were summoned by the adult in front of me now, they would most likely offend him. Shinigami's eyes suddenly lit up, and then he came to the front of Minotaur horseman with a serious look on his face. Although there are many souls here, this is the task you assigned us, and your soul is the reward. Now there is only one reward, but you want the 4 of us to work at the same time. Isn't this a joke? Shinigami leader said angrily. It's very simple, just change a few seals. Shinigami said and demonstrated several seal formation processes. I believe you have also seen that these new guys are very dishonest. What the adult means is to reward them with a foot of red to let them know what the rules are. Liu Mu's face lit up with joy. I'm sorry, I thought of something funny. Liu Mu touched his chin and laughed. There is only a slight difference in the face. Although Shinigami seems unreliable, this contact information is still quite useful. The newly summoned Shinigami was looking at Liu Mu angrily. There are already 4 Shinigami on the scene at this time. Thinking of this, Shinigami couldn't help laughing. Then he turned to look at Shinigami. Dare you laugh? I'll just eat the soul. As for the so-called reward, I still don't want it. Look, there are all wandering souls here. Can't you just eat whatever you want? Liu Mu said speechlessly. Liu Mu rolled his eyes and began to form seals doubtfully. This guy looks similar to Shinigami. Okay, these are our rules. If you are willing to abide by them, then you need to sacrifice 3 more souls and then we will start working. If you are not willing to abide by them, then we will eat your souls and then leave here. The Shinigami leader closed his eyes as he spoke. According to what the Shinigami leader said, he was going to die no matter what. Not long after, a head cautiously popped out of the ghost gate and walked out after confirming that nothing happened. I'm not laughing. I'm a professionally trained Shinigami. No matter how funny things are, I won't laugh unless I can't help it. Shinigami said and couldn't help laughing again. If Liu Mu hadn't had Sharingan and Baian's insight, he might not have been able to see the difference. The Shinigami leader glared at Shinigami. His face was full of dissatisfaction. Chapter 209 We are professionals in beating people up. Minotaur Horse face was stunned for a moment. Unexpectedly, he dared to bully Liu Mu, who was a man with the brilliance of a saint. If you get angry, let alone yourself, I'm afraid the whole underworld can only be calmed down by Queen Howdu coming out. The most important thing is that the 3 people came out of the gate of hell. Little brother, our brothers will take over this matter. Ninjutsu snorted coldly, and then locked his sights on the 3 Shinigami outside. Suddenly, the Shinigami leader felt a chill on his back. His body started to tremble involuntarily. At this time, countless people were looking at him. The Shinigami leader felt ashamed for his previous gaffe, and quickly looked away. What are you looking at? What do I think of you? Believe it or not, I'll beat you up. Hey, look at my bad temper. If you don't beat me today, you will be my son. The horse's face was filled with anger, and he stretched out his head and pointed upward. Seeing this, the leader of Shinigami breathed heavily from both nostrils. That's what you said, the Shinigami leader said, and struck directly with the sickle. Ma Mian had no idea that this strange guy in front of him would actually dare to attack him. He quickly retracted his head, but it was still a step too late. A large section of the hair on his head was shaved off, turning it into a blunt-cut hair. You weren't a tiger just now. Why were you shrinking your head? The Shinigami leader said with a proud smile. Ma Mian was trembling with anger. He directly picked up the iron chain with both hands and said angrily to the bullhead next to him, Brother, copy this guy. Ninjutsu nodded slightly. Then he picked up the cattail leaf fan and slapped it in the direction of the Shinigami leader. But there was no strong wind, just like an ordinary fan, it only brought a slight breeze. The Shinigami leader burst out laughing when he saw this. What? Fan us? Seeing this, Shinigami raised the corners of his mouth slightly. I have seen the power of this fan many times. Before, the cow head was just lightly slapped, and a strange flame would ignite. This fire does not burn anything physical, only burns the human soul. Now that Ninjutsu's fan is going down, it will be several times stronger than what is being used against him, and the next 3 people will suffer. Just then, the 3 Shinigami burst into flames. At first, the 3 of them didn't take it to heart. After all, Shinigami is not a human being and can be considered a god in size. The flames are hardly harmful at all. But about 3 seconds later, the 3 of them realized something was wrong. A strong burning sensation swept through my whole body. I tried to slap it with my hands, but it had no effect at all. Instead, my hands were set on fire. Quick, find water, the Shinigami leader shouted anxiously. But at this moment, 3 chains flew out and tied up the 3 Shinigami in an instant. Although this fire cannot be extinguished with water, you can't leave. Come back, Ma Mian sneered. Then he pulled hard with both hands, and 3 Shinigami immediately flew back. Lao Niu has arrived, hurry up and ask Lord Wucheng to borrow the morning stick. Ma Mian said with a smile. Ninjutsu nodded, and then quickly ran back to the ghost gate. Not long after, the bullhead came back, followed by 2 figures, one black and one white. I'll go to Lao Niu. I asked you to borrow the morning stick. Why did you invite both masters Wucheng here? The horse rolled his eyes. Beating these 3 guys is the arrangement of the saint. If the fight is good and the saint is happy and gets some rewards, he will not be able to take off. Now comes the black and white impermanents. They are experts in fighting ghosts, and this light will definitely be taken away by them. This is all an opportunity. When we heard Lao Niu's explanation just now, we brothers felt the seriousness of the matter. After all, the morning stick is our magical weapon. It has been used for many years and it is not convenient to lend it to others. And we know better than you brothers, where the morning stick hurts the most. How hard should you hit so that you don't hurt them and make them scream? Black and white looked at each other and smiled. Then he picked up the morning stick and started beating him. For a moment all the ninjas looked at 4 ghost figures beating the 3 Shinigami. That tragic sound made everyone feel nervous. The ninjas looked at each other. The excitement when they were resurrected had long since disappeared, and instead they all looked at Yakushi Kabuto angrily. You kid, why did you summon us out here? Hurry up, Get rid of ninjutsu. Yes, we are already dead. The disputes in the world have nothing to do with us. Quickly remove this technique. Damn BD, you think our death once is not bad enough, you want us to be tortured again, don't you? Kabuto Yakushi panicked. Unexpectedly, the ninjas who were reincarnated in the dirty land reacted so strongly. If this continues, I am afraid that this ninjutsu will bite me back. A-hole, fight for me. Kabuto Yakushi said angrily. Then he clasped his hands together and kept activating the chakra, driving the ninja reincarnated from the dirty land to continue fighting. For a moment, all the reincarnated ninjas started moving again. But the strange thing is that a large number of ninjas closed their eyes and shed tears. There were also some ninjas who passed out directly, although their bodies were still moving. No, it's not that we want to fight, it's that kid who drives us. At this time, Senju Hashirama couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. He was already dead and should no longer be afraid of death. But I saw the black and white figures beating Shinigami with a stick. My heart kept trembling. It seems like every blow hits him. Every stick makes the soul tremble. Tobarama, this ninjutsu was created by you. Is there any way to undo it? After all, children and grandchildren will have their own blessings. As dead people, we should not get involved too much. Senju Hashirama looked at Senju Tobarama for help. At this time, Senju Tobarama was also frightened. If it weren't for the fact that his body couldn't move at this moment, he would have been reincarnated in the filthy soil long ago. I think so, brother. I can tell you how to remove the seal of filthy earth reincarnation, but you have to help me remove it too. Senju Tobarama said fearfully. Don't worry, we are brothers, dear. Senju Tobarama nodded slightly when he saw his brother's vow. Okay, the next step is to remove the seal of the dirty land reincarnation, Zawu. Senju Hashirama formed a seal while listening. When the last seal lit up, Senju felt light all over, and his body began to disintegrate. Senju Hashirama suddenly felt relieved. Let yourself face those ghosts, and you are willing to fight 10 Uchiha Madara. But I finally jumped out and no longer had to be tortured. But when his body was halfway disintegrated, Senju Hashirama finally reacted. His younger brother Senju Tobarama was still lying helpless on the ground. Still waiting to be rescued by myself. Tobarama. Senju Tobarama looked confusedly at Senju Hashirama who was gradually dissipating, and his face suddenly became desperate. Hashirama, UBD, don't leave me behind. Chapter 210 Desperate Senju Tobarama. Senju Tobarama became desperate. I firmly believe in my heart that Senju Hashirama definitely didn't mean not to save himself. Definitely because the idiot forgot himself. But now that Senju Hashirama is gone, what should I do? Are you being tortured non-stop by those big men? Senju Tobarama wanted to cry in despair, but he thought of his brother Senju Hashirama's idiotic face. Suddenly he became angry again. Hashirama, UBD. Not long after, Senju Tobarama realized that although Senju Hashirama had left, there were still so many ninjas who had been reincarnated from the dirty land. As long as someone is willing to help him, there is a chance to escape. At this time, a ninja came over. Senju Tobarama's eyes suddenly lit up and he shouted quickly. Hey brother, do you want to be reincarnated in the dirty earth? The ninja who was still unconscious suddenly woke up. There was an excited expression in his eyes. This is true. Of course, I developed ninjutsu, the earth reincarnation. How could I not know how to remove it? Senju Tobarama said with a smile on his face. Okay, hurry up and teach me. No, you have to help me get rid of it first, and then I can save you. Senju Tobarama has been fooled once before, and he is his own brother. This time he must save his life. But if you don't teach me, how can I help you? Senju Tobarama was stunned for a moment. What he said made sense, and he couldn't refute it for a while. Then you can't abandon me. Senju Tobarama looked at the other party reluctantly, and then said the seal to be lifted. After the other party heard this, he started to form seals without saying anything. Soon the body began to disintegrate. I'm going to go back on your word. Senju Tobarama was so angry that his whole body trembled. And Senju Tobarama found out. Not only the ninja just now, but all the ninjas present were trying to get rid of the filthy earth reincarnation. If this continues, I am afraid that I will be the only one present. Thinking of the torture scene, Senju Tobarama's face became even more desperate. Don't go, please take me with you. Senju Tobarama shouted with a sad face. The bull-headed horse face noticed something strange outside. He quickly stopped what he was doing. No, we can't fight anymore, otherwise they will all run away. Niatu shouted anxiously. Black and White Wuchang also reluctantly stopped. I don't know how long it's been since I played so well. But now he had to stop. Hurry up and complete your mission. If the adults are not satisfied, it was just an appetizer. Ma Mian threatened. The Shinigami leader nodded quickly. There is still no arrogance just now. Then he hurriedly ran towards the battlefield. But at this time, on the battlefield, all the ninjas who had been reincarnated in the dirty land were dissipating little by little. It's obviously too late. The Shinigami leader thought of Mammon's words and became desperate. No chance to show off at all. If you continue to torture yourself, you will go crazy sooner or later. Thinking of this, the Shinigami leader desperately searched for the fish that slipped through the net. After searching for several times, I finally saw a person on the ground. The Shinigami leader's face suddenly showed joy. Brothers, come on, don't eat it yet, you'll beat me to death. The Shinigami leader shouted loudly. For a moment, 3 Shinigami surrounded Senju Tobarama. Senju Tobarama's face suddenly darkened when he saw this. Can you just pretend you didn't see it? Senju Tobarama forced a smile and said, no. Kabuto Yakushi looked at the scene in front of him in despair. The army of filthy earth reincarnations that he had fortunately and painstakingly summoned was suddenly eliminated by himself. Wouldn't this make you look stupid? Moreover, the reincarnation army of the earth has disappeared, so what can you do to resist the Akatsuki Organization's army? Thinking of this, Yaoshi Kabuto gritted his teeth. The hands formed a seal again. Reincarnation from dirty soil. For a time, countless coffins slowly rose up, and ninjas walked out of the coffins like zombies. When the ninjas raised their heads and saw the scene in front of them, everyone froze in place. Why did I come back? This is torture over and over again. If I have done something wrong, please let the law punish me instead of letting the ghost in front of me torture me. Senju Hashirama opened his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the familiar scenery in front of him. Because of his own mistake, he didn't take Senju Tobarama with him just now. I felt guilty for a long time. Now that he is back, he must take his brother away no matter what. Senju Hashirama looked up and started looking. Suddenly, 3 Shinigami were discovered not far away, beating a person on the ground non-stop. The last reincarnation of the dirty land lasted at least for a while. Fire style, come down here, the Shinigami leader said angrily. Uchiha Madara said and threw the Rinnegan to Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Madara was caught completely and fell to the ground hard. Then the hands formed the seal again. When did he become so weak that he couldn't even withstand even one move from the other party? At this moment, Uchiha Madara ran back with the Rinnegan, and watched Senju Hashirama disappear in front of his eyes. You are the ones who defeated Hashirama, so you can dance with me. He is determined to find the person who defeated Senju Hashirama. The 3 Shinigami looked at each other and smiled, then quickly rushed towards Uchiha Madara. This time, the filthy earth reincarnation didn't last even a minute before all the spells were lifted. Medicine Master Kaurin was dumbfounded. At this moment, Uchiha Madara suddenly felt that he was being stared at. Seeing this scene, the corner of Senju Hashirama's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Not long after, Senju Hashirama's body disintegrated again. Who is it? Hashirama is my opponent, Uchiha Madara said angrily. Uchiha Madara sneered, then clapped his hands, and a ball of strong flames was spit out from his mouth. How can this be played? Uchiha Obito couldn't help but swallowed when he saw the scene in front of him. Ju shook his head disdainfully. There wasn't even a trace of being burned on his body. Fighting with the ninjas of the Akatsuki Organization. Come on, let me see your strength. Countless Baiju emerged from the ground. And that person looked like his biological brother Senju Tobarama. I've never seen such a positive gift. Come on, brothers, and beat me to death. Uchiha Madara was confused. Then the murderous aura in his body was gradually aroused. The battle that I was originally looking forward to was in vain at this moment. Then he quickly clicked on the reincarnation eye. Is this the sure win method you said? It seems you have to rely on me. Jueleng snorted, and then clapped his hands. Summoned the Geto statue and prepared to start devouring the power of the tailed beast. Turning around, he saw 3 Shinigami staring at him. The flames passed directly through the bodies of the 3 Shinigami. Just when Uchiha Madara was doubting his life, 3 Shinigami had already surrounded him. Chapter 211 Special Effects Physical Experience Card. Uchiha Obito was very confused at this time. After all, he is an undercover agent, and he should try his best to make trouble in his mission. But Liu Mu never gave him any hint. So now Uchiha Obito is confused, what should he do? But I saw the ninjutsu performed by Liu Mu. The summoned Shinigami can even knock Uchiha Madara to the ground and beat him. Maybe 10 tails is not a problem in Liu Mu's eyes. Thinking of this, Uchiha Obito clapped his hands quickly, and a huge statue came out of the ground. The statue looks like it's made of dead wood. After being confused for a moment, he came to life and let out a loud roar. No, this is Geto statue, he is going to swallow the power of the tailed beast. Namikaze Minato suddenly became nervous. If 9 tails were pulled out of Uzumaki Naruto, then Naruto Uzumaki will definitely die. Thinking of this, Namikaze Minato quickly used the Flying Thunder God technique and instantly arrived behind Uchiha Obito. It's really you, Namikaze Minato shouted angrily. It was this masked man who kidnapped Naruto Uzumaki when he was just born. It caused the death of himself and his wife. As a result, he appeared again and kidnapped Uzumaki Naruto again. For a while, no matter how good-tempered Namikaze Minato was, he couldn't get angry at all. Just when Namikaze Minato was about to take action, suddenly the Geto statue started to move, and his hands swept around the ground vigorously. No matter how fast Namikaze Minato was, it was impossible to completely dodge such a large-scale attack. He could only throw a kunai and then immediately use the Flying Thunder God technique. Damn it, I used the Flying Thunder God technique too many times just now, the chakra is not enough. Namikaze Minato gritted his teeth and looked at the scene in front of him. Countless chains appeared on Geto statue, instantly locking 9 people. The Jinchuriki kept struggling, but no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free from the chains. Then the Geto statue began to devour the tailed beast. 1 tail, 2 tails, 3 tails, 4 tails, 5 tails, 6 tails, 7 tails. When he was about to swallow 8 tails, a figure rushed out with lightning, and punched out a ravine on the ground. The action of swallowing 8 tails also stopped. But even though the devouring action was over, the chain still tied Killer Bee tightly. Even if I used all his strength, he could not break the chain. Black Zetsu suddenly laughed. The chains of Geto statue cannot be broken without the strength of Sage of Six Paths. I just want to ask you, do you have the strength to reach Sage of Six Paths? Black Zetsu smiled proudly. Now that the Geto statue has been summoned, everything is set in stone. Just then Metkai suddenly stood up. I feel like I've become a master again, and I've also invented a new ninjutsu. I named it the Shining Disc Invincible Cut. Do you want to take a look? Metkai said proudly. Liu Mu's mouth twitched. Who did you learn this naming method from? But since Metkai volunteered like this, Liu Mu naturally wouldn't stop him. Okay, give it a try. Metkai smiled slightly, and then the chakra on his body gradually increased sharply. For a moment, space froze. The entire venue fell silent, and everyone looked at Metkai. At this time, the chakra on Metkai's body turned golden yellow. All the hair stood up, and then turned completely golden. Again, Heiju looked at Metkai in disbelief. At this time, Metkai's strength has surpassed Black Zetsu's knowledge. That terrifying aura made even the bull-headed and horse-faced people look sideways. Look, this is my new invention ninjutsu, the shining disc is invincible. Metkai shouted. Then he raised his right hand high above his head. All the surrounding auras gathered above Metkai's right hand, gradually forming a golden jade plate. Liu Mu couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This is not a shining disc invincible cut. It is obviously Chi Yuan slash. Liu Mu didn't expect it at all. Metkai usually looks like such an idiot, but he can understand the Chi circle slash. Finally Chi Yuan Zan stabilized. Then Metkai gathered all his strength and threw it towards Geto statue. Chi Yuan Zan just left his hand. The light on Metkai's body disappeared, and he collapsed to the ground helplessly. This is youth, kill me. Metkai shouted excitedly. I saw the golden disc moving forward rapidly. Every place he passed by was cut into two. It seemed like a crack had been torn open in the space. Uchiha Obito's pupils suddenly shrank when he saw this. If it was hit, it would be cut in two. Then he hurriedly moved the Geto statue. Geto statue's huge body moved slowly, avoiding the trajectory of Chi circle slash. But then I discovered it. The two chains that bind 9 tails and 8 tails are in the trajectory. When Chi Yuan Zan touched the chain, it didn't make any sound. But after the two chains were cut off, they collided and made a violent impact. Killer Bee and Uzumaki Naruto also broke free. Heiju looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. I never expected that the mushroom-headed man in the disgusting green jumpsuit would actually have strength that surpassed that of Sage of Six Paths. If this is a head-on collision, even if Uchiha Madara is completely resurrected, there is absolute no chance of winning. Even if Mother Otsutsuki Kagaya is resurrected, she may not be able to defeat Metkai. The only good news is that Metkai is a 3-second man. As soon as the 3 seconds were up, he immediately fell to the ground. Seeing that Killer Bee was freed, I rushed forward and picked up Killer Bee, taking Naruto Uzumaki with him as well. Namikaze Minato breathed a sigh of relief seeing this. As long as Uzumaki Naruto is rescued, he is willing to die. Of course, the prerequisite is not to be tortured by those 4 ghosts. How about my invincible flash disc? It cuts off the enemy at once, but it's a pity that it didn't cut the big guy behind. Metkai said with a proud smile. Liu Mu couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Fortunately, Metkai's Chi circle slash was aimed in the air. If it was aimed underground, the ninja world might be cut in two. After all, Metkai is throwing Chi circle slash in the Super Saiyan state, and it is absolutely no problem to cut off a planet. Uchiha Obito turned to look at Black Zetsu. What should I do? 8 tails and 9 tails have all escaped, what should I do now? Uchiha Obito said. Black Ju snorted coldly. There was an illusion in my heart. It felt like 8 tails and 9 tails were rescued, and Metkai seemed a little happy. It's okay, I have already prepared for Geto statue to swallow these 2 things. Heiju snorted coldly, and then dropped the 2 items. The first item is a giant horn. The shape and size exactly match the missing part of 8 tails. The second item is a huge gourd. Unlike Gaara's gourd made of sand, this gourd is constantly exuding a faint hint of 9 chakra. Swallowing these 2 things will give you an incomplete version of 10 tails. That's enough, Black Zetsu said gloomily. Uchiha Obito's face darkened. I didn't expect Heiju to be so well prepared. Now that Liu Mu didn't stop him, Uchiha Obito immediately took control of the Geto statue. Take a deep breath with the Geto statue. The huge horns and gourd were sucked in at once. At the moment of inhalation, Geto statue twisted, and then its body continued to expand. Gradually it turned into a huge monster. Behind the monster, there are 10 tails that are dancing non-stop. Liu Mu looked at this huge guy with fearful eyes. In front of 10 tails, 9 tails is like a younger brother. There is a gap like a chasm in body shape and chakra. Everyone in the Akatsuki Organization had expressions of fear on their faces. As this 10 tails, how should we fight such a huge monster? Where am I? What am I doing? For a time, Akatsuki Organization's morale dropped rapidly. After all, in the face of such a monster, their side had no chance of winning. Unless Liu Mu takes action. All the ninjas turned their heads to look at Liu Mu, with expectant expressions in their eyes. Liu Mu helplessly shrugged his shoulders. I didn't expect that I would still need to take action myself in the end. But at this time Liu Mu had no hope of winning. 10 tails are unlike any other tailed beasts, or they don't look like intelligent creatures at all. 10 tails has no emotions, just like a machine. If the person operating it is a bad person, then he is the most evil existence in the world. If the person operating him is a good person, then everyone in the world can be saved. The ones controlling 10 tails now are Uchiha Obito and Black Zetsu. So what 10 tails represents, that is evil. What worries Liu Mu the most is that 10 tails doesn't know how to be afraid or have any feelings at all. Even if you unfold the special effects yourself, in front of 10 tails, it has no effect at all. Ding dong, it is detected that the host is suppressed by an unknown force. Now the host special effects materialization experience card will be rewarded, lasts for 10 minutes. See this special reward. Liu Mu couldn't help but burst into tears. The materialization of special effects can be said to be the reward Liu Mu wants to obtain most. With him, he will be invincible in this ninja world. Then Liu Mu didn't even hesitate and used the card directly. Suddenly Liu Mu felt full of strength. It seems that there are countless links to other worlds. Liu Mu did not dare to waste time at this time. The experience card only lasts for 10 minutes. If the ghetto statue is not solved by the time, you will no longer have any power to resist. Then Liu Mu clapped his hands. Expansion Jutsu. As Liu Mu shouted, thick smoke rose around him, blocking everything in sight. Everyone looked at the smoke in front of them excitedly. Even Uchiha Obito couldn't help but frown. Finally the smoke cleared. Liu Mu's amazing size was revealed. The ninjas were like ants in front of Liu Mu. Just like 10 tails, they are like a pet in front of Liu Mu, and they don't look threatening at all. The bull-headed horse-faced man looked at Liu Mu in front of him excitedly. Faxiong Heaven and Earth. This is a magical power that only immortals have the opportunity to display. I didn't expect that I could witness this historic moment with my own eyes. Niutu said excitedly. Ma Mian looked at Niutu with disdain. What do you know? This gentleman is a saint, and he made a big fuss after using the magic of heaven and earth once. Ma Mian said and shook his head. At this time, Liu Mu's head was above the clouds. Everything below is blocked by clouds. Then he quickly slapped his arm. Suddenly, the clouds in front of Liu Mu disappeared in an instant, and with this incitement, all the ninjas were immediately blown away. However, Liu Mu also saw the scenery below. All ninjas are like ants, and 10 tails is like a kitten, standing at its feet. Then Liu Mu hurriedly reached out to grab it. Uchiha Obito looked into the air in horror. The huge palm kept getting closer, as if the sky was falling. But he had no way to escape. Immediately, Uchiha Obito quickly formed the seal without any urging from Black Zetsu. Suddenly, the 10 bodies shrank rapidly. All of them were sucked into Uchiha Obito's body at once. 8 gates Dunjia. The whole body turned white. Fortunately, it has been lifted. Otherwise, Senior Liu would have trampled to death many people if he took just 2 steps. This is not bullying. The moment the expansion jutsu was lifted, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Then Uchiha Obito's body changed. Continue to use expansion jutsu to fight Black Zetsu and others, which is completely like using a cannon to kill mosquitoes. Everyone was blown away. He looked exactly the same as Metkai before. It became its original size. Liu Mu couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. I kept praying in my heart. Yeah, I was almost scared to death. Stop talking, I'm going to change my pants first. At this moment, Liu Mu clapped his hands again, and the chakra on his body burst out instantly. After Liu Mu became smaller, he frowned and looked at Uchiha Obito. At this time, Uchiha Obito also looked at Liu Mu with a sad face. Liu Mu's big hand directly grabbed a lonely one, and Uchiha Obito escaped from Liu Mu's hand. There are actually several tentacles behind him, and he has obviously transformed into the mode of 10 tails Jinchuriki. Although he knew that Liu Mu was one of his own, Heiju couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth when he saw the scene in front of him. Now that Liu Mu has become smaller, the sense of oppression has disappeared, and everyone feels that the mountain pressing on their heads has also disappeared. His whole body couldn't help but tremble. But at this time, the energy in Liu Mu's body was countless times more terrifying than that of Metkai. But such a huge body stood there, with an amazing sense of oppression. For a time, the chakra on Liu Mu's body increased sharply, and the color of the chakra also turned golden. And because 10 tails disappeared. As soon as he cast expansion jutsu, 10 tails disappeared. When will Liu Mu come to save him? Liu Mu then quickly lifted the expansion jutsu. Everyone was immediately blown down by the strong wind. The splash of gravel then all suspended in the air. For a moment the ground cracked. Chakra is like a shock wave, violently pushing outward. Then Liu Mu's hair also stood up. Just after seeing off Metkai, another Liu Mu trouble has arrived. Chapter 212 Resurrection Uchiha Madara. Don't panic, everyone, this kid won't last long. Heiju snorted coldly. Metkai was such a master of physical skills, he could only last in that state for a few seconds. Liu Mu looks like he has thin arms and legs. No matter how powerful he is, how long can he hide for? At worst, let someone go up and deliver it, just delay it for a while. Whoever goes up and delays for a while, when the time passes, it will be our home court. Heiju shouted loudly. Uchiha Obito and Kabuto Yakushi glanced at each other. Then he looked at Uchiha Madara who was being beaten on the ground, and finally his eyes moved to Black Zetsu. Don't you think you are the most suitable person here? Uchiha Obito and Yakushi Kabuto said in unison. Black Ju was stunned for a moment. In his current state, Physical attacks basically can't kill him, unless he uses yin-yang style, or seal-type ninjutsu. I have to say that I am definitely the first choice. But the memory of Metkai's kick last time is still fresh in my mind. Now in this super ninja state, the power is even more powerful than the 8 Gates dungeon. You won't die from this kick, but you will definitely never forget it. Maybe it will be more uncomfortable than 4. For a moment, Heiju looked sad and walked up reluctantly. Liu Mu, you are a short and weak guy, you have the ability to fight me one-on-one. Heiju said with a trembling voice. There was endless fear in his eyes. The corners of Liu Mu's mouth raised slightly. I have never heard such a request. Since Heiju was seeking death, I will not be polite. Then Liu Mu dodged and came to Heiju. He punched Heiju seriously in the face. For a moment, Heiju's face cracked, and then healed quickly. Heiju gasped for air and looked at Liu Mu with fearful eyes. Although he is still alive, the endless pain is simply worse than death. But he can't retreat now. Otherwise, the previous punch would have been in vain. What, didn't you eat? Try harder, but please don't slap me in the face. Black Zetsu was halfway through his words. Liu Mu's fist struck again, accurately hitting Heiju's face. Before Heiju could say anything, Liu Mu's fist fell again. And Liu Mu's fist. It landed exactly in the same spot every time. For a moment everyone shut up, even the birds did not dare to make any sound. In the quiet atmosphere, you can even hear the sound of swallowing saliva. Bukui shi sheng ren, lienzo ren do na mi de shuai chi, ila ila, mami and lai kai zui ba shao la chi lai. Niu Tu kept nodding from the side. Black and White Wucheng turned his head, with a look of horror in his eyes. Are you sure this is a saint, not a demon? Why are you so cruel? Bai Wucheng pulled back his tongue in fear. Speaking of the devil, it was all said after careful consideration. How is this a saint? He is simply the most evil person in the world. An idea came to mind. This time, I don't want to please Liu Mu, I just want not to be hated by Liu Mu. Otherwise, this life will be over. Don't you understand? Senior Liu Mu's true temperament is countless times gentler than those immortals who do little things behind his back. Ma Mian said, touching his chin. 2. Let alone others, if the 2 sages of the West take a fancy to it and say that this thing is destined to the West, it will be over. It's okay to lose a treasure, but I'm afraid that the whole person will be dragged to the West, where he will eat fast and chant Buddha all day long. That life is ruined. Uchiha Obito suddenly understood when he saw Liu Mu beating Black Zetsu so much. Finally know the value of my existence. How lonely it is to be invincible. A master like Senior Liu must be so lonely. Then he will inevitably keep looking for existences that can fight with him. So Liu Mu let himself lurk next to Heizetsu in order to resurrect Uchiha Madara and have a hearty battle with him. Thinking of this, Uchiha Obito began to recall the seal of reincarnation. At this time, Uchiha Madara looked at Liu Mu in horror. I couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Then he looked around at the Shinigami excitedly. Aren't you Shinigami? Hurry up and eat me, my soul is delicious. Uchiha Madara shouted loudly. The 3 Shinigami looked at each other. Since he begged for food so sincerely, he couldn't refute people's wishes. Okay, now I will eat you. The Shinigami leader said seriously. For Uchiha Madara, this sentence is like the sound of nature. Rather than being tortured by Liu Mu, it would be better for Shinigami to swallow it all in one gulp. At least there is pleasure. Immediately, Uchiha Madara lay on the ground in a large shape, with a face full of freedom and ease. Come on, don't hesitate. The Shinigami leader nodded and was about to eat. Suddenly, Uchiha Madara felt a burst of light shine on her body. The skin that was originally as cracked as the earth was completely restored at this time, looking like a baby's fair and tender skin that could be broken by a blow. But the samsara eye in his eyes kept falling down like broken soil, turning into 2 holes. For a moment, the Shinigami leader's face turned dark. Are you FG kidding me? The Shinigami leader roared angrily. Uchiha Madara was stunned for a moment. Shockingly, he discovered that he was no longer in the state of reincarnation but was truly resurrected. Uchiha Madara couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. Although the whole plan is to resurrect himself, the opportunity of this choice is really bad. Now go up and get beaten by Liu Mu. Eat quickly, my resurrection will not prevent you from eating me. Uchiha Madara urged. It's true that it doesn't hinder, but the mission we received is to seal the dead who have been reincarnated in the dirty soil. You were there before and now you are not. The Shinigami leader became more and more angry as he thought about it, and then kicked Uchiha Madara directly on the butt. The whole person flew out directly. No, Uchiha Madara is resurrected. Damn it, didn't you stop it after all? Uchiha Madara, who was quietly escaping, was startled. He seemed to have only fought with Senju Hashirama a few times. You haven't done anything bad. Why do these people harm themselves so much? Can you gain anything by harming yourself? At this moment Liu Mu stopped his fist and looked at Uchiha Obito in surprise. Isn't Uchiha Obito one of our own? Why is he still using the reincarnation and resurrection Uchiha Madara? Have you rebelled? Noticing Liu Mu's gaze, Uchiha Obito suddenly became excited. Sure enough, that's what Senior Liu meant. That's great, I didn't get it wrong. Chapter 213 Madara, you must survive. The corners of Liu Mu's mouth kept twitching, and he wanted to go up and slap Uchiha Obito hard. But Uchiha Madara was right in front of him, and Liu Mu had no time to get around. You must know that the young Uchiha Madara is resurrected now, and even the god of ninja Senju Hashirama is afraid of his existence. Although Liu Mu was now in the state of ninjutsu materialization, there is nothing wrong with being careful. Come on Madara, fight like a man. Liu Mu roared, and the chakra on his body gradually increased. Suddenly the earth trembled, and countless mist condensed in the air, surrounding him. The bull-headed horse-faced man who was so majestic just now was hiding behind a stone in the distance, looking at Liu Mu with fear. If you look any further, you will go blind. Ninjutsu said, slapping Ma Mian's head hard. Is this true? Ma Mian swallowed a mouthful of saliva and asked. Yes, this is the immortal energy turning into mist. Senior Liu has the strength of a saint, so it is normal to have immortal energy all over his body. Ninjutsu said, Brother Niu, I have a bold idea. If we go over and take a few puffs, maybe the bottleneck will be loosened. Ma Mian said. Ninjutsu was stunned for a moment. He was still very resistant at first, but as he thought about it more and more, it became more feasible. Let's fight, but we must have a reason. Ninjutsu said seriously. Ma Mian gave a bad smile and moved his gaze to Uchiha Madara. You are so bad. Each other. Uchiha Madara looked at Liu Mu in front of her, but there was no fear in her heart. After all, you have died once, so what is there to be afraid of? Moreover, the power leaked from Liu Mu's movements can definitely kill everything in an instant. It will definitely be a happy death by then, and you will no longer have to be tortured by that cow-faced horse-faced face. Okay, let's fight like a man and dance. Uchiha Madara said with a crazy smile. Halfway through the ridiculousness, I suddenly felt that my neck was tied up with a chain. You are worthy of fighting against Senior Liu. Ma Mian stood beside Liu Mu and took a deep breath, then kept dragging the chain. Then the bullhead also jumped out, taking a deep breath with an intoxicated expression on his face. Brother Niu, don't just smoke, get to work. Ma Mian reminded in a low voice. Only then did Ninjutsu react, with an extremely angry expression on his face. If you dare to blaspheme Senior Liu, see if I don't burn you to death. As Ninjutsu said, he lightly fanned the cattail leaf fan, and Uchiha Madara's whole body burst into flames. Uchiha Madara was almost crying. Just when I was ready to die like a man, the bull-headed horse-faced creature jumped out again. One chokes and the other roasts. We had just agreed not to take action, so why did we go back on our word, and do so in such a dark way? Can you two be one person? Liu Mu frowned and looked at the bull-headed horse face, although he was very grateful that the two of them could come to help. But the transformation time is only 10 minutes. If Uchiha Madara cannot be solved, no one in this world will be able to stop him. The world may be destroyed. But Ninjutsu Ma Mian took action, and Liu Mu had no chance to take action. And Liu Mu always felt that the bull-headed and horse-faced ones looked weird. He was panting heavily next to him all the time, just like a pervert. At this time, Uchiha Obito carefully observed the battle situation. But suddenly he found Liu Mu frowning. For a moment Uchiha Obito panicked. What did I do wrong to make Senior Liu dissatisfied? Uchiha Obito kept reflecting. But when I saw Uchiha Madara, I understood it instantly. I see. When Senior Liu said he wanted to fight like a man, he definitely wanted to fight Madara at her best, not the current Madara. The more Uchiha Obito thought about it, the more he was right, and he became excited. The biggest difference between the physical body and the resurrection state is that it is easy to die in the physical state. In addition to being sealed, the resurrection state will be resurrected no matter how many times it dies. But in the physical state, as long as it is fatally injured, it will lose its vitality. After being roasted by the flames for a minute, Uchiha Madara felt that his vitality had almost disappeared, and he would close his eyes again in less than 10 seconds. The corners of Uchiha Madara's mouth raised slightly. Madara, you can't die. If you die, all our plans will be in vain. Uchiha Obito said with tears. Uchiha Madara, who was originally burnt to coke, now regained life like a dead tree. Finally, I don't have to face that cow-faced horse-faced face anymore. Uchiha Madara shouted anxiously, but Uchiha Obito had no intention of stopping. But Uchiha Obito showed a flattering expression again. Obito's illusory world is still illusory no matter how beautiful it is. We must live in the present and not be attracted by the bubble. Liu Mu is very suspicious that Uchiha Obito is actually a double agent. Otherwise, why would he rescue Uchiha Madara twice in a row? His eyes looked at Uchiha Obito with resistance. Step back and leave the rest to me. Liu Mu said. And chakra with the Samsara Eye and 10 tails. And with the chakra of 10 tails, the chakra of Uchiha Madara is almost endless. Thinking of this, Uchiha Madara showed a happy expression on her face. It was clear that Uchiha Madara was about to die again, but Uchiha Obito's cool moves directly saved him. It seemed that the more he shouted, the more excited Uchiha Obito became. This farce is finally coming to an end, and it will never happen again, at least when Liu Mu is around. Uchiha Madara is now on par with Sage of Six Paths. Especially after possessing the Samsara Eye, it is possible to even reach the strength of Sage of Six Paths. Liu Mu felt that his CPU was about to explode. Wait, Obito, what are you doing? I finally want to go to a world without Liu Mu. Uchiha Obito looked at his masterpiece with a proud smile on his face. Even Uchiha Madara has a feeling. Uchiha Madara opened her eyes in confusion. Uchiha Madara, who was just watching the flowers, suddenly became energetic. The Samsara Eye returned to Uchiha Madara's body, and 10 tails was also sealed in Uchiha Madara's body. His injuries were too serious. Even if the flames were dissipated, it would only slow down his death by a few seconds. Uchiha Madara smiled disapprovingly. The battle must be completely ended before the countdown ends. Madara, for our plan, you must live. I will give you your eyes and 10 tails. Uchiha Obito said. Then he turned to look at Liu Mu fawningly. While Uchiha Madara was waiting for death, suddenly the feeling of being burned by flames disappeared. Stop it quickly, it's not allowed there. The charcoal is cracked, exposing Uchiha Madara's delicate skin. Liu Mu's mouth twitched as he looked at the scene in front of him. I saw Uchiha Obito rushing over in a hurry. Chapter 214 Eye of the Moon. Uchiha Madara looked at her hands in surprise. I originally thought that there shouldn't be much difference between myself and Sage of Six Paths in strength. But after the Samsara Eye and 10 Tails entered his body, Uchiha Madara instantly felt how ridiculous his previous knowledge was. Sure enough, humans can only understand things within their own cognitive scope, but how can this power be understood by humans? Uchiha Madara smiled proudly. With a strength that is close to that of Sage of Six Paths, Uchiha Madara feels that Liu Mu is just like that. Not so invincible, and Uchiha Madara has one more move that will kill ninjutsu. Liu Mu, do you also want to dance along? Liu Mu was stunned for a moment, and his expression turned serious. Uchiha Madara in this state is almost immortal and has endless chakra. Even if his skull is kicked off, he can recover in a moment. The only way to kill him is to break his heart. Liu Mu began to mobilize chakra rapidly, and the mist around him became thicker. Seeing this, the bull-headed horse Noodle started to suck up even more greedily. Brother Niu, suck it quickly. Opportunities like this don't come often. Ma Mian said excitedly. Do you even need to tell me? All the pores on my body are sucking. Niu too said proudly. I'll go, there's still such a move. Uchiha Madara frowned and looked at Liu Mu. I have never seen such rich chakra. This amount of chakra is definitely crushing me. But fighting is not just about the amount of chakra, it is mainly about combat experience and ninjutsu. Uchiha Madara has full confidence in this aspect. My fight with you will inevitably end in a lose-lose situation. Instead of that, why not let you try my ninjutsu? Uchiha Madara said with a proud smile. Then a pair of eyes quickly rotated. It was originally at night, and the light on the battlefield was almost all moonlight. But at this moment, the originally bright moonlight turned scarlet. The moonlight seemed to be stained with blood. Everyone looked up unconsciously. I saw that the moon that was originally hanging high turned red at this time, and there were a few small commas in the middle. Isn't he the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan? This is our Eye of the Moon plan. Under this ninjutsu, everyone will forever enter the illusion, and be addicted to that illusion, unable to extricate themselves, forever and ever. Uchiha Madara smiled proudly. It seems that the victory of the battle has been predicted. Liu Mu looked at the pupils above his head in horror. In the original work, it was entirely dependent on Uchiha Sasuke to activate Susanoo to block the genjutsu of the Eye of the Moon. Everyone else, whether they were ordinary ninjas or shadows from various villages, were all affected by genjutsu and could not extricate themselves. And the current Uchiha Sasuke doesn't have that strength at all. Liu Mu gritted his teeth and looked at Uchiha Madara, but a familiar voice suddenly came to his ears. Senior Liu Mu is angry. It seems that what he hates most is the color red. I'll write it down. Xie took a notebook and wrote it down carefully. Liu Mu turned his head in surprise and saw Conan touching his chin and thinking seriously about this. Senior Liu Mu doesn't like red. Then let's dye the red clouds on our clothes green. Conan said thoughtfully. What does Liu Mu senpai mean? His expression must have a profound meaning. I will definitely be the first one to guess it. Nagato rubbed his temples and kept thinking. Quickly, someone lend me your eyes. I can't miss Senior Liu Mu's thoughts. Uchiha Obito shouted anxiously, covering his eyes with one hand. Uchiha Madara looked at the person in front of her in disbelief. He looked at the moon above his head repeatedly to confirm that ninjutsu had been successfully activated. It's understandable that Liu Mu didn't have any magic skills, but no one at the scene had any magic tricks, and even the ninja dog showed no traces of the magic skills. For a time, Uchiha Madara began to doubt life. There are only 3 possibilities that can cause such a situation. First, everyone present has been hit by genjutsu that far exceeds the Eye of the Moon. They have already developed a certain resistance to genjutsu, so the Eye of the Moon has no effect. Thinking of this, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but smile bitterly and shook his head. Eye of the Moon relies on the chakra of 10 tails, a genjutsu that can only be cast by the moon as a medium. Definitely the strongest genjutsu in the ninja world. How could there be a genjutsu that far surpassed Eye of the Moon? So Uchiha Madara first ruled out this possibility. Second, Uchiha Obito rebelled and revealed the Eye of the Moon plan, so the ninja army was already prepared. But soon Uchiha Madara shook his head again. Everyone else could rebel, but Uchiha Obito did not. There is a special technique at the heart of Uchiha Obito. As long as he is in Uchiha Obito, he cannot rebel. And just now, Uchiha Obito donated all his Samsara Eye and 10 tails in order to save himself. This kind of loyalty would not be believed even if Uchiha Obito rebelled and Uchiha Madara was beaten to death. And how can the genjutsu of Eye of the Moon be so easy to resist? Then there is only one last possibility. That means that from the very beginning, I fell into genjutsu. It is true that Juntu cannot be hit by genjutsu when he is reincarnated, but he has just recovered his physical body, so theoretically it is possible to be hit by genjutsu. And from then on, everything was in an illusion. Suddenly Uchiha Madara became enlightened. No wonder the bull-headed horse-faced man stopped suddenly, and then started to torture endlessly. It turns out that from that moment on, I was struck by genjutsu. For a moment Uchiha Madara couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Unexpectedly, Liu Mu could allow himself to be hit by genjutsu without knowing it, and he was still in the state of Sharingan. It shows that Liu Mu's genjutsu has reached an extremely high level. Liu Mu has to admit that your genjutsu is really powerful. It was able to catch me without even realizing it. But don't forget, I am from the Uchiha clan, and I also have a very high understanding of genjutsu. As long as you know that this is the world of genjutsu, it only takes a few minutes to unravel it. Uchiha Madara said, making a tiger seal in front of her face. As the chakra continued to gather, Uchiha Madara's face became more and more confident. I will break your genjutsu now, untie it for me. As Uchiha Madara roared, a wave of chakra pushed outward. The surrounding ground also shook. But Uchiha Madara's expression gradually changed from confident to confused. What's going on? Why am I still in genjutsu? My method must be wrong, open it for me. Liu Mu, don't be complacent, the pain will definitely untie genjutsu. ... The corners of Ma Mian's mouth twitched as he looked at the bull's head. Brother Niu, can you see what this guy wants to do? I think this must be performance art. Didn't you hear that he wanted to dance with Senior Liu just now? He must be an artist. Performance art, I understand. Chapter 215 Heartfelt Words. Liu Mu looked at Uchiha Madara in confusion. I have no idea what Uchiha Madara is doing, but I still don't dare to be careless. But at this moment, Uchiha Madara looked at Liu Mu crazily. Liu Mu, what kind of genjutsu did you use? Uchiha Madara said angrily. Then a fierce look flashed in his eyes. I understand, everything in this world is fake, and only you are real. As long as I defeat you, I can definitely quit genjutsu. Uchiha Madara said, no longer confused, but quickly rushed towards Liu Mu. Dance. Liu Mu suddenly became serious. Uchiha Madara was now close to the strength of Sage of Six Paths and should not be underestimated. Then he gathered chakra and aimed at Uchiha Madara's heart, preparing to give him a fatal blow. Just as he was about to reach him, Ma Mian suddenly jumped out, stretched out his hand and slapped him directly. Dancing Namani, I saw Uchiha Madara spinning rapidly in the air, and then fell directly to the ground. The left side of his face was pressed against the ground, the right side of his face was swollen, and his eyes were dull and full of confusion. Don't worry, Lu Sheng doesn't need to take action for this kind of rubbish. Ma Mian said flatteringly. The corners of Liu Mu's mouth kept twitching. If it hadn't been for Ma Mian's attack, Uchiha Madara would probably die now. Ma Mian took action for himself, so Liu Mu couldn't say anything. That's a good fight, don't fight next time. Liu Mu said helplessly. Black Zetsu looked at Uchiha Madara in confusion. At first, I thought Uchiha Madara was reliable, but after watching today's performance, my view of Uchiha Madara completely changed. First, the chakra was wasted, dyeing the moon with the signature features of the Uchiha clan. Then he started babbling again. Fortunately, Uchiha Madara has prepared everything before, and is still one step away from resurrecting his mother. Originally, I was planning to let Uchiha Madara make some more contributions, but now it seems that it is not necessary. Then Black Zetsu sneaks up on Uchiha Madara. Came directly behind Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara, I have to say that you are a fool, become the nourishment for my mother's resurrection. Black Zetsu said with a proud smile. Following the laughter, a black claw grabbed Uchiha Madara's back and penetrated directly from the heart. Even if Uchiha Madara gained the power of 10 tails, she has a strength close to that of Sage of Six Paths. As long as the heart is crushed, there is absolutely no chance of survival. Uchiha Madara slowly turned her head and looked at Heizetsu in confusion. Although he wanted to die, it was always a bit baffling to be killed by Black Jew. Madara, are you desperate? In fact, I have been using you from the beginning, relying on your strength to implement my plan bit by bit. I have to say that you are a very useful chess piece. Actually, I am not your derivative at all. Now I will become the nourishment for resurrecting my mother in despair. Black Zetsu shouted excitedly. When Liu Mu saw this scene, he suddenly trembled. In this familiar scene, after Black Zetsu said his heart-wrenching words, he was resurrecting the founder of the ninja world, Otsutsuki Kagaya. Although that woman can't fight, she does have the power to destroy heaven and earth. Especially space ninjutsu. If it is delayed until the transformation card ends, everything will be over. Thinking of this, Liu Mu could no longer care about anything else. Crazily gather the chakra in the left eye. The area covered by the left eye suddenly became distorted, as if the animation kept receding. Let me go. Is this the law of time? Is this the method of the saint? Niatu said in surprise. I can actually see the law of time in my lifetime. I have no regrets about dying. Wait, wasn't I already dead? Ma Mian scratched his head and said. Heiju's hand was slowly retracted. The scars on Uchiha Madara's chest were all healed at this moment. Heizetsu looked at his hand with a twitching corner of his mouth. He looked up and found Uchiha Madara staring at him. Dear Madara, give me some time to quibble. Black Zetsu said desperately. Hee. The chess piece, right. Nutrition, right. Desperate, right. Uchiha Madara angrily beat Black Zetsu. Although he couldn't beat Liu Mu, he was definitely more than enough to beat Heiju. Just because you want to die doesn't mean you are willing to be manipulated in the palm of your hand. It does not mean that you are willing to be someone else's nourishment. Although I don't know what happened just now, since I gave Uchiha Madara this opportunity, I will never let it go. Black Zetsu was beaten so hard by Uchiha Madara that he howled. But due to the special characteristics of the body, even if you are beaten severely, you will not die. At most, you will only feel a little pain. And in Heiju's eyes, they were full of ruthlessness, ready to look for opportunities at any time. Finally, the moment Uchiha Madara raised his hand, a huge flaw appeared. When Heiju saw this, his eyes suddenly flashed. The black claws clawed straight at Uchiha Madara's heart. Uchiha Madara shouted that something was wrong, but it was already too late to escape. He could only watch as Heiju's claws pierced his chest. Heiju stood up unsteadily, his face full of sarcasm. The opportunity Uchiha Madara gave you was useless. No matter how powerful you are, you will still die in my hands. Black Zetsu said with a proud smile. Uchiha Madara's eyes were filled with infinite unwillingness. But the strength of the limbs has been completely lost, let alone the seal, even the strength to swing is gone. Looking at Uchiha Madara's eyes, Black Zetsu became even more proud. Didn't you enjoy the beating just now? Continue if you have the guts. I will never resist lying here and letting you beat me. The corner of Liu Mu's mouth twitched. It took a lot of effort to reverse time and space. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Madara died at the hands of Black Zetsu again. Suddenly, 10,000 alpacas raced past in my mind. But in order to prevent Otsutsuki Kagaya from being resurrected, Liu Mu had to use ninjutsu again. Black Ju was smiling wildly. Suddenly my eyes felt blurry. I vaguely remember that Uchiha Madara fully recovered just now after her vision started to become blurry. Black Zetsu suddenly became nervous. No, don't. Heiju struggled wildly, trying to resist this mysterious power. But no matter how Heiju struggled, the arm was still slowly withdrawn, and Uchiha Madara's wound healed again. The original blood hole has completely turned into strong muscles. There are no signs of injury. The corner of Heiju's mouth couldn't help but twitch, and tears had already burst into his heart, and a sense of powerlessness swept through his body. Then Black Zetsu gently patted Uchiha Madara on the shoulder with one hand, with a shy smile on his face. Master Madara, why are you so serious? People are joking with you. Now that the joke is over, I should leave. Heiju said flatteringly. Hee. Chapter 216 Otsutsuki Kagaya Unsealed. Heiju was tortured continuously by Uchiha Madara, with a look of despair on his face. Although I don't know what happened just now, the feeling of my palm piercing my chest is real. You can even feel your heart beating strongly. But now everything is gone. All plans are meaningless. At this moment, Uchiha Madara stopped, his face clearly relaxed after torturing Black Zetsu. Madara, I was wrong. I will never dare to do it again. Just let me be your dog and stay with you all the time. Heiju kept flattering. You don't dare anymore, Uchiha Madara said with a frown. Yes, if I have second thoughts in the future, I will be tortured to death. Heiju said decisively. But now I want you to kill me. Remember, it was me who asked you to kill me, not me who died from your sneak attack. Uchiha Madara said. For a moment, Heiju's mind almost couldn't turn around. But when he saw the ninja coalition plus Liu Mu, he understood instantly. Liu Mu is really too strong. Even if Uchiha Madara gained strength close to that of Sage of Six Paths, it would not be enough in front of Liu Mu. In addition, Liu Mu is a pervert and has endless ways of torturing people. Maybe death is a good choice. Heiju couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth when he thought of this. I was beaten by Uchiha Madara just now because I was too arrogant. If I could just say hello. Madara, please let me kill you, okay? Maybe he won't get this beating. Then I'm going to take action. Master Madara, do you prefer an instant kill or do you want to slowly experience the process of death? Heiju said the most terrifying words in the gentlest tone. Just a moment, Uchiha Madara said directly. Is there any good experience in the death process? I am not a pervert. On the contrary, if Liu Mu stopped him, he would lose more than he gained. Heiju nodded, and then stretched out his paw again. Others are afraid of Liu Mu, but He is never afraid. Because Black Zetsu's mother is the founder of ninja and has the ability to destroy the world. Then I'm going to start. Black Zetsu confirmed to Uchiha Madara again and again. After all, being punched by a fist still hurts. Let's start, Uchiha Madara said, opening her hands and closing her eyes, waiting for death to come. Phew. Black Zetsu's claws penetrated Uchiha Madara's chest again. Feeling Uchiha Madara's life slowly draining away in his hands, he subconsciously wanted to ridicule him. But thinking of the pain on his body, he quickly closed his mouth again. When Liu Mu saw this scene in front of him, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Madara, who planned everything, wanted to die at this time. Liu Mu felt so tired. But in order to prevent Otsutsuki Kagaya from breaking the seal, she had to stop all this. Thinking of this, Liu Mu immediately gathered chakra in his left eye. Just when time and space were about to reverse, a familiar voice suddenly came to my ears. Ding dong. The special effects physical experience card expires. Ding dong. I wish host good luck in martial arts. Liu Mu couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He didn't expect that at the most critical moment, the experience card would expire. The originally endless chakra completely disappeared at this moment. The ninjutsu that was being activated also completely collapsed at this moment. Moreover, the chakra in the body has reached a critical point, and unprecedented weakness instantly sweeps through the body. At this time, even a child could easily take away Liu Mu's life as long as he held a kunai. The originally physical ninjutsu turned into an illusion at this moment. Chakra has weakened. I always feel that Senior Liu Mu has made a big move. Xie said seriously. Nonsense. As a divine envoy, Senior Liu Mu has a profound meaning in every move he makes. If you don't understand, just think about it over and over again, and you will always find the answer. Conan said. That's right, Senior Liu Mu is strategizing, and every step counts as 3 steps. How can mortals like you and me understand it? Zabuza said. Endless chakra kept gathering towards Uchiha Madara, and Uchiha Madara's body gradually began to disintegrate. But all ninjas, even ninja dogs, don't panic at all. Now the experience card has expired, and Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto have not grown up yet. The corners of Liu Mu's mouth twitched again. At this moment, all the conditions for the resurrection of Otsutsuki Kagaya have been met. Now Otsutsuki Kagaya is finally resurrected. In the end, it didn't stop Otsutsuki Kagaya's resurrection. Everyone looked at Otsutsuki Kagaya in disbelief. This kind of character who only existed in myths actually appeared in front of everyone. So what if Otsutsuki Kagaya is resurrected? Liu Mu is here. This is art. The explosion is completely scum in front of Senior Liu Mu. Deidara said with admiration. ... Never have to fear anyone again. In order to make this world truly worry-free, regardless of being misunderstood and misunderstood by others, Senior Liu Mu is too great. Fortunately, this generation of ninjas is not stupid and analyzed Senior Liu Mu's intentions. Uchiha Itachi said. Resurrected. Finally resurrected my mother. Heiju laughed wildly. As expected of you, Xie, for realizing the profound meaning of Senior Liu Mu so quickly. Conan looked at Xie with admiration and said. Analyzing your XX, let's all wait to die together. Because Otsutsuki Kagaya is the strongest existence in this world. Liu Mu smiled softly. No one could handle the Otsutsuki Kagaya in front of her. Senior Liu Mu helped to unblock Otsutsuki Kagaya in order to completely solve this hidden danger. Since it can't be dealt with, then it will simply be destroyed. I understand, Senior Liu Mu wants to resurrect Otsutsuki Kagaya. Although Otsutsuki Kagaya is sealed, she will always be a huge hidden danger as long as she is alive. In order to resurrect Otsutsuki Kagaya over the years, Black Zetsu has paid too much. Then a woman's figure gradually appeared in front of everyone. A person lives alone in this time, looking for opportunities. It's numb and destroyed. If not for the resurrection of Otsutsuki Kagaya, everyone would be doomed, and Liu Mu would have just ignored it. Kakashi, please return my account to me. I want to record every moment of Liu Mu Senpai. Uchiha Obito said. Otsutsuki Kagaya is about to be resurrected, but this group of ninja coalition has no intention of stopping it and is still chatting there. Sent willingly by Uchiha Madara. Xie analyzed proudly, and the more he talked about it, the more proud his face became. At this time Uchiha Madara completely lost his life. The corner of Liu Mu's mouth twitched again, and he roared in his heart. He was about to succeed before he was beaten to death by Uchiha Madara. No wonder you want me to resurrect Madara, no wonder you want me to give 10 tails to Madara. It turns out that Senior Liu Mu's intention is this. Being able to work for Senior Liu Mu is the most correct choice in my life. Uchiha Obito said. Chapter 217 Battle against Otsutsuki Kagaya. Otsutsuki Kagaya slowly opened her eyes and looked at the ninja in front of her in confusion. Where am I? What happened? Otsutsuki Kagaya said. Seeing this, Heiju hurriedly moved forward. Mother, I am your favorite child Zetsu. Black Zetsu cried while holding Otsutsuki Kagaya's thigh. Otsutsuki Kagaya kept thinking, feeling the blood on Black Zetsu's body, and finally nodded slightly. My good boy, why do you look like a pig's head? Otsutsuki Kagaya said. Hearing this, Heiju's face became more and more aggrieved. He turned to point at Liu Mu and said angrily, that's him. He asked people to beat me like this. Mother, you must help me. After finishing speaking, Heizi started crying again. Otsutsuki Kagaya frowned and looked Liu Mu up and down. Although I'm not familiar with you, if you bully my child, then go to hell. After Otsutsuki Kagaya finished speaking, a black spear condensed in his hand, and it instantly flew towards Liu Mu with the activation of chakra. Liu Mu's pupils shrank sharply. Although he was prepared for the destruction of the world, he was the first to attack, which Liu Mu couldn't accept. I still have so many good girls to play with, so I should at least let myself play for a while before dying. But now Liu Mu doesn't have any chakra on his body, and he can't even move, let alone run away. Liu Mu had a look of despair on his face. But the next second a puppet appeared in front of him, blocking the black spear. Just because you want to fight Senior Liu, you don't want to move even if you don't see Senior Liu move. Xie sneered. After saying that, he turned to look at everyone. Don't you understand? Master is just letting us deal with it if he doesn't take action. Master is training us. After hearing Xie's words, everyone suddenly realized. Yes, the master can protect us for a while, but he cannot protect us forever. In the end, it all depends on ourselves. Conan said. Founder of Ninja, it must be fun to play. Metkai said excitedly. Founder of Ninja, but I'm not a ninja. Katsuyu Sage smiled. ... More and more people stood up, and Heiju had a confused expression on his face. Not many, why aren't these people afraid of my mother? As he spoke, countless pieces of paper flew in the air, and then wrapped Otsutsuki Kagaya in them. Try my money-burning skills. Conan shouted angrily. Suddenly all the pieces of paper burned, followed by a violent explosion. The whole earth also trembled. Prodigal, how many missions do I have to do? Kakuzu shouted desperately. He quickly ran over and hid the unexploded detonator in his pocket. The dust and smoke dissipated, only to see Otsutsuki Kagaya standing there as if nothing happened. Seeing this scene, Konan had no reaction, but Kakuzu looked like he was about to cry without tears. My little money, Konan, this prodigal son. Jiaodu said, no, Otsutsuki Kagaya should be the same as Black Zetsu, and can only use yin-yang style or direct sealing. Hyuga Hiyashi said, father, then it should be our turn to appear. Hyuga Hinata said, everyone in the Hyuga family has it, all come out. With an order, dozens of Hyuga family members stood up. It's useless, your physical skills alone can't hurt my mother. Heiju said with a proud smile. But the members of the Hyuga family did not stop, but started to show their hands one after another. Taichi beat me to death. For a moment, all the Hyuga family members surrounded Otsutsuki Kagaya, and countless fists fell on her. It's useless, your fists can't hurt my mother at all. Heiju kept laughing. At this time, a violent shock wave blew away all the members of the Hyuga clan. Then Otsutsuki Kagaya walked up to Black Zetsu and suddenly lifted it up. It's useless. Then go and have a taste. Otsutsuki Kagaya said impatiently, and then threw Black Zetsu into the Hyuga family crowd. Heiju rubbed his butt and looked at the white eyes around him, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. I promised you in advance, don't slap me in the face. As soon as he finished speaking, Hyuga Hiyashi punched Heizetsu in the face. I've long been unhappy with you, and everyone is beating you to death. In an instant, countless fists fell on Heiju. When he felt these fists, Heiju suddenly panicked. Being beaten by ordinary people would only cause physical pain at most. And being beaten by members of the Hyuga family, I felt that my life force was constantly draining away. It seems as if the power has been extracted. Black Jew struggled continuously, and then struggled to get out of the crowd. What kind of boxing technique are you doing, and why can it hurt my roots? Heiju said in horror. Tai Chi, Hyuga Hinata said, and then drew a circle around her body. When Hyuga Hinata drew a circle, Black Zetsu could clearly see the life and death energy around him being divided and converging towards Hyuga Hinata. Heiju couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Unexpectedly, the Hyuga family's boxing skills actually contain the energy of life and death. Although there are not many that can be controlled, even these are enough to kill oneself. Mom, please help me. Black Zetsu ran towards Otsutsuki Kagaya anxiously and got into his sleeves. Chief Hyuga, your security department is really only suitable for patrolling. Leave the real battle to us. Let you know that youth should be burned. Metkai said with a signature smile, and then crossed his hands in front of his eyes. Everyone, back off, I can't fully master this move yet. 8 gates Dunjia gate of opening. As Metkai roared, the chakra on his body began to increase sharply. Immediately afterwards, Metkai's hair all stood up, and even the color turned golden. Even the surrounding earth cracked, and the broken stones gradually floated. This is my first super ninja form, eat my kick. Otsutsuki Kagaya's pupils shrank sharply. Although Otsutsuki Kagaya is not very good at fighting, she can still distinguish the strength of the enemy. The green-skinned golden-haired monster in front of him can no longer be said to be chakra, but seems to have a more special power. At this time, the power in Metkai's body has far exceeded Otsutsuki Kagaya's knowledge. It can be said that Metkai is the strongest person Otsutsuki Kagaya has seen over the years. Otsutsuki Kagaya twitched the corner of her mouth, raised her arm and looked at Black Zetsu in her sleeves. My good son, you thought it was too comfortable for me to be sealed, so you pulled me out to die, didn't you? Chapter 218 Senior Liu has arranged everything. Heiju hid in his sleeves and did not dare to say a word. At this moment, Metkai rushed over directly. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, like a meteorite hitting the earth, and the whole world trembled. The shock wave caused by the explosion was like a beast rushing around, and any ninja that came into contact was immediately thrown away. Then a mushroom cloud slowly rose, and it could be clearly seen even from thousands of miles away. After about a few minutes, the smoke gradually dissipated. The terrain at the location of the explosion was completely changed, leaving a huge crater, and even magma could be seen surging in the deepest part. Metkai, on the other hand, lies near the center of the crater. Although he was about to be touched by the lava, Metkai was still full of excitement and gave a thumbs up to Hyuga Hiyashi. Look, this is youth. Hyuga Hiyashi couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, and now he wants to whip the corpse. Such power is enough to burn youth. Thinking of this, Hyuga Hiyashi rushed over and quickly helped Metkai escape from the magma. Hiyashi, I just asked you if my feet were handsome just now. Metkai said proudly. That's great Kai, you kicked the finale directly. Nagato said with joy on his face. Kai, you win this time. Hitaki Kakashi said, covering his eyes. Everyone's faces showed joy, but Shie frowned. Don't be too happy too early. Shie said seriously. Conan was stunned for a moment and looked at Shie in confusion. Scorpion, do you see something wrong? Conan asked. No, but please look at Senior Liu. As soon as Shie finished speaking, everyone looked at Liu Mu, and even Metkai, who was full of joy, stopped smiling. I saw Liu Mu getting up from the ground with difficulty, his hands constantly patting the dust on his body. There was a complex expression on his face. Tell me, if Otsutsuki Kagaya really died, would Senior Liu Mu have this expression? Shie asked in return, could it be that Otsutsuki Kagaya is not dead at all? Conan asked tentatively. For a moment, Scorpio's face was filled with disappointment. Conan, you are also a cadre of a small organization. Why don't you have any analytical skills? Senior Liu's expression must be because we haven't finished the work and are still complacent. This is a disappointment to us, said angrily. For a moment, everyone trembled, with expressions of shame on their faces. Damn Otsutsuki Kagaya, you actually lied to us. Hurry up and search like crazy. Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, you have to find her. Nagato said angrily. All members of the Akatsuki Organization are motivated to fight. Keep searching every corner. When Liu Mu saw this scene, he had a puzzled expression on his face. What are you looking for? Are you looking for Otsutsuki Kagaya's equipment? Liu Mu said. That kick just now had super strength. Although Metkai's strength was reduced a lot because he lost his strength at the end, it was definitely more than enough to kill Otsutsuki Kagaya. So Liu Mu really doesn't know what the people in the Akatsuki Organization are looking for. But at this moment, Shia's face showed an expression of enlightenment. I understand, thank you, Senior Liu, for reminding me. Xie said excitedly. Liu Mu's face was filled with confusion for a moment. What exactly do you understand? Please explain it to me, otherwise I won't look stupid. Don't worry, Senior Liu, we will definitely handle this matter beautifully for you. As long as the master is here, Otsutsuki Kagaya escapes to the end of the world and Kakuzu can dig it out. Otsutsuki Kagaya twitched the corner of her mouth and looked at Black Zetsu as if she were a fool. The master didn't show any panic on his face. Apparently he had already thought of a solution. We were too anxious, Xie said and walked towards the crowd, leaving Liu Mu alone standing there with a question mark on his face. Suddenly everyone came to Uchiha Obito and surrounded him. Look at that green-haired monster, even his style of painting changes when he shouts. Is there a possibility that he is not from this world, for example, that he is the strongest fighting nation in the universe? Heiju said quickly. Even though ninjutsu is capable of various perversions, it is still under control. I clearly remember that not long ago, the strongest ones were Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. In a different space, Otsutsuki Kagaya hugged her knees with her hands, her heart beating wildly, as if she hadn't come out of the state just now. Do you think you can trust what you said? Otsutsuki Kagaya said, but how to catch her? Kuretsuchi said embarrassedly. Heiju also fell into deep confusion. Senior Liu is the eternal god. Liu Mu suddenly panicked. How could he have the strength to find Otsutsuki Kagaya now? He quickly turned his head away, not daring to look at everyone. If you are still in the ninja world, you can find it with a little effort at most, but if you go to a different space, you will still find nothing. Now that I have given birth, I can't stuff it back and can only accept it silently. For a moment, everyone's faces became confused again. Everyone immediately followed Liu Mu's line of sight, and Xie looked at Liu Mu for help. There's no need to look for it. Senior Liu reminded me that this Otsutsuki Kagaya escaped to another dimension. Xie said seriously. I saw Uchiha Obito sitting on the ground coughing non-stop, covering his head with one hand, as if he had not yet recovered from the shock. You can find all these, you are worthy of Senior Liu. Even if Otsutsuki Kagaya escapes to a different space, she can't escape the eyes of my son-in-law. Hello, is anyone here? We are the Ninja Neighborhood Committee. Check the water meter. My son-in-law has no final plans and everything is under his control. I don't even ask you why you released me. I just want to know what happened. Are you sure that the fighting power just now is what it should be in this world? Otsutsuki Kagaya said doubtfully. Suddenly everyone looked at Xiao, who suddenly became panicked. You know it too, but don't worry, we are absolutely safe here. Otsutsuki Kagaya said confidently. Yes, no fighting nation can transform, and transformation only changes the color and volume of hair. This sounds very unreliable. Heiju scratched his head and said sheepishly. Otsutsuki Kagaya couldn't help but roll her eyes at Black Zetsu. How could the world be destroyed with one kick in the blink of an eye? I'm afraid no one in the Otsutsuki clan can take on this strength. Sha couldn't help but patted his thigh and shouted excitedly. Yes, Uchiha Obito Grandmaster Space Ninjutsu, I can definitely find Otsutsuki Kagaya, he is worthy of Senior Liu. But as soon as he finished speaking, the space in front of him suddenly became distorted. If I had known that my son was a fool, he should not have been born in the first place. Chapter 219 I still can't hide it from you. Otsutsuki Kagaya glanced at the twisted space inexplicably. But when he saw the ninja's forehead protector, he was immediately frightened and turned pale. How did you find me here? Otsutsuki Kagaya said in fear. We should have known a long time ago how a civilization that could deliver such a devastating kick could not have a way to lock space. Under the guidance of Senior Liu Mu, the wise messenger of the god of war, I found you, so hurry up and capture you. Maybe the messenger will be soft-hearted and let you go. Uchiha Obito said proudly. Liu Mu is the envoy of God, and he follows Liu Mu's instructions, so after all, he is also the envoy of God. Thinking of this, Uchiha Obito's chest puffed up even higher. Please wait a moment, Otsutsuki Kagaya said, pulling Black Zetsu to the side and asked in a low voice. Good son, have you done anything harmful to the world during this time in the ninja world? Listening to Uchiha Obito's words, the highest combat power in the ninja world is that divine messenger. After all, he can perform spatial positioning and is a rare strongman no matter where he is. So you must not fight to the end. Heiju touched his chin and began to think, and while thinking, he said. I haven't done anything bad. I just started a few wars, killed a lot of people, and almost destroyed a few countries. Other than that, I'm quite kind. After Black Zetsu finished speaking, he suddenly found that Otsutsuki Kagaya had disappeared. When he looked up, he saw her standing next to Uchiha Obito, looking at him angrily. My lord, I am not familiar with him at all. You see, I look nothing like him. How could we be mother and son? Otsutsuki Kagaya said anxiously. While talking, he took out a cigarette from somewhere and handed it to Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito impatiently took the cigarette, let Otsutsuki Kagaya light it and took a deep puff. Don't make excuses. Lord God has already figured it out. It's wrong to escape. You must be brave enough to admit your mistakes and strive for leniency when confessing and resisting harshness. Uchiha Obito said, but the next second he felt a pain in his stomach, and Uchiha Obito kicked him out of the space. Shaozi, since they don't give us mother and son a way to survive, we will go out and fight now. Otsutsuki Kagaya said angrily. In the ninja world, Uchiha Obito was kicked out of a different space and wandered around for more than 10 times before stopping. How is Obito's situation? Hatake Kakashi said anxiously. That Otsutsuki Kagaya has a very bad attitude. He is not cooperative at all and refuses to come out with me at all. Uchiha Obito said. Liu Mu was delighted when he heard this. Otsutsuki Kagaya is gone, which has to be said to be good news. As long as Otsutsuki Kagaya doesn't wreak havoc in the ninja world. Then let her go wherever she wants. Liu Mu can live happily in the ninja world. With the current reputation, no matter how hard it is, the girls in the ninja world must be dipped into divinity and bathed in the divine light. Thinking of this, Liu Mu unconsciously raised the corners of his mouth. Okay, you really didn't disappoint me, Liu Mu said, imitating the way the gods in the movie spoke. Uchiha Obito was just about to feel complacent when he suddenly felt someone kicked his leg and fell to his knees. You still have the nerve to smile. Senior Liu Mu meant to eliminate Otsutsuki Kagaya before, but you still have the nerve to smile when you return empty-handed. If it had been for me, I would have killed you with a piece of tofu. Shie said angrily. For a moment Uchiha Obito broke out in a cold sweat. Tears began to fill my eyes. Sure enough, it is difficult for mortals to figure out the thoughts of gods. If it weren't for the guidance of Minister Scorpion, who was increasingly influenced by the light of gods, he might actually be complacent there. I'm sorry, Lord God, I'm going to find Otsutsuki Kagaya right now. Uchiha Obito said, patting his chest. Liu Mu's mouth twitched. After finally sending away Otsutsuki Kagaya, I went to get her back after losing my mind. Now that Metkai has lost his fighting ability, if Otsutsuki Kagaya comes back, he will definitely be invincible. So Liu Mu quickly reached out and stopped Uchiha Obito. No need to go, Liu Mu said seriously. For a moment, Uchiha Obito had a puzzled expression on his face, and then looked at Shaw for help. I don't know even if you don't look at me, but as long as you know clearly in your heart, Senior Liu Mu's words definitely have deep meaning. Shie said. Uchiha Obito nodded quickly. In the next second, the sky became distorted, and then a huge crack appeared. From the crack, Otsutsuki Kagaya slowly floated out. Uchiha Obito shuddered. No wonder Liu Mu didn't let him set off. It turned out that Otsutsuki Kagaya would arrive long ago, and he became even more pious towards Liu Mu. Thank you, Minister Scorpion, for your guidance, otherwise I really wouldn't be able to understand God's will. Uchiha Obito complimented. These are all basic operations. After you get to know Senior Liu Mu more, you will definitely refresh your understanding of the world because of his wisdom and strength. Shie said with satisfaction. Uchiha Obito shuddered. These are just basic operations, so how strong is Liu Mu's true strength? Uchiha Obito didn't dare to think about it. But he was even more convinced that Liu Mu definitely had a way to resurrect Lin. Otsutsuki Kagaya looked down at the ninjas. Although he was already panicking in his heart, in order not to be looked down upon by the other party, he still showed an expression of indifference to everything. When his eyes glanced at Metkai who was paralyzed on the ground, he suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. At least the yellow-haired monster won't jump up and kick himself. The only person who needs to be dealt with now is Liu Mu as the messenger of God. Forget the others, my opponent is Liu Mu. Otsutsuki Kagaya said calmly, as if he didn't take the other ninjas seriously at all. For a moment, all the ninjas' faces were filled with anger. It was the first time that someone was so slighted. If it wasn't for the fact that she couldn't beat Otsutsuki Kagaya, she would have jumped up and hit her on the knee. Moreover, Otsutsuki Kagaya dared to speak the name of the messenger of God. This is blasphemy. Then everyone looked at Liu Mu. Liu Mu panicked instantly, not to mention that the chakra in the body is already empty. Ninjutsu's special effects cannot fool her as silly as Otsutsuki Kagaya. And the experience card has expired. If he were to fight Otsutsuki Kagaya now, it would be the same as dying. Liu Mu glanced around in panic, and suddenly his eyes fell on Shie. Shao, you have been with me the longest, I believe it should be easy to deal with Otsutsuki Kagaya. Liu Mu said with a smile. After Liu Mu said this, he couldn't help but want to slap himself. The enemy is the founder of ninja, and chakra was brought by Otsutsuki Kagaya. What's the difference between letting Scorpion go up and sending him to death? Liu Mu was about to stop him when he suddenly noticed that the corners of Shie's mouth began to rise. Have you been discovered yet? I thought I hid it well. Sure enough, nothing can escape the eyes of Senior Liu Mu. Liu Mu, Chapter 221-1 Skills. Liu Mu looked at Scorpion doubting his life. The confidence on Scorpio's face doesn't seem to be fake. Metkai's kick did not kill Otsutsuki Kagaya, but it also measured Otsutsuki Kagaya's strength. Even so, Scorpion still showed a relaxed and comfortable expression on his face, obviously not taking Otsutsuki Kagaya seriously at all. Well, now that Senior Liu has spoken, I can only show my cards. Although I have been doing political work, don't forget that I was a puppet master before. Xie said with a proud expression on his face, and when he looked at the scroll in his hand, an inexplicable smile appeared on his face. I saw Xie flattening the scroll, with all kinds of mysterious symbols densely written on it, but in the middle was a huge word, Mu, written on it. For a moment, Liu Mu had a bad feeling. Boom! A burst of thick smoke rose up, and when the smoke dissipated, Liu Mu and everyone looked at Xie expectantly. I saw another Liu Mu standing next to Xie. Compared with Liu Mu himself, this Liu Mu is not any different except that his eyes are dull. This is a puppet that I recreated 1-to-1 according to Senior Liu Mu. Although it can only exert 1/10,000th of the strength of Senior Liu Mu, it should be enough to deal with Otsutsuki Kagaya. Xie said confidently. Hearing Sha's words, Otsutsuki Kagaya suddenly frowned. Although I heard that Liu Mu was very strong, he said that he did not even have 1/10,000th of Liu Mu's strength, and he would not believe it even if he killed Otsutsuki Kagaya. Okay, I want to see how strong your puppet is. Otsutsuki Kagaya shouted angrily, and then a gray spear gathered in his palm. Seeing the gray spear attacking, Xie didn't panic at all, and even smiled. Then let me show you how powerful Senior Liu Mu is. For a time, countless chakra-thin threads were connected to Liu Mu's puppet, and the puppet suddenly seemed to come alive. And the next second, an infinitely powerful aura erupted from the puppet. That aura was not chakra, but the immortal energy that Minotaur Horseface had just mentioned. The puppet slowly raised his hand. The fingers and the tip of the gun were directly facing each other. Otsutsuki Kagaya smiled proudly. She originally thought how strong the puppet made by Scorpion was, but she didn't expect that she didn't even last a second before she was hit by her own killing move. What was shot just now was not an ordinary spear, but a special ninjutsu ash bones. Whenever it is stabbed, the body will disappear like quicksand. In other words, that puppet will definitely die now. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. 3 seconds passed, and the scene that Otsutsuki Kagaya expected did not appear. Instead, Scorpion's face looked very proud. You want to defeat my puppet? Let me show you the strength of Senior Liu Mu. Liu Mu grabbed it hard with one hand, and the gray spear was crushed into pieces. Then the hands began to form seals. After a few simple seals, the puppet took a deep breath and spit it out. Otsutsuki Kagaya was immediately startled. Although he can absorb any chakra, the puppet's body is obviously not chakra, and there is no possibility of absorbing it at all. But the puppet did not spit out flames, but spit out a few wisps of air. Suddenly, Heiju in his sleeves laughed wildly. Scorpion, is this your puppet? You put a ninjutsu on it and had to form a seal. In the end, even the ninjutsu failed to be released. I was laughing to death. Heiju said with a smile. There was no embarrassment at all on Scorpion's face, and he even showed a smile. The first time I met Senior Liu Mu, he also released this ninjutsu and also blew out the air. But when I looked up, everything changed. Hearing this, Otsutsuki Kagaya looked up. It is obviously night now, but there is a sun hanging in the sky, and that sun is getting bigger rapidly. In just a few seconds, the fireball turned into a mini version of the sun dozens of kilometers in size. Night turned into day in an instant. The corners of Otsutsuki Kagaya's mouth kept twitching. A puppet can also cast ninjutsu, and this ninjutsu is so heaven-defying. The most important thing is that ninjutsu is only 1/10,000th of the strength of Liu Mu himself. So how strong is Liu Mu? Thinking of this, Otsutsuki Kagaya couldn't help but tremble all over. She even lost the desire to escape. She just stood there and closed her eyes, waiting for death to come. I gave birth to 3 children. 2 of them have sealed me away for countless years. The remaining one wants to send me to the west. I hope there are no naughty children in heaven. Otsutsuki Kagaya said weakly. Liu Mu's mouth twitched as he looked at the fireball above his head. Although the fireball he cast was larger and looked more powerful, it was just a special effect. And the puppet Scorpion is actually able to perform this kind of ninjutsu that destroys the world. Liu Mu suddenly felt very tired. Scorpion, what are you doing? I smashed this ninjutsu down. I don't know whether Otsutsuki Kagaya will die or not, but our Akatsuki organization will definitely be destroyed. Nagato said angrily. Xie was stunned for a moment and then reacted. I'm sorry I didn't pay attention to this. I don't have strong control like Senior Liu, so ninjutsu can only cause burns. I'll take ninjutsu now. As the puppet formed the seal, the huge fireball in the sky disappeared, the day turned into night again, and the feeling of being burned by the flames also disappeared. Everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. Don't worry, this puppet can also perform other ninjutsu. It's easy to deal with Otsutsuki Kagaya. Xie said proudly. Scorpion, wait a minute. Conan blushed and interrupted ninjutsu, then continued to ask, I want to know if this puppet is realistic. Hearing this, Scorpion's face was full of pride, and he stopped even using ninjutsu and controlled the puppet to float in front of him. It must be realistic. It is definitely a 1-to-1 replica of Senior Liu Mu. In order to achieve a perfect reproduction, I replaced Senior Liu Mu's mattress with a material with memory properties. After a long period of material selection, it has reached perfection. Scorpio explained while showing it. Suddenly Conan's eyes lit up and his hands started rubbing together. Scorpion, I think, I have a friend who wants to learn puppetry. I wonder if he can help me make a perfect one-to-one replica of my master's puppet. Can you fulfill my friend's dream of becoming a puppet master? Conan said, his mouth watering uncontrollably. Xie looked at Conan suspiciously, always feeling that Conan's friend was a bit unruly. It's possible, but it's very complicated to make a perfect one-to-one replica of the puppet. Even if I try my best to do it, it will still take me several months. Xie explained patiently. Conan was about to nod in agreement when suddenly Kuretsuchi stood in front of Conan. The friend that Sister Conan is talking about is me. It won't matter if it takes a while. Please be sure to reproduce it perfectly, down to the level of pores. Kuretsuchi said. Conan. What a mess. Chapter 221. Why are there mosquitoes? Conan grabbed Kuretsuchi's neck with all his strength, his eyes filled with murderous intent. My good friend Kuretsuchi, I suddenly feel that Puppet Master is not very suitable for you, otherwise you should stop learning. Conan said in a murderous tone. Kuretsuchi showed no intention of retreating on his face. He hooked one hand around Conan's waist and tightened it tightly. Dear Sister Conan, my biggest dream since I was a child is to become a puppet master. Is it wrong for me to pursue my dream? Kuretsuchi said through gritted teeth. Kuretsuchi's face turned pale as he was strangled, and he was about to be out of breath. And Conan isn't much better. Under Kuretsuchi's huge force, he was hugged into a water snake's waist. The severe pain caused Conan's facial features to twist. But the two of them had no intention of stopping. And working harder and harder. Scorpion suddenly panicked. If it continues, people will definitely die. Don't be like this, just give me a little time. I'll work overtime to make 2 puppets. Xie said anxiously. Hearing this, Conan and Kuretsuchi immediately relaxed. The two people who were originally ferocious suddenly became good friends, and smiles appeared on their faces again. Kuretsuchi's sister puppet master is your dream since childhood. As a sister, how can you not support it? You say so, Conan said. I suddenly remembered that Sister Conan seems to have a friend who also wants to learn puppetry. You must have prepared it for her, Kuretsuchi said. The two looked at each other as they spoke, with an inexplicable smile on their faces. Xie couldn't help wiping off the cold sweat, but the next second Kuretsuchi and Conan came directly in front of him. Minister Scorpion, we just want to know how realistic this puppet is, you know. Kuretsuchi said. Speaking of puppets, Scorpion showed a proud expression on his face again. Don't worry, the princess of the Hyuga family has read it, and it's not bad at all. She even gave me a 5-star review, Xie said. As soon as Xie finished speaking, he suddenly felt a murderous aura coming over him. The next second, a white light flashed, and Hyuga rushed in front of Scorpion and stabbed Scorpion's throat with his fingertips. Xie immediately covered her throat in pain. She wanted to speak but could only make a sound of, ah. Oops, it was too dangerous just now. A huge mosquito was sucking the blood of a scorpion. Fortunately, I have sharp eyesight and quick hands. Hyuga Hinata said with a smile. A pair of eyes looked at the scorpion on the ground as if looking at garbage. This mosquito is really weird. It might stop right at your heart next time. Dear Minister Scorpion, you have to protect yourself, Hyuga Hinata said. Xie suddenly trembled, and tears of regret flowed from the corners of his eyes. Liu Mu looked at the confused Otsutsuki Kagaya in the sky, then at the scorpion rolling on the ground, and the corner of his mouth twitched again. We can't wait until Otsutsuki Kagaya makes trouble again after it is resolved. Now that Scorpion has lost his fighting ability, who can restrain Otsutsuki Kagaya? But Liu Mu didn't dare to speak. If a mosquito lands on your heart, you'll be in trouble. Otsutsuki Kagaya looked down stupidly. It is said that 3 women make a show, but now it seems that the ancients did not deceive me. However, it seems that the strongest puppet master lost his fighting ability, and he seems to have survived again. Liu Mu, it's your turn to take action this time, Otsutsuki Kagaya said seriously. There was no way around Liu Mu anyway, so it was better to face him directly. After all, Heiju's intelligence is really unreliable. If there is a perverted master below, not to mention whether he will be beaten to death, the mental torture will definitely be top-notch. Liu Mu, who was named, twitched his mouth. Now that Chakra has recovered a little, if he deals with other ninjas, Liu Mu is 50% sure that he can scare them away. But Otsutsuki Kagaya is really silly and sweet. If you want to rely on bluffing tricks, you will basically not be able to scare away Otsutsuki Kagaya. No matter what you say, you have to show your true strength like Scorpion. Liu Mu's mind was racing, hoping to find a way to deal with Otsutsuki Kagaya. Suddenly seeing the confused Uzumaki Naruto not far away, his eyes suddenly lit up. In the original plot, Uzumaki Naruto relied on a reverse harem technique to succumb to Otsutsuki Kagaya. Then maybe it can be successful now. The more Liu Mu thought about it, the more feasible it became. After all, Otsutsuki Kagaya has been sealed away for countless years. How could she have seen a scene as big as the reverse harem technique? Moreover, it is a reverse harem technique with special effects. However, a little more chakra needs to be restored. For a moment, Liu Mu's face showed a confident expression again. Even the look in Otsutsuki Kagaya's eyes was a bit relaxed. Are you so anxious to face me? Liu Mu said disdainfully. Even if she is yellow in her heart, her face should still appear calm and calm. Only in this way can we truly bluff Otsutsuki Kagaya. Otsutsuki Kagaya couldn't help but take a step back, her eyes full of fear for Liu Mu. Although the chakra on Liu Mu's body is simply child's play for Otsutsuki Kagaya. But my subconscious kept reminding me, Liu Mu is very strong. Very strong. Stronger than ordinary people, Had it not been for the inability to escape, Otsutsuki Kagaya would never have chosen Liu Mu as her enemy. Since you can't escape, let's just fight. Otsutsuki Kagaya snorted coldly. Without being hasty, I want to ask you, what do you think the meaning of life is? Lu Mufeng said calmly, like a master with an immortal style giving guidance to the younger generation. Otsutsuki Kagaya was stunned for a moment, and all the ninjas were stunned for a moment, and they were all lost in thought. Otsutsuki Kagaya's status in the Otsutsuki clan is very low. She is often excluded and suppressed by others, and has long lost the meaning of her life. Even confused, what is the purpose of living? The ninjas lowered their heads and began to think. The moment he became a ninja, he completely lost his humanity and became a killing machine. The most common thing I see is that my friends around me leave. It felt a little sad at first, but then it became completely numb. I don't even know what I'm fighting for. Seeing Otsutsuki Kagaya deep in thought, Liu Mu raised the corners of his mouth slightly. I think human life is very short. Instead of thinking about the illusory future, it is better to live in the present and enjoy the present life. Ninjas also have their own lives. They should not be blinded by fighting. They should enjoy their current life. Liu Mu felt chakra's recovery as he spoke. Finally Liu Mu's eyes lit up, and the chakra finally reached the expected chakra. Just as he was about to use ninjutsu, Black Zetsu suddenly spoke. According to you, what's the difference between it and Eye of the Moon? Heiju asked. Liu Mu was stunned for a moment, and his words stuck in his throat. You talk a lot, you despicable foreigner, try my ninjutsu. Liu Mu said in anger. Chapter 222-3 Liu Mu. Liu Mu crossed his index fingers, and with the only movement of chakra, bursts of smoke suddenly rose. Otsutsuki Kagaya was stunned for a moment. After seeing Liu Mu's ninjutsu before, and then looking at Liu Mu's ninjutsu at this time, Otsutsuki Kagaya began to wonder who was the messenger. Rather than being a divine envoy, Liu Mu now only has the strength of Konoha Genin. Multiple Shadow Clone Jutsu. Otsutsuki Kagaya smiled disapprovingly. The art of multiple shadow clone is like popping up a balloon for yourself. Just touch them all and they'll explode. I didn't expect Liu Mu to perform this kind of ninjutsu at all. My dear son, do you think this Liu Mu is a big liar? Otsutsuki Kagaya lowered her head and looked at Black Zetsu in her sleeves. But Otsutsuki Kagaya suddenly discovered that her huge sleeves were missing, and even Black Zetsu was missing. The long skirt also disappeared and turned into a pleated skirt that did not reach the knees. It's exactly the same as the sailor uniform in Heizetsu's memory. Genjutsu. I can win Genjutsu. I have to say that Liu Mu is pretty good. Otsutsuki Kagaya said. Then mobilize the chakra in your body to prepare to break through this Genjutsu. But when Otsutsuki Kagaya clapped her hands together, a look of astonishment appeared on her face. Impossible, why can't I mobilize chakra? Otsutsuki Kagaya said slightly panicked. You know, Otsutsuki Kagaya is the woman who ate the chakra fruit. The chakra in the body is like the vast starry sky, there is no end at all. But now, Otsutsuki Kagaya can't feel any chakra at all. Damn, is this Genjutsu so powerful? Otsutsuki Kagaya frowned and said. Then he slowly raised his hand and hit his face hard. Snapped. The loud slap came as promised, but the familiar chakra did not come back. At this moment, Otsutsuki Kagaya finally panicked. Like a headless fly, scurrying around in the smoke. Suddenly, Otsutsuki Kagaya bumped into something like a wall, causing her forehead to turn red. Otsutsuki Kagaya shed tears and covered her forehead with her hands. Why are you so careless? The sudden sound startled Otsutsuki Kagaya, and he took a few steps back before recovering. Otsutsuki Kagaya looked up and saw that the original smoke had disappeared, and a strong man stood directly in front of him. Those strong muscles made Otsutsuki Kagaya drool, and her hands couldn't help but want to touch them. But when he saw the other person's face, Otsutsuki Kagaya's hair suddenly stood up. Liu Mu, what on earth are you ninjutsu? Otsutsuki Kagaya said angrily. Kagaya, are you suffering from the Chunabu again? I told you not to look at the Hokage ninja. Look at what you look like now. Liu Mu said helplessly, shaking his head. Hokage ninja. Otsutsuki Kagaya frowned and kept thinking. The next second, a man dressed in sunshine walked up to him with a basketball in one hand and a shoulder bag in the other, and then threw the shoulder bag into Otsutsuki Kagaya's arms. The latest version of the Hokage ninja you want. At this moment, Otsutsuki Kagaya could see the other person's face clearly. Although he was dressed in a sunny manner, Otsutsuki Kagaya was very convinced that this face was still that of Liu Mu. Shadow clone, right, I won't be fooled, Otsutsuki Kagaya said warily. Yes, we are all shadow clone, and we are also shadow clone of Uzumaki Naruto's reverse harem technique. Have you been hit by Kagaya? Another voice sounded, and Otsutsuki Kagaya was startled again. He quickly turned around and saw a gentle man standing not far away, wearing black-rimmed glasses and holding a stack of books in his hands, looking at him fondly. Not surprisingly, it turned out to be Liu Mu's face. Otsutsuki Teru Yoruichi was suddenly confused and had no idea what Liu Mu was going to do. The three Liu Mus in front of them had no intention of attacking at all. Although their expressions were different, the doting in their eyes could not be hidden at all. Okay, stop teasing Kagaya, we have been childhood sweethearts for so many years, we can't tell who is who, right? Jian Shuo Liu Mu said. You can't tell the difference, but you can definitely recognize me. Glasses Liu Mu said proudly. Wear a pair of glasses all day and pretend to be polite. Kagaya ignores them. This is the finale of Hokage Ninja. You have been looking forward to it for a long time. Find a place to watch it quickly. Sunshine, Liu Mu said. Otsutsuki Kagaya's eyes were still alert, but her hand slowly opened the zipper and saw a book in the shoulder bag. Otsutsuki Kagaya originally didn't want to pay attention to it, but when she saw the character on the cover, wasn't it herself? For a moment, Otsutsuki Kagaya's curiosity was aroused. I took it out and took a look at the cover. The 4 characters, Hokage Ninja, were written on it in fiery red. Otsutsuki Kagaya couldn't help but frown. Just looking at this cover, I think it looks like a villain. Then he opened the first page unconvinced. Reverse harem technique. I fell into the trap with a few men. Then I was beaten. Then I was sealed. Then my son's descendants started fighting. And then it ended. Otsutsuki Kagaya became more and more unhappy as she watched, and eventually even the veins on her forehead popped out. The urge to tear up the book suddenly arose in my heart. But soon Otsutsuki Kagaya discovered something unusual. No matter how I searched, I couldn't find Liu Mu. Isn't this right? What the hell are Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke? Where is that divine messenger Liu Mu? Otsutsuki Kagaya asked. Sunshine Liu Mu walked over with a smile on his face. Kagaya, this is the original work. The divine messenger Liu Mu you mentioned is a fan fiction written by you yourself. Are you kidding me? Sunshine Liu Mu said. Yes, animation and reality must be distinguished. If you continue like this, we will not allow you to watch Hokage Ninja. Glasses Liu Mu said, but I would like to know, which of us is the model Liu Mu based on? Liu Mu, a strong man, said while touching his nose. For a moment, Otsutsuki Kagaya was confused. I don't know whether it's Genjutsu now or the real world now. I was too deep into it before. No matter which side it is too real, as if it really existed. Otsutsuki Kagaya ran back home crazily according to her memory. When he returned to his room and saw the Hokage ninjas neatly arranged on the bookshelf in the room, his eyebrows wrinkled again. Otsutsuki Kagaya took the first volume with a heartbeat. I want to see if this Hokage ninja overlaps with the ninja world in my memory. Chapter 223 We Were All Wrong. Otsutsuki Kagaya took off her glasses and kept rubbing the bridge of her nose. After a few days of staying up all night, Otsutsuki Kagaya read all the Hokage ninjas, and also read the fan fiction she wrote. I was still confused as to which side was the real world, but it became clear at this moment. How can there really be a ninja world? I'm really obsessed with it. Otsutsuki Kagaya stretched lazily, scratched his shoulders and walked out of the room. Kagaya, you're here, I've just prepared breakfast for you. Liu Mu said with a smile. At this moment, an ant-like smile appeared on Otsutsuki Kagaya's face. Although the ninja world is fake, the countless years that have been sealed seem to be real. Now seeing the 3 handsome Liu Mu in front of him, steam is coming out of his nostrils and his heart is beating faster. Well, I don't want to have unrealistic dreams anymore. It's time to think about the major events in life. After an unknown amount of time, Otsutsuki Kagaya trembled all over and looked around in confusion. Then a happy expression appeared on his face. Here, have I traveled to the ninja world? Otsutsuki Kagaya said excitedly. His eyes looked around, full of curiosity no matter what he saw. Especially after seeing Liu Mu, the excitement on his face was even brighter than before. I'll go, Liu Mu. Otsutsuki Kagaya ran over excitedly, but as soon as she took a step, she stepped on her long skirt and fell to the ground, her face coming into close contact with the earth. Liu Mu, come and help me, Otsutsuki Kagaya said aggrievedly. Liu Mu didn't react at all, but Heiju spoke. Mother, what's wrong with you? Liu Mu is your biggest enemy. You let him help you. Heiju said carefully. Enemy, it's just at night. Otsutsuki Kagaya's face turned red in the middle of her sentence. Suddenly he reacted and looked at his sleeves in surprise. Here I go, isn't this the filial son Black Zetsu? Am I Otsutsuki Kagaya? Isn't it you or who is it? Heiju said helplessly. Liu Mu looked at Otsutsuki Kagaya warily. Just after the reverse harem technique was performed, a huge smoke appeared in front of him. In just a few seconds, Otsutsuki Kagaya seemed to have changed into a different person. However, Liu Mu did not dare to be careless at all. After all, the strength of Otsutsuki Kagaya is there. No matter how silly and sweet she is, she still has good combat power with the cooperation of Black Zetsu. While Liu Mu was thinking, Otsutsuki Kagaya ran over and hugged Liu Mu. His cheek pressed directly against Liu Mu's face and kept rubbing against it. Makiko, why are you frowning? This will cause wrinkles. You have to smile like me, Otsutsuki Kagaya said with a smile. Mother, what a chance, kill Liu Mu directly. Heiju shouted excitedly. After all, at such a close range, even an immortal can't avoid ninjutsu's attack. Kill your sister, you want me to murder my husband? Otsutsuki Kagaya said angrily. Seeing this scene, all the ninjas became nervous. They all wanted to go up and help subdue Otsutsuki Kagaya. But at this moment Shaw stretched out his hand to stop him. Does it make any difference to a god than anyone else in this world? Scorpion, didn't you say at the beginning that Senior Liu Mu wanted to kill Otsutsuki Kagaya to avoid future troubles? Zabuza Momochi asked in confusion. Senior Liu Mu, relying on his own charisma, can influence the other person spiritually. This is love, this is great love. Ah, where did Minister Shie go wrong? Kuretsuchi asked anxiously. Why not take action this time? That will definitely solve the problem. Shie was silent for a moment, and then his eyes lit up. It doesn't even make any difference whether they are human or not. After all, to the gods, the war in the ninja world is like a fight between children. Yes, Liu Mu is a divine messenger. How could he just help our Akatsuki organization? He is helping the entire ninja world, Nagato said as he wiped his tears. That's it. It turns out that you are worthy of being Minister Shie. It's because our vision is too short-sighted. Otsutsuki Kagaya is just the enemy in front of me. Even if she is defeated, various enemies like Otsutsuki Kagaya and Otsutsuki Momoshiki will still appear. Being able to meet and serve my master is the greatest honor in my life, Conan said. When he said this, Scorpion suddenly trembled. Have you not seen that Senior Liu is so calm? Everything is under his control. Shie covered his throat and made a hoarse voice. Scorpio felt that he had discovered the truth of the matter, and the more he talked about it, the more excited he became. Everyone suddenly trembled. To the gods, everyone in this world is the same existence. To Senior Liu Mu, everyone is like a child. After all, Shie was the first person to come into contact with Liu Mu, and he was also the man who knew Liu Mu best. Senior Liu Mu is a messenger sent by God. If even Scorpion understands it wrong, then the direction of the entire Akatsuki organization is completely wrong. As expected of you, Scorpio, otherwise we would have been confused for how long. Uchiha Itachi said gratefully. It's just that Liu Mu, as a god, couldn't bear to see the wars in the ninja world continue, so he came down to earth to save all sentient beings. Shie waved his hand, but his face showed that he was enjoying this feeling very much. Suddenly a look of shame appeared on Scorpion's face. I just have more contact with Senior Liu, but Senior Liu's profound meaning is definitely more than that. I still have to study it carefully. Actually, I have always looked at Senior Liu Mu from a human perspective. This is the biggest misunderstanding. I was superficial and misunderstood what Senior Liu Mu meant, and this misunderstanding instantly lowered Senior Liu Mu's height from the clouds to the lowest level. Shie shook his head as he spoke. What does the master mean? Conan asked carefully. Liu Mu is such a person and will never do anything unnecessary. No matter who wins or loses, the gods will be heartbroken. I still underestimate Senior Liu Mu. It's not that I understood it wrong from the beginning, and it was very wrong. The originally cloudy eyes suddenly became clear. It's just that Senior Liu Mu saw the ninja world fighting endlessly, and then he came to the ninja world to save all sentient beings. Originally, I felt inferior because of my age. Although I regained my youth, I still didn't dare to approach Senior Liu. But now I realize that I was wrong. Who is not a child in the eyes of Senior Liu Mu? Chiyo said. Everyone suddenly showed expressions of realization. Chapter 224 Time and Space Chaos. The members of the Akatsuki Organization once again refreshed their understanding of Scorpion, which also increased Liu Mu's height in his mind. Conan, Kuretsuchi and others who had been accompanying Liu Mu raised their heads and puffed up their chests, looking very proud. At this time, Liu Mu did not dare to move, not even trembling. Let Otsutsuki Kagaya rub there. Liu Mu, are you stuck in a bug? Why can't you move? Otsutsuki Kagaya said with a frown. But when he saw Liu Mu's face, he became addicted again. In that world, he was accompanied by the three brothers Liu Mu. But the weather did not go as planned, and various accidents occurred, causing the three brothers to leave one after another. Otsutsuki Kagaya even fell into depression because of this. When he was dying, he unexpectedly came to the ninja world and saw this face again. Otsutsuki Kagaya secretly decided in her heart that she would never let Liu Mu disappear from her eyes again. Mother, Liu Mu is an enemy. What kind of hit did you get? Ninjutsu, wake up quickly. Black Ju reminded. Otsutsuki Kagaya couldn't help but frown. Then he directly pulled out Heiju and threw him far away. I know better than you whether Liu Mu is good or bad. Otsutsuki Kagaya said angrily. After saying that, he looked at Liu Mu tenderly, fearing that he would disappear again. Brother Mu, please don't leave me again, okay? Otsutsuki Kagaya said coquettishly. Wait, what did you call master? Conan walked over with frowning eyebrows and angrily pulled away Otsutsuki Kagaya's hand. Otsutsuki Kagaya was about to get angry when he suddenly saw Hyuga Hinata Kuretsuchi and others looking at him with their arms crossed. What my name is none of your business. If you want to stop me from being with Brother Mu, don't blame me for being rude. Otsutsuki Kagaya said angrily. Okay, I want to see how you are so rude. Katsuyu Sage sneered. Why am I afraid of you? Come and fight. ... Minister Scorpion, do you really don't need to help? Zabuza Momochi asked worriedly. Shie shook his head slightly. This is a law of nature. Only strong people are worthy of staying with Senior Liu Mu. Moreover, Otsutsuki Kagaya lacks respect for Senior Liu Mu and needs to be taught a lesson. Shie said calmly. Ding dong. It has been detected that the plot direction has deviated, and the subsequent plot has undergone huge changes, entering an independent parallel world. Ding dong. Due to the weak space of the parallel world, it may lead to confusion with other worlds. Host, be prepared. Liu Mu was stunned for a moment. Unexpectedly, the plot of Hokage Ninja has completely changed, and a new parallel universe has emerged. And look at the system reminders. This parallel world is not stable enough and will cause chaos with other worlds. In other words, it is possible that characters from the ninja world will go to other worlds, and characters from other worlds will come to the ninja world. If it comes to a world with low aggression and low combat power, it will be fine. But if a great power comes, the entire ninja world may be shattered. Liu Mu smiled bitterly and couldn't help but shook his head. Looking up, he found that the battle between the girls was over. I saw Otsutsuki Kagaya being pinned to the ground by several people. No matter how hard he struggled, it was of no avail. Otsutsuki Kagaya even shed tears of grievance. Kagaya, stop talking here. When I get familiar with fighting, I will make you all kneel in front of me and sing conquest. Otsutsuki Kagaya sobbed, and became even more aggrieved when she caught Liu Mu's gaze. Miko, hurry up and save me. Kneel down and sing conquest. Your idea is very bold. In that case, let me taste my smelly socks. Shio said with a smirk. He took off the smelly socks without mercy and stuffed them into Otsutsuki Kagaya's mouth. Okay, stop making trouble. The top management of the Akatsuki Organization and the Five Shadows will come over. I need to hold a meeting. Liu Mu said without any doubt. I don't know what kind of enemy I will face next. Therefore, the ninja world must not continue the civil war. Only by uniting can it have a chance to survive. Seeing this, Scorpio's eyes suddenly lit up, and he took out his small notebook and started jotting it down. The first Ninja World Congress, this is definitely a memorable day. From now on, all Akatsuki Organization members will take this day off every year. Xiao said. Liu Mu couldn't help but roll his eyes. There is no time to pay attention to Scorpion now. He needs to take a good rest to restore his own chakra. Only by keeping your condition at its best at all times can you have a chance to not be passive in the next battle. Liu Mu found a stone and sat down, then closed his eyes. System, after time and space are disrupted, will enemies be restricted from entering the ninja world? Liu Mu asked. Ding dong. Due to the different power systems in each world, you will be rejected by the world after entering another world, and the rejection methods are different. For example, in the fantasy world, it will lead to disaster initiation, and in the world of science and technology, various accidents will occur. But if the host has absolute strength and is enough to suppress the opponent's will of heaven, then the rejection will naturally disappear. Then if the enemy invades, will there be advance notice? Ding dong. In principle, there will be no reminders, but this system does not follow the principles and will give certain prompts. Liu Mu couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. With system reminders, at least you don't have to worry about enemies lurking into the ninja world and wreaking havoc behind your back. There is enough time to find the enemy. So are there any intruders now? Ding dong. Scanning. Ding dong. 3 intruders found. Ding dong. It was discovered that the invader's combat power level is similar to that of the ninja world, and the energy source is also chakra. Ding dong. Host, please look for traces of the intruder as soon as possible, and expel or kill them. Ding dong. Mission reward. Special gift package. Liu Mu was stunned for a moment. Unexpectedly, there were actually intruders, and 3 of them came at once. Fortunately, the opponent's power system is quite similar. There is no need to worry about the world being destroyed. The top priority now is to find each other. Senior Liu Mu, everyone is ready and waiting for you to arrive for the meeting. Xie said carefully. Liu Mu opened his eyes and nodded slightly. Okay, I'll be right over. Liu Mu stood up and patted himself, his eyes full of determination. It's time for a showdown. Chapter 225. Be mentally prepared and don't be scared. Everyone, please be quiet. You thought the noise was just a small fight before. Xie looked at everyone in the audience dissatisfied. The Akatsuki Organization member immediately shut his mouth. But the actors from the 5 major countries are no longer so seated. After all, he holds meetings for everyone by himself, and now he always feels a little bit behind when sitting in the audience. Scorpion, you are the minister of the Akatsuki Organization, but you have nothing to do with our country of water. Terumi Mei said dissatisfied. Yes, we want to see Liu Mu. Tsunade slammed the table angrily and shouted. ... Shut up, our Lord Liu Mu is holding a meeting for you. This is a blessing you have earned over several lifetimes. Don't be ungrateful. Xie frowned and said. These ninjas who have not been influenced by Liu Mu's advanced ideas are nothing more than chaos in Xia's eyes. If Liu Mu hadn't specified that Wang should participate, Xie wouldn't have sat with this group of people. At this time Liu Mu came over. Everyone shut their mouths. Although Wang was not convinced by Xie, he was genuinely afraid of Liu Mu. After all, with just a few gestures, you can destroy the existence of a country, and you deserve the respect of others wherever you go. At this time, all members of the Akatsuki Organization stood up and bowed towards Liu Mu. Hello, Mr. Liu Mu, thank you for your hard work. Hello, comrades, thank you for your hard work, comrades. Liu Mu smiled. Kaido, I always feel like I have seen this kind of scene before. When Liu Mu arrived at his position, he was surrounded by the ruins of war. It was not easy to find such a piece of flat land. At this time, Liu Mu felt a little heavy. Next, the space will be chaotic, and characters from various worlds may appear. Rather than being exposed by others, it is better to show off by oneself. Although I can guarantee that I will not be silenced after the showdown, I still feel a little nervous. I am going to say something now that may subvert your understanding, so you must stay calm. Liu Mu said seriously. All of a sudden, all Akatsuki Organization members became solemn. In the past, Liu Mu's instructions were all circumstantial and relied on everyone's understanding to understand. But now he directly reminded me. That is enough to illustrate the seriousness of this matter. Xie took out a pen and paper and took a deep breath for fear of missing any detail of Liu Mu. Seeing that everyone was listening carefully, Liu Mu nodded. Actually, I'm not from this world. After saying that, Liu Mu looked nervously at everyone's expressions, his heart beating rapidly and making a thumping sound. However, the reaction Liu Mu expected did not appear, and no one even reacted at all. They still looked at Liu Mu expectantly. Senior Liu, please continue. Like a student with a strong thirst for knowledge, Scorpion looked at Liu Mu curiously. Aren't you curious about where I come from? Liu Mu said with a twitching corner of his mouth. Senior Liu comes from the God realm and is a messenger of God. Isn't this a well-known thing? Senior Liu should hurry up and get to the point. Xie said disapprovingly. Liu Mu couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth and quickly continued. It's not the divine world. It's an ordinary world. I came from an ordinary world. The ninja world is just a comic book in our world. Liu Mu continued. The expected reaction did not occur. Scorpion, on the other hand, touched his chin and started thinking. Sealing a world in a book and being able to control the time and space of this world at will is really terrifying. Xie said excitedly. Hidan touched his chin and looked at the photo, and couldn't help but ask, why do I feel like the Nine-Tails boy, Itachi's younger brother, and that Otsutsuki Kagaya? As expected, I don't think what Senior Liu said is that simple. If that's the case, let me give you my analysis and see if it's correct. Xie said proudly. Liu Mu was stunned for a moment, and his face suddenly became energetic. Traveling through time by himself turned out to be an insignificant matter. When these words came from Xia's mouth, Liu Mu suddenly felt a little sad. I originally thought that the entire ninja world would be shaken by this, but I didn't expect that everyone would be so indifferent, as if it was the simplest thing. But Senior Liu Mu happened to say two very important things that are well known to everyone, so the secret must be hidden in them. Oh, have you already thought of it? Liu Mu asked carefully. Yes, that's what I mean. Liu Mu sighed and suddenly felt extremely powerless. There are 3 enemies invading this time. Let's work hard to discover them. Seeing that Senior Liu Mu is still so calm, it shows that we can defeat the enemy this time by ourselves. Liu Mu felt as if his heart had been pierced by a sharp sword. After Liu Mu finished speaking, he returned to sit on the stone in the corner. When Liu Mu was speaking, he specifically emphasized time travel, indicating that the problem occurred in time travel. Waiting for everyone scratching their heads. What does analysis mean? Is it correct? Now, except for the number of people, everything has been basically analyzed. I saw the first one, with yellow hair and a face like a cat. I've reminded you so far, haven't you understood yet? Liu Mu asked in a wicked way. Since you can guess so well, then give it a good guess. Found it, found it. Liu Mu was stunned for a moment, his heart filled with disbelief. In order to prevent the enemy from noticing, we can only monitor carefully from the outside and wait for instructions from our son-in-law. This is a portrait of the 3 of us. About an hour later, Hyuga Hiyashi ran back excitedly. Liu Mu even doubted whether Xie could hear his own voice. For a moment Liu Mu looked at Xie with a sneer. It's so tense and time traveling, it means there will be enemies coming from other worlds. Xie asked, with a flattering expression on his face. So what exactly does Senior Liu want to say? Xie continued to ask. After saying that, he looked at Liu Mu with curious eyes. The corners of Liu Mu's mouth twitched. The third picture only has a few simple words. White clothes, white hair, white eyes, white skin. I have a little insight. Senior Liu Mu convened everyone for a meeting so solemnly. It must be a very important matter. Liu Mu's mouth twitched. In the second picture, black shamat hair blocks one eye, and the eye outside is actually a blood-red sharingan. Xie said that he didn't know when he took out a pair of glasses and put them on, looking like a scholar who had read poetry in books. Senior Liu Mu, do you think my analysis is correct? All of a sudden, all the ninjas started to move, looking for the person who came through time. Chapter 226 I am Uchiha Sasuke. Hidan's words immediately shocked everyone present. In particular, Tsunade rushed over, picked up the photo and looked at it over and over again. It doesn't look very similar, does it? Look at how the Uchiha children are so tall, and the Nine-Tails boy doesn't look like him either, Tsunade said. Tsunade, why are you so anxious? Didn't you hear Senior Liu Mu say that they are people from another world? The first thing we need is to control each other. Xie said coldly. Hearing this, Tsunade laughed sheepishly. Yes, let's leave now. Tsunade said. All the ninjas set off at once and arrived at the target location in a short time. I saw 2 people, one tall and one short, walking leisurely on the road. Look, these 2 really look like Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. Hatake Kakashi said, touching his chin. Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help but come closer. When he saw the big man, Uzumaki Naruto showed a shocked expression. Sasuke, do you have an older brother? Uzumaki Naruto said. There is your sister. Uchiha Sasuke said impatiently. No matter what, let's stop him first. Uchiha Itachi frowned. Without waiting for Scorpion to give orders, he rushed forward and blocked the opponent. After the big man saw Uchiha Itachi, he couldn't help but tremble all over, his eyes couldn't help but flicker, and his mouth opened and closed with an expression of hesitation to speak. I think you 2 should stay and talk. Uchiha Itachi said seriously. Master, I seem to have seen this guy somewhere. The little man with yellow hair said. Shut up and get ready to run. The big man said with a frown. But the next second, countless ninjas jumped out and surrounded the 2 of them. The big shamat frowned. Tsunade Jiraiya, Hatake Kakashi, etc. are all famous ninjas. The big Shama was confident enough to leave on his own, but there was an oil bottle behind him, so it was impossible to escape. I have no intention of being an enemy of you, please let me leave, okay? The big man said seriously. Leave, Do you think it's possible? Deidara sneered. The big man Shamat was stunned for a moment and looked at Shinobu in front of him in disbelief. Deidara, aren't you already dead? Wait, Jiraiya shouldn't be dead by now, and brother. The big man Shamat quickly shut up in the middle of his words. I'm dead. Do you also want to try my art? Deidara said dissatisfied. Countless little clay spiders appeared on his hands, crawling towards each other. The big Shamat snorted, and shot out several thunder-type chakras, stabbing the little spider accurately. Suddenly the little spider lost its vitality. Lightning style. Deidara frowned. I am not afraid of other ninjutsu, but this lightning style ninjutsu can defeat me. If it were in the past, I would have to fight for it no matter how much. But after being taught by Liu Mu, I no longer had the idea of being a lone ranger. Brothers, come up and beat me to death. Deidara shouted. The big man Shamat was stunned for a moment, as if he didn't expect Deidara to choose to fight in a group. If he were in peak condition, he could still have a fight, but his current condition is really bad, and continuing to fight would definitely be a waste. So the big man Shamat locked onto Deidara and rushed over quickly. Uchiha hug and throw. The adult version of Uchiha Sasuke's head is completely frozen. The chakra in his body begins to surge, ready to launch a fatal blow at any time. Damn it, hurry up and seal Otsutsuki Kagaya, otherwise the ninja world will be destroyed. The adult version of Uchiha Sasuke said anxiously. Otsutsuki Kagaya is one of the important members of our Akatsuki organization, how could I not stop you? Uchiha Itachi said coldly. Give me some time to figure it out. The adult version of Uchiha Sasuke said in confusion. Only then did he react. Genjutsu, I should have guessed. Maybe there will be big changes in the future because of this. Just as Short Sword was about to stab Otsutsuki Kagaya, suddenly countless crows flew up, and Otsutsuki Kagaya disappeared in front of his eyes. Let me go, I provoked you, and you want to seal me as soon as you come up. Did I eat your rice? Otsutsuki Kagaya said angrily. Who did you catch? Uchiha Itachi said coldly. No one is allowed to move, otherwise Deidara will definitely die first. The big man Shamat said coldly. The ninjas of Konoha village actually performed missions with the ninjas of the Akatsuki Organization, and even himself was among them. I can't say more. Why is Otsutsuki Kagaya here? The adult version of Uchiha Sasuke said mid-sentence, with a horrified expression on his face. The adult version of Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. The big Shamat gritted his teeth and looked at the ninjas around him, and finally he could only sigh helplessly. Especially Otsutsuki Kagaya, if it were not sealed, the ninja world might be destroyed. Uchiha Itachi walked out disapprovingly. I really don't want to be an enemy of everyone. I caught Deidara just to protect myself. The big man Shamat said. Otsutsuki Kagaya looked around at a loss. Actually, I'm Uchiha Sasuke, and that's all I can say. Uchiha Sasuke said helplessly. One hand lifted up the hair, revealing the samsara eye underneath. Brother, don't stop me. The adult version of Uchiha Sasuke said anxiously. As soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha Sasuke rushed out and looked at the man in front of him angrily. For a time, the adult version of Uchiha Sasuke began to doubt life. The big man Shamat was stunned for a moment, looked down, and found that what he controlled was actually just a wooden stake. Could this be the real history, and what I saw before was an illusion? I'm curious as to why you fell in Uchiha's arms. Uchiha Itachi said. A pair of eyes looked at each other coldly, and the big Shimate was immediately made to feel hairy all over. But the adult version of Uchiha Sasuke didn't give the other party a chance to explain at all, and just dodged and rushed forward. Otsutsuki Kagaya became a member of the Akatsuki Organization. Are you kidding me? Why is it different from everything I have experienced? The adult version of Uchiha Sasuke looked at everything in front of him in confusion. Fart, you are Uchiha Sasuke, then who am I? Uchiha Sasuke said angrily, and lightning suddenly flashed on his hand. The big man Shamat hugged Deidara, threw him to the ground, and then pulled out a kunai and pressed it against Deidara's neck. I have traveled from the future, and the more things I do, the easier it is to change history. Why can't I be here? Otsutsuki Kagaya said confused. Chapter 227 Stay away from me, I'm afraid Liu Mu will misunderstand. Adult version Uchiha Sasuke is suspicious of life. They were obviously enemies before, but now they are in love with each other. I don't know if there is something wrong with my memory, or if it was a scam from the beginning. You are Uchiha Sasuke, so this must be little Naruto, right? Hyuga Hinata smiled. I am not Uzumaki Naruto, my name is Uzumaki Boruto, and I am his son. Uzumaki Boruto said with his hands on his hips. Uzumaki Naruto immediately became excited after hearing this, ran over quickly, and looked at Uzumaki Boruto curiously. Are you really my son? Uzumaki Naruto asked excitedly. Although I don't want to admit it, I am indeed your son. Uzumaki Boruto said helplessly. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes suddenly lit up, and he asked coquettishly for a long time. So is your mother Haruno Sakura? Uzumaki Naruto blushed immediately after saying this, and covered his face with his hands, feeling shy. Naruto, how could I marry you? Haruno Sakura said angrily. Hyuga Hinata couldn't help laughing when she saw this scene. Sakura, don't be excited. It's hard to say what will happen in the future. Maybe Naruto moved you and you agreed. Hyuga covered her mouth and smiled. No, my mother is you. Uzumaki Boruto said innocently. Hyuga Hinata suddenly froze on the spot, and the smile on her face completely turned to stone. Boruto Sakura is over there, don't mistake the person. Hyuga Hinata said with a twitching corner of her mouth. I did not admit my mistake. My mother is Yu Hyuga Hinata, and my father is Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Boruto said seriously. Hyuga Hinata was instantly petrified. Uzumaki Naruto rubbed his nose and felt embarrassed. Hinata didn't expect that we would actually get married. Naruto Uzumaki said with a smile. Hinata, don't be disappointed. Maybe Naruto did something that moved you, and then you agreed. After all, you have children. Sakura smiled. Hyuga Hinata's mouth twitched again. Then he quickly distanced himself from Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto, please keep your distance from me, I'm afraid Liu Mu will misunderstand. Hyuga Hinata couldn't laugh anymore and said with a serious face. I glanced at Hyuga Boruto from the corner of my eye, and immediately got goosebumps all over my body. Hinata, don't resist. The gears of time are very powerful. No matter how much you resist, you can't make changes. Uzumaki Naruto said. Hyuga Hinata glared at Uzumaki Naruto. If I have to marry you, I will definitely kill you. Hyuga said with tears streaming down her face, and then ran out wiping her tears. Master Liu Mu, listen to my explanation, I really have nothing to do with that Uzumaki Naruto. The adult version of Uchiha Sasuke frowned at the scene in front of him. Hyuga Hinata has always secretly liked Uzumaki Naruto, which can be regarded as a well-known secret. But the Hyuga Hinata in front of me can be said to be very inconsistent with this title. For a time, the adult version of Uchiha Sasuke began to doubt life again. Could it be that I am really old and have memory problems? Let's just believe that you are the future Sasuke. I want to know what you mean by Otsutsuki Kagaya destroying the world. Uchiha Itachi said seriously. Now peace has finally been restored to the ninja world. If Otsutsuki Kagaya were to destroy the world in the future, Uchiha Itachi would take action without hesitation. The adult version of Uchiha Sasuke nodded slightly, and then patiently explained. Otsutsuki Kagaya was listening on the side. The more she listened, the paler her face became. Finally, she couldn't bear it anymore and started to curse. What is he doing here? Shie asked. That person is called Otsutsuki Arashiki, and we came here because of him. The adult version of Uchiha Sasuke said. Okay, let's change the topic. How did you do this? Uchiha Itachi said looking at the hand of the adult version of Uchiha Sasuke. Hearing this answer, Shie couldn't help but burst into laughter. The adult version of Uchiha Sasuke looked at his hand and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Because of an obsession in my heart, Naruto was definitely hurt. There is absolutely no reason to refute. Oh, who is the 7th Hokage? Could it be Lord Liu Mu? Shie asked. Is this really the Otsutsuki Kagaya that I remember? Otsutsuki. Sha touched his chin and started thinking. The adult version of Uchiha Sasuke looked confused. In the distance, Metkai was looking for the target person, and suddenly a white figure came out. The adult version of Uchiha Sasuke also had to get serious. No wonder he and Otsutsuki Kagaya are so similar, they are the same family. The adult version of Uchiha Sasuke looked at this scene in surprise. The adult version of Uchiha Sasuke was silent. The adult version of Uchiha Sasuke's mouth twitched. Uzumaki Naruto suddenly felt his scalp numb. What is the purpose of your coming here, and who is the person all in white? Shie asked seriously. As you can see, this is not convincing at all. Uchiha Itachi said seriously. Don't worry, history will be rewritten. Uchiha Itachi looked at Uzumaki Naruto with a slight smile. Although I haven't had much contact with Scorpion, I think a character that can be defeated by Haruno Sakura is not that powerful. Nonsense, that boy Naruto can cripple one of my hands. Uchiha Sasuke jumped up like a cat with explosive fur. He is the 7th Hokage. Are you kidding me? Shie laughed. I can't say the reason yet. I can only say that this person is very dangerous. Even the 7th Hokage died in his hands, so I hope to get everyone's help to capture him together. The adult version of Uchiha Sasuke said seriously. I don't know who Liu Mu is, 7th Hokage is Uzumaki Naruto. I always feel like my end is coming soon. But at this moment, he is like a leader, and even his brother Uchiha Itachi is obeying his orders. Everyone closed their mouths for a while, waiting for Shie's question. Liu Mu, listen to my explanation. I really have no intention of destroying the world. Even if I did, I would not be your opponent. UBD, how can you accuse someone of innocence out of thin air? I, Kagaya, am a good citizen, but you describe me as a heinous woman. Otsutsuki Kagaya said and turned around and ran away. Okay, stop fooling around and ask some key questions. Sha walked out seriously, his eyes constantly looking up and down at the adult version of Uchiha Sasuke. The adult version of Uchiha Sasuke wanted to refute, but seeing the current Uzumaki Naruto, he swallowed the words that came to his lips. Adult version Uchiha Sasuke was about to say, but immediately closed his mouth again. Chapter 228 Otsutsuki Arashiki. Otsutsuki Arashiki looked at Metkai in front of him disapprovingly. In Otsutsuki Arashiki's memory, Metkai has always been sitting in a wheelchair. Obviously, someone who can have his legs broken is not a very powerful ninja. So he walked up without any hesitation. That thick eyebrow over there, I have a few questions I want to ask you. Otsutsuki Arashiki asked without any doubt. Metkai looked left and right, then pointed at himself. Are you talking to me? Metkai asked. Who else could it be if you weren't you? If you can answer the question well, maybe I can let you live. Otsutsuki Arashiki said provocatively. Metkai had no intention of replying. Instead, he touched his chin and kept looking at Otsutsuki Arashiki. The white hair matches, the white skin matches, the white pupils match. Metkai took out a piece of paper and kept checking it. Otsutsuki Arashiki suddenly felt offended, and his anger kept rising. Are you provoking me? Otsutsuki Arashiki said angrily. I know you are in a hurry, but please don't worry, I'll finish it here soon. Metkai complained dissatisfiedly, and then took out the note and continued to check. The white clothes are also correct, there is no problem. Quote, Otsutsuki Arashiki was so angry at Metkai's behavior that his chest kept rising and falling. I have secretly made up my mind. Metkai must be killed. After all, there are still many people asking for directions, but the only way to get angry is with Mat Caesar. As a result, chakra surged in Otsutsuki Arashiki's body. That's it. Once that's done, you can go on your way. Otsutsuki Arashiki shouted. A shock wave formed by chakra was also pushed out directly. Yes, it's time to hit the road, then come with me quickly, master is still waiting for me. Metkai smiled. I mean, I'll send you to the paradise. Otsutsuki Arashiki roared, but soon Otsutsuki Arashiki calmed down. He covered his forehead with one hand and laughed. I almost fell into your trap. I didn't expect you to look so rough but have such a small mind. If you want to make me angry with your sarcastic words, and then rely on my violence, you can find a chance to escape. Otsutsuki Arashiki applauded when he said this, but his eyes were still full of amusement. But you don't know how strong I am. In the face of absolute strength, any strategy will seem so feeble. This is the gap between you and me. The more Otsutsuki Arashiki spoke, the more proud he became, and the smile on his face became more and more unrestrained. Metkai scratched his head with one hand and looked at Otsutsuki Arashiki in confusion. What are you talking about? The smile on Otsutsuki Arashiki's face froze, and the chakra on his body went berserk again. Okay you bug, you will pay for your arrogance. Otsutsuki Arashiki said, the bottom line is that you don't want to go with me. Metkai said, follow you, unless you can defeat me, but do you think it's possible? Otsutsuki continued to challenge. Okay, let's see how I burn my youth. Metkai became excited. Cross your hands in front of you. The first gate of 8 gates Dunjia gate of opening is opening. As soon as he finished speaking, a strong chakra rushed out. Otsutsuki Arashiki looked disapproving, but the next second he faced the impact of chakra head-on, and his whole body was thrown to the ground. How can it be? Otsutsuki Arashiki looked at Metkai in front of him in disbelief. Otsutsuki Arashiki has seen a lot of people with strong chakra, but this is the first time he has seen someone who can blow him away with just his chakra. The most important thing is the ninja whom he looks down upon. Suddenly, Otsutsuki Arashiki felt that he was disgraced, and his anger began to rise. Unforgivable, Otsutsuki Arashiki kept emitting chakra to fight against it, but even if he tried his best, he was still at a disadvantage and was still being crushed. No way, this is definitely an illusion. Otsutsuki Arashiki gritted his teeth and looked at Metkai in front of him, and then clapped his hands hard. Shinra Tenjang. With an angry roar, a strong repulsive force pushed him out. Wherever it passed, the earth was lifted up. A huge circular indentation was also pushed out of the surrounding land. But after pushing to Metkai's side, Shinra Tianjang could not move forward even half an inch. It's like there is an unbridgeable gap. 8 gates gate of death opens. Metkai snorted angrily. Suddenly the skin on his body cracked. Dark red light emitted from the cracks. The chakra wrapped around him also turned blood red. Otsutsuki Arashiki smelled the smell of blood in the air and understood immediately. It turns out that you get the power by burning your life force. At first, I thought you were a little clever, but I didn't expect you to have such courage. Very good, I recognize your strength. Otsutsuki Arashiki grinned. The strength gained by burning his own life can be regarded as the final bloom. Deserves respect no matter what. Now that Metkai is about to die, Otsutsuki Ashiki also secretly recognized Metkai's ability and courage. Come on, let me see your strength. Otsutsuki Arashiki shouted, and then kept making seals with his hands, preparing to resist this final blow. Yi Kai. Metkai jumped high, like a blood-red dragon head behind him, flying towards Otsutsuki Arashiki. The speed is as fast as lightning. There is no possibility of dodge at all. Otsutsuki Arashiki secretly praised. I didn't expect that I would meet such a cruel person just after I returned to the past. Fortunately, this kind of ninjutsu can only be used once in a lifetime. Boom. The ground shook violently. Even though Otsutsuki Arashiki used countless methods, he still got kicked firmly. The whole person flew backwards for several hundred meters, breaking countless trees before stopping. His body was even more seriously injured, and he almost died on that foot. What a pity, this kick was a little off, or I would have died. Otsutsuki Arashiki smiled proudly. As long as you are not dead, you can recover quickly with your strong recovery power. But Metkai burned all his vitality and had no chance to live anymore. It's such a pity that such an opponent ended like this. Otsutsuki Arashiki lamented. After all, Metkai had absolutely no chance of surviving. But at this moment, a familiar voice came from not far away. The first gate of 8 gates Dunjia gate of opening is opening. What? Chapter 229 What are you doing? Otsutsuki Arashiki desperately tried to get up from the ground, but the injury was too serious. Even with amazing recovery power, it took such a short time, not enough time to move. But the strong desire to survive made Otsutsuki continue to struggle. Open the Shinra Tenjang for me. A strong thrust came, and Otsutsuki Arashiki's whole body was bounced up and shot into the distance. Watching the scene gradually go away, Otsutsuki breathed a sigh of relief. There was also a feeling of fear in my heart. Just now, after the Gate of Death, the last gate of Metkai's 8 gates armor, was opened, Otsutsuki Arashiki could see with the naked eye that Metkai's blood was evaporated. Ordinary people will become dizzy and lose their ability to fight even if they evaporate a little bit. If it's a little more, you may suffer from excessive blood loss and go into shock. As for Metkai's evaporation, ordinary people would have long since become a mummy. But not only did Metkai not die, he could actually use it again. Is this still human? However, no matter how good Metkai's physique is, it is absolutely impossible to survive the second time he performs it. A ninja can build muscles and practice chakra, but there is no possibility of cultivating the chi and blood in the body. Even if Metkai could survive the first time, he would definitely die the second time. Crazy, really crazy. Otsutsuki Arashiki ran away quickly. As a member of the noble Otsutsuki clan, there was no need to argue with a madman. The 8th gate's gate of death opens. As Metkai roared, a burst of blood rushed out. Otsutsuki Arashiki smelled the smell of blood in the air, and his newly recovered body began to tremble involuntarily. Damn it, this BD is really not afraid of death. Otsutsuki Arashiki said anxiously. The chakra on his body also increased sharply, speeding up his advancement. Hope to escape this blow. Boom. The repulsive force of Shinra Tianjang was like paper in front of Metkai, and it had no blocking effect at all. And Metkai's foot kicked Otsutsuki Arashiki's lower back firmly. For a moment, his internal organs were shattered, and the severe pain kept stimulating Otsutsuki's nerves. My mind went blank, with only one thought. To die. Fortunately, Otsutsuki Arashiki was in the air, so the power of this kick was not fully exerted, but the entire kick was kicked away. It is precisely because of this that Otsutsuki Arashiki did not really die. The sky will never stop me. Otsutsuki Arashiki secretly rejoiced, desperately operating the chakra, and reversed his body. I saw that Metkai's whole body had lost its vitality, like a cracked volcanic rock, with red fire glowing in the black cracks. And Metkai also slowly fell from the air. It's a pity that such a master has fallen like this, but don't worry, I will always remember you, eyebrow monster. Otsutsuki Arashiki said secretly. Then he closed his eyes. I don't want to see such a strong man die unwillingly again. Boom. Metkai fell heavily to the ground, and the charcoal on his body immediately fell to the ground. And where it fell, delicate skin was exposed underneath. Metkai, who was supposed to be dead, trembled all over and then got up with difficulty. This guy is so resistant to kicking. It looks like he needs another kick. Metkai said with a smile. Immediately, the chakra on his body increased rapidly. Gate of opening. The second door, the 8th gate's gate of death opens. With a roar, Metkai emerged with blood-red chakra again, and then rushed out like a cannonball. In just a moment, he came to Otsutsuki Arashiki. With your eyes closed, are you dead? Metkai said doubtfully. Then he slightly frustrated Otsutsuki Arashiki. Otsutsuki Arashiki slowly opened his eyes. But when he saw Metkai in front of him, he was so frightened that he started dancing. How the hell are you still alive? Otsutsuki Arashiki yelled. Why did I die? Your ninjutsu didn't hit me. Metkai said. Otsutsuki Arashiki's mouth twitched, feeling that what Metkai said made sense. After meeting Metkai, he had no chance to take action. It was completely crushed by one side. You must know that even the strongest member of the Otsutsuki clan, Otsutsuki Arashiki, is confident that he can withstand a few moves. But when facing Metkai, he felt a sense of powerlessness. What are you doing? I'm just going shopping, why do you come up and kick me? Otsutsuki Arashiki said with a cry on his face. I was really scared. Seeing Metkai's face was like seeing a ghost. I just want to escape from here immediately. Anyone who likes 10 tails chakra can get it. No, you are the time traveler that master said, and you must take it back. Metkai said seriously. Otsutsuki Arashiki was about to cry. The 7th Hokage, who obviously looked very strong, was easily killed, but the thick eyebrow monster, who looked very weak, was actually ridiculously strong. Now Otsutsuki Arashiki just wants to escape quickly. At this moment, Metkai suddenly lost his ability to move and fell from the air. Seeing this, Otsutsuki Arashiki was overjoyed, then gathered all the chakra and flew forward quickly. Because Otsutsuki Arashiki knew very well, after Metkai fell, he quickly came back up. For a moment, Otsutsuki Arashiki was flying at extremely high speeds, and even heard a sonic boom in his ears. Otsutsuki Arashiki flew so fast for the first time because he was being chased. The next second the familiar smell of blood came again. Otsutsuki Arashiki quickly mobilized his whole body chakra and rushed forward without even looking back. Because when I turned around, I was definitely greeted by a pair of size 43 feet. At this time, Otsutsuki Arashiki saw a young man walking not far away, surrounded by a group of ninjas. Judging from his status, he is definitely very noble. Now that he can't escape, he can only capture the hostages, maybe he can get a way out. Then he quickly controlled chakra and swooped down. It's bad there are assassins. Hurry up and protect Senior Liu Mu. Damn, how dare he? The ninjas shouted anxiously, but Otsutsuki Arashiki's speed was too fast. He rushed in front of him in just one breath, and grabbed Liu Mu's throat tightly. Seeing this, Metkai quickly braked and stopped not far away. Otsutsuki Arashiki felt proud when he saw that the person in his hands could really frighten Metkai. Secretly admire his wit. Everyone stop, or I will kill this kid. Chapter 230 Full Cooperation. Liu Mu looked in front of him in fear, feeling Akatsuki Ura's claws, and his heart beat rapidly. Even though he was just walking, he was inexplicably caught by Akatsuki Arashiki. And isn't Akatsuki Arashiki going to appear in that one? According to the timeline, Uzumaki Boruto may not even be considered a tadpole. Fortunately, there are more and more ninjas gathering around. All are elite members of the Akatsuki Organization. Especially Scorpion and Metkai have the ability to destroy the world. Liu Mu felt a lot relieved for a while. UBD, let Senior Liu Mu go quickly. If my son-in-law hurts a hair, I will make it impossible for you to live or die. If you are wise, please let Senior Liu Mu go. The ninjas shouted angrily, and Akatsuki Arashiki also became nervous. If it had been the first half hour, Akatsuki Arashiki would definitely not have been timid at all, and would even have been a little excited. But after meeting Metkai, Akatsuki Arashiki felt unsure. Who knows what the strength of this group of people is? If another Metkai comes, a few lives won't be enough to kill him. Don't come over here, I'm going to take action if you come over again. Akatsuki Arashiki said excitedly. Even his hands trembled involuntarily. The corners of Liu Mu's mouth raised slightly. For the first time, I felt a sense of security among the members of the Akatsuki Organization. As long as they were in Liu Mu, there was nothing to fear. What a damn sense of security. I advise you to let go. Liu Mu said calmly. Akatsuki Arashiki shuddered. After being hit on the vital point by himself, he could still speak so calmly, as if everything was under control. That calmness made Akatsuki Arashiki's already fearful mood become even more nervous. I advise you not to provoke me, otherwise I will break your neck. Akatsuki Arashiki's voice trembled. Therefore, he used a little more force on his hand, and a burst of pain stimulated Liu Mu's brain. His eyebrows also wrinkled. UBD, you dare to hurt my fiancé. Kuretsuchi said angrily. He said that he was going to rush forward. But as soon as he took a step, Shie suddenly stretched out his hand to block the way. Scorpion, what do you want to do? This BD actually hurt my fiancé. I'm going to fight with him. Kuretsuchi said angrily. Shie shook his head helplessly and looked at Kuretsuchi as if he were a fool. How powerful do you think Senior Liu Mu is? Shie said. Kuretsuchi was stunned for a moment and didn't understand why Shie asked, but he still subconsciously replied, very strong, invincible in the world. Shie nodded slightly. Very good. Senior Liu Mu is the strongest being I have ever seen. Will such a powerful ninja be easily captured by the enemy? Shie said with a smile. Kuretsuchi trembled. The more powerful a ninja is, the stronger his reaction ability is. For a being as powerful as Liu Mu, the reaction time of the blink of an eye is enough. It is definitely more difficult to control Liu Mu at once than to destroy the ninja world. For a moment, Kuretsuchi felt that his brain was not enough. Then why does Liu Mu have to be controlled? Haidu asked. Scorpio's face is full of disappointment, like a hardworking teacher who sees his students failing the exam. It's more disappointing than angry. This was definitely caught on purpose, and Senior Liu Mu's purpose was most likely for information. Shie said patiently. Kuretsuchi suddenly trembled. My originally chaotic mind suddenly became clear. Liu Mu just had a meeting and talked about the existence of another world. Now all ninjas have almost zero knowledge of other worlds. Now that a person from another world has finally arrived, instead of killing him, it is better to say something. You might get unexpected gains. Liu Mu is looking too far ahead, Haidu said with admiration. Don't hurt Liu Mu, let's leave now. Haidu quickly agreed. I heard that BD Liu Mu call me the shadow of my legs before. Could it be that he is interested in me? At this time, the corners of Liu Mu's mouth kept twitching, and he was not as calm as before. Why are you shaking all over? Then he quickly blushed again. If you want to collect information, it is naturally impossible to do so with so many people. Looking at Kuretsuchi's expression, Shie couldn't help but shook his head slightly. The first step is to create opportunities for the two of you to be alone. Kuretsuchi's eyes suddenly lit up. For a moment, Kuretsuchi couldn't help but secretly admire Shie, who really understood Liu Mu's existence best. The thought of giving up even arose in my mind. Akatsuki Arashiki looked at the empty place in front of him in surprise. Okay, don't think too much. Since Senior Liu Mu did it on purpose, let's cooperate well. Shie said. So what you mean is that going to our village to make an engagement with me was also based on Liu Mu's calculation? Haidu asked expectantly. Recently, Haidu felt that he was becoming more and more like a licking dog, and he still got no response from Liu Mu. Of course, Senior Liu Mu has calculated every step clearly and will never do anything meaningless. Shie said categorically. The Akatsuki Organization members reacted immediately and backed away desperately. Kuretsuchi said to himself, subconsciously looking at his long legs. Watch my operation, Shie said confidently. Kuretsuchi nodded confusedly. You must not hurt Senior Liu Mu. Let's move back now, Shie said nervously. Boy, these people seem to care about you. Akatsuki smiled confidently. It started with 2 people. With just a few small actions, Liu Mu's thoughts were understood. Kuretsuchi's heart suddenly beat wildly. After the discussion was over, Scorpio's face suddenly became tense. He didn't expect that a hostage he grabbed at random would be so useful. All of a sudden, all the ninjas were scared away. How to cooperate? Kuretsuchi asked after coming back to his senses. The most important thing is that Liu Mu was grabbed by the throat, and there was no room for resistance. Although he has shadow level strength, But after listening to Scorpion today, I suddenly started looking forward to it. But in front of Otsutsuki Arashiki, it was simply not enough. He kept thinking about Liu Mu's purpose. Senior Liu Mu's long-term vision is not something you and I can see clearly. The more I study Senior Liu Mu, the more terrifying I feel about Senior Liu Mu. It seems that everything is in his plan. Chapter 231 Thunder Tribulation from Heaven. Liu Mu's heart was beating rapidly. After all, your life is in the hands of others. But he didn't dare to show it, because if Otsutsuki Arashiki knew that he was just a minion, he would become a piece of meat on the chopping board and be slaughtered by others. I'm so excited. Liu Mu laughed. Otsutsuki Arashiki shuddered. Who gets excited when facing death? The first is the madman, because the madman is not afraid of death at all, and even certain points will make him excited. The second is to have absolute strength. With absolute strength, the danger in front of you will naturally no longer exist, and you can even carry out counterattacks. Judging from the performance of the Akatsuki Organization members just now, Liu Mu is obviously not crazy. Then there is only one possibility, a master with supreme strength. Don't be impulsive, your life is in my hands. I can kill you at any time. No matter how powerful you are, I can break your neck in an instant. Otsutsuki said in fear. Hearing this, the smile on Liu Mu's face became even stronger, and he even turned to look at Otsutsuki Arashiki. Are you sure that my life is in your hands, not yours? Liu Mu challenged. For a moment, Otsutsuki Arashiki's hands started to tremble. He wanted to control, but the fear from his heart made Otsutsuki Arashiki unable to stop at all. What do you want to do? Otsutsuki Arashiki asked tremblingly. Liu Mu raised the corners of his mouth slightly, gently moved the hand stuck around his neck, and looked at Otsutsuki Arashiki with a confident expression. A very smart choice. Otsutsuki Arashiki gritted his teeth and looked at Liu Mu. Although I felt aggrieved, I didn't dare to get angry at all. Because Liu Mu is too unpredictable. He looks like a slightly more powerful ninja, but Otsutsuki Arashiki knows very well. How could someone who could control a monster like Metkai be ordinary? And the reason why I couldn't see through Liu Mu was because the gap between the two was too big. However, Otsutsuki Arashiki still refused to give up. As a member of the Otsutsuki clan, I am not allowed to surrender without fighting, so please show your strength. Otsutsuki Arashiki said with a dark face. Liu Mu's mouth twitched. I didn't expect Otsutsuki Arashiki to show up like this. You must know that Otsutsuki Arashiki has the power to crush Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto in their strongest state. Liu Mu is just an ordinary shadow-level person, how could he be his opponent? You have to know that if I take action, you may die. Liu Mu said in a low voice. Then please, Otsutsuki Arashiki said. Liu Mu's face turned dark instantly. Now there is no room for retreat, all we can do is grit our teeth and start fighting. Then get ready. Liu Mu closed his eyes as he spoke and began to mobilize the power of nature to activate Sage Mode. After all, if you don't bluff Otsutsuki Arashiki, you can still escape using Sage Mode. The forces of nature gradually gathered together. The sky suddenly became dark. The rolling dark clouds seemed like the sky was about to fall, making people unable to breathe. In the middle of the dark clouds, there is an eye of the wind, which looks like an eye watching everything in the lower world. What the hell is this ninjutsu? Otsutsuki Arashiki looked at the scene in front of him doubtfully. That astonishing sense of oppression, anyone with the slightest strength will be suppressed to the point of being out of breath and suffocated to death. The eyes in the dark clouds are like the eyes of God, looking at the world with contempt. What kind of ninjutsu is it that can attract the attention of God? Moreover, this ninjutsu has not been fully activated yet. The swirling dark clouds were turning faster and faster. Thunder kept flashing in the dark clouds, as if God was angry. Boom! There was a flash of thunder, followed closely by thunder. I saw the lightning hitting Liu Mu impartially. Otsutsuki Arashiki's heart skipped a beat, and he was so frightened that he backed away and sat down on the ground. His eyes were even more round, looking at the scene in front of him in horror. If it were ordinary lightning, Otsutsuki Arashiki would have the confidence to take it. But the lightning in front of me was no ordinary lightning at all. The moment it fell from the sky, it seemed to split the world into two halves. Even the space is about to be torn apart. You must know that this does not rely on skills to tear the space apart, but entirely relies on brute force. If this lightning strikes Otsutsuki Arashiki, there is no doubt that not even ashes will be left behind. Is he dead? Otsutsuki asked carefully. This was the first time I saw someone use ninjutsu to kill himself. But the next second, a red light suddenly appeared in the smoke. It's not so much red light, but a pair of blood-red eyes. No time to think. Another bolt of lightning struck in the sky. This lightning was more powerful than before, and the lightning was as thick as a water tank. This time he hit Liu Mu accurately. For a moment the earth trembled. But Otsutsuki Arashiki made a surprising discovery. Even with such a grand scene, even with two lightning bolts, the surrounding flowers, plants and trees were not damaged at all, they were just swaying in the strong wind. Could it be that this lightning belongs exclusively to this boy? A bold idea flashed in Otsutsuki's mind. When I was a child, I heard from the elders that misbehaving children will be punished by God. The more and more serious mistakes you make, the more severe the punishment from God will be. And this punishment will only be given to disobedient and naughty children. I originally thought this was just an excuse to scare children. But seeing the current scene, Otsutsuki Arashiki couldn't help but become suspicious. What the elders once said is true. But what exactly did Liu Mu do to make God so angry and bring about such a devastating disaster? Could it be? Otsutsuki Arashiki trembled all over and looked at Liu Mu in disbelief. No matter what people do, it is just a trivial matter to God. After all, there are so many lives in the world, and God cannot control them at all. Even if several countries were destroyed before, God did not punish them. Then there is only one possibility. What Liu Mu did was to defy God's will. To put it crudely, it was heaven-defying. Damn, this guy is heaven-defying. Chapter 232 I am willing to surrender. Otsutsuki Arashiki couldn't imagine his guess. You must know that no matter whether it was a war or a battle before, it would not touch the authority of God. It can be said that it was carried out with the tacit permission of God. But Liu Mu is heaven-defying here. What exactly have you done to make God angry? For a moment, Otsutsuki was both scared and curious. 3 bolts of lightning struck down, one more powerful than the other. Even those on the side could feel the oppression of the lightning. After the 3 flashes of lightning ended, the white light between heaven and earth completely disappeared. There was still lightning flashing in the dark clouds, but the lightning was no longer white, but blood red. Every time the lightning flashes, countless people seem to be wailing, as if they are imprisoned in the endless river of time, struggling constantly. And each of these is a former heaven-defying person. Blood-red lightning poured down, but the strange thing was that the thunder and lightning did not make any sound. It was so quiet that it was scary. And where the lightning passed, a huge hole was torn out in the sky, revealing the endless horror behind it. Otsutsuki Arashiki was trembling all over, but his body couldn't even move the most basic way. It was as if his hands and feet were immobilized. The Akatsuki Organization members in the distance looked at this scene with fear, and were secretly glad to be far away from the center. Is this the true power of Senior Liu Mu? Sure enough, Minister Xie is right. Senior Liu Mu's strength is like an abyss. You never know how deep it is. On the contrary, the more you enter it, the more frightened you are by this terrifying strength. Senior Liu Mu is so terrifying. Xie nodded slightly, but felt a little disappointed in his heart. I originally thought that a perfect one-to-one reproduction of the puppet would be able to bring out a little bit of Liu Mu's strength. After seeing the lightning, Xie knew that this puppet was not even close to Liu Mu's level. Senior Liu Mu's depth can only be explored by increasing the length of our thoughts. Therefore, in order not to disappoint Senior Liu Mu, both body and mind must be on the way. Xie said seriously. The 8 lightning bolts ended, and the dark clouds in the sky suddenly dissipated. But the feeling of oppression did not disappear. Not only did it not disappear, but it became countless times stronger than before. The moonlight scattered in the sky gradually gathered. They gathered into a huge figure, holding a hammer like a mountain, raised high. Otsutsuki Arashiki was very sure that with this hammer blow, this forest would disappear completely. It turned into a huge ocean. At this moment, Liu Mu, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, suddenly stood up, still with that gentle smile on his face. For some reason, when Otsutsuki Arashiki saw this smile, he felt inexplicably relieved. It seems that as long as Liu Mu is here, any problems will cease to exist. Are you afraid? Liu Mu smiled. Afraid? Otsutsuki Arashiki said tremblingly. When you miss something in your heart, you will be afraid of losing it. Only by constantly improving your own strength can you truly control your life. You have to watch out. I will never be able to cover my eyes again, let me break them. Liu Mu snorted softly as he spoke. His right hand swung directly into the air. A beam of light that gathered countless powers shot out. Upon hearing this, Otsutsuki Arashiki, who had lowered his head to please, suddenly puffed up his chest, and his aura returned to its peak. Metkai's move would bring him to the verge of death at most, but Liu Mu's move would definitely kill him and not even leave ashes behind. Liu Mu's aura was improving at a speed visible to the naked eye. He never expected that arrogant light and shadow, that light and shadow that could destroy everything, that light and shadow that represented the will of heaven and earth, would be so vulnerable in front of Liu Mu. Until it reached a height that was unimaginable to Otsutsuki Arashiki. Otsutsuki Arashiki, who had just stood up, felt his feet go weak and fell to his knees directly on the ground. Otsutsuki Arashiki's feet softened. At this moment, the dignity of the Otsutsuki clan no longer existed. Light and shadow struggled to resist. Liu Mu was this world at this moment. I just saw Liu Mu defeat the arrogant light and shadow with one punch, and the punch was about to fall on him. But with Liu Mu's powerful power, all resistance is in vain. Liu Mu smiled and looked at Otsutsuki Arashiki and slowly raised his hand. He could only watch his own demise. He actually provoked such a powerful existence. It's just gone. He destroyed the sky. Otsutsuki Arashiki said in disbelief. My lord, please don't slander me. Besides, what does the rules of the Otsutsuki clan have to do with me, Liu Pu? Otsutsuki Arashiki said sternly. After the figure disappeared, the restraint between heaven and earth completely disappeared. Didn't you just say that there's no way that Otsutsuki Arashiki doesn't even have the courage to fight? No matter what, he can still survive. I promise to only follow the instructions. Liu Mu said with a smile. Otsutsuki Arashiki said neither humble nor arrogantly. The unruly expression on his face returned again. On the surface, he looks like a powerful shadow-level master at most. For some dispensable rules, to continue knowing that you will definitely die is not a feat but stupidity. In the next second, all the power quickly retracted into Liu Mu's body, and Liu Mu once again became harmless to humans and animals. When he saw the rebellious expression on Otsutsuki Arashiki's face, he suddenly trembled, with an angry expression on his face. You must know that this is an existence that can even destroy the sky. At this moment, several figures walked out. It was the adult version of Uchiha Sasuke. Liu Mu was also surprised by how quickly Otsutsuki Arashiki changed his face. I still like your unruly look at the beginning, Liu Mu said, shaking his head. The moment the huge light and shadow touched the light pillar, the body involuntarily disintegrated and turned into little stars floating in the air. Stop, I am willing to surrender to you, sir, Otsutsuki Arashiki said flatteringly. Otsutsuki Arashiki actually wanted to fight Liu Mu, just like an ant clamoring to fight an elephant. How dare you, dear sir, I have long been dissatisfied with the rules of the Otsutsuki family. It was only after I met you that I realized that if it is dross, it must be discarded. Thank you for your guidance. Are you ready? This punch is very fast, Liu Mu said. Let go of that kid and let me do it. Chapter 233. Come on, stab it in the heart. Otsutsuki Arashiki turned his head and followed the sound. When he saw that familiar face, he frowned. Isn't this the strong man of the future world? But the strange thing is that there are so many strong men, but none of them take action. But let two weak chickens fight hard there. While Otsutsuki Arashiki was still thinking, the adult version of Uchiha Sasuke rushed over quickly. Uchiha hug and throw. Uchiha Sasuke hugged Otsutsuki Arashiki hard, and then slammed him to the ground. Until his head hit the ground, Otsutsuki Arashiki was still in a daze. Boy, run, Uchiha Sasuke shouted. Liu Mu pointed at himself, his face full of confusion. Are you talking about me? Liu Mu said. Of course it's you. This person is very dangerous. He is murderous and wants to destroy the world. Run quickly, Uchiha Sasuke said anxiously. Suddenly Otsutsuki Arashiki couldn't sit still. With the mobilization of chakra, Uchiha Sasuke flew out. But Otsutsuki Arashiki did not continue to pursue, but ran to Liu Mu and knelt down directly. Master, don't listen to his nonsense. I am a very kind person. Even if I step on an ant to death, I will be sad for a long time, let alone destroying the world. I can't even think about it. It's too scary. Otsutsuki Arashiki, he explained anxiously. Seeing Otsutsuki Arashiki's pitiful and fawning look, Uchiha Sasuke finally reacted. No wonder why this world is different from my world. It turns out that history has been rewritten. Uchiha Sasuke said coldly. The person who can make Otsutsuki Arashiki afraid is definitely the master among masters. And history was obviously completely changed by this man. Then Uchiha Sasuke lifted up his bangs, revealing the samsara eye below. Boruto, this guy is not simple, use your moves to defeat him. Uchiha Sasuke said. Uzumaki Boruto was stunned for a moment. Out of 100% trust in Uchiha Sasuke, without any doubts, he directly rolled the balls with his hands. The corner of Liu Mu's mouth twitched. He didn't understand what happened to provoke Uchiha Sasuke, and he unexpectedly launched a killing move as soon as he came up. Liu Mu has a shadow-level strength at this time, so he is not too scared to face Uchiha Sasuke, and he also has Sage Mode on, so there is absolutely no problem in saving his life. But what worried Liu Mu was that if Otsutsuki Arashiki found out that he was suspicious, something bad would happen. Uchiha Sasuke, are you sure you want to be my enemy? Liu Mu said calmly. Uchiha Sasuke was stunned for a moment and quickly stopped the attack. You must know that even his closest brother Uchiha Itachi, or his childhood self, did not recognize him immediately. Liu Mu wailed in his heart, but his face remained calm and calm. Otherwise, if you carry a rebel with you, sooner or later you will be done with it. What a pity. It only takes a second to see how powerful the master is, but it turns out that this Uchiha Sasuke is a coward and a puppy. If Liu Mu is killed and the world returns to its original state, this beautiful scene will disappear completely. After about a few minutes, he slowly raised his head and looked at Liu Mu. Thinking of this, the lightning in Uchiha Sasuke's hand disappeared, and his face was full of confusion. Liu Mu wanted to smoke Otsutsuki Arashiki, but seeing his complacent and flattering expression, he gave up the idea. According to previous memories, although Uchiha Itachi has not yet reached the time of death, he should be seriously ill and basically unable to survive. For what? To change the world? Liu Mu smiled. Liu Mu was stunned for a moment, but he quickly realized that Uchiha Sasuke saw Otsutsuki kneeling in front of him, and it was normal for him to misunderstand. But there was a puff from beside him. The world is obviously much more cheerful than before. Who are you and why did you come to this world? Uchiha Sasuke said coldly. When he saw the lightning in Uchiha Sasuke's hand, Liu Mu's heart suddenly picked up, and he was always on guard. Uchiha Sasuke lowered his head in confusion, his face full of distress. Then do you have any questions? Liu Mu smiled. If you don't come here, you're just a puppy. Otsutsuki continued to challenge. Chidori hit his heart directly. He really couldn't wrinkle his eyebrows anymore. He must have been cold. There was no chance for him to wrinkle his eyebrows. Can you really change history? Uchiha Sasuke asked. The corners of Liu Mu's mouth raised slightly, with a confident expression on his face. Otsutsuki Arashiki had a disappointed expression on his face, and kept muttering in a low voice. Of course, you can tell just by looking at it. Liu Mu said. Fortunately, I was able to bluff him again. After all, for Uchiha Sasuke, the brother controller, Uchiha Itachi means the world. Liu Mu couldn't help but rolled his eyes. Otsutsuki Arashiki, this idea is too dangerous. He must be reformed in the future. For a moment, Uchiha Sasuke's face became even more gloomy, and countless lightning flashed in his hands. Don't you think it's good to have your brother in the changed world? Liu Mu said slowly. Well, then I want to see if your heart is made of iron. Uchiha Sasuke sneered, and the lightning in his hand was a little stronger than before. But the man in front of him called out his name. Boy, you have the ability to stab my master in the heart. If my master frowns even once, I will chop off his head and play it as a ball for you. Akatsuki Organization said arrogantly. Uchiha Sasuke nodded quickly, and after another half a minute he continued. Sir, can you help me find a wife? I really can't bear this now. Uchiha Sasuke was stunned for a moment, and the attack on his hand stopped. Liu Mu let out a sigh of relief. But looking at Uchiha Itachi just now, he was not only lively and lively, he even wanted to play with his own reincarnation. Akatsuki Organization saw Liu Mu being hit by the Nine Heavens Thunder Tribulation. Even the weird red lightning couldn't harm Liu Mu, let alone the Chidori in Uchiha Sasuke's hand. Liu Mu couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Chapter 234 Why are my clothes cold in the middle of the night? Liu Mu kept coughing. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Sasuke's first condition was to change his wife. I wonder what will happen if Sakura hears this. I don't want to get involved in the relationship between people, why don't you try it yourself? Liu Mu said with a smile. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes suddenly lit up. Yeah, I'm already at this age, so I might as well brainwash myself. Uchiha Sasuke said. At this moment, seeing several figures walking in the distance, Uchiha Sasuke suddenly raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Then he suddenly arrived in front of little Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke, please listen to my advice and stay away from Sakura, especially if you can't get married. She is a violent maniac and you can't control her. If you meet a girl with glasses in the future, you must cherish it. Uchiha Sasuke said patiently, while little Uchiha Sasuke's face was full of impatience. You don't have to worry about what I do, even if you are my future self. Little Uchiha Sasuke said impatiently. Oh my god, did I deserve a beating so much when I was a kid? Uchiha Sasuke said unhappily as he rolled up his sleeves. But at this moment, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Haruno Sakura not far away, and hurriedly approached her. Sakura, I am the future Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke said. For a moment, Haruno Sakura's eyes were filled with little stars. Sasuke, I want to know the future where I'm with you. Haruno Sakura asked. Uchiha Sasuke was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly coughed twice. It's not important. Look at my two eyes, which are completely different. One of my hands is still broken. Is a man like this who is away from home all the time your ideal partner? Uchiha Sasuke said seductively. Haruno Sakura looked confused, scratched her face and said with a smile, as long as it's you Sasuke, I'm willing to accept anything. Uchiha Sasuke's mouth twitched, wanting to slap this love brain to death. Sakura, look at Naruto over there, the only son of the 4th Hokage, and he will become the 7th Hokage in the future. Uchiha Sasuke whispered in Sakura's ear, and he can also have multiple shadow clone. Okay, I've been with you since morning. Haruno Sakura's face turned red as she listened, and then she pushed Uchiha Sasuke away and ran away covering her face. Then Uchiha Sasuke moved his gaze to Uzumaki Naruto. I saw Naruto Uzumaki and Boruto Uzumaki talking happily at this time. They looked like brothers rather than father and son at all. Uchiha Sasuke took a deep breath and walked up to the two of them. Boruto, please leave for a moment. I have something to talk to your father about. It's not convenient for a child like you to hear this. Uchiha Sasuke said. Uzumaki Boruto looked at Uchiha Sasuke with contempt. Are you trying to figure me out? Uzumaki Boruto said. Uchiha Sasuke was startled, and his heart beat rapidly. No, I just want to tell Naruto that you must persist in your dream. Just like your dream is Hokage, if you persist, you will become the 7th Hokage. You also have a dream to be Sakura. I feel that you can hold on. Uchiha Sasuke scratched his face and looked at the sky. Uzumaki Boruto looked at Uchiha Sasuke with contempt. I will definitely tell Aunt Sakura when I go back. Uzumaki Boruto said. Liu Mu helplessly looked at the farce in front of him and couldn't help laughing. Although Haruno Sakura had a crush on Naruto Uzumaki when she was a child, she has always had nothing to say about Uchiha Sasuke. Leave it to me, I can handle even Hidan, let alone this guy. In less than 10 days, he will definitely become a good citizen who is dedicated to the organization. Chie smiled. A shout came out the next second. Ah, there's nothing here. Master, please put me down quickly, I know I'm wrong. When he saw Liu Mu, he couldn't help but waved his hand. Liu Mu's mouth twitched and he was about to reach out to untie it. Oh, why am I drunk? I won't be able to remember anything when I wake up tomorrow. But when he saw Konan and Hyuga being tied up clearly, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Liu Mu feebly got up from the bed and dragged his tired body to the window. But just as Liu Mu was about to fall asleep, he suddenly heard the sound of the window slowly opening. At this moment, She came back with a large army. Liu Mu couldn't help but roll his eyes and quickly threw out the hot potato of Akatsuki Organization. But when he saw Liu Mu suddenly appearing, he was startled and fell into the trap. Liu Mu couldn't help but roll his eyes. The traps in the same window and the same position could still be hit consecutively. Senior Liu, please continue, I'll go home and pee first. After saying that, he flew out. Ah, help, Liu Mu shrugged his shoulders. This was Uchiha Sasuke's own decision, and Liu Mu didn't want to care about it. Especially after the two got married, they were able to support a family alone. Finally I got everything settled and I could go back to my home and have a good rest. Liu Mu watched helplessly as Hyuga Hinata was tied up with a rope. Liu Mu began to doubt the professional abilities of these ninjas. Liu Mu nodded with satisfaction. Uchiha Sasuke is so excited now, obviously because he doesn't want Haruno Sakura to be so tired. Lying on the bed in his bedroom, an indescribable feeling of comfort swept through his body. The long-term fatigue was suddenly lifted out of him, and his eyes gradually closed as if they were filled with lead. When he saw Otsutsuki Arashiki next to him like he was licking a dog, his face showed an expression that was natural to him. Just then there was the sound of a window opening from the other side. Senior Liu Mu was hanging clothes out so late at night. Just leave this little thing to me, Pain said. Moreover, this time and space has long been separated from the time and space of the original plot. Even if the changes here are earth-shaking, the original world will not change at all. In the blink of an eye, he saw the wine bottle in his hand and immediately pretended to be drunk. In terms of brainwashing, Scorpion is definitely second to none. Even Genjutsu Master Uchiha Itachi is only 1/10 of Scorpion's ability. I saw Konan tied up and hanging by the window, while Hyuga Hinata was moving quietly next to him. I saw Pain walking and drinking with a bottle of wine. After saying that, he flew over directly. Scorpion has surrendered to our Akatsuki Organization. I will hand him over to you next. You must cultivate him into a talent useful to the ninja world. Liu Mu said seriously. After Liu Mu arranged everything, he stretched lazily. As I expected, no one can resist the charm of Senior Liu Mu, and it is natural to be conquered. Xie said with a smile. Chapter 235 Senior Liu Mu, listen to my quibbles. The corners of Liu Mu's mouth kept twitching. Does Pain need to pee? Such lame excuses were given. However, Liu Mu had already affixed the Flying Thunder God's talisman on Pain's throne. The next second Liu Mu came to Nagato's small room. Nagato was seen patting his chest constantly, with a fearful expression on his face. Fortunately, my excuse this time was perfect, otherwise if there were another spiral millennium killing, then. Nagato stopped here, glanced at the diapers not far away, and couldn't help but wipe the tears from the corners of his eyes. But at this moment, Nagato suddenly felt chakra surging, and that familiar feeling made Nagato couldn't help but tremble. No, Senior Liu Mu, can you come to another place? Nagato said with a cry. No, spiral millennium killing, this time plus the thunder attribute chakra. Liu Mu said with an evil smile. For a while, wailing sounds could be heard in Nagato's room. The never-ending rain in the land of rain also stopped this night. When Liu Mu walked out of Changeman's room, a crowd of people had gathered outside. Arrange Tsunade to take a look at Nagato's injuries. Liu Mu said casually. Just as the waistband of his pants was loosened, Liu Mu subconsciously lifted his pants. But suddenly Liu Mu felt the eyes around him became hot. All the ninjas kept looking at Liu Mu up and down, their eyes full of eagerness to try. Liu Mu was stunned for a moment before he reacted. Wait, I think there is a misunderstanding between us. Liu Mu explained anxiously. Senior Liu Mu, we understand. We have been nurtured by Minister Shaw for a long time, and we have learned to capture some details. Zabuza Momochi said. Yes, we will not be deceived by appearances. We will definitely seize the most critical pain points to study so that we can know the true intentions of Senior Liu Mu. Bai said. Liu Mu nodded blankly. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly found that all the ninja's tools fell to the ground at the same time. Oops, why was I so careless? I dropped the ninja tool on the ground. Let me pick it up slowly. Momochi Zabuza said. What a coincidence, I also lost my ninja tool. Hidan said. It's so evil, so is mine, Bai said. The corners of Liu Mu's mouth kept twitching, and he laughed out loud in anger. You guys pick it up slowly, I'll be here right away. Liu Mu said coldly. The ninjas suddenly became excited. Liu Mu is the envoy of God, representing the will of God. If he is favored by Liu Mu, he may also have divinity in his body, and his strength can advance by leaps and bounds like Scorpion and Metkai. Just then, several people heard Shadow Clone's voice coming from behind them, and their hearts suddenly lifted. I'm afraid, Mr. Zabuza, Shiro said fearfully. Mochi Zabuza showed a gentle smile. Don't be afraid Shiro, it will pass soon, and we will be prosperous soon. Momochi Zabuza said, but why do I feel that there is chakra flowing behind me? It's a bit like a Rasengan with thunder attributes. Bai worriedly said, it's all like this, wait, Rasengan with thunder attribute, Senior Liu Mu, I think we made a mistake, ah. Liu Mu looked at the people kneeling on the ground with a sneer on his face. You know what to say. After Liu Mu said that, he left without looking back. A few people were left with their faces on the ground, crying. Liu Mu left Nagato's residence angrily. He originally wanted to go back to his home, but when he thought of the people hanging by the window, he felt a headache. At this time, I happened to see the lights of Shia's house still on. Thinking that as the nominal boss of the Akatsuki Organization, but never caring about his subordinates, I couldn't help but feel guilty. Then he returned to Nagato's room and ordered 2 bottles of wine, then walked to Shaw's room. But as soon as he arrived outside Shia's house, Liu Mu suddenly felt something strange. Looking down, there were 3 thin lines on the ground that were difficult to see with the naked eye. Liu Mu couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. He has Sharingan and Byakugan, even if his eyesight is not turned on, his eyesight is several times that of ordinary people. Liu Mu can see the thin lines that ordinary people cannot see at a glance. Immediately, Liu Mu crossed the thin line and arrived outside Xia's room door. Just as he was about to knock on the door, he noticed something strange again. Although the door looked very ordinary, Liu Mu could clearly feel the chakra flowing on the door. Just knocking on the door will definitely trigger some special mechanism. For a moment, Liu Mu's competitive spirit was aroused. He put his fingers together and slowly revealed the chakra scalpel. After more than 10 minutes of hard work, the flow of chakra on the door has been completely cut off. Liu Mu opened the door with satisfaction. The lights in the house were on, but no scorpions were seen at all. Just as Liu Mu was about to leave, he suddenly heard the wailing sound of scorpion coming from inside. No, no, Liu Mu was stunned for a moment, and his face suddenly turned ugly. It was completely unexpected that Shaw, as the head of the Akatsuki Organization, would be controlled by someone. And they were locked in a room and tortured. How could Liu Mu endure this? He strode directly towards the room where Xie was wailing. During this period, Liu Mu lit a scroll. As long as everyone around the Akatsuki Organization will receive the news as soon as possible, no matter how urgent the matter is at hand, they will immediately rush to the scroll burning point. This was prepared to deal with unknown time travelers. Liu Mu did not expect that it would be used so quickly. After making all preparations, Liu Mu kicked the door open. Inside the room, Xie was looking at the scroll in his right hand in confusion, while his left hand kept wearing clothes. There was no trace of torture. Not far away from Xie, Liu Mu, wearing JK uniform, was dancing to clean the glass. Xie was startled by the sudden voice. When he saw clearly that it was Liu Mu, his face instantly turned pale, and he even started to stutter when he spoke. Senior Liu Mu, listen to my quibbles. No, it's an explanation. Xie hesitated, and suddenly saw Liu Mu, who was still dancing in women's clothing, from the corner of his eye, and immediately ran over. Senior Liu Mu, I am studying the performance of the puppet, you must believe me. Xie said with a cry. The corner of Liu Mu's mouth twitched, and his face became gloomy. Scorpion, have you ever heard of the lightning spiral millennium killing? Chapter 236 Enemy Invasion. Scorpion was so frightened that he quickly covered his butt. Master, I want to know if you triggered the scroll just now. Xie said fearfully. Of course it's me, I thought you were imprisoned by the time traveler. Who knew you were doing this in the room? Liu Mu said as he glanced at the Liu Mu puppet dressed as a woman, and the corners of his mouth twitched again. Die, Liu Mu said angrily. Xie covered her butt and hurried to the side, shouting anxiously. Master, wait a minute, the most important thing now is not to deal with this thing. Liu Mu froze when he heard this. Can't you just change these clothes quickly? At worst, it will be the same if you tear off the JK uniform. Liu Mu said anxiously. Xie looked like he was about to cry and said hesitantly. No, my puppet is a perfect one-to-one replica, and on this basis I changed the gender. The corners of Liu Mu's mouth twitched again. In front of her feelings, Liu Mu was really a girl. At first, Liu Mu thought that Scorpio just had a problem with his sexual orientation. Now he found that Scorpio's sexual orientation was not a problem, but he always felt something was weird. I'll stop them. Hurry up and put the puppet into the scroll. Liu Mu said helplessly. Xie hurriedly nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Liu Mu came to the gate. At this time, there were already ninjas standing outside the gate, but everyone looked very embarrassed. In particular, Konan Hyuga, Hinata and others rushed over in a hurry before the ropes on their bodies were completely untied. Master, what happened? Konan asked while untying the rope. Did another time traveler appear? Zabuza Momochi said, covering his butt. Honey, are you okay? Kuretsuchi asked with a blushing face. Looking at the anxious people, Liu Mu coughed twice in embarrassment. Obviously everyone was busy with their own things just now. If they knew it was just a misunderstanding, they would probably tear themselves apart. Then he quickly swallowed the words he had thought of at the beginning. Yes, there is indeed a time traveler appearing, and that aura is absolutely correct. Liu Mu said seriously. Suddenly everyone became nervous. That man looks similar to Urashiki. He said he came to capture the princess of the Hyuga family, but I beat him away. Liu Mu thought for a while and said. For a moment, Hyuga Hinata looked at Liu Mu with blurred eyes, and Liu Mu's figure suddenly became taller again. I didn't expect that brother Liu Mu has been protecting me in a corner that I didn't know. I must grow up quickly and repay brother Liu Mu. Hyuga Hinata said to herself. Otsutsuki Arashiki walked out seriously. He rubbed his chin and thought for a long time and said, I probably know who it is, it should be Otsutsuki Tonari. Otsutsuki Tonari, everyone exclaimed, but they didn't expect that there were members of the Otsutsuki clan there. For the top combat power of the Akatsuki Organization, the Otsutsuki clan is no more than that. But for ordinary ninjas, it is absolutely untouchable. Yes, I can only say that that man is very strong. Otsutsuki Arashiki said seriously. Just as he was about to continue speaking, a violent explosion suddenly occurred in the room behind him. Liu Mu turned around with a confused look. I saw Scorpion unconscious on the ground, and the Matkai golden chicken next to him was standing alone, with one foot raised high. The most important thing is that Liu Mu has not put away the women's clothing yet. I saw Metkai put away his feet and said to Liu Mu in women's clothing with a flattering look on his face. Master, where is the enemy? Why didn't I find it? Liu Mu's face turned pale for a moment, and lightning spirals gathered at his fingertips to kill him for 1,000 years. Kai, Come here quickly, that's not Senior Liu, that's the enemy. Otsutsuki Arashiki shouted anxiously. Metkai was stunned for a moment, then turned around and looked up and down. After some operations, his face became even more confused. This is obviously the master. Metkai said. Otsutsuki Arashiki shook his head helplessly, and then said angrily, this is a puppet made by Otsutsuki Tonari. It's a pity that he can't always look up to Lord Liu Mu's holy face. There are flaws in the creation. Don't be fooled. Metkai looked at it again and finally discovered something unusual. Let me go, those chest muscles are so exaggerated, he is indeed a fake master. Metkai said and backed away. For a moment, everyone felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy, with all their hands on their ninja tool bags, ready to attack at any time. By this time Liu Mu was already sweating profusely. If the reason for this was discovered, Yishi Yingming would probably stop there. Then Liu Mu hurried to Shia's side and helped him up. Then secretly used Chidori to wake up Scorpion. But no matter how Liu Mu tried, Xie had no intention of waking up. Just when Liu Mu was about to give up, he suddenly noticed that Shia's eyes were moving. The corners of Liu Mu's mouth twitched again. I finally understood why I couldn't wake up Scorpion. Emotional Scorpion was never unconscious, it was just pretending to be dead. You can never wake up a person who was pretending to sleep, but for Liu Mu, it was just because he didn't act cruelly. Then Liu Mu whispered into Shia's ear, if you don't wake up, you'll never wake up again. As soon as he finished speaking, Xie kept coughing, his eyes slowly opened, and his face showed a tired look. Run quickly, that Otsutsuki Tonari is too powerful, I am no match for him. Xie said with difficulty. Everyone gasped for a moment. Scorpion has a ninja who can perfectly replicate Liu Mu's puppet 1-to-1, and his strength is one of the best in the Akatsuki Organization. If even Scorpion is no match, then with the exception of Liu Mu, no other ninja in the Akatsuki Organization is a match. Quickly, control the puppet to run to the moon. Destroy it when it reaches the moon. Liu Mu whispered. Xie looked at Liu Mu pleadingly, but received a murderous look in return. Xie glanced at his favorite puppet reluctantly, and then began to control it. Liu Mu, who was standing there stupidly in female disguise, raised his head at this moment, smiled disdainfully at everyone, and flew into the air. He's running away. The moon is Otsutsuki Tonari's base. Otsutsuki Arashiki said anxiously. Let him go, he's just a puppet. At least we know who the enemy is. Liu Mu said seriously. On the moon Otsutsuki Tonari moved a small bench in the yard, holding the iced watermelon in his hand, and ate a big piece. An expression of satisfaction suddenly appeared on his face. Sure enough, basking in the sun and ice-cold watermelon go best together. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly noticed a small black dot flying in his direction. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a person. Are you here to eat watermelon too? Otsutsuki Tonari held up the watermelon and smiled. But in the next second, the figure gradually expanded and turned into a huge Patrick star, and then emitted a dazzling light. Bang! Chapter 237 The Second Wave of Travelers. Liu Mu was lying comfortably on the recliner, and Katsuyu Sage was sitting next to him, carefully peeling the grape skins. After a while, a crystal-clear grape was peeled and gently put into Liu Mu's mouth. In the end, Ning Kaichen and Xiaochen were together. Katsuyu asked in fascination. Of course, so love across species is not impossible. Liu Mu said with a smile. Katsuyu Sage opened and closed his mouth several times, with a disappointed expression on his face. Even if two people are together, they still can't get the crystallization of love. They always feel that something is missing. Katsuyu Sage said. Then let's tell the next story. Liu Mu said as he sat up from the recliner. Katsuyu Senin nodded quickly. Just as Liu Mucheng was about to speak, he thought of something else and quickly changed the topic and asked. Katsuyu, your healing technique can really cure anything, such as the problem of insufficient chakra stock and insufficient endurance of Reikiri-like Kakashi. Liu Mu asked expectantly. It's not a big problem. Brother Mu, why did you suddenly ask this question? Katsuyu asked curiously. Liu Mu hurriedly coughed twice to relieve his embarrassment. None of this is important. The story I want to tell next is called The Legend of the New White Snake, about the love between an immortal and a mortal. Liu Mu touched his chin and smiled. For a moment, Katsuyu Sage's face showed an expression of anticipation. But just as Liu Mu was about to speak, the system's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding dong. The time traveler is found. Ding dong. There are two time travelers, and their combat power is at the top level in the ninja world. Host, please handle it carefully. An impatient expression suddenly appeared on Liu Mu's face. The emotions have been heightened to this point, and a time traveler has appeared. What is the difference between this behavior and pain? If the charging port of the system had not been found, there would have been a 1,000-year lightning spiral kill. Brother Mu, what's wrong with you? Katsuyu asked worriedly. It's okay, there are two flies here, we need to deal with them. Liu Mu frowned. Liu Mu was about to start the scroll when he looked up and suddenly found two black spots approaching. Liu Mu couldn't help but smile bitterly. This was the first time Liu Mu encountered such an unabashed invasion. However, the Night Province spent a huge amount of manpower searching for it. After a few breaths, the two black figures had arrived directly above the village. They looked down at the people below like ants. And these two people are none other than Otsutsuki Momoshiki and Otsutsuki Jinshiki. According to the positioning, that guy Arashiki should have come to this time and space. Otsutsuki Momo said seriously. No powerful existence has been found here. Why didn't Arashiki conquer this place and return to the original time and space? Otsutsuki Jinshiki said, instead of thinking wildly here, why not arrest a ninja and ask? Otsutsuki Momo sneered. Then he kept scanning below. Suddenly I found Liu Mu's independent small building, and Liu Mu was standing on the balcony of the small building. I told you to observe carefully. This kid looked up at the moon and said, ah, isn't it obvious? Otsutsuki said, Kinshiki, don't be impulsive, this guy has already told us the answer. Otsutsuki Momoshi said, if it were just one person, Liu Mu would still have a chance to fight. He wanted to rush forward and tear Liu Mu into pieces. Answer my next question, or die. Liu Mu thought and deliberately avoided the eyes of the two people, and slowly raised his head. I'm very satisfied with your answer, but I still want to kill you. Otsutsuki Momo smiled evilly. At this moment, Otsutsuki Momoshi reached out and stopped him. I've seen it before. Liu Mu hesitated for a moment. The ninja world is so big, and the land of rain is so big, why did Otsutsuki Jinshiki and Otsutsuki Momoshiki find themselves directly in front of them? In his hand, chakra was constantly gathering, preparing to give Liu Mu a fatal blow. At this time, Otsutsuki Arashiki was being brainwashed by Scorpion. If the two people in front of him found out, Liu Mu didn't know what would happen to others, and he would definitely be in bad luck. Otsutsuki Momo nodded with satisfaction, and then looked at Liu Mu, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Just as he was preparing to counterattack, he suddenly found 4 figures floating down from the moon. Not even bothering to look at Liu Mu, he said coldly. After speaking, Otsutsuki Momoshi came to Liu Mu with Otsutsuki Jinshiki. The leader was seen with his whole body covered in bandages and his face full of anger. He was none other than Otsutsuki Tonari. Liu Mu was immediately startled. Have you ever seen anyone dressed up like us? Otsutsuki asked. It was him. He was the one who injured me. Otsutsuki Momoshi was stunned for a moment. Unexpectedly, the first person asked the answer he wanted, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. But now that the two of them were standing in front of him, Liu Mu couldn't muster any fighting spirit. When the float landed in front of Liu Mu, and after seeing Liu Mu's appearance clearly, the anger on Otsutsuki's face suddenly rose rapidly. The arrival of the 4 chakras, shouting Otsutsuki Momoshi couldn't help but stop her hand and looked into the sky curiously. Behind him, there are 3 people, Otsutsuki Arashiki, Otsutsuki Momoshiki, and Otsutsuki Kinshiki. I'm asking you a question. Otsutsuki Jinshi said angrily. Otsutsuki Momoshiki shook her head helplessly. I see, I've returned to the moon base. Otsutsuki Jinshi laughed heartily. Even the hand wrapped in bandages started to tremble at this moment. Liu Mu's mouth twitched. Very good, then do you know where he is? Otsutsuki asked. It's just that your house is the most gorgeous. Ah, he didn't speak. Otsutsuki Jinshi asked with confusion on his face. Ah this. The tone was full of murderous intent, as if Liu Mu was not satisfied with the answer, Liu Mu would be killed instantly. Chapter 238 People from Liapu. Otsutsuki Taoshi looked at Liu Mu solemnly. Otsutsuki Tonari's strength is very clear to Otsutsuki Momoshiki, not to mention the protection of the Otsutsuki clan in this time and space. To be able to seriously injure Otsutsuki in this situation, one can imagine Liu Mu's strength. Especially Liu Mu's air of calmness, as if he didn't take the people in front of him seriously. If you dare to bully Tonari, I will help you take revenge. Otsutsuki Jinshi said angrily, but just as he was about to take action, he was stopped by Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Kinshiki, don't be impulsive. You have to think about why Arashiki has not been heard from. Otsutsuki Momoshiki said solemnly. What else could it be? Otsutsuki Jinshi asked with confusion on his face. Don't think about this first. In short, don't take action. Otsutsuki said solemnly. On the other hand, Otsutsuki Tonari was not so calm. I was about to eat watermelon with high expectations, but I was inexplicably rushed to the emergency room. If it weren't for my special constitution, I would have died. Now I am even more angry. Catch him, I will torture this BD to death. Otsutsuki Tonari said angrily. The 3 of them were about to take action when suddenly Otsutsuki Momoshiki from this time and space stopped them. Momoshi, what are you doing? Otsutsuki Tonari said while suppressing his anger. The 2 people in front of me must be Jinshiki and me in the future, and the existence that makes me so afraid will definitely not be that simple. Otsutsuki Momoshiki said. Otsutsuki Tonari was stunned for a moment. After seeing Liu Mu just now, his anger completely obscured his reason and he didn't notice this at all. The strength of Otsutsuki Momoshiki is very clear, and he will definitely become stronger in the future. But even so, he was still afraid of Liu Mu. This shows how strong Liu Mu is. You can't act rashly, we'll just wait and see from the sidelines. Otsutsuki Tonari said. At this time Liu Mu was standing on the verge of collapse. Each of the 5 members of the Otsutsuki clan has super cage strength. Even the strength has far exceeded that of Sage of 6 Paths. Whether it is slander, he can easily control himself. However, these 5 people with big eyes and small eyes showed no signs of taking action. This is absolutely endless mental torture. At this moment, supporting ninjas had arrived one after another, and the first one to bear the brunt was Scorpion. Liu Mu couldn't help but feel happy. For a moment, Otsutsuki Momoshi hesitated, feeling that she was impulsive. Scorpion's puppet can crush Otsutsuki Kagaya, and it is absolutely easy to break the situation in front of you. Master, have you forgotten, my puppet is gone. Ji said with heartache. Liu Pu people, Liu Mu asked with confusion on his face. Don't get involved. I have already joined the Akatsuki Organization, and I am even more fortunate to be given the distinguished surname Liu. You and I are no longer people of the same dimension. Liu Purin said proudly. At this moment, Otsutsuki Yurito ran over, and the clothes that marked the Otsutsuki clan were gone, replaced by the red cloud and black coat of the Akatsuki Organization. How could someone named Liu appear? Although his surname is very common on Blue Star, it is completely unique in the ninja world. Liu Mu's mouth twitched. What about Kai? Liu Mu continued to ask. Liu Purin said with satisfaction, completely unaware that Otsutsuki Taoshi's face had turned completely dark. If it was just Otsutsuki Taoshi, Liu Mu would not panic at all. The corners of Otsutsuki's mouth kept twitching. Yurito, you know what you are talking about. Otsutsuki Momo said angrily. Murderous aura gradually began to spread in his body. Scorpion without a puppet is just an ordinary cage level. He can bully ordinary ninjas, but if he goes up against a few members of the Otsutsuki clan, he will be a complete loser. Is he even worthy of fighting me? Yurito tells him to shut up. Seeing this, Otsutsuki Momoshiki couldn't help but be stunned. But just as he was about to take action, he suddenly found that Otsutsuki Tonari was hiding far away, while Liu Purin had a wicked smile on his face, as if to say, do it quickly, I will make you look good if you do it. Liu Mu coughed twice and turned to look at Liu Purin. Master doesn't want to take action, so it's better to let Liu Pu people try it. Xie said with a smile. Kai said today that he wanted to burn his youth and travel around the ninja world. He shouldn't be able to come back in a short time. Xie said. Yurito, what's going on with you? Otsutsuki Momoshiki asked. Seeing Otsutsuki Momoshi step forward, Otsutsuki Arashiki quickly took a few steps back. Of course I know. Before I met Senior Liu, I felt like a frog in the well. After joining the Akatsuki Organization, I gained the advanced ideas of Minister Scorpion, and learned about Senior Liu's amazing strength and forward-looking vision. I feel like my whole being has been elevated. But Otsutsuki Jinshiki looks like a complete fool, and special effects may not be able to limit him. Scorpion, please clean up the 5 flies in front of you. Liu Mu said impatiently. It's all this guy, right? Let me tear apart his pretense of lies. Otsutsuki Momo said angrily. Leave it to me. Otsutsuki Jinshi fisted his hands, making a cracking sound from his joints. I never expected that the Otsutsuki Ura people would give up the title of Otsutsuki clan. This is simply a shame. Xie was stunned for a moment, with an embarrassed smile on his face. The emotional scorpion is the only puppet that self-destructs. Unexpectedly, the Akatsuki Organization was unable to use both of its 2 major killing moves. Facing the 5 members of the Otsutsuki clan, they had no choice but to wait for death. Kinshiki, I'm on my period today, so if I can't do anything, I'll leave that beaty's head to you. Otsutsuki coughed twice and said. Liu Mu trembled all over. Liu Mu's mouth twitched. Chapter 239 end. Beginning. Otsutsuki Arashiki suddenly became excited. This was Liu Mu's first time using him after joining the Akatsuki Organization. It was like a concubine in the harem being turned over by the emperor, and she had to behave well. Come on, use your life to make my future a success. Make me a Liapu person. As soon as he finished speaking, Otsutsuki's eyes turned rapidly. Go ahead, Yurito is serious. Otsutsuki shouted angrily and started to operate the Rinnegan. Suddenly the 2 energies collided together. With the power of reincarnation in space, it exploded in space like nuclear fusion. Boom. The whole space shook. Then the space was like broken glass, with shards falling continuously. Liu Mu looked inside curiously. The next second, his whole body trembled, and an incredible expression appeared on his face. As this blue star, Liu Mu's heart was beating rapidly. Although Ninja Continent is nice, we are Blue Star people after all, and this is our home. No matter how good the Ninja Continent is, Liu Mu is just a passerby, and no matter how bad Blue Star is, it is still the home that gave birth to and raised him. Everyone, let's go. Let me show you the world. Remember, you must listen to me. Although the possibility is very small, there is a possibility for me to go home, and I have to give it a try. Liu Mu only felt countless pictures flowing around him, including the ninja world, the pirate world, the Shinigami world and so on. After a while, I just felt a blur in front of my eyes, and the familiar scenery came into view. Liu Mu's body gradually became solid as a result. At this moment, several people walked out of the space gap one after another. At this moment, Yu Gongmu no longer hesitated, stepped forward lightly, and jumped directly into the gap in space. Conan, Hyuga Hinata, Terumi Mei and more. As this a fairyland, there seems to be endless power in his body. But I didn't expect that this was just the beginning. Next, wouldn't it be possible to live a life without shame? The originally gray sky suddenly burst into countless holes. The next second, the word, confusion, was written on everyone's faces. While passing through these scenes, traces of essence were extracted from the turbulent flow of space and converged on Liu Mu. The corners of Liu Mu's mouth raised slightly. Not only did he obtain chakra and learn ninjutsu, but he also brought those people back with him. I'll go. What the hell happened? Liu Mu's mouth twitched. Some of these people came out of the pirate world, some came out of the Shinigami world, and some came out of the fairy tale world. Liu Mu's heart was beating constantly. The familiar air mixed with industrial pollution made Liu Mu very sure that this was Blue Star. Liu Mu turned to look at Conan and the others, with a smile on his face. Liu Mu walked to the space crack as he spoke. After thinking for a long time, the fear in his heart turned into the urge to go home. Over, Liu Mu said and walked forward. Liu Mu sped up and ran forward. As this senior Liu's home. I thought everything was over. You are all here. For a moment, the originally chaotic and void space suddenly became extremely clear, and the broken space fragments also paved a road, leading directly to the place where Liu Mu thought about it day and night. And in this hollow, countless people walked out one after another. I'm back, Blue Star. Then Liu Mu stopped hesitating and punched forward. Especially there are a few people at home who I miss every day. But at this moment, the space trembled violently.